Chapter 1. Sudden Death in the Brothel, the Unrivaled Heir. What the hell? Who is it? Being carried out of a brothel, completely naked. It seems to be the heir, Wei Yuan. Died from a binge. There's only him in the whole world who could do that. Wei Yuan truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 playboy of the Great Wei. What a farce. A dignified general, the grandson of the Duke of Wei, dying in the arms of a girl in the pleasure quarters. Wei Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming weakness in his body. Not even dead from lightning? Wei Yuan was overjoyed, his expression filled with an indescribable sense of glory. Throughout history, who could withstand a lightning strike the size of a water barrel and be struck down 36 times? Who could survive? I can survive. But then, Wei Yuan felt something was off, as the room he was in looked like it was from ancient times. Wangwali bookshelves, golden Nama couches, cloisonne screens, agarwood dressing tables, the room filled with top-quality hardwood furniture. A large segment of memories surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. At that moment, the door opened, and a dozen elderly men with white hair rushed in. The heir finally wakes up. You've been unconscious for 7 days. They hurriedly pried open his eyelids, checked his pulse, performed acupuncture, and massaged him. They were all over him, feeling and searching that he realized he had traveled through time, or rather, reincarnated. Awakening his past life memories was more accurate. This was a dynasty not recorded in history books, known as the Great Wei. His grandfather was a founding hero, the Duke of Wei among the 4 dukes and 8 marquises, Wei Buiyue. He had led 8 sons to expand the nation, with all 8 sons returning from battle, 7 of whom died on the battlefield for the country. The late emperor, moved by the Wei family's loyalty, conferred upon Wei Buiyue the hereditary title of King of Qijian. Wei Yuan was the son of the hero Wei, born as the heir, but unfortunately he was neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts, indulging instead in a life of debauchery and gambling. That a year ago, Wei the hero and 2 of his brothers died in battle, leaving only Wei Buiyue and Wei Yuan, an old man and a useless grandson, in the Wei family. Wei Buiyue brought his grandson to court, hoping to use his seniority to secure a cushy position for Wei Yuan. But Wei Yuan secretly sneaked into the Weiyang Palace, drugging a woman inside. It would have been fine if she were just an ordinary maid, but she happened to be the beloved daughter of Emperor Nanzhao, Princess Qingcheng, Nanji. The emperor was furious and sentenced Wei Yuan to death by 1,000 cuts. In the end, it was still Wei Buiyue, holding the death exemption gold medal granted by the late emperor, who donned armor and entered the court. In front of Emperor Nanzhao, he ate a bucket of rice and 5 pounds of meat. The old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Old Wei, can you still eat at this age? The elderly Wei Buiyue took command, determined to march to the northern border at Beiyu Pass, risking his life to earn military merit and make up for the capital offense. Wei Yuan had committed 7 days ago. News arrived from Beiyu Pass that Wei Buiyue was gravely ill and bedridden, and the Wei army was retreating steadily, with defeat already a foregone conclusion. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol, drank a lot, and in a haze, went to the brothel, nearly dying in the arms of a courtesan. The door opened, and a woman with a face like March peach blossoms, concealing charm and grace, with a slender waist and swaying hips, walked in holding a medicine bowl. Wei Yuan, get up and take your medicine. Song Naiyun? Wei Yuan brushed her wrist and took the medicine bowl from her hand, looking at Song Naiyun with unusual eyes. Song Naiyun felt a chill from Wei Yuan's gaze, or perhaps it was her guilty conscience, as she quickly found an excuse and hurriedly left Wei Manor. I'm pregnant. Wei Yuan had just intentionally touched Song Naiyun's wrist, making him detect the signs of pregnancy. Song Naiyun, the daughter of a minister, had taken office in the capital a year ago. It was also that day that Wei Yuan noticed Song Naiyun's appearance bore 6 parts resemblance to her and began to pursue her relentlessly. Before Wei Buiyue went to battle, the Wei and Song families were engaged. Though she was his fiancée, Wei Yuan had never touched her, yet she was pregnant. Your Highness, the medicine must be taken while it's hot. It will lose its efficacy if it cools down. Wei Yuan took a small sip, and instantly the medicinal aroma filled his entire body. Rich and fragrant. This is 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. Looking at the elderly men busy administering acupuncture on him, all dressed in imperial physician robes, the leader being the chief imperial physician. Purple gold ginseng was already a priceless medicinal herb, let alone 1,000-year-old. One calling it a heavenly treasure would not be an exaggeration. Only the emperor of the Great Way could produce something like this. The imperial physician, the 1,000-year purple gold ginseng, the emperor investing so heavily, there could only be one possibility. The frontline battle situation had turned, and his grandfather had won, and it was a great victory. With memories from 2 lifetimes, Wei Yuan was no longer the brainless playboy he once was. By simply reviewing what had happened before, he could piece together a rough outline of the cause and effect. Song Naiyun's sudden appearance also reminded him of her incessant guidance about Princess Nanji, who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Great Way. How stunning she was. He was a playboy, but he was not a fool. How could he dare to drug someone in the palace? Instead, that day, his consciousness was not very clear, and desire controlled his brain. After committing a grave mistake, Wei Yuan's life forced the elderly and frail Wei Buyue to return to the battlefield. As long as Wei Buyue died, the one behind the scenes would eliminate him, using the child in Song Naiyun's womb as the last bloodline of the Wei family to control the 300,000 Wei army guarding the borders, who would obey orders only if they felt like it.so. From the moment Song Naiyun appeared, he was already drawn into the game. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open by someone, and a tall, elderly man in blood-stained armor rushed in. The imperial physicians checking on Wei Yuan all bowed and saluted. "We pay our respects to Duke Wei. Is my damn grandson alive or dead?" Thanks to the Duke's generous gift of the 1,000-year purple gold ginseng, the heir is now out of danger. He just needs to rest for a few days to recover. Wei Yuan looked at his grandfather Wei Buyue, warmth flooding his heart. Seeing his weary appearance, it was clear he had hurried back after hearing the news that Wei Yuan had nearly died, completing a journey that would normally take half a month in. Just 7 days. Something big has happened. Young Master Emperor Nanzhao has posted an announcement stating that Duke Wei feigned illness on the battlefield, led the troops to outmaneuver the enemy, captured the Xiongnu king alive, beheaded all the royal family, and achieved a great victory, returning in triumph. Wei Yuan's lackey rushed in, and upon seeing Wei Bui, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Duke Wei? Wei Yuan thought about his grandfather's indulgence over the years, feeling a bit teary, and stood up to embrace the burly old general. "Grandpa, let me see if you're hurt." As he said this, he grabbed Wei Buyue's wrist, pretending to check his pulse, his brows furrowing tightly. "Stop with that nonsense. Every time you make a mistake, you play the loving grandson card. I've built up immunity to it." Wei Yuan was pushed away by Wei Buyue, who raised a riding whip to educate his damn grandson, but couldn't bring himself to do it. "Vice Commander, since this damn grandson is fine, then take him to the confinement room for 7 days to reflect on his mistakes. Let him think quietly so he doesn't run around causing trouble for me." A general clad in armor, exuding a fierce aura, walked over and lifted Wei Yuan as if he were a small chicken. "What kind of sin have I, Wei Buyue, committed to have such a useless grandson, almost dying from a brothel binge?" Wei Buyue slammed his palm on the table in anger, addressing his obedient housekeeper. "Help me out of my armor and prepare a bath. I need to enter the palace to meet the emperor." Later, on the other side, Wei Yuan was taken to the confinement room, which was actually Wei Buyue's former training room. However, in recent years, the retired Wei Buyue rarely came here to practice. Entering the training room, Wei Yuan's playboy demeanor changed. He sat cross-legged on the mat, focusing on examining his body. Meridians were blocked, bones were brittle, and at not even 20 years old, his organs were already showing signs of failure. It was clear without thinking that this body had been exhausted by a life of indulgence, debauchery, and nightly revelry. But fortunately, since the meridians were blocked, he could use the Yi Jing to cleanse and strengthen his body, while the weakened limbs and organs could be revitalized with medicinal supplements. He considered himself fortunate to awaken his memories early. Otherwise, in a few years, this body would be completely ruined, and even a celestial being would find it hard to save him. At the same time, he discovered a trace of lingering poison within himself. Very well concealed, it was his own body that had this poison. Otherwise, not even the imperial doctors, let alone a medical sage, would have been able to detect it. Love harmony, immortal water? Wei Yuan frowned slightly. This poison was extremely vicious. It would merge with the victim's kidney essence and remain hidden until excessive drinking accelerated the blood flow, causing desire to cloud the mind. Moreover, Engaging in sexual activities would trigger the poison, leading to death, which on the surface would appear as sudden death from overexertion. No wonder a few days ago, I clearly was trying to drown my sorrows in alcohol, but I ended up confusedly going to a brothel. It turns out someone drugged me. Knock, knock. While Wei Yuan was lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. The door then opened, and one of his two loyal subordinates, Fu Shun, peeked in, accompanied by a girl about 17 or 18 years old. Young master, I was afraid you'd be lonely in confinement, so I brought you a beauty, and she's a virgin. Wei Yuan initially wanted Fu Shun to take the girl away, but thinking of maintaining the persona of a carefree young master, he decided to keep her. I won't disturb the young master's enjoyment. Have fun. Fu Shun grinned cheekily, pushed the girl inside, and left. Once inside, the girl suddenly lifted her clothes and stood before Wei Yuan completely naked. Wei Yuan waved his hand casually and said, "Put your clothes on. I won't touch you. Just find a room in the training hall to stay for 7 days, and then you can leave." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent approaching. He turned abruptly to see the girl reach down and slowly pull out a dagger, stained with blood and feces. What the hell, going this far? Does it not hurt, sister? You can't just do that yourself for hemorrhoids. The girl showed no sign of shyness. Her eyes were filled only with cold, murderous intent. Wei Yuan had seen this kind of gaze before in the mindless death warriors. Having offended too many people, he always had someone check the women he sought to ensure they had no weapons on them. He never expected that this girl would pull a dagger from her. Chapter 2. The most beautiful woman in the Great Way. Wei Yuan sneered disdainfully, placing one hand behind his back, looking at the girl with the dagger. You think you can kill me, Wei Yuan? You're just a worthless dog. Wei Yuan took a sudden step forward, scaring the girl to retreat 2 steps, unsure of why he remained so calm. He clenched his fists, took a stance, and focused his energy. The girl quickly became alert, fully on guard. However, she could never have imagined that Wei Yuan would suddenly turn around and scream at the top of his lungs. Help! The young master is being killed. Hurry, someone come. Huh? Just this? The girl was confused. What is happening? There's an assassin. Someone come. Wei Yuan's voice was loud, causing the girl's eardrums to ache. Fearing that the night would stretch on with more dreams, she waved her dagger and stumbled after him like someone suffering from hemorrhoids after eating too many chilies. Soon, she cornered him with nowhere to escape. Wei Yuan grabbed a lacquered bamboo spear. The bamboo spear was a top-tier weapon in ancient times, only qualified for use by generals. Since this was the training hall, the spear was headless. Wei Yuan picked up the bamboo spear, closed his eyes, and waved it around aimlessly while shouting in panic. Don't come near. In the Great Wei's war god, the grandson of Wei Buyue. This young master knows martial arts, and I'm quite skilled. The young master's horse and spear can turn over rivers and seas. It's something else. The girl, holding the dagger, coldly smiled. Who doesn't know that Wei Yuan is neither cultured nor martial? What kind of martial arts does he know? Sure enough, after flailing the spear around for a dozen times, he was out of breath, his face flushed. The girl raised the blood-stained dagger. She lunged the dagger toward Wei Yuan's neck. But what she didn't expect was that Wei Yuan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and fiercely thrust the spear into her lower abdomen. Thud. The spear penetrated the girl's lower abdomen, the blood-stained end emerging from her back. The girl opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with her internal organs. How is this possible? Who said that without a spearhead, one can't kill? I was pretending to be weak, waiting for you to let your guard down. The moment you expose your opening. Wei Yuan stood up and took out a few moxibustion needles, which he had previously taken from the imperial doctor, originally intended to use in conjunction with the Yi Jing to wash the marrow. But he didn't expect to encounter a death warrior assassin, so he simply used the silver needles to stimulate his few remaining potentials, allowing him to explosively unleash more, then 10 times the strength at a critical moment. The cost was that for the next 3 days, his muscles would tear, and moving even a little would be excruciating. The girl's corpse lay on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Wei Yuan sat down exhausted, gasping heavily at that moment. The door opened, and a 60-year-old maid, extremely ugly, entered with a clay pot. To prevent the maid from being harmed by Wei Yuan, Wei Buyue had replaced all the household maids with older women. Wei Yuan admired his grandfather. Finding old women nationwide was easy, but finding such an ugly one was rare. He managed to gather so many in one breath. Young master, the imperial doctor said you were recovering from serious illness and need nourishment. Lord Wei specifically had the kitchen prepared ginseng and dragon soup for you. But when the old woman saw Wei Yuan sitting on the floor drenched in sweat, and the naked girl's corpse with a spear in her abdomen, she screamed in fright, dropped the pot, and turned to run that there's been a murder, a corpse, someone's dead. Soon, Deputy General Wang Xuanza rushed over with a dozen guards. However, everyone was stunned upon seeing the scene, standing in place in shock. Then, Wei Blair returned from an audience with the emperor, his emotions complex, and curiously walked over. He saw Wei Yuan drenched in sweat, with a girl naked, a spear in her lower abdomen, and blood mixed with excrement flowing behind her. Damn it, you little bastard, if you want to play with women, just play with them, but why go this far? Wei Buiyue exploded in rage, pointing at Wei Yuan and scolding him, while shouting to Deputy General Wang Xuanza, "Family matters should not be aired in public. Deputy Wang, you lead the team away first." "Yes, sir." Wang Xuanza led the men away, and Wei Buiyue immediately closed the door and hurried to Wei Yuan's side. Wei Yuan quickly explained, "Grandpa, she was trying to kill me." "I know." Wei Buiyue's face darkened, his tone flat but icy. "Grandpa's eyes aren't blind. She was holding a knife." After saying this, Wei Buiyue pulled Wei Yuan up and examined him for a while, only to find he was just exhausted, which relieved him. "Damn it. A spear pierced 3 inches in her body. You'd need at least 5 years of spear practice to achieve that. Is this something you could do?" Wei Yuan patted his chest. "Grandpa, my surname is Wei, from the military family Wei, a hero's grave. Think of me, Wei Buiyue, when I was young, entering the capital on horseback, fulfilling my ambitions. Later, I joined the army, slaying generals, seizing flags, leading the charge, and achieving 4 great military feats. Finally, silver saddle on a white horse, swift as a meteor. The late emperor personally bestowed the 4-character title, Brave Among All Armies. We, the descendants of the Wei family, must learn from Grandpa, aiming for glory, as fame belongs to the young since ancient times." Wei Yuan's speech left Wei Buiyue stunned. "Damn it, where did you copy that from? It sounds quite good, almost like you mean it." "Grandpa, this is my original work. Stop talking nonsense about originality. What kind of education do you have?" "I know. That year, you got in trouble for a poem called Ode to Snow. 1 piece, another piece, and another piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 or 5 pieces, 6 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 or 9 pieces. Being expelled from Beima Academy has turned into a joke in the capital." He then waved his hand and gave him 2 big slaps, saying seriously, "Although your flattery makes me very happy, there's one thing you must promise me. You go first. You damn son of a turtle, promise me first." "Okay, I promise you. Break off the engagement with the Tsang family and marry the princess." Wei Yuan casually replied, "Is that it?" "I promise. I know Tsang Ayun and the Liang family girl look very similar, but she is ultimately not her. Your opposition is useless." Wei Buiyue suddenly paused, reaching out to touch Wei Yuan's forehead. "What the hell did you just say? You promised?" "Yes, so what? You care so much about the Tsang girl. You should be opposing the marriage with the princess by crying and making a fuss, but your current performance is not right." Wei Yuan looked at him like he was an idiot and rolled his eyes. Who still remembers pickled vegetables when there's Buddha jumps over the wall? Princess Qinsheng, Ninji, the most beautiful woman in the Great Way, the most talented woman in the Great Way. That little girl is really gorgeous. Wei Buiyue slapped Wei Yuan twice again. Wei Buiyue, silver saddle and white horse. What a shooting star. How do I have such a useless turtle grandson like you?" Then his expression darkened, and he said seriously, "Where did you get this assassin from?" "Fu Shun sent him." Wei Buiyue frowned and nodded. "The confinement is lifted. The princess will marry my Wei family. During this time, you better behave and not create any more filthy troubles, or I'll break your legs that I'll handle this assassin matter properly." In Wei Yuan's bedroom, his other lackey, the son of the Wei family steward, Shi Shun, rushed in. "Young master, your reputation is now spreading throughout the capital." Wei Yuan was taken aback. "What reputation?" "They say you're a pervert, making girls' bottoms come out, and even stringing them like candied hawthorn." "My reputation is ruined by you bunch of idiots." Wei Yuan raised his hand to slap Shi Shun, but the movement strained his torn muscles, causing him to grimace in pain at the same time. Wei Yuan realized that the Duke's residence had been infiltrated by other forces, and what had just happened was quickly becoming known to everyone. "Slap yourself twice." Shun symbolically slapped himself twice. Young master, can't you even lift your hand anymore? Well, you did kill that girl. Now you're overworked. Get lost. Wei Yuan angrily shouted, then said to Shun, I want you to write, go to the pharmacy to get 2 prescriptions, then carry me to the brothel. Shun blinked. Young master, you're in this bad shape, and you still want to go to the brothel to find women? Can your body take it? What do you mean I'm in bad shape? Heroic, handsome. That was just a little slip of the tongue. A slip. Prepare the sedan. We're going to the brothel to listen to music. Understood. In Wei Buyue's study, Deputy General Wang knocked and entered. Duke Wei, Fushan, found a corpse in the canal. Someone was silenced. Bang! Wei Buyue slammed the table. Damn it, I've lived my life honestly. Didn't expect in my old age to be pushed down when the wall falls. Since everyone wants my Wei family to perish, then don't blame me for going down with you. At that moment, a guard hurried in. Duke, the young master has gone out. Going out for a walk is fine. Did you send someone to follow him? Your personal guards, Wei Yi and Wei HEIR, are protecting him in the shadows. With Wei Yi and Wei HEIR, both seasoned veterans, his safety is guaranteed. Wei Buyue nodded. Then he asked the question that would haunt him for a lifetime. Where did that kid go? Duke, the young master first went to the pharmacy, then took medicine to the brothel. Wei Buyue covered his face. I'm such a fool. This grandson of mine only goes to the gambling house or the brothel to listen to music and find women. Why did I even ask? Did I expect him to go study and do something proper? After saying that, he couldn't help but ask, what medicine did he get from the pharmacy? Duke, here's the prescription. Wei Buyue looked at the listed ingredients on the prescription. Cistanche, daughter, wolfberry. Duke, I asked the doctor. He said it's for strengthening. Before the guard could finish, Wei Buyue waved his hand repeatedly. Don't say anymore. I know what my turtle grandson is like. I just asked out of curiosity. Damn it, I thought this kid would have changed. What about Silver Saddle and White Horse? Wei Buyue was so angry he clutched his heart. I never expected this turtle grandson of mine hasn't changed at all. Bringing strengthening medicine to the brothel. Is he planning to output and replenish at the same time? Chapter 3. The removal of the brothel. The young master's curiosity. A guard rushed in. Lord Wei, there is someone outside requesting to see you, claiming to be an old friend from your days in the Jianghu. Old friend from the Jianghu? Wei Buyue was taken aback. In his early years, he had mingled in the Jianghu and indeed had some friends. Later, those who didn't follow him into the army were either killed by enemies or had short lives in the Jianghu, and most of them had died by now. Let him in. Soon, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in coarse linen and carrying a yellow cloth bag, walked in. Brother Buyue, it's been 30 years. Do you still remember me? Chinchio, my younger brother. Wei Buyue quickly stood up and gave the visitor a bear hug that was characteristic of men, then turned to Wang Xuanzi and said, This is the first divine doctor of the Jianghu, the head of the Gigam Medical School, Mu Chinchio. He is a divine doctor who won't even enter the palace despite being summoned by the emperor. If any of your distant relatives have illnesses that cannot be cured, call them over immediately and let this old guy treat them. He guarantees a cure. Brother Buyue, you are just the same as you were back then, with no changes at all. Mu Chinchio shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm no longer the head of the Gigam Medical School. As I grow old, I should step down and let the younger generation take over. Now, I just carry the title of an elder of the Gigam Medical School, wandering freely, which is wonderful. I have hidden myself away, but unfortunately, for that grandson Wei Yuan, I can only risk my old life. Wei Buyue sighed deeply, and Mu Chinchio grabbed his wrist to check his pulse. It seems the rumors in the Jianghu are true. Brother, you were injured on the battlefield, with old ailments combined with new injuries. Brother, your life is not long for this world. Wei Buyue replied indifferently. At my age, I've long since come to terms with life and death. If I die, then I die. I just can't let go of that grandson Wei Yuan. Chinchio, how many more days do I have to live? 3 months, but with my help, I can extend your life for about another year. Muchan Kusait casually picked up 2 prescription papers from the desk, and his expression changed dramatically as he quickly grabbed them. Brother, who gave you these prescriptions? Wei Buyue's face turned red. Don't talk nonsense. At my age, how could I be prescribed tonics? It's for my grandson Wei Yuan. This is not a tonic. Mu Chinchio held the prescriptions tightly as if they were treasures. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This dosage, this combination. I pride myself on being a divine doctor. But the medical skills of the person who wrote this prescription are absolutely above mine. Chinchio, it's just a tonic prescription. You don't have to be like this, right? Mu Chinchio waved his hand. Brother, this is not a tonic prescription, but a miraculous pill that nourishes the limbs and internal organs gently without harming the body. Is the most suitable prescription for you right now. Most suitable? Wei Buiyue looked at Mu Chinchio suspiciously. You old man aren't trying to trick me, are you? I guarantee with my life that I'm not deceiving you. Mu Chinchio said earnestly, then looked at the second prescription. This prescription is more complex and has the effect of relaxing tendons and activating blood circulation for treating muscle and tendon strains. It seems to also have the effect of washing tendons and marrow, suitable for your old ailments. Wei Buiyue gestured to Wang Xuanzi. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the medicine according to this prescription. Brother, this prescription was really written by your grandson? How skilled is he in medicine? How skilled? That grandson is a lecherous fool who specializes in the lower paths. He probably got these two prescriptions by accident while trying to find a tonic. As Wei Buiyue said this, he suddenly changed the subject. Brother, maybe that kid really has some medical talent. How about I bring him back for you to examine properly? On the other side, Wei Yuan had already guessed that his actions could not escape Wei Buiyue's watchful eyes, and those two prescriptions were probably already in his hands. He needed to find an opportunity to persuade the old man to take the medicine. Wei Yuan was being carried into the brothel by his servants, attracting the attention of everyone present. Just a few days ago, he had been knocked out from visiting a brothel, and now he was back. Even in this state, he could still visit a brothel. Impressive, carried in like this. Truly a model for our generation. The young master is unparalleled. The old madam, with a mole on her chin and hair growing on it, quickly approached. Your Excellency, the young master, but I have a request. Speak. My girl is delicate and precious, so please be gentle. Today, the whole city is spreading rumors that you made her look like a candied hawthorn, and it seems they even saw her. Well, shut up. The old madam was immediately slapped twice by Shishan. Damn it. If you keep gossiping, I'll tear down your chicken nest. The old madam quickly lowered her head, too scared to say a word. With the Duke of Wei returning triumphantly, Wei Yuan was now in his prime. Who would dare to offend him? Wei Yuan tossed a gold ingot to the old madam. Was that comfortable? Seeing the gold, the old madam immediately beamed with joy. Comfortable. Comfortable. 2 slaps for so much gold. I'm a bit hesitant to take it. How about you slap me a few more times, so I can take the gold with a clear conscience? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and arrange for the girls. Your Excellency, all 4 top girls are here. Who do you want, or all 4 together? Today I want something different, a big and sturdy one. The stronger, the better. Wow, the young master is curious? The old madam was shocked and quickly arranged for a turtle man to fetch someone. Soon, a loud rumbling sound echoed as a woman over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 400 pounds, resembling a sumo wrestler, walked in. Mama, I haven't had a job since entering this line of work. Which immortal brother is calling me? The woman's voice was like a bell, clumsy and loud. This is the immortal. Cough. The young master, you must serve him well and not neglect him. The woman laughed heartily and made a small womanly gesture toward Wei Yuan. I'm Jiang Yuer. Nice to meet you, young master. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of you. I'm clean and still a virgin. Wei Yuan looked at the mountain like Jiang Yuer and felt a wave of dizziness. Are you strong? Jiang Yuer effortlessly lifted Shishan with one hand, twirling her around a couple of times before putting her down. Wei Yuan gave her a thumbs up. You're the one. Come with me to the room. Young master, I'll carry you. Jiang Yuer lifted Wei Yuan in her arms and strode confidently into the room. Gullilu the guests in the hall swallowed, their saliva in unison. The young master is truly a divine person. This woman's big, but could probably crush me in an instant. The young master must have a peculiar collection habit. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yuer gently placed Wei Yuan down on the bed. Young master, I've been in this line of work for several years, and today is the first time I'm serving a guest. But please don't go easy on me. Jiang Yuer grabbed Wei Yuan's collar and began to undress him. I've never tried this before. I'm a little nervous. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Come on, young master. Use your strength to ravage me. Let the storm come even stronger. Chapter 4. Misunderstanding, not shit but still shit stop. Wei Yuan interrupted her. Let me ask you, can you play the piano and understand music theory? I can play with cotton and stew fish. Can you play chess and understand chess notation? I can play sauce and hit tigers. Wei Yuan initially intended to guide her according to music scores or chess notation, to help himself with acupressure. But this person, aside from being tall and extremely plump, was completely clueless about everything else. Forget it, you probably wouldn't understand acupoints. I need to find someone else. Jiang Yuer quickly said, I understand. I know acupoints. When I was a child chopping wood in the mountains, I found a few small clay figures with acupoints drawn on them. What are the 14 meridian points? Jiang Yuer answered without hesitation. There are 361 acupoints distributed along the 12 meridians and the governing and conception vessels, like the Jingming point, the Dayton point, etc. Damn, you really know this. Then tell me, where's the Fengfu point? At the back of the neck. Snap. Wei Yuan snapped his fingers. You're the one. First prepare hot water. It must be boiling. Fill the entire bathtub. Okay. Not long after Jiang Yuer went out, she came back holding a large bathtub filled with water. With a slight effort, she lifted the bathtub filled with water over her head with one hand and gently lowered it down. Wei Yuan estimated that the filled bathtub must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. A strong man can lift a cauldron. I would like to declare you the greatest hero of Wei. Wei Yuan gave a thumbs up, taking off his exquisite and precious brocade robe. Yuer, apply pressure on the 3 meridians of my hands, from the chest to the hands, then to the head. The harder the better, ideally straight to the bones. Understood. Jiang Yuer rolled up her sleeves, extending her chubby, calloused hand, the size of a palm fan, and pressed hard on the acupoints on Wei Yuan's arm and chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and Wei Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. My ribs, damn it, you, be a bit gentler. Young master, you're not as tough as the Demon King. Who was the Demon King? The big bear I raised on a mountain back home. Comparing this young master to a bear, Wei Yuan almost spat out another mouthful of blood, helplessly saying, be gentler. Following Wei Yuan's instructions, Jiang Yuer pressed every acupoint on his body. Although she had already controlled her strength, she still made Wei Yuan scream in agony. Xishuan, who was guarding the door, trembled in fear. The young master is indeed the young master, even capable of handling such a top-tier hippopotamus, but this scream is a bit terrifying. One can only imagine how fierce the battle inside is. Xishuan, I heard the young master is curious. We also want to take a look. A few young masters who usually mingled with Wei Yuan approached, and upon hearing his cries, they all swallowed nervously. Is it that intense? But whose scream is this? In everyone's mind, a scene emerged. On the African savanna, a fat hippopotamus sat down and crushed a small meerkat. Gentlemen, I think it's better not to look. I'm afraid of getting needle eyes. That makes sense. It's windy retreat. After leaving behind the words young master is unmatched, the young masters turned around and fled. In the room, Wei Yuan felt like he had undergone a torture, going through a round in the 18 layers of hell. There was no way. This woman was just too strong. Wei Yuan even suspected that if this woman lifted her clothes, one could see a palm-sized patch of chest hair. Yue, has the medicine in the bathtub dissolved? It has. Put me in. Wei Yuan endured the scorching heat of the water, strenuously circulating his Jing. The hot water opened all his sweat pores, gradually expelling the toxins accumulated in his body for many years. You use qi to stimulate my Tianju point. Young master, what is qi? It's located 3 inches below your navel. That S hair, that S 7 inches below the navel. I'm talking about the energy C in the lower dantian, 3 inches below. So this thing is called qi. I always thought it was urine. Wei Yuan's mouth twitched. Although the dantian is very close to the bladder, it's just a bit above the pee bag. Wait, has your qi reached the level of liquefaction? Qi liquefaction. That's the mark of a martial arts grandmaster. A grandmaster turning to prostitution? Never seen before. Wei Yuan was shocked because Jiang Yuer's qi was at the same level as his grandfather's, but his grandfather was old and weak. In a one-on-one fight, he was better at marksmanship and strategizing, but in terms of sheer brute strength, he probably couldn't team match this woman. In less than 2 hours, the water in the bathtub turned murky, and a layer of black, foul-smelling viscous liquid coated Wei Yuan's body, somewhat resembling melted asphalt. These impurities were the toxins and impurities hidden within the meridians, muscles, and flesh for many years. The pain of cleansing the sinews and marrow made Wei Yuan grit his silver teeth. Gurgle. A strong urge to defecate made Wei Yuan unable to help but clutch his stomach. The toxins and impurities from bones, flesh, and skin were expelled from his sweat pores, while the impurities and toxins from his internal organs were expelled through urine and feces. Under normal circumstances, Wei Yuan was still young, and the impurities in his organs were not too many, but the problem lay in the peculiar poison in his kidney water, the Hehuan divine water. Wei Yuan jumped out of the bathtub with a whoosh, hastily grabbing his clothes to cover his important parts, and dashed out of the room towards the toilet. The patrons in the brothel, who were enjoying music with the girls, were all discussing how the curious Wei Yuan was a brave man, only to see him sprint down the stairs while covering himself with clothes. Most importantly, his body was coated with a thick, black, viscous liquid, leaving a foul smell in his wake. What stench is that shit? Why would the young master smear himself with shit? Is it possible he was too vigorous and got shit all over himself? After all, he turned that girl into a candied hawthorn, a model for our generation. The young master is unmatched. After expelling the toxins from his organs, Wei Yuan returned to the room. Jiang Yuer used water from washing rice in soap pods, washing him a dozen times before finally getting him clean. Just as Wei Yuan finished putting on his clothes, the door was pushed open, and it was Shishun. Young master, it's almost midnight. The master has set a curfew for you. If you come home late, you will definitely be beaten, and it'll be the kind that hangs you up to whip you. As Shishun said this, his expression turned suspicious as he looked Wei Yuan up and down. You. Who are you? Where did you take my young master? Hurry up and return him. Or don't blame Shishun for being heavy-handed. Wei Yuan kicked Shishun in the butt. Open your dog eyes and see clearly who I am. Damn, it's actually the young master. Is this aphrodisiac really that effective? It's not really surprising that Shishun reacted this way. At this moment, Wei Yuan appeared a bit more robust than before, the waxy yellow pallor from indulgence replaced by a fair and translucent complexion, dressed in moon-white brocade. With every gesture exuding the elegance and nobility of a refined gentleman, he stood there, giving off an aura of grandeur and thickness. Having long occupied a high position, he seemed like a divine dragon above the clouds, instilling a sense of awe and reverence that made one hesitant to look directly at him. Despite his seemingly slender physique, he gave off a weightiness akin to the towering mountains, like a white jade pillar supporting the heavens, or a purple gold beam spanning the sea. He alone could stabilize a nation and bring peace to a country. Even if the sky were to fall with him around, he could still hold up the heavens with one hand. Gulp. Shishun swallowed repeatedly, his legs trembling. Having followed Wei Yuan in the capital for so many years, he prided himself on having seen much, and even served the current crown prince. But even the crown prince's aura was not a fraction of Wei Yuan's. Jiang Yuer was even more infatuated, staring at Wei Yuan intently, saliva dripping from her mouth. Damn it, I forgot to put on makeup. Wei Yuan turned around for a moment, and when he turned back, although his physique and appearance hadn't changed, the elegance, arrogance, and dominance had all disappeared. In their place was a look of arrogance and power, a spoiled rich kid relying on family connections. Yes, this is my family's young master. I think I just had a hallucination. Wei Yuan glared at Shishun. Prepare the sedan chair to return to the residence. And also let the old madam come over. I want to redeem you heir. Understood, young master, I'll go right away. Wait, what did you say? Redeem this hippopotamus? I can understand being curious just once, but why keep her around long term? Shishun was taken aback and rushed forward to grab Wei Yuan's middle finger and pull it upwards forcefully. I remember the village elders saying that twisting the middle finger is effective against curses and can drive away evil. While saying this, he didn't forget to point at Jiang Yuer and scold her angrily. You witch, you've cast a curse on our young master. Haven to you? Don't think that just because your tricks are seamless, no one can see through them. Shishun, am as clever as a monkey. I can see through your little schemes at a glance. After saying this, Shishun let out a long sigh with one hand behind his back. Without me, Shishun, this Wei Guogong's residence would be doomed. Chapter 5. The Emperor's Arrival. Rescuing the hippopotamus, Wei Yuan kicked Shishun in the backside and said, You're such a fool. You haven't even got your yellow mat yet. For a long time to come, I'll need HEIR to massage me, and she will be my personal guard from now on, with a higher rank than you. So be polite when speaking to her. In fact, Wei Yuan had already figured out Jiang HEIR's background through indirect questioning and psychological analysis of her microexpressions. She was the daughter of a hunter from a northern mountain village. Due to banditry, her entire village was slaughtered, and, as a child, she was kidnapped to be a child bride. Once, she attempted to escape, but accidentally fell into a cave in a ravine, where she discovered several clay figurines with acupoint markings. After being recaptured by the bandits, she began practicing according to the symbols on the figurines. The result was that the more she practiced, the stronger she became, and her physique grew more robust. Even before she reached a usable age, she had already turned into a strong warrior-like figure. Of course, it was precisely because of her intimidating appearance that she managed to remain a virgin in the bandit den. However, since the bandits did not support idle people, she had to do laundry, sweep the floors, chop wood, and cook, and she often went hungry. Later, when the government cracked down on the bandits, Jiang HEIR was rescued under the guise of being a human ticket. With no parents or family, she was secretly sold to a trafficker by local officials and was eventually bought into a brothel. When a madam heard that Wei Yuan wanted to redeem Jiang HEIR, she jumped up in excitement. This hippopotamus was originally sold to her as a free gift. She had been there for several years without having any customers, not because she didn't want to, but because no one found her appealing. Moreover, she ate a lot, with a meal's worth being approximately equal to the total amount of food consumed by all the girls and servants in a brothel. Keeping her was a financial loss, and it would be a pity to lose her, as she was genuinely capable of work equivalent to 6 servants and only needed to be fed without any wages. The madam quickly ran upstairs. "Young master, do you really want to redeem HEIR?" Wei Yuan lazily tossed a grape into his mouth. "Stop with the nonsense. What's your asking price?" "Young master, this girl has been with me for several years, and our relationship is like that of a mother and daughter. I really don't want to let her go." By the end, the madam had actually started to cry, and Jiang HEIR began to cry too. She rushed forward to hug the madam. "Mother, you are the only one who has ever made sure I had enough to eat in my life. I don't want to leave you. I want to redeem myself. I want to stay with you for life and take care of you." Before Jiang HEIR finished speaking, the madam pushed her away, her tears disappearing from her face, and said to Wei Yuan, "Young master, 1,000 taels of silver to take her away. I'm a young master, not a fool." 1,000 taels? You can keep that for yourself. I don't want it. Wei Yuan stood up and said to Shishuan, "Prepare the sedan to go home." "Young master, wait. It's a transaction. You buy, I sell. We can negotiate the price." The madam hurriedly grabbed Wei Yuan. "My asking price is sky high. You have to bargain, right?" Wei Yuan extended his hand. 50 taels of silver. That won't do. She has eaten more than 50 taels worth during these years with me, so it has to be 400 taels. 100 taels. 300 taels. 50 taels. Why is the price getting lower? 100 it is. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Wei Yuan took Jiang HEIR and left. Customers, prostitutes, including the madam, all imagined Wei Yuan struggling under the burden of a heavy cart, spitting blood. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Shishin blushed, following Wei Yuan with his head down, quietly saying, "Young master, if you bring her home, I'm afraid the master might really beat you to death. Tomorrow the whole capital will know you redeemed the hippopotamus, and your reputation will be ruined." Wei Yuan self-deprecatingly laughed. Does this young master still have a reputation? Indeed not. But rumors in the streets say you can question the character and virtue of the young master, but you can't question his taste. As the beauties he previously selected were all like flowers, but now you've lost your taste altogether. Wei Yuan glanced at the timid and worried Jiang HEIR. She didn't even know how strong she was. A grandmaster in martial arts is either the head of a top sect, a general worthy of entering the imperial court, or a chief guard by the emperor's side. At the very least a guest in a prestigious noble family. Now he had just spent 100 taels to buy her, which was an incredible bargain. Of course, Wei Yuan wouldn't say this out loud. He had Shishin squat down, climbed onto his neck, and gently patted Jiang HEIR on the head. There was no other way. This girl was too tall, and Wei Yuan couldn't reach. "HEIR, what are you worried about? I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat. Wei Yuan laughed heartily. In the Wei Guogong mansion, how could we lack food for you? From now on, eat with confidence. We'll eat whatever we want. Until we're full, and you one tea have to work. Young master, you may not know how much I can eat, 10 jin of rice in one meal. And if you don't let me work, how can I eat for free? Young master, don't dislike me for eating too much. I don't want to go hungry again. Jiang Yuer's frown deepened, and her voice trembled towards the end. 10 jin of rice. I can afford to feed you 100 jin in one meal. Of course, I one tea let you eat for free. You can protect this young master in the future. Whoever strikes me, you strike back at them. And whoever I tell you to hit, you hit. But hitting people is against the law. Against the law? I am the law. I can sleep with a princess and nothing happens. What do I have to fear? Wei Yuan boldly declared these outrageous words in public as he jumped off Shishuan's neck and got into the sedan. On the way back to the Wei Guogong mansion, Wei Yuan lifted the curtain and quietly said to Jiang Yuer, "There are 2 tailgaters behind us. You give them a beating, but remember to hold back a bit. Don't kill or disable them. I can't explain it to my grandfather." Understood, young master. Do well when we get home. Let Shishin arrange for the kitchen to stew a few chickens and cook a big pot of rice for a midnight snack. Jiang Yuer stood confidently in the street, hands on her hips, looking like a big, hairless bear in a skirt. As Wei Yuan's sedan gradually moved away, 2 men in fitted clothing, around 30 years old, peeked out. But as soon as they showed their heads, they felt the moonlight vanish. A high wall appeared in front of them, and it was Jiang Yuer. She extended her chubby, palm-sized hands and grabbed each of their heads with one hand. Before they could react, they felt an overwhelming force. And then they found themselves flying into the sky, followed by a heavy crash to the ground. Crack, crack. Their arms and ribs broke. Sorry, I couldn't control my strength. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Jiang Yuer smiled apologetically and quickly ran after the disappearing sedan of Wei Yuan. In the Wei Guogong mansion, Wei Buyue was seated in his study, and across from him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dignified and with a square face. Wei said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, the Supreme One, why do you come to the home of this old man in the middle of the night?" This man was none other than the current emperor, Emperor Nanzhao. Emperor Nanzhao slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "Father-in-law, you are too humble. You are the backbone of our great way. When I was still in swaddling clothes, you single-handedly entered and exited enemy camps 7 times to rescue me. You are the person I trust the most in this life." Wei Bue's tone was slightly sarcastic. "I remember back when the 9 sons were vying for the throne. I supported the crown prince, not you. So you hated me to the bone. That was then, this is now. Besides, I only followed my father's will, not opposing you. The emperor must have a broad mind, embracing all rivers. I have long forgotten the events of the past. There is no need for you to mention them again, Father Ya." The Southern Zhao emperor said with great grandeur, locking eyes with Wei Buyue. "I have come here for 2 matters. First, to express my concern for Father Ya's health. And second, to discuss the marriage contract between Wei Yuan and Nanji. I sent the imperial physician away because Mu Qinxiu is at my residence. Oh, Divine Dr. Mu is also here. Mu Qinxiu possesses exceptional medical skills, but prefers to live a carefree life, traveling far and wide. Therefore, the Southern Zhao Emperor has attempted multiple times to summon him to the palace as the chief imperial physician, but each time he was politely declined." Wei Buyue extended a finger. "I have only 1 year left before I accompany the late emperor. In this chaotic world, the Great Wei is on the verge of collapse, and the border lords hold their troops with pride. The 5 prominent families within the borders also harbor rebellious thoughts, stirring restlessly. The rivers and lakes are plotting to raise the banner of rebellion." As Wei Buyue spoke, his graying hair billowed without wind, and he exuded a powerful aura of iron-blooded killing intent. But as long as I, Wei, still draw breath, no one in the Great Wei dares to act recklessly. So your Majesty still has 1 year to resolve the crisis. Chapter 6, A Chicken for 3. The cold, unchanging face of Emperor Nanzhao and his deep, inscrutable eyes. "Father Ya, let's talk about Wei Yuan and Nanji's marriage. Wei Yuan will be my son-in-law in the future, and I will ensure he enjoys a peaceful old age. Wei Buiue retracted his imposing demeanor and extended 3 fingers. The princess's dowry shall be 30,000 Wei family troops that I left at the border. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Emperor Nanzhao's eternally cold face. In that case, I won't disturb Father Ye's rest. Farewell. I shall see your majesty off. At the gate of the Wei Duke's residence, after watching Emperor Nanzhao get into the carriage, Wang Xuanzi emerged from the shadows. Duke Wei, did His Majesty come in the middle of the night for the marriage of the heir and the princess? Wei Buiue sighed heavily and nodded. The dowry is 30,000 Wei family troops, and the bride price is to ensure that that useless grandson lives a worry-free life. Wang Xuanzi frowned deeply. Duke Wei, what have you found in the Xiongnu Palace? Why have you changed so many of your thoughts since returning? Evidence. Evidence of my grandchildren being killed. Wei Buiue instantly aged 10 years, gazing into the distance. The Wei family fought for the Great Wei, but in the end, the entire Great Wei wants the Wei family dead. Thankfully, that useless grandson is incompetent. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. I have little time left, so I can only arrange for the aftermath as much as possible. I don't ask for that useless grandson to live a life of luxury, just that he lives as long as a tortoise. Wang Xuanzi looked worried. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, especially since Emperor Nanzhao is ruthless and unpredictable. If he doesn't hold military power with the heir's temperament, if he doesn't change, I'm afraid. Does that useless grandson deserve to hold military power? Wang Xuanzi comforted. Duke Wei, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Actually, the heir has his merits. Wei Buiue pouted and said irritably, Then tell me, if you can name one merit of that useless grandson, I'll consider you impressive. This. Wang Xuanzi's face turned red from the embarrassment, and finally he had no choice but to say insincerely, the heir, although he is a womanizer, he only pursues beautiful women, so his aesthetics are on point. Duke, something big has happened. A servant rushed in. Master, the heir has gone to the brothel to find women. He looks for women every day. What's the big deal? No, this time he found a hippopotamus weighing 300 to 500 pounds, and he got into a mess, even paying to redeem that hippopotamus. And now the whole capital knows. Wei trembled with anger, quickly pinching his philtrum with one hand while the other hand smoothed out the anger in his chest, taking a long time to calm down. That useless grandson has even lost his aesthetic sense. Wei Buiue grabbed Wang Xuanzi by the collar. Speak, what merits does he have? Wang Xuanzi knelt on one knee. Duke Wei, please don't make it difficult for me. Wei Buiue felt blood surging in his chest, his face like a heavy jujube, his arm bulging with veins, voice like thunder. Damn it, I have to be ruthless. Otherwise, after my demise, before I even meet the late emperor, that useless grandson will catch up with me on the road to the underworld. Steward, take the horse-tripping rope and the thorny sticks. When that useless grandson comes back, I'll hang him up and beat him. At this moment, the steward and Wang Xuanzi stood behind Wei Buiue, one holding a rope, the other holding thorny sticks, waiting for Wei Yuan to return for punishment. However, what came back was not Wei Yuan, but 2 burly men in black outfits. The 2 were covered in dirt, blood at the corners of their mouths, and judging by the level of distortion in their arms, they were clearly broken. Wei Buiue was frightened and quickly said, Wei heir, why are you back? Where is Yuan? Did he encounter an assassination? Duke, the heir is fine. We were beaten by the heir. Wang Xuanzi stepped forward and fiercely struck the 2 with the rope. Nonsense. If it really came to a fight, the heir might not even be able to beat a woman, let alone defeat you 2 personal guards of the Duke. It wasn't the heir. It was the big hippopotamus beside the heir. She's not even human. Over 2 meters tall, weighing 300 to 500 pounds. She grabbed our heads and slammed us to the ground. Is that true? More real than pearls. That hippopotamus has hands bigger than a fan. When she grabbed our heads. Wait, and I didn't even have a chance to fight back. Wang Xuanzi whispered in Wei Buiue's ear. Duke Wei. Wei Yi and Wei heir are both innate-level martial arts experts, and they have experienced life-and-death battles on the battlefield. If they couldn't even fight back, I estimate the opponent is a grandmaster or even a great grandmaster. Wei Buiue touched the heads of the 2. The residual qi indicates that woman is definitely a great grandmaster. Her martial arts skills are not weaker than mine. Duke, Since that's the case, I don't understand one thing. Why would the heir let her hit his own people? He is telling me that he is not mischievous, but instead acts with purpose. Wei Buyue's mouth turned up, using a gun to kill, then coming up with a top-notch prescription, and now spending 100 taels to buy a great grandmaster. This brat seems to be more complicated than we imagined. Duke, I don't understand what you're saying. You don't need to understand. Just remember not to spread this matter. Secretly investigate this Jiang Yuer, and in the future, whatever Yuan does. You must cooperate as much as possible, but report to me. Yes, sir. Approaching the Wei Duke's residence, Shishuan took out a velvet cushion. Young master, when you go back, you will definitely get beaten, so put this under your buttocks in advance to lessen the pain from the punishment. Wei Yuan waved his hand casually. Don't worry. Grandfather 1T hit me. Ah, good advice is hard to give to a stubborn ghost. Young master, you should pray for yourself when you get home. Returning to the Wei Duke's residence, everything was calm and quiet, completely unlike the scene Shishuan had imagined of a loving grandfather and filial grandson. The kind grandfather wielded a sword, striking the useless grandson, and then summoned a chicken feather duster. Shishuan shouted loudly, "Welcome back, young master." However, there was still no sight of the furious Wei Buyue appearing. Shishuan asked the guard at the door, "Did Duke Wei not say that when the young master returns, you should tie him up and take him to the study?" He didn't say that. Did he say to beat him on the spot? He didn't say that either. This doesn't make sense. Wei Yuan kicked Shishuan, who was filled with questions. You hurry up and prepare a late-night snack for Yuer. Have the kitchen make 10 chickens. With 10 chefs each preparing a different flavor of chicken, stew a big pot of rice, and make a few refreshing side dishes. Prepare a place for her to stay. All bedding must be new, and find a few tailors to make her 30 to 50 sets of clothes. Right? The place to stay must be close to me. She must be able to arrive within 10 breaths after I call out. Wei Yuan returned to his room, and under the service of several maids, washed his hands and feet, drank a small bowl of calming soup, and went to bed to rest. He wasn't worried that Jiang Yuer would deceive him because he believed that Wei Buyue had already begun investigating her ancestors. After roughly checking his body, the exhaustion in his organs had significantly eased, and the blocked meridians had been somewhat cleared. Wei Yuan estimated that, with about 10 more sessions, he would successfully wash his tendons and marrow. On the other side, Jiang Yuer followed Shishuan timidly into the dining hall, and soon the Sichuan chef brought out yellow braised chicken. Then, the Hunan chef presented smoked chicken. Following that were roast chicken, pepper salt rice chicken, white cut chicken, and so on. Galugulu. All of this is mine? I can eat as much as I want? After Shishuan nodded in confirmation, Jiang Yuer could no longer hold back and directly dug in, causing the 10 chefs and servants to burp continuously. They had seen people who could eat, but had never seen anyone who could eat like this. They couldn't believe someone could finish 3 bites of chicken. While eating, Jiang Yuer couldn't help but shed tears. It's so fragrant, so delicious. In the Yaowo, although one can still fill their stomach. Most of the food consists of coarse grains and pickled vegetables, with only a little meat available during festivals. Nowadays, with fine grains and meat available to eat freely, and the chefs from the 10 major cuisines being imperial chefs rewarded by the emperor, one can imagine the skill level. She secretly vowed that even if she died, she would protect Wei Yuan, because only with him alive could she eat her fill. In the study, Wei Buyue listened to Wang Xuance's report. The pigeon message just arrived from the north, confirming that Jiang Yuer's investigation was clear and her identity was clean, basically ruling out the possibility of enemy forces trying to approach the Wei residence. Wei Buyue nodded. After all, Jiang Yuer was over 2 meters tall and weighed over 300 to 500 pounds, making it hard for anyone to impersonate her and create a false identity. So investigating her was quite simple. Soon after, Wei Buyue noticed something was off with Wang Xuance, as one of his arms was hanging down, clearly dislocated. What happened to your arm? Wang Xuance sighed and said helplessly, I just pretended to accidentally bump into her, wanting to test her strength, and guess what? My arm got dislocated instantly. Jiang Yuer's strength is astonishing, and her cultivation is above mine, but she really can eat a lot. A free grandmaster. What's wrong with eating your family's grain? Xuance, you should go to Mu Chinchou to get your arm fixed, so it doesn't leave any hidden issues if it takes too long. After waving Wang Xuanzo away, Wei Buiyue lay on the bed. Looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky outside the window, a slight smile on his lips. I want to see how many more surprises you little turtle, can bring me. Chapter 7. Song Nain arrives the next day at noon. Wei Yuan's agonizing screams echoed throughout the Wei Guogongfu. Wei Buiyue, who was playing chess with Mu Qianxiu, had a gloomy expression and said to the steward beside him, "I'm not dead yet. Why is that turtle grandson crying like he's mourning?" Returning to the master, I heard from the servants that the young master called Jiang Yubai into his room. And then the young master's screams came from inside. No wonder the grandmaster isn't after money. It turns out he's after women. Wei Buiyue was so angry that he overturned the chessboard, and thinking of Wei Yuan being pinned down by Jiang Yubai, crying out in despair, he felt a pang of heartache. Mu Qianxiu frowned and said, "Brother, I heard that woman has considerable skill, but if the two of us work together, we should be able to handle her. If that doesn't work, we can negotiate with her and ask her to spare you honor." Wei Buiyue nodded. "Then I trouble you, Brother Qianxiu, to accompany me. We'll use courtesy first and then resort to force. If she doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame us for bullying a woman." In the bedroom, Wei Yuan was sitting in a steaming hot bath, while Jiang Yubai rolled up her sleeves and was diligently pressing his acupoints. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Mu Qianxiu burst in holding a medicine knife, while Wei Buiyue followed behind with a dragon-headed club. "Let my grandson go." Before Wei Buiyue could finish, he was stopped by Mu Qianxiu, who cupped his hands towards Jiang Yubai. "Heroine, we came to ask what you would like to eat for lunch." Jiang Yubai smiled innocently. "Anything is fine as long as it's enough. I'm not picky, and we'll take our leave." After the two old men retreated, Wei Buiyue was so angry that his face turned pale, clutching his chest. "Mu Qianxiu, are you afraid just because of this woman's size? My poor Yuaner is covered in filth. It's like he has been sprayed with dung. That filth is the impurities from your grandson's body. Do you know what they're doing? I heard there's a group of women in the martial world who enjoy playing perverted games, the so-called queen games." Brother, you misunderstood. They're stimulating acupoints, along with medicinal baths to cleanse the tendons and marrow. Wei Buiyue was shocked. Cleanse the tendons and marrow? Could it be that this turtle grandson of mine? Mu Qianxiu nodded. "It seems your grandson wants to restart his martial path, but unfortunately, after years of neglect, his meridians are clogged. Therefore, he must cleanse his tendons and marrow. However, this kind of pain is like scraping bones and digging tendons. Ordinary people cannot endure it. Yuana has great willpower." "Haha, I said my grandson is not an ordinary person." Wei Buiyue burst into laughter, patting Mu Qianxiu on the back several times, making the latter cough for a while. "Come on, Brother Qianxiu, let us play another round of chess." A battle of 300 rounds. Wei Yuan, soaking in the restorative medicinal bath, felt refreshed, his body much lighter, with every pore open and breathing freely, feeling extremely comfortable. Several maids covered their noses as they helped wash away impurities from his body. Shishun peeked in with a treasure-like expression, pulling out a brocade box from his bosom. "Young master, look what I stole out." As he spoke, he opened the lid, revealing neatly arranged cards inside. These cards were made entirely of jade, the length of a finger and about the thickness of a grain of rice, with sheep-fat white jade embedded on the front, intricately carved and painted with various deities. Because the cards were the same size as leaves, they were called leaf games. Leaf games are the precursor to mahjong and poker, with many designs on the cards depicting birds, beasts, flowers, insects, and fish, and the gameplay was similar to that of a beast fighting game. Later improvements introduced numbers and characters, initially featuring generals, marshals, princes, and emperors. However, the Emperor of Nanzhao was very averse to this, viewing it as disrespectful to the royal family. So the characters were changed to fictional mythological figures. In a society where feeding the common people was a problem, leaf games became an exclusive entertainment project for nobles, typically made from bamboo or bones. Wei Yuan remembered this set of leaf games. He had used the compensation money for his fallen father and brothers to have skilled craftsmen create it for 8,000 taels of silver. For an average family in the Great Wei, the yearly living expenses for a family of 5 would only be about 20 taels of silver. Yet Wei Yuan spent 8,000 taels on a set of leaf games, showcasing his extravagance. With his father and brother's corpses still unburied, he ran to the gambling house with the leaf games, claiming to honor his ancestors, believing it would bring him great fortune. As a result, he lost 10,000 taels that day, and Wei Buiue was so furious he nearly spat blood, giving Wei Yuan a severe beating and confining him for 7 days. Confiscating the invaluable jade leaf games, Shi Shun leaned in close to Wei Yuan's ear and whispered, "Young master, I found out that this jade leaf games was hidden by the Duke, so last night I secretly snuck into my father's room to steal it back. I never expected that my father was sleeping soundly and suddenly got in the mood to make a child with my mother." Wei Yuan gave Shi Shun a flick on the head. "You're really perverted. How could you watch your parents have fun?" Shi Shun covered his head, looking aggrieved. "I was forced into it. I had to hide in the wardrobe, but I heard a secret." "What secret?" Shi Shun told the several maids. "You all go out. I'll personally attend to the young master's bath." After the maids left, Shi Shun looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before quietly saying, "My father said that yesterday the Emperor of Nanzhao visited and talked with the Duke for a long time in the study, but I don't know what they discussed. Later, after the Emperor left, the Duke sent away 90% of the servants and guards from the Wei residence and replaced them with Wei family soldiers. The Wei residence has been infiltrated by various forces and has become a sieve. Even if my grandfather doesn't act, I am prepared to change a batch of servants." Wei Yuan nodded. The late-night visit from the Emperor of Nanzhao was definitely about discussing the details of his marriage contract with the princess. For example, the betrothal gifts and dowry. What he wanted as a betrothal gift was simple: 300,000 Wei family soldiers. What his grandfather wanted as a dowry was even simpler. Given his previous actions, wanting to hold military power was impossible. If Wei Buiue wanted Wei Yuan to survive, then the only way was to offer 300,000 Wei family soldiers as a betrothal gift to the Emperor of Nanzhao in exchange for the marriage contract with the princess, seeking to live under another's roof and prolong his life. Wei Yuan lightly stroked his chin. Song Naiyun was a scheme set up by Nanzhao for a year, and now suddenly giving up might mean she discovered that although Wei Buiue was old, he was still the god of war of the Great Wei, capable of intimidating the small and petty within the borders. Grandfather was truly worried for him. Wei Yuan sighed deeply, thinking back to his past life on Earth, where he was decisive in killing, hailed as the greatest military god of the past 5,000 years of Huaxia. Born an orphan, he was taken in by the 10 greatest villains, who poured everything into him. At 18, he came down from the mountain, walking both the righteous and the wicked paths, his martial arts reaching the heavens, stirring up the various forces within Huaxia. At 19, he destroyed the East Japan, broke the Goryeo, and single-handedly entered Tianzhu, fighting to sustain himself, becoming a one-man army against a nation. At 20, he unified the Middle East, leading troops straight into Europe, aiming at the American Empire. However, just as he was about to topple the Statue of Liberty and replace it with a statue of Niwa, and change the Mount Rushmore figures to several great figures from Huaxia, Wei Yuan was struck by lightning and was reborn into the Great Wei. Live as a hero, die as a ghost. No matter where he was, Wei Yuan had to be in control of his own fate. He could never rely on others' pity, living under another's roof and dragging on. In 2 lifetimes, what Wei Yuan revered was true freedom. The so-called true freedom is not about doing whatever you want. Instead, it is having the confidence and strength to qualify to not do what you don't want to do. Where does that confidence come from? It must come from holding military power. Wei Yuan had already decided that in 6 months, it would be his coming-of-age ceremony. According to the customs of the Great Wei dynasty, noble heirs officially announced their adulthood at this age, qualifying to leave home and establish their own household. Wei Yuan's goal was to have 300,000 Wei family soldiers stationed at the North Sea Pass, known as the world's #1 pass. By then, he would build high walls, accumulate grain, and take his time to claim kingship. What could the old emperor do to him? Just as Wei Yuan was contemplating his future, a knock on the door sounded. "Wei Yuan, you give me an explanation." "Song Naiyun?" Wei Yuan signaled Shi Shun, who hurriedly went to open the door. You scoundrel." Song Naiyun covered her eyes and said, "Why didn't you say you were taking a shower? Hurry up and put on your clothes. I'm waiting for you outside." Shi Shun quickly went to get the clothes. "Young master, don't keep Miss Song waiting." Wei Yuan nonchalantly replied, Keep washing, let her wait. What a shameless person. Got someone pregnant and still pretends to be pure in front of me. Wei Yuan disdainfully pouted. Xishan, take your time washing, let her wait outside. Young master, you've changed. You used to obey everything Miss Song said. Wei Yuan retorted to Xishan. Tell me, does Song Naiyun deserve me? Miss Song is talented and graceful, smart and charming. I want to hear the truth. She definitely doesn't deserve it. Below the imperial family of Wei, there are 37 noble families, with the 4 dukes and 8 marquises being the most esteemed. Although my Wei family descendants are useless, what is the Song family in comparison? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Useless descendants? Are you talking about me? No, there are only me and my grandfather in the Wei family. Young master, don't mind those details. Continue talking about Song Naiyun. Her father, Song Qingkong, is just a deputy minister of rights, a 4th-rank official, and he was transferred from another place. He probably had to kneel at the gate for 3 days to barely qualify to meet me. Xishuan. Of course she also looks a bit like Princess Liang, which is why young master is so compliant with her. But young master, they're ultimately 2 different people. You can't use the guilt you feel towards Princess Liang to make up for Song Naiyun. Xishuan, believe she doesn't deserve it. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. This is the horror of the beauty trap. It's not that the beauty is so beautiful, but that the person can evoke a weak spot deep within the schemer. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Xishuan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Say what you want to say. I really can't hold it in anymore, young master. The little geezy from a Wang family got drunk and told me that Song Naiyun often goes into young master Wang Tung's room at night and stays there all night. The servants have heard shouting from a room. Xishuan finally let out what she had been holding in for a long time, feeling relieved, and knelt on the ground with her eyes tightly closed. Young master, I know you're going to hit me, but it's too hard to keep this in my heart. Chapter 8. The gambling house. Xishuan waited for a long time, but saw no movement from Wei Yuan. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Wei Yuan bathing with an indifferent expression. Reporting any knowledge is a good thing. Why would this young master hit you? But young master, you previously couldn't stand others belittling Miss Song. Didn't you say it was before? After a stick of incense's time, Wei Yuan finished his bath, changed into a dark silk robe, and walked into the courtyard. Song Naiyun, who had long been impatient, hadn't spoken yet when her maid stood up and scolded Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, you have such audacity to make my lady wait so long. Before the maid could finish, Wei Yuan softly said, Xishuan, slap her. Xishuan stepped forward and heavily slapped the maid's face. She turned back to Wei Yuan and said, if I don't call it off, keep hitting her. A small maid of a mere deputy minister dares to shout at this young master. It's truly against the heavens. Wei Yuan coldly looked at Song Naiyun. What do you want from this young master? I. Song Naiyun was somewhat scared. She had never seen Wei Yuan look at her with such eyes. It was a gaze of disdain, like a dragon looking down on a stinky bug in a gutter. Of course, she had seen such disdainful looks from many young masters and young ladies in the capital after entering. But once Wei Yuan pursued her, all those looks disappeared. It's okay, Wei Yuan obeys me completely. Surely I was overthinking. Song Naiyun gathered her courage. I came to seek an explanation. Yesterday, you toyed with a girl to death and went to that kind of place to be curious. Looking for such a fat woman, you made me lose face. Wei Yuan looked at Song Naiyun coldly, offering no explanation. I am very angry. My father is also very angry. So I think you should compensate my father for the 10 shops of the Wei family at the front gate. You almost made me forget. Half a year ago, your father wanted to bribe his way to a promotion and borrowed 30,000 taels of silver from me. Remember to return it to me with interest tomorrow at the highest interest rate of the Great Wei, a total of 100,000 taels. What? You want me to pay you back? Song Naiyun looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Did I hear wrong? But did you say something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't hear wrong. If you don't return the money tomorrow, it will become 200,000 taels the day after. 400,000 taels the day after that. If you want to default, you will see the Wei family army entering the mansion. The Wei family army entering the mansion? Song Naiyun was stunned. Wei Yuan, are you not afraid that I will ignore you if you do this? Don't take yourself too seriously. As she spoke, a short, chubby fellow about 6 meters tall and dressed luxuriously, rushed in panting. Brother Yuan, I'm in a bind. I lost my wife in a bet. Quickly lend me 30,000 taels to pay off my gambling debt. Liang Xiao, the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Liang, one of the 8 dukes of the Great Wei. The Liang family and the Wei family were both founding heroes, hereditary kings of different surnames. However, the Duke of Liang died early, and Liang Xiao's father, Liang Buwei, was not very capable. Spending his youth doing frivolous things like bird fights and dog fights. Now old, he holds a nominal official position in the court and spends his days doing nothing. Liang Xiao, the only son, was even worse than his father, completely useless in both literature and martial arts, and had mixed with Wei Yuan since childhood. Known as the second most debauched young master in the capital. Unlike the Wei family, the Liang family had a golden phoenix. Liang Xiao's sister, Liang Hongshan, though a woman, was as capable as a man, guarding the Yumen Pass in Shiliang with an army of 500,000, and no one dared to provoke her. The Liang and Wei families were somewhat related. Wei Yuan's biological mother was the goddaughter of the Duke of Liang, Liang Buwei's sister-in-law. So this chubby fellow could barely be considered cousin. His sister, the golden phoenix Liang Hongshan, had also once been engaged to Wei Yuan. Miss Song is here too. Every time I see you, I think of my sister. You do resemble her quite a bit. Liang Xiao greeted and knelt on the ground, hugging Wei Yuan's thigh, crying with snot and tears. Cousin, save me. I don't know why, but I bet with that Wang Tung kid all night and lost everything, even my fiancé. You must lend me money, or I'll definitely be beaten to death by my father when I go home. Once, he and Liang Xiao had been foolish, resentful youths. Wei Yuan could guess with his heel that he was engaged to the princess, although only the Wei family and the royal family knew. Some real top families could still get the news through certain channels. If there were no accidents, Wang Tung must have deliberately set Liang Xiao up to drag him down. Wei Yuan was no longer the resentful youth he used to be. He was now the 6th among the 10 most notorious individuals, coming from a prestigious background. Skilled in scheming, deception, and fraud, with a silver tongue that could charm anyone. He had once seduced the Queen in Britain, earning a high-ranking title among the Chinese in England, and had affairs with more than half of the actresses in Hollywood, even having over 100 listed companies on Wall Street, briefly becoming the world's richest man. In his previous life, Wei Yuan had rapidly developed, relying on the massive cash provided by his master and the connections his master had built through his conquest around the world. Wei Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Wang Tung wanted to show off in front of Guangong, selling rice cakes at the bank, so he would let him have his way and play along. Of course, he wouldn't lend him money, but he could help him win it back. Wei Yuan slowly stood up and said to Shishun beside him, "Stop hitting her. This young master is going to the gambling house to kill it." Liang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Yuan, don't mess around. Just lend me the money. Who doesn't know that Wei Yuan loses 9 out of 10 bets? When have you ever won? Stop with the nonsense. Either get lost or lead the way. Choose." Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao left with their arms around each other's shoulders. As they reached the door, Wei Yuan turned back to Tsang Naiyan. "If I don't see 100,000 taels tomorrow, don't blame me for sending all the women of your family to the brothel, including your Sesame official father, and sending all the men of the Tsang family to the frontier death camp as a suicide squad." Qinghe Yuan, the best decorated restaurant in the capital. The first floor is a dining hall for finding girls to drink and listen to music. The second floor is an inn for spending the night with girls. The third floor is not open to the public, and it is the most well-equipped casino in the entire capital. After Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao arrived at Qingye Yuan, they went straight to the most luxurious private room on the third floor. As soon as they entered, they saw several young masters seated in the brilliant box. At the head was Wang Tung, the eldest son of the Wang family, followed by Kai Kuan, this year's top scholar and also the son-in-law of the Wang family. Although Kai Kuan was a man, he wore makeup and looked effeminate, clearly a typical pretty boy. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. If he were born a few hundred years later, why bother studying hard for the top scholar title? Wearing suspenders and shooting some basketball, he might have become an idol, earning more than studying. As Wei Yuan took his seat, he felt a wave of refreshment. He hadn't noticed before that this room had its tricks. Wei Yuan's lips curled up in a smile. The oxygen content in this room was very high, and they had also lit stimulating incense. Gamblers in such an environment were easily intoxicated and had no drowsiness, making it a norm to stay up late and fight. As for the extraction of pure oxygen, it was something that alchemists in ancient times had already been able to use. According to the Ping Long Run, it is recorded that true energy is static on the ground and rises to the clouds. Using metals, sulfur, and charcoal, one could divide the gas into yin and yang, and the yin gas is oxygen. The owner behind Qingyi Yuan was actually the Wang family. The Wang family was among the 8 dukes and 4 marquises, although they were a step below the Wei and Liang families. They had many members in the court holding important positions. For example, Wang Tengye's father was the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau. It would not be surprising for the Astronomical Bureau, which observes astronomy, calculates calendars, and also engages in alchemy, to have methods for extracting oxygen. Brother Wei, I heard that yesterday you were on a rampage at the brothel, making hippos defecate and spraying yourself all over. Damn you little bastard. Wei Yuan carelessly raised his leg onto the gambling table, while Shi Shun handed him a golden Namu rod and a jade pot pipe. Taking a puff of the expensive top-grade Guangdong tobacco, blowing smoke rings, he said, "This young master will win back the money for Liang Xiao. Since Brother Wei is eager to give away money, I will graciously accept it, and let Brother Wei decide what to play." Wei Yuan waved his hand. "Then let us play dice bet on big or small." He buy Shu. The manager of the gambling den on the 3rd floor of Qing'an entered and began shaking the dice cup vigorously. "Bet big, bet small, place your bets." With his keen hearing, Wei Yuan had already discerned the points. 566, big. Wei Yuan pointed to big, and Shi Shun took out 500 taels of silver notes and placed them on big. Wang Tung glanced at He Bai Shu and also put out 500 taels on small. When the dice cup was opened, He Bai Shu shouted, 566, big. Wei Yuan flicked the 500 taels he had won and said to Liang Xiao, "See that? This young master wins against this little bastard just for fun. I can handle little Wang Tung. A good start, Brother Yuan is amazing." As the next round began, Wei Yuan heard the opponent call out 123 small and directly threw down 1,000 taels of silver notes on small. But when it was opened, the points were actually big. Wang Tung laughed and mocked Wei Yuan. "Sorry, Brother Wei, I've won back both the principal and the interest." Wei Yuan looked at He Bai Shu, and with his sharp eyesight, he could clearly see that this guy subtly changed the points with the strands of hair wrapped around his fingers while opening the cup. Wei Yuan lost 10 rounds in a row, totaling 5,000 taels of silver. Liang Xiao, watching, broke into a sweat. "Brother Yuan, did you touch something dirty? Your luck is so bad. Almost forgot it's not that you touched something, but you got sprayed all over last night. Having lost so much, we can't continue gambling. Lend me 30,000 taels to pay off my debts. Let us go downstairs and find some women." Chapter 9. The greatest in the capital no way. I must win it back. Wei Yuan feigned a look of losing his composure and took out a silver note of 10,000 taels. "I'll bet small. I don't believe I can lose every round." Just as Ibishu was about to open the dice cup, Wei Yuan suddenly called out to him, "What the hell are you looking at me for? Why are you staring at me?" After saying that, he pointed to the maid serving tea nearby. "You open it." "Young master, this isn't according to the rules." Before Ibishu could finish, Wei Yuan stood up and slapped him hard. This time, Wei Yuan used hidden strength, directly rupturing Ibishu's eardrum. Ibishu covered his ears, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Yuan clearly had no intention of letting him off, grabbing his 2 fingers and twisting them hard. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed. Ibishu was from 1,000 doors, and both his ears and fingers were crucial. With this blow, Wei Yuan had permanently ruined his means of making a living. I'm done for in this life." Ibishu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he frantically pulled out a dagger from his waist, stabbing towards Wei Yuan's face. Ibishu knew very well that he had skills in cheating and could be the manager here, but without those skills, the Wang family wouldn't employ him. Moreover, he knew too many secrets, and the Wang family would definitely not leave him alive. It was death either way, so he might as well take Wei Yuan down with him. However, Wei Yuan stood still, even his expression unchanged. Just as Ibishu approached Wei Yuan, Jiang Yue rushed over from the corner, grabbing Ibishu's wrist holding the knife. Crack. Jiang Yuer was too anxious and didn't control his strength, directly crushing He Bishu's wrist bone. Clang! The short knife fell to the ground, its tip piercing into the floor. What sharp knife! You dare to assassinate the young master. Such a crime deserves death. Wei Yuan charged forward, lifting his leg and delivering a fierce kick to He Bishu's groin. The sound of a chicken crying and the small rooster's lament made all the men present shudder, instinctively covering themselves. He Bishu bent over like a boiled lobster, the pain reaching its peak, unable to even scream. Wei Yuan used his elbow to precisely target He Bishu's lower back, smashing down on 4 or 5 vertebrae. This blow shattered his spine. Since this area is at the lowest part of the spine, it bears the most weight, and after the break, it injured the cauda equina. If nothing unexpected happens, even if He Bishu could miraculously survive, he would be a cripple, unable to control his bowels and paralyzed in his lower limbs for the rest of his life. Wei Yuan stepped on the motionless body of He Bishu, shouting to Shishun, "Go back to the manor and gather people. Smash this damn place for me." Wang Tung smashed his cup as a signal, and a group of burly men rushed in. Jiang Yuer pushed forward with both hands, sending the group of strong men out of the private room. Stepping forward to protect Wei Yuan, Wei Yuan grabbed Wang Tung by the collar. "The Wang family want to cut off the Duke of Wei's lineage? Let us go to the hall to find the emperor and ask my father-in-law on the dragon throne how this should be handled. Brother Wei, don't be like this. We are brothers. Let's talk it out nicely." Wang Tung was sweating. Assassinating the young master in public was a crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans, especially since He Bishu was a member of the Wang family and was in their territory. This matter had escalated significantly, and the Wang family wouldn't escape blame. While it might not lead to the extermination of 9 clans, they would have to pay some price. "Brother Wei, Yuan, what do you want to do? Just draw a line, and Wang Tung will accept it." Wei Yuan smiled slightly and dragged Wang Tung to the gambling table. "First, let us open the dice cup to avoid you saying I'm cheating. So you open it." After Wang Tung opened the cup, the 3 jade dice showed a total of 1, 2, 3, a small. One thing at a time. "You currently owe me 10,000 taels of silver, and we'll talk about it later. As for the assassination of this young master, I believe compensation is not too much, right? Not too much, Brother Wei. Just say what you want." Wei Yuan looked around and smiled. "I want this place." "What the hell? You want Qinghai Yuan? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, that's impossible." Wang Tung was so agitated that he almost cursed. In fact, Wei Yuan knew it was impossible, as Qinghai Yuan made a fortune every day and held significant strategic importance for the Wang family. Wei Yuan also knew it was impossible. Why did he dare to bring it up? Because this was a commonly used tactic in negotiations in later generations, known in psychology as the door-in-the-face technique. By proposing an extreme condition, it forces the other party to psychologically accept a milder condition. "Since you, young Master Wang, don't want to compensate, let us change tactics. Liang Xiao's gambling debt will be wiped out, and in addition, you will compensate this young master 500 taels of silver as mental distress fees." Before Wei Yuan could finish, a sudden scream came from the entrance. "No, don't." A middle-aged man in his 30s, holding a dagger, fiercely stabbed towards the chest of the Wang family's son-in-law, the top scholar Kai Kuan. At a critical moment, a Wang family expert blocking the entrance grabbed a nearby wine jug and smashed it. The trajectory of the dagger changed and stabbed into Kai Kuan's shoulder. The handsome face of Kai Kuan twisted in pain, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The middle-aged man pulled out the dagger and aimed for Kai Kuan's throat again. But by this time, the Wang family's guards had also arrived, swinging their blades to sever the middle-aged man's tendons, bringing him under control. The managers of the first and second floors of Qing'an, the old Madame Du Sanyang, rushed over, hugging the middle-aged man tightly. "Young Master Wang, this is my cousin. He isn't mentally well. I beg you to let him go. I'll cover all of Kai's scholar's medical expenses." "You wretched servant." Kai Kuan covered his bleeding shoulder and kicked Du Sanyang hard in the face. Kai Kuan, and the current top scholar, a disciple of the emperor, drag this dog out and slaughter him. Furthermore, for Du Sanyang's lax management, 100 slaps. Du Sanyang placed her hopes on Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Two young masters, for the sake of our past friendship, please save me. Save me. Liang Xiao disdainfully curled his lip. Just an old madam. This young master has no relationship with you. Why should I care about your problems? But Wei Yuan shook his head, recalling that he had once helped Du Sanyang by chance. So many times, when Wang Teng set traps for him, Du Sanyang had subtly reminded him. It was just that at that time, he was too foolish to understand her hints. Compensation plus letting Du Sanyang and her cousin off the hook. Wang Teng quickly said, then those 500 taels will have to become 300. Good enough. In fact, 500 taels was too much. Wang Teng definitely wouldn't pay it. After some bargaining, he could at most pay 300 taels. Letting go of an old madam and her cousin and injuring a son-in-law was nothing significant for Wang Teng, even less so for Wei Yuan. They both used this matter to give each other way out. With the 10,000 taels of silver notes he won, plus 300 taels in compensation, Wei Yuan proudly said to Liang Xiao, am I amazing or what? Liang Xiao, who was free of debts, gave a thumbs up. What else is there to say? Brother Yuan is the greatest in the capital. Today's expenses for eating, drinking, and having fun will be on me. Let us go downstairs to listen to music. Let us each find 2 courtesans to discuss life on their beds. Just as the two were about to leave, Wang Teng hurriedly ran over. Brother Wei, your luck is great today. Why not gamble a little more? Not interested in gambling anymore? Do you want to win back the compensation money? Beg me, and I'll agree to let you continue gambling. This will do, Brother Wei, I beg you. A few thousand taels of silver is nothing to the Wang family, but for someone like him, it's a big deal. To put it mildly, he would be scolded by the family elders when he returns. To put it severely, it could leave a small stain on his future inheritance rights. Kia, this little rascal doesn't he have any sincerity? Liang Xiao nodded. I think so too. Last night, Xiao Wangba made me bark like a dog. An eye for an eye. Xiao Wangba, you barked twice, and I'll continue to gamble with you. Wang Teng's face darkened, his eyes full of gloom, and he clenched his fists, hesitating for a long time before barking twice. Brother Wei, are you satisfied now? Wei Yuan patted Wang Teng's head as if petting a dog. Xiao Wangba, your barking is really convincing. Indeed, there are masters of vocal skills in the capital. Ha ha. After sitting down again, Wei Yuan waved his hand, and Shishun placed the jade leaves on a gambling table. Cockfighting. Good. The second manager of the casino, a middle-aged man with a plump figure and a smiling face, came to shuffle the cards, dealing 3 cards to both Wei Yuan and Wang Teng. The so-called cockfighting evolved from the game of Do Shou Qi, somewhat similar to the later game of Jia Jinhua. Wei Yuan still used the same strategy as before, letting Wei Yuan win slightly in the first 3 rounds. Starting from the 4th round, Wei Yuan pointed at Liang Xiao. It's no fun to play cockfighting with too few people. You should join in. The wins and losses will count for me, just to make up the numbers. Wang Teng smiled and pointed at the bandaged Kai Kuan. Since the young master has spoken, then brother-in-law, you should join too. The wins and losses will count for me. In the 4th round, each time cards were dealt, either Kai Kuan had a high card or Wang Teng had a high card. There were also frequent near misses that made Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao lose back the 30,000 taels they had previously won. Liang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered in Wei Yuan's ear, Brother Yuan, this game feels a bit cursed. Why don't we stop playing? After all, the 30,000 taels were just a windfall. Losing is losing. No way, we must go all the way. Seeing Wei Yuan's excited mood, with bloodshot eyes, clearly getting carried away, Wang Teng gave the smiling tiger a look. The smiling tiger understood and dealt 3 heavenly generals, J, to Wei Yuan, while Wang Teng held the 3 generals from mythology, Ma, Zhao, and 1 Q. Kai Kuan and Liang Xiao were dealt 2 straights. What a perfect setup for revenge. It's time to close the net. At the entire gambling table, only the smiling tiger and Wei Yuan had the best cards. Wei Yuan held off from looking at his cards for a few rounds, and then all 4 began to check their cards and place bets. After a silent comparison of folding between the timid Kai Kuan and Wei Yuan, Liang Xiao was about to give up but was stopped by Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan walked over to Wang Teng and put his arm around his shoulder. Brother, I'm out of money. How much do you need? 50,000 taels. For Wang Tung, who knew he would win, pretended to hesitate. 50,000 taels is no small amount. What does Brother Wei want to use as collateral? What do you want? I want her. Wang Tung pointed at Jiang Yubao, who had just single-handedly taken down all the guards of the Wang family, making him realize that this woman must be a master above the martial arts grandmaster level. This made Wang Tung extremely tempted. Having such a master by his side would ensure his safety and could play a decisive role in the future competition for the family head. I have a brotherly bond with Yubao, but I need more money. Wang Tung unhesitatingly extended a finger. 100,000 taels. Fine, let us sign a contract. While signing Jiang Yubao's contract of sale, Wei Yuan quickly swapped Wang Tung's cards. Chapter 10. When people leave, the tea gets cold. Turning the tables at the last moment back at his position, Wei Yuan shouted excitedly, I bet 10,000 taels. Wow, going all in? Liang Xiao wanted to compete with Wang Tung, but Wei Yuan said, let's compete with me. Liang Xiao picked up a card from the table and suddenly realized something was off. The small 2 in his hand had turned into the God General Wen Xiong. Something's wrong. Someone is cheating. Before Liang Xiao could shout out, he was kicked by Wei Yuan under the table, who quickly tossed the card into the discard pile. You two main characters can play, I'll fold. Knowing he would win, Wang Tung naturally hoped Wei Yuan would bet as much as possible and immediately followed with 10,000 taels. After following up to 100,000 taels, Wei Yuan revealed the card in his hand, a triplet. Sorry, little turtle, this young master wins. Saying this, Wei Yuan was about to collect his money when Wang Tung suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, Brother Wei, you might not necessarily win. Then Wang Tung revealed a card, showing the God General Zhao Gongming. Mine is a bit bigger. Next, he revealed a second card, showing the three-eyed Ma Wangya. Oh, this one is bigger too. Maybe I have a triplet as well. Wang Tung laughed heartily, reaching for the third card. Ah, Wei Yuan, thank you for sending me money. Today I, Wang, will let you know what it means to be someone beyond someone, and a heaven beyond heaven. With that, he flipped over the card and laughed from now on. Don't call yourself Wei Yuan. Just call yourself Grievance instead, haha. Huh? Wang Tung's laughter came to an abrupt stop because his third card was actually a small 2. We won. Liang Xiao jumped up high, leaping onto the table to grab the banknotes. Wang Tung pointed at Wei Yuan and shouted almost frantically, you cheated, you cheated. I clearly had a triplet. I clearly had a triplet. Idiot. Do you think you can't afford to lose? Liang Xiao scolded, continuing to pretend to collect money. Wei Yuan said to Shishun beside him, I just borrowed 100,000 taels from young Master Wang. You give him back 100,000 taels plus an extra 2 taels as interest. Don't say this young master is stingy. Wang Tung clutched his chest, nearly spitting blood from anger. The previous compensation, plus what he lost to Kai Cohen, amounted to nearly 200,000 taels, an amount that was not small even for the Marquis's residence. If he accepted this loss, it would be minor punishment when he got home, but it would delay his competition for the future family head. Wang Tung hurriedly ran in front of Wei Yuan. Brother Wei, can we gamble one more round? I beg you, let us gamble one more round. Bet your grandpa. 200,000 taels of shiny silver is much prettier than that courtesan's white bosom. Liang Xiao pushed Wang Tung hard, putting his arm around Wei Yuan's shoulder, and whispered, Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to know how to cheat. How about we team up to take this Qinghai Yuan? You're quite greedy, but after today, I doubt anyone in the capital will dare to gamble with us. So let us play big? Liang Xiao's eyes narrowed with a smile. Wang Tung just got engaged to Minister Wen's daughter. Should we win his fiancée too? That works, but I'm afraid this little turtle plays dirty. You arrange for 1,000 guards from the Liang family, and I'll have Shishun get 1,000 guards from the Wei family. Brother Yuan, you're really bad. Brother Qiao, you're not so good either. Mutual. The two cousins displayed cunning smiles like foxes, and Liang Xiao was the first to speak to Wang Tung. Gambling is fine, but must continue with 4 people, and betting small is no fun. All right, bet. Wang Tung glanced at the smiling tiger from the corner of his eye. He wasn't afraid of Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao betting big. He was just afraid they wouldn't dare to gamble. The game continued. The smiling tiger was afraid of making a mistake, so he only tampered with the cards for Wei Yuan and Wang Tung, while Kai Kuan and Liang Xiao just casually dealt their cards. Wei Yuan and Wang Tung both had straights, Wei Yuan had 456, and Wang Tung had 789. With the cards in hand, the four took turns betting, and soon 20,000 taels appeared on the table. Throughout, Wang Tung gripped his cards tightly, afraid of being swapped by Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan put down the remaining 100,000 taels, and with Liang Xiao, they pooled together 150,000 taels on the gambling table. Liang Xiao, shaking his plump face, said proudly, "If you want to play us, you need 50,000 taels. If you can't afford it, just admit defeat." Wang Tung hesitated, instructing the smiling tiger beside him. "Are you sure? Young master, I guarantee with my head that the young master-S cards are smaller than yours. Liang Xiao only has a small pair. You definitely have larger than both of them. Fine, this time do it right. And I'll promote you to manager of the third floor." Wang Tung stood up and slammed his hand on the gambling table. "I really don't have money now, but I have this Qinghe Yuan, which is now worth 800,000 taels. I'll bet 50,000 taels." Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao exchanged smiles. "All right, bring out the property deed and land deed, and then let us sign the contract." Wang Tung had learned his lesson this time, using a dice cup to press down on his cards, holding it tightly to prevent a repeat of the previous mishap. After signing and finalizing everything, Wang Tung flipped over his cards, revealing a straight of 789 and a flush. Wei Yuan frowned tightly, revealing his cards, showing a straight of 567. I won. Liang Xiao's face darkened. "Brother Yuan, you're not reliable. Didn't you say it was a sure win?" If Wei Yuan could be reliable, even a pig could climb a tree. Wang Tung laughed heartily, starting to take the money. He had saved Qinghe Yuan and recouped what he lost before, plus won an additional 150,000 taels. What bliss! Wei Yuan put his arm around Liang Xiao. "Sorry." Liang Xiao drooped his head dispiritedly. "Forget it. We're all brothers. Besides, Brother Yuan, you came to the casino to help me win back. Losing is losing. At most, I'll just get a beating when I get home. I never said I would lose. Show your cards. Open the chicken feather. I only have a pair of fours." Liang Xiao reluctantly flipped over his cards, and to his surprise, it turned out to be 3 fours, a triplet. Liang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then thought of Wei Yuan's maneuvering, excitedly hugging Wei Yuan and kissing him twice. We won, Brother Yuan. We won 100,000 taels, and now Qinghe Yuan is also ours." "Impossible, you too cheated." Wang Tung tried to snatch the property deed and land deed, but was preemptively grabbed by Liang Xiao, who raised his wine cup and smashed it on the ground. Dozens of guards from the Liang and Wei families rushed in, bowing to Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao. "Greetings, young master." Liang Xiao held the land deed. "Little turtle, do you dare snatch it? Do you believe I'll smash this for you?" "Sorry, this now belongs to the Wei and Liang families, so you can't smash it." With that, Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao linked arms and burst into laughter. Puffed. Wang Tung, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood and grabbed the smiling tiger. "I want an explanation. Young master, we didn't expect that Wei Yuan would also have such clever tricks and remarkable strength. We were all fooled by his act of being a pig to eat the tiger. So, what now? I lost 300,000 taels plus the entire Qinghe Yuan. When I go home, I'll definitely be beaten to death by my family." The smiling tiger thought for a moment. "Young master, let us continue to gamble. This time it will just be you and the young master. You can't swap cards with anyone nearby. As long as you keep an eye on your cards and don't let him swap, we'll definitely win." Yes. Continue to gamble." Wang Tung's mind was now completely muddled, running to Wei Yuan like a fool. Brother Yuan, gamble, I beg you. Let us continue gambling." Wei Yuan gently patted Wang Tung's face. "Over the years, you've won over 200,000 taels from me. Today, I've won back the principal and interest. Since you want to turn the tables, this young master doesn't want to give you that chance. But since you've begged me, if you kneel and knock your head, I'll continue to gamble with you." "Okay." At this moment, Wang Tung's psychological defenses completely collapsed, without a second thought. He knelt and knocked his head before Wei Yuan, in full view of everyone. Wei Yuan stepped on Wang Tung's head with his foot. "My shoes are a bit dirty. What should I do?" I'll wipe them. Wang Tung hurriedly used his sleeve to wipe Wei Yuan's shoes. "What a good dog. All right, let's continue the gamble." This time, only Wei Yuan and Wang Teng were betting against each other, and they were sitting far apart. The special nature of the Jade Leaf game meant they couldn't change their cards. So even if Wei Yuan had great abilities, he couldn't retrieve anything from a distance. However, Wei Yuan actually just wanted to maintain his wealthy playboy persona and humiliate Wang Ting a bit, losing a small amount of change while not betting a large amount himself. But what Wei Yuan never expected was that this time, the smiling tiger dealt the cards, and they both ended up with three of a kind, three identical leopards. What puzzled him even more was that Wang Teng's card value was actually lower than his. Wei Yuan looked at the smiling tiger in confusion, who wore a flattering smile. Right, I'm his boss now. This last-minute betrayal is played beautifully. Chapter 11. Breaking in to seize the bride, who's afraid of who Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh, casually tossing down 100,000 taels of silver notes, then looking at Wang Teng. You're all alone now, and you want to bet with me using chicken feathers? I'll bet my life. Liang Xiao mocked. You little bastard. Your life isn't worth more than a dog S. What use is it? Then, what do you want me to bet? Liang Xiao slammed the table. I want your wife. You won my fiancé last night. And today, I want to reclaim my humiliation by betting your future wife, the daughter of the Grandmaster. All right, I'll bet. I'll bet 50,000 taels on the Grandmaster's daughter. Liang Xiao disdainfully cursed. You really think you can just throw around numbers? You think the Grandmaster's daughter is worth 50,000 taels? Is she made of gold or diamonds? Wei Yuan held up 3 fingers, at most 3,000 taels. Too little. Then no bet. 3,000 taels it is. I'll bet. 3,000 taels isn't enough for 100,000. So how about this? You also bet that pretty boy Kai Kuen's wife, who happens to be your own sister, for 20,000 taels. Wang Teng, completely losing his mind, just wanted to win back Qinghai Yuan, and he agreed to whatever the opponent suggested. Okay, I'll bet. Bet your mother too. Wei Yuan covered Liang Xiao's mouth. Can we not play so perverted? Saying this, he turned to Wang Teng. Your Wang family has a treasure. The human-shaped Heishou Wu granted by the late emperor. I'll count it as 50,000 taels. All right, I'll bet. Sign and seal the contract. Wei Yuan waved his hand, and Shi Shun immediately had someone draft the contract to present to Wang Teng for his signature. Wei Yuan then slammed the property deed of Qingyuan on the table. Little bastard, do you want to win it back? Yes, I want. Your Wang family used to be a lineage of tomb raiders. You've dug up graves in the past. There are rumors in the Jianghu that your Wang family has a precious spirit mushroom, Ling Guanji. Are you willing to bet it? Ling Guanji. These 3 words brought a glimmer of sanity back to the crazed Wang Teng. Ling Guanji, also known as human-headed fungus, is a highly toxic mushroom that requires special processing to be used as medicine. The conditions for its formation are extremely harsh. Ling Guanji grows in coffins. And it must be in a golden Nama coffin because this type of wood can last 1,000 years without rotting and can prevent insects. Otherwise, the coffin will rot before the Ling Guanji can even grow, at most producing some dog moss. Of course, the golden Nama coffin is just one of the conditions. The owner of the tomb must be male with abundant yang fire. Moreover, he must have consumed a large amount of precious medicinal materials before dying, so that the medicinal aura can condense and not dissipate after death. Over time, the fungus stems can grow outside the coffin, taking at least 1,000 years to mature into Ling Guanji. Legend has it that using Ling Guanji as medicine can bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh from bones, no matter how severe the ailment. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. It's impossible to bring someone back to life, but it can extend life, and, after special processing, the medicinal effect is mild and very suitable for the current Weibo Yue. I can't make the decision. Seeing Wang Teng hesitating, Wei Yuan kept fanning the property deed of Qingyuan. Xiao, from now on, this place will be ours. I can guarantee that when I get home, my grandfather will praise me. Liang Xiao also smiled. My dad will praise me too. Qinghai Yuan is a gold mine. We won't lack money in the future. Wang Teng, who had just regained a bit of sanity, was instantly overwhelmed again, madly banging the table. Bet, betting. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Let him sign and seal it. After everything was arranged, Wang Teng flipped open the leopard card in his hand and shouted excitedly. I won. I won. When your mother asks, look at what cards I have. Seeing that Wei Yuan held a leopard card larger than his own, Wang Tong felt half of his spirit drained and slumped to the ground. Then Wang Tong stood up, pointing angrily at the smiling tiger. It's you tricked me. Young Master Wang, I'm just a dealer. How could I trick you? As he finished speaking, the smiling tiger bowed to Wei Yuan, boss. Very good. Those who know the times are the best heroes. I'm keeping an eye on you. I'll reward you with 3,000 taels, and from now on, you'll be the head manager of the third-floor gambling house. Thank you, boss. The burly men who used to manage Qinghe Yuan all cupped their hands in gratitude to Wei Yuan. Get this broke Wang Xiao, who has nothing out of here, no money, and still playing with chicken feathers. Yes, sir. A group of strong men directly carried the dazed and lifeless Wang Tong, along with the oily-faced pretty boy Kai Kuan, out of Qinghe Yuan. Liang Xiao sneaked a look at Wei Yuan and said slyly, Brother Yuan, isn't it time to split the winnings? Split what winnings? I said before, you were at the gambling table. Whether you win or lose, it's all mine. So what are we splitting? Brother Yuan, everyone who sees should share. Don't be like this. Fine. I want to take the gambling debt you owe to the little bastard. Is that all? Brother Yuan, I listen to you completely. I'll help you with everything. I have my uses for money. I can't give it to you. Shut up. Everyone needs money. I'll give you half the shares of Qinghe Yuan. That's still too little. Wait, half the shares? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure, but I still need to see your performance next. Liang Xiao suddenly covered his butt. Damn, Brother Yuan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I took you as a brother, and you're going to do me. Do you think just a mere Qinghe Yuan can make me, Liang, pay with my body? It could, but Brother Yuan, I'm still a rookie in that area. Please be gentle. Wei Yuan kicked Liang Xiao as protruding, but don't disgust me. I'm taking you to collect debts. After the matter is settled, Qinghe Yuan will give you half. Good. In my life, I've only let others collect debts. I've never gone to collect debts from others. It's perfect for me to have some fun this time. At the Grandmaster's residence. Grandmaster was having a meal with his family when suddenly a loud noise came from outside. Immediately after, 2 doormen with bruised faces rushed in. Master. Wei Yuan has barged in. Grandmaster put down his bowl and chopsticks. Wei Yuan? The Wei Yuan from the Duke of Wei's family? Yes. What does this kid have to do with my own family? What does he want? Before Grandmaster could finish his sentence, Wei Yuan's arrogant voice rang out. I'm here to pay my respects to you, my father-in-law, and by the way, to take my wife back home for a night of fun. The tall and short, fat and thin Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao swaggered in. Wei Yuan took out the contract signed by Wang Tong. Grandmaster please take a look. My sister Wang Xiaoyun is mortgaged. Wrong one. It's this one. Wei Yuan took out another contract and placed it in front of Grandmaster Grandmaster looked it over carefully and suddenly became furious, slamming the dining table hard. That dog Wang Tong actually mortgaged my daughter to you. Wei Yuan clasped his fists in salute. My father-in-law, please accept your son-in-law. Wei Yuan bow. After speaking, Wei Yuan looked over at a well-dressed girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with above-average looks, clearly the daughter of a noble family. You must be Yuan. Come let your husband give you a kiss. Having heard of the notorious Wei Yuan, Yuan was somewhat frightened and screamed, quickly hiding in her mother's arms. The little girl felt shy. Don't worry, my dear, I understand, but rest assured, once I take you to the Wei residence, I'll be gentle. As he said this, Wei Yuan reached out to touch Yuan's face. The skin is tender and smooth, but a bit thin. I can definitely handle the girl, but I don't know if you can withstand it. How audacious. Master slapped away Wei Yuan's outstretched hand. Wei Yuan, get the hell out of here. What the hell are you being tough? Your daughter is my wife now. So what if I touch her? It's all in black and white, signed and sealed. I am in the right. Who am I afraid of? After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he shouted loudly, Everyone, come in. 1,000 guards from the Wei family and 1,000 from the Liang family rushed in, filling the Master's residence to the brim. Pull my wife back to the Wei residence. Yes, sir. Dan cried with tears like rain, exclaiming, Daddy, save me, help me. Master grabbed Wei Yuan. You get out right now, or I'll go to the palace to report to the emperor. It won't matter what you report. I'm in the right. Who am I afraid of? Wei Yuan waived the contract. Of course, although Master Wen often indulges in corruption and bribery, listening to music in brothels, and playing with women in the Ministry of Rights, and stands against my Wei family in the court. But you are still a responsible official. Your nephew Wei Yuan genuinely respects you, but I really spent real money to buy this contract, right? After speaking, Wei Yuan even rubbed his fingers in front of Master Wen. Someone, bring 1,000 taels of silver for the heir. Are you sending me off like a beggar? I spent 100,000 taels on your daughter from Wang Tong. Wei Yuan, stop being a rogue in front of me. If you really force me to go to the palace to report, you won't be able to handle the consequences. It doesn't matter. Anyway, as soon as you enter the capital, I'll pull your daughter back to my residence. Let's see who acts faster, me or the Emperor's reinforcements. Chapter 12. The commotion at the Jin Yi home mansion beside him. Liang Xiao chimed in, old man, either give us money or take your daughter away. Hee. You wouldn't want your daughter sold to the brothel, would you? Minister Wen's face flushed with anger. How much do you want? Wei Yuan extended 2 fingers. 200,000 taels of silver. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you go rob a bank? Robbing a bank is not as quick as robbing you. Wei Yuan finished with a cheeky grin and turned to Liang Xiao. Brother Xiao, do you think if our sister were sent to the brothel, someone would pay a high price for her? That little bastard Wang Tong has offended many people, relying on the Wang family's large numbers. With his fiancée, Yi, and the aura of being the minister's daughter, there will definitely be rich young masters willing to spend lavishly for a night with Sister Dan. Brother Yuan, Qinghai Yuan is now ours. Why send such a good resource to the brothel? It would be much better to auction Sister Dan directly in our venue. Brother Qiao makes a good point. I've learned from you. Brother Yuan, you're too modest. Listening to the 2 spoiled young masters flatter each other, Minister Wen frowned. Although he was angry at their insults towards his daughter, he was even more shocked by the change of ownership of Qinghai Yuan. You really took Qinghai Yuan? More real than pearls. Wei Yuan waved the property deed in front of the minister, then took out other IOUs signed by Wang Tong, meaningfully saying to Minister Wen, 200,000 taels of silver. I'll give you a receipt. Minister Wen hesitated for a long time before finally telling the old steward beside him, go to the treasury and get the money. Sir, this is extortion you. Before the old steward could finish his reminder, Minister Wen's impatient voice rang out. Didn't I tell you to get the money quickly? I don't want to see these 2 idiots for even a moment. The old steward dared not say more and hurried off to get the money. A full bag of silver notes was loaded up, and Liang Xiao carried it without complaint. After Wei Yuan signed a receipt, he smiled slightly at Minister Wen, and the 2 exchanged friendly farewells. Once they got into the sedan chair, Liang Xiao puzzledly asked Wei Yuan, Brother Yuan, what is up with that old man? He compromised so easily to our excessive demands, without even negotiating the price. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. This is called open deception. What do you mean? If nothing unexpected happens. Minister Wen has seen through that little bastard Wang Tong's uselessness. Besides this matter, Wang Tong will definitely distance himself from the family's power center in the future. Minister Wen betrothed his daughter to him for a political marriage, but now, with such a useless person, what is the point of that marriage? Liang Xiao touched his chubby face, then why not break off the engagement? Minister Wen is a first-rank official, but compared to the Wang family with its 4 dukes and 8 marquises and 3 generations of inheritance, he is still quite lacking. So would he dare to break off the engagement and slap the Wang family in the face? However, once he holds a receipt for 200,000 taels, it's a different story. He has the upper hand. The Wang family will definitely pay Minister Wen this money and then logically propose to break off the engagement. Whether or not he will still arrange marriages with other descendants of the Wang family will depend on Minister Wen's own thoughts. Liang Xiao gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. I feel like ever since you almost died in that woman's belly last time, you've had a great epiphany and become smarter. Everyone is growing. You're not doing poorly either, Brother Qiao. Of course, my sister and I can be considered well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. With the 2 of us in the Liang family, how can we not thrive? After boasting, Liang Xiao asked Wei Yuan, where are we going now? Of course, we're going to collect our debts from the Wang family. At the Genie home mansion, Wang family. Wei Yuan, acting like a small man who has succeeded and was arrogant, jumped down from the sedan chair and pointed at the mansion's gate. You guys surround the mansion. Not even a fly can get out. Before the gatekeepers could react, they were controlled by the guards. Wei Yuan rushed up and kicked the heavy, studded red door. However, due to his slender and weak body, he kicked too hard and was directly bounced back 2 or 3 meters, rolling on the ground for several circles. Liang Xiao, Shi Shun, and 2,000 guards wanted to laugh but dare not, covering their mouths tightly, their faces turning red. Why are you all just standing there watching? If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't suffocate yourselves. Go open the door. After a few guards crashed open the heavy red door, besides the surrounding guards, Wei Yuan led several hundred people in, streaming in. The servants who had never seen such a scene hurriedly shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Wang Tung's father, Wang Shouhe, wearing a loose sorcerer's robe, came out with over 100 Wang family descendants. Wang Shouhe served as the deputy director of the Bureau of Astronomy in the court, holding a third-rank official title, which was lower than many elders in the Wang family. However, the special nature of the Bureau of Astronomy gave him real power. Most importantly, the Wang family came from a tomb-robbing lineage, so some ancestral rules remained unchanged. For example, the position of the family head is not determined by who has a higher official title, but rather who is proficient in feng shui, the 8 trigrams and mechanisms, and must pass special assessments in tomb chambers. Wei Yuan, Liang Xiao, what are you two doing here with soldiers of my Wang family? Wei Yuan didn't waste words and pointed to Wang Tung's sister, Wang Xiaoyun. Bring her over. Several guards rushed over. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. I am Tong Wanjin, invincible with my iron palm. Who dares to be reckless? A burly man in his 40s rushed over, with a leopard head and ringed eyes. A tiger beard, standing 9 feet tall. He extended his calloused hands, striking the guards who went to grab Wang Xiaoyun. Liang family's guards were also experienced in battle, reacting quickly, drawing their swords to defend. Crack! The long sword was broken by the powerful palm, the force not diminished as it struck the guard, instantly breaking bones and sending him flying. A master. Wei Yuan could tell at a glance that he was a martial arts master, with bulging temples and calloused hands, likely focusing on external martial arts, mastering techniques similar to the iron sand palm, at least at the master realm. Wei Yuan nodded at Jiang Yuer. This Tong Wanjin guy is very formidable, so you don't need to hold back. Give it your all. Understood. Jiang Yuer took big strides, like a titan, charging forward and swinging her fist at Tong Wanjin. Tong Wanjin was unconcerned, casually waving his palm to meet Jiang Yuer head-on. Being big doesn't mean you can fight. Today, I'll show you that the true essence of martial arts is. However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Yuer's fist struck his calloused, metallic-looking palm. Crack! Bones broke and tendons snapped. His entire palm was shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even the bone in his upper arm protruded through the flesh from his shoulder. Tong Wanjin flew over 20 meters, crashing into a rockery in the courtyard, embedded within the mountain. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and fainted. Jiang Yuer, frightened, ran to Wei Yuan's side, looking like a frightened little woman. Young master, I was too heavy-handed. Did I kill him? Will I go to jail? Don't worry with me around. You did very well this time. Wei Yuan comfortingly patted Jiang Yuer's arm, then spat at the unconscious Tong Wanjin. One invincible iron palm. Such a loud nickname. And in the end, he's just a silver-plated spearhead, a useless thing. Bring Wang Xiaoyun to me. Even the most skilled worshipper in the Wang mansion couldn't withstand Jiang Yuer's punch, and the other martial artists all hung their heads, not daring to show their faces. After all, they came to the Wang mansion just to earn their salary. But they wouldn't do something that they knew would lead to death. Kai Cohen, with his shoulder wrapped in bandages, stood in front of Wang Xiaoyun and angrily scolded the guards. I dare you to make a move. I am a top scholar, a pupil of the emperor. If you dare to lay a hand on me, it will be a great crime of disrespecting the imperial authority, punishable by death. Wei Yuan rushed over and kicked Kai Cohen, the pretty boy, to the ground. He then stepped hard on his delicate, oiled face. I've already slept with the emperor's daughter. What do I have to fear from a mere scholar of the emperor? Such treasonous words that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans are probably only something Wei Yuan would dare to say in public. Wei Yuan grabbed the hair of the not-so-good-looking Wang Xiaoyun and said, You owe me. You're so ugly, and you've been pawned for 100,000 taels of silver. Not worth it. He then said to Liang Xiao, I'll give her to you. Do you want her? Brother Yuan, although I, Liang Xiao, am fond of women, I have standards. I wouldn't want this kind of goods, even if it were free. Chapter 13. One force breaks, 10,000 laws. Wang Shouhe listened to the two men bantering like they were performing a comedic dialogue, their words filled with filth, and couldn't help but turn pale with anger. Wei Yuan, Liang Xiao, don't bully us too much. Do you really think my Wang family is made of mud? Wei Yuan revealed the mortgage contract signed by Wang Tong for Wang Xiaoyan. I am in the right. Who am I afraid of? Your son mortgaged your daughter to me for 100,000 taels, clearly written in black and white. I'm here to collect the debt. It's only natural. Wang Shouhe glanced at the mortgage document and asked his steward beside him, Where is Wang Tong? Back to the master. Young Master Tong locked himself in his bedroom after returning home. He hasn't been seen since. Get him out here to confront me. Soon the steward ran back. Master, there is no one in the room. Young Master Tong seems to have run away early. Wang Shouhe's anger flared, his temples bulging, and he glared fiercely at Wei Yuan. You can't take my daughter, and I won't give you the money. Get lost. Damn it. You think I'm afraid of you? Wei Yuan shouted at his guards. Smash this Jin Eho mansion for me. Anyone who dares to stop us, beat them to death. If you can't handle it, let you heir take action. Wang Shouhe pointed at Wei Yuan. You dare? You think I wouldn't dare? My grandfather just achieved an unprecedented feat. Who else do I care about? Besides, I'm in the right. Who am I afraid of? After Wei Yuan arrogantly finished speaking, he waved his hand. Smash. The guard began to smash and destroy in the courtyard. All sorts of exotic flowers and plants, rockeries, and corridors were all damaged. Liang Xiao particularly instructed to catch the so-called feng shui koi from the goldfish pond and roast them. Wei Yuan grabbed Wang Xiaoyan by the hair and said to Xishuan, Now she's my maid. Tie her to the back of the carriage, with a sign saying daughter of the Wang family around her neck, and parade her through the streets. Wang Shouhe's fists were tightly clenched, but he didn't dare to approach Wei Yuan. Looking at Jiang Yuer beside him, Wei Yuan, do you realize the consequences of what you're doing? Wei Yuan shook the mortgage contract in his hand. What consequences? Let me hear. And no matter how powerful your Wang family is, can you retaliate against both the Wei family and the Liang family at the same time? Wang Shouhe's brow furrowed. He knew Wei Yuan was right. Although Wei Yuan was not a good person, Wei Buiyue was still alive, with the old general stabilizing the country. As long as Wei Buiyue was alive, no one would dare to openly touch Wei Yuan. As for the Liang family, although they were a useless bunch, they had a golden phoenix, Liang Hongchan, guarding the border, which gave them considerable power. Even the emperor didn't dare to easily offend them. Even if these two did something extreme, the emperor would just mediate, making a big deal smaller and a small deal even smaller. Wang Shouhe shook his head helplessly and said to Wei Yuan, Let everyone stop. Just tell me how much you want. Wei Yuan held up 2 fingers, 200,000 taels. Audacious. Wei Yuan, I see you as a junior, treating you kindly, yet you are so ungrateful and greedy. Before Wang Shouhe could finish, Wei Yuan took out the property deed for Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. I forgot to mention to Uncle Wang. Your son also lost Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Do you want to redeem it? Wang Shouhe's mouth twitched. He had thought it was outrageous enough that Wang Tong had lost his sister, but he didn't expect he had also lost Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Not to mention that Qinghe Elegant Courtyard earned a fortune. It was the most profitable business of the Wang family on the surface. Behind the scenes, the Wang family was also a powerful family involved in tomb raiding, and many treasures unearthed from tombs needed to be laundered through Qinghe Elegant Courtyard, making this place extremely important for the Wang family. Wei Yuan looked as if he had you under control. My most respected Uncle Wang, let's set aside the matter of Qinghe Elegant Courtyard for now. We are discussing Wang Xiaoyan. Are you going to give me 200,000 taels or not? If not, then don't even think about discussing Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Fine, I will give you 200,000 taels. Now let us talk about Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. One thing at a time. First settle the money. Wang Shouhe waved his hand, and soon the steward came in holding a box full of banknotes. Liang Xiao, seeing the money, rushed to snatch it. Wei Yuan handed the mortgage contract to Wang Xiaoyan, who, disheveled, tore the contract to pieces and collapsed into Kai Kuen's arms, crying out loud. Wei Yuan, now we can talk about Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Don't be impatient, Uncle Wang. We still have some things to discuss. Wei Yuan took out the mortgage contract for his fiancée, When You Wed Anne, signed by Wang Teng. What else? How much did this kid lose? Wang Shouhe finally understood why Wang Teng had run away. If he hadn't run, he would definitely have broken his legs, making it impossible for him to run for the rest of his life. You should be looking for Master One for this mortgage contract. Why come my Wang family? Wei Yuan, with a rolling knife-like expression, said, I need to collect the dowry. Master One previously delivered the dowry, and now that this Dan's sister belongs to me, you need to return the dowry from the Wen family. Do you really think my Wang family is easy to bully? Wei Yuan once again pulled out the property deed for Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Are you still going to redeem this? Although the dowry is considerable, my Wang family is not lacking in this. You already took 200,000 taels to redeem Wang Xiaoyan. This is the final warning. Wang Shouhe remembered the dowry sent by Master One was quite substantial, equivalent to 50,000 taels of silver. But 50,000 taels was nothing compared to Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. I guarantee you will get this money with your life, but you won't have a life to spend it. Wang Shouhe secretly steeled his heart and waved his hand to the steward. Bring out the dowry list and then go to the account room to withdraw 50,000 taels. Once the money was in hand, Wei Yuan handed the mortgage contract to Wang Shouhe, who looked grave as he said, This Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Uncle Wang, don't be anxious, we still have more to discuss. Saying this, Wei Yuan took out the mortgage contract for the human-shaped Heisho Wu. No matter how deep Wang Shouhe's schemes were, at this moment he wished he could grab Wang Teng and break his hands and feet. Uncle Wang, you see, this Heisho Wu is just a small sesame compared to Qinghe Elegant Courtyard. Of course, this time I don't want money, just the medicinal herb. I heard this thing can enhance vitality. Wang Shouhe gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. Get it for him. Soon, the steward came over carefully with a purple sandalwood box and handed it to Wei Yuan. Opening the lid, one could see a human-shaped Heisho Wu tied with a red string, even forming a semblance of facial features. It was indeed a good thing. Wei Yuan, satisfied, tucked the Heisho Wu away and looked at Wang Shouhe. Let us not mention Qinghe Elegant Courtyard for now. Uncle Wang, we still have more to discuss. More to discuss? How much did that ungrateful son lose to you? When Wei Yuan took out the mortgage contract for Ling Guanji, Wang Shouhe's pupils constricted severely. This thing is not even in our family. If you have grievances, go find Wang Teng for it. Before Wang Shouhe could finish, a small, nimble guard rushed over. This person had once been a scout in the Wei family army, but was later injured in one arm and transferred back to work in the Wei mansion. Have you confirmed the location? The scout nodded. I just secretly followed the steward to the ancestral hall. The Wang family's treasure room should be under the ancestral hall. Wei Yuan smiled slightly and looked at Wang Shouhe. Today, whether you give me this Ling Guanji or not, you have to. You dare. You think I wouldn't dare? Go to the Wang family ancestral hall, and anyone who dares to stop us, beat them to death. Watching Wei Yuan lead people toward the ancestral hall, the steward said with a face full of shame, Master, it was my negligence. Wang Shouhe shook his head slightly. This Wei Yuan has set trap after trap. It is clear his ultimate goal is the Ling Guanji. Don't say it was you. Even I fell for his scheme. What should we do now? There is still the time of an incense stick. Soon, the Commander Zhou will arrive with soldiers. By then, this kid won't be so bold. You must trust my Wang family's mechanical arts. Even if this kid has some tricks up his sleeve, he won't be able to break the mechanisms in the time of an incense stick. After Wei Yuan entered the Wang family ancestral hall, he did not order people to search for mechanisms separately. Instead, he commanded the guards to use knives instead of crowbars to pry open all the heavy stone slabs on the ground. Liang Xiao asked in confusion, Brother Yuan, why not look for mechanisms and instead pry the stone slabs? The Wang family's treasure vault can't be built in the sky. It must be underground. Their family has been digging graves for generations, and creating these mechanisms and secret passages is their forte. There's no need for us to waste effort searching. We might as well just tear it all down to save time and trouble. Just after removing more than half of the stone slabs, a guard shouted, Young master, we found something. Wei Yuan walked over and discovered a pulley under one of the slabs. He instructed the guard to get Jiang Yubao a golden hammer. Yubao, use all your strength to smash it down, and I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Just yesterday's chicken will do. All right, I'll get you 20 chickens. Jiang Yubao rolled up his sleeves, holding the golden hammer, drooling as he swung it down hard towards the ground. Boom! With one strike, the entire ancestral hall shook, and the Wang family's ancestral tablets became askew. One must admit that the Wang family is indeed impressive, relying on Jiang Yubao's strength. It took a good dozen strikes to break through the mechanism. The slab was over a meter thick, made of a cement-like substance, and reinforced with cast iron rebar inside. Wei Yuan directly ordered the guards to go down and bring everything visible up. Over a meter high of red coral, fist-sized luminous pearls, rubies, various top-grade medicinal materials. Chapter 14. The three-stop Baoyuan blade. The last two guards worked together to lift a large sword. It resembled a guandao, but was different. Entirely black and forged from meteorite iron. It was the sword of the first fierce general of the previous dynasty, Yuan Dingfeng, known as the three-stop Baoqi blade. Wei Yuan had heard his grandfather mention that the first fierce general of the Deqi dynasty wielded a sword weighing 333 pounds. The blade was 3 feet 3 inches long, the handle 3 feet 3 inches, and the grip 3 feet 3 inches, hence the name three-stop. It was likely that the Wang family had stolen this funerary weapon from Yuan Dingfeng's tomb. From now on, it would be renamed the three-stop Baoyuan blade and given to you. Wei Yuan said to Jiang Yuer, "When I have time, I will teach you a set of sword techniques." Jiang Yuer picked up the three-stop blade. "It's quite heavy, just the right weight in my hand." "Put it down. All of you put down." Wang Shouhe rushed in, pointing at Wei Yuan. "You actually used violence to break the mechanism. Quickly put all the treasures down. If you don't give me the Ling Quan Ji, I can only take other things as compensation. In my eyes, the Ling Quan Ji is worth 500,000 taels of silver. So if I gather 500,000 taels, I will leave." Wei Yuan pointed at a priceless piece of red coral. "This thing is worth about 10 taels of silver. And this night pearl, worth 20 taels." After finishing, Wei Yuan patted Wang Shouhe's chest with the back of his hand. "Uncle Wang, these things are filled with heavy energy. They don't look like they came about honestly. Even if I took them all, would you dare to report to the emperor truthfully? Or would you dare to come to my Wei family and take things back? The Ling Quan Ji originally belonged to your son. Giving it to me would mean returning it to its rightful owner. I won't touch any of these things. How about that? Who do you think you are?" Wang Shouhe, abandoning his previous ethereal demeanor, cursed at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan used his little finger to dig in his ear. "Anyway, the treasure is in my hands now. Feel free to curse as you like. 1 Ling Quan Ji in exchange for so many treasures is worth it. Wei nephew, let us discuss this properly." Wei Yuan interrupted Wang Shouhe. "I know you want to stall for time, waiting for rescue. This little trick won't work on me. I'll give you half a cup of tea time. If I still don't see the Ling Quan Ji, I will take all these things to the Wei family. If you have the ability, you could try to take them back right under my grandfather's nose." Wang Shouhe suddenly became furious, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. The Wang family members rushed over, pinching his acupoints and calling for a doctor. Wang Shouhe seemed to age 20 years instantly, weakly telling the butler, "Go to my study's secret cabinet and bring the Ling Quan Ji." Soon the butler, protected by the Wang family guards, came in carrying a jade box more than half a meter long. Wei Yuan took a glance at the jade box, which was carved from a large piece of fine mutton fat jade, perfectly sealed, airtight. And even the purple gold ginseng that the emperor would give to save his life did not have this treatment, indicating the preciousness of the spiritual medicine inside. Wei Yuan opened a tiny gap, and immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire ancestral hall. Looking at the blood-red, stunning Lingji lying inside, Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "This is it. Put down all these treasures. We should leave now to avoid being caught and having them taken back by the Wang family's reinforcements." Wei Yuan laughed as he carefully placed the mutton-fat jade box close to himself, then selected a few medicinal herbs from the treasures, swaggering away with his soldiers. Watching Wei Yuan's arrogant and imposing figure as he walked further away, Wang Shouhe clenched his fists and pounded the ground in anger. "I must find that ungrateful son of Wang Tung and beat him to death in public. Wei Yuan, damn you Wei Yuan, contact the 9 gates. Spare no expense to kill him. I want Wei Yuan to die a horrible death, Wei Guogong Mansion." Wei Buiyue sat cross-legged with his bare arms, while Mu Qianqiu was checking his pulse. Qianqiu, with his top-grade nourishing medicinal soup, how long can I live? Brother, to be honest, originally 1 year. But with the prescription given by the heir, if you don't make any big movements and focus on recuperating, you could live for another 2 to 3 years. Only 2 to 3 years? Wei Buiyue sighed deeply. At my age, if I die, I die, but I can't stop worrying about that little turtle grandson. Without my protection, how will he manage? As Mu Qianqiu pulled out the needles and opened the window, the anxious vice commander rushed in. He had urgent matters to report. But Mu Qianqiu had said not to disturb him during treatment, or Wei Buiyue would be in danger, so the vice commander could only wait anxiously at the door. Seeing the vice commander's worried expression, Wei Buiyue curiously asked, "What happened?" It's the heir. The heir stole the emerald leaves and went to Qingheyuan to gamble with Liang Shizi. That little turtle grandson, every time he gets deceived by the Wang family's kids. How much did he lose this time? No, he didn't lose. Instead, he won. Wei Buiyue was puzzled. Winning is a good thing. Why do you look like that? Lord Wei, it's a good thing that the heir won, but the bad thing is that he won too much. Won too much. How much is that? 10,000 taels. The vice commander shook his head. He won 300,000 taels just in silver notes. What the hell? Wei Buiyue almost jumped up in excitement. This kid won so much? Not only that, but he also won the Qingheyuan, which is a gold mine for the Wang family. The vice commander continued, a bit embarrassed. The heir also won the fiancé of the Wang family's young master. And the most terrifying part is that the heir took 1,000 soldiers from the Wei family and 1,000 from the Liang family to the home of the one Taisher to propose, finally extorting 20,000 taels from the Taisher. Wei Buiyue's face darkened as he looked at the vice commander. Is there more to this matter? Yes. The heir went to the Wang family with his troops to take Wang Xiaoyan, saying the girl is ugly and that he wouldn't even play with her if she was given to him for free. Puffed. Mu Qianqiu laughed out loud, then waved his hand at Wei Buiyue. Brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. You guys continue. The vice commander continued. The heir extorted 20,000 taels from the Wang family, using Wang Xiaoyun, and also demanded the dowry of the Taisher's daughter. By the way, scouts reported that the heir seems to have also tricked the Wang family into giving him materials that can enhance vitality. Wei Buiyue stood up with a serious expression. This matter has gotten too big. The Taisher and the Wang family will not let it go so easily, and it will probably attract the attention of the Southern Zhao Emperor. Fortunately, that turtle grandson holds the contract, which gives him some leverage, and he also dragged the Liang family into this mess. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to clean up after him. As he spoke, the old butler jogged in. Master Shishuan and Haima, Jiang Yuer specifically want to see you, saying the heir instructed them to personally deliver the items to you. Let them in. Shishuan and Jiang Yuer entered, carefully placing several brocade boxes in front of Wei Buiyue. Master, the heir said these things must be opened by you personally. Wei Buiyue opened the agarwood box, revealing a humanoid He Shou Wu. Mu Qianqiu's eyes lit up, snatching the He Shou Wu away. Good heavens, it's almost grown features. Treasure, truly a treasure. Excitedly, Mu Qianqiu said to Wei Buiyue, Brother, with this, I, Mu Qianqiu, can ensure you live for another 2 years with my head on the line. After speaking, Mu Qianqiu's gaze turned to the mutton fat jade box, a box carved from a whole piece of mutton fat jade. What kind of astonishing treasure is inside? Trembling, Mu Qianqiu reached out to slowly open the mutton fat jade box, revealing the red, almost mesmerizing lingji inside, instantly filling the entire room with a medicinal fragrance. What? Mu Qianqiu exclaimed sharply. Link Huanji. What is Link Huanji? It's a medicinal herb that ranks among the top 3 on the spiritual medicine list, appearing only in legends. Mu Qianqiu hugged Wei Buiyue tightly. Brother, with this, you can at least extend your life by 10 years. So that little turtle grandson is causing such a ruckus. It turns out it's for my old bones. Yuaner has grown up and become sensible. Wei Buiyue raised his head, tears of joy streaming down his face. Shishuan, you heir, what else did that turtle grandson say to you? Jiang Yu'er replied in a silly manner. He said we must personally deliver these medicines to you. If the medicine is lost, we'll both commit suicide by slitting our throats. Oh, And he also said to let the kitchen prepare 20 chickens for me to eat. Eat whatever you want, go to the kitchen and order dishes, eat as much as you like. Wei Bui was in a great mood, and the deputy general softly said, Lord Wei, I'll go to the Liang family and ask Lord Liang to come over to discuss how to explain this to the Wang family. Explain? What the hell is there to explain? If I live 5 more years and protect the Great Wei for 5 more years, isn't that enough of an explanation? Once Emperor Nanzhao learns of this, he will surely be so happy he'll wake up laughing in his sleep. Mu Qinqiu corrected him, Brother, it's 10 years, not 5. You have to believe in my medical skills. It's not that I don't believe in your medical skills, but Emperor Nanzhao is suspicious by nature. If I say 10 years, he'll become even more suspicious, so 5 years is just right. Indeed, accompanying the ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Scheming and intrigue are not suitable for a carefree person like me. Wei Bui waved to Shishuan. Why hasn't that turtle grandson gone home? Where did he run off to? The heir said he wanted to reward the 3 armies, giving 2,000 guards 20 taels of silver each as bonuses, and then treat everyone to a big meal at Qingheyuan. Wei Bui nodded in satisfaction. No wonder he has the blood of the Wei family flowing in him. He loves his soldiers like sons. This part is just like me. The heir also said that Qingheyuan is a family business, so all the guards can find girls for half price. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. This part isn't like me. Chapter 15. The heir's strange poison. In the spacious backyard of Qingheyuan, 100 large round tables were set up, each capable of seating 10 people, allowing 2,000 guards to enjoy a feast. The dishes were prepared according to the standards of the capital's banquets, with large platters of big dishes and 8 types of pastries in the center. Following that were 8 cold and hot dishes, totaling 8 courses. There were 8 large bowls and 8 small bowls, featuring 8 cooking methods: braising, stewing, saucing, roasting, boiling, stir-frying, steaming, and sauté ing. After all, soldiers are strong men who can eat a lot, so whenever a dish was finished, the kitchen would serve up new ones. With money to be earned and good food to enjoy, the guard were very grateful to Wei Yuan. Moreover, since Wei Yuan had mentioned that they could find girls at half price today, so the older lecturers had already sneaked up to the 2nd floor. Inside Qingyuan, for courtesans sat in pairs on either side of Wei Yuan and Liang Xiao, pouring drinks. Du Sanyang was massaging Wei Yuan's shoulders from behind. Young master, how is the strength? Are you satisfied? It's fine, Wei Yuan replied. Young master, now you're the boss. Xiao Dai and Xiao Ai are your employees, so you must take care of them. If they get worn out, they won't be able to earn money for you. It was clear that Du Sanyang was alluding to the incident from yesterday when the girl who made Wei Yuan famous, the assassin girl, had died and even had an accident. Wei Yuan felt like crying without tears, although he needed to maintain his persona. He felt like he was being unfairly blamed. By the way, Sanyang, have any of the recent visitors been the managers of money shops or large rice businesses? Money shop? Rice business? Young master, what do you want to do? Invest. Just then, not far from Wei Yuan, a man stood up and cupped his hands to leave. Manager Shun, I'll take my leave. Wei Yuan recognized this person as a familiar face, a 3rd-rank official, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The one called Manager Shun was a slightly plump man in his 30s. Bang! Manager Shun slammed the table, taking the money but not doing the work. These corrupt officials eat people without spitting out their bones. The courtesan next to him quickly tried to calm him down and persuade him to drink, but he pushed her away. I'm done eating. Let us settle the bill. Wei Yuan frowned. He speaks in a soft Jiangnan dialect. Is he from the south? Du Sanyang quickly whispered. Young master, he is Manager Shun Wansan from Jiangnan, here to open a branch of a money shop. But he has been facing extortion and hasn't received services. So, he is in a bad mood and throwing a little tantrum. Don't blame him. In business, we should maintain good relations. Wei Yuan smiled slightly, patting Liang Xiao's shoulder. All 4 courtesans are yours tonight. I need to go discuss business. Brother Yuan, all of them? That's not your usual style. You usually can't move when you see girls. Wei Yuan ignored Liang Xiao's teasing and walked towards Shun Wansan. Brother Shun, please hold on. Shun Wansan turned to look at Wei Yuan and Du Sanyang, who was constantly signaling him. I apologize, I was a bit drunk earlier, so my tone might have been a bit loud. I definitely didn't mean to cause a scene. I came to discuss a business deal with you. Please sit. After returning to his seat, Du Sanyang quickly introduced. Manager Shun. This is our new owner of Qing'an, the grandson of Duke Wei, young Master Wei Yuan. Shen Wansan immediately felt as if he had swallowed a fly and decided never to come to Qinghe Yuan again. Even from Jiangnan, he had heard of the notorious Wei Yuan, the capital's #1 playboy. He couldn't afford to offend someone like him, and seeing him was just bad luck today. Though he felt disgusted inside, Shen Wansan maintained a facade of respect. So it's your highness the young master. I've long admired your name. Notorious would be more accurate. Wei Yuan waved his hand casually and asked Shen Wansan, what level is your Yongfeng money shop? A small Tianli. It doesn't meet the young master S standards. The rankings for the Great Wei S money shops are Tianyuan, Tianheng, Tianli, and Tianjin. Tianyuan is the largest scale, usually only reached by the 4 noble families or government-run money shops. Tianli, then your money shop is probably valued at around 2 to 300,000 taels of silver. Shen Wansan felt uneasy, unsure of why Wei Yuan suddenly brought up his money shop, but due to Wei Yuan's high status, he didn't dare to act rashly and could only lower his posture, cupping his hands. Your Highness, you are right. I am just a small merchant with little power and a bit of money. In your eyes, I am no different from the common people. Let us get straight to the point. I will offer 600,000 taels in cash to acquire 40% of your money shop shares. 600,000 taels for a stake worth 1,000,000 taels? That was like robbery. Shen Wansan was about to refuse, but before he could open his mouth, Wei Yuan continued. I believe many noble families in the capital have thrown olive branches at you. But your inability to even get a branch approved shows you haven't agreed to any forces. I've heard from Sanyang that you, Manager Shun, came from a poor background and built up millions in assets, proving you are a capable person with ambition. However, merchants are at the bottom of the social hierarchy. No matter how rich you are, without the backing of noble families, a single word from those in power could ruin you. Without power behind you, aside from in economically free areas like Jiangnan, you will find it difficult to move in the entire Great Way. I will invest to be your backing, of course. My shares will only have dividend rights, no decision-making power. It's essentially an investment in you as a person. Seeing that Shen Wansan was still hesitating, Wei Yuan told Du Sanyang, have someone chase after the Deputy Minister of Revenue who just left and bring him back to see me immediately. Before long, the Deputy Minister of Revenue rushed in like a son. Young master, did you call for me? Du Sanyang handed a jade pipe to Wei Yuan, who took a puff of premium tobacco and blew a smoke ring at the Deputy Minister's face, then suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Do you know that I caused a ruckus at the Grand Tutor's residence today and smashed the Wang family of the Genie Ho? I know. Do you think it's easy for me to deal with a third-rank Deputy Minister? Easy, easy. You really don't want to keep your face. You dare to extort my business. Young master, what business are you doing? Yongfeng Money Shop. I didn't know Yongfeng Money Shop was your business. I will go home and write the approval documents right away. After saying this, the deputy minister took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, which was the bribe he had previously taken from Shen Wansan. Logically, Wei Yuan had no official position, and although the deputy minister feared him, he shouldn't act so subserviently. But he was afraid. After all, Wei Yuan had done 2 major things today: extorting 20,000 taels from Grand Tutor 1 and smashing the Wang family's residence. The deputy minister genuinely feared that Wei Yuan would come back to deal with him next. After all, he was just a third-rank official and didn't hold much weight compared to the previous 2. Get lost. After waving the deputy minister away, Wei Yuan smiled at Shen Wansan. This is power. How does it feel? Pretty good. Shen Wansan spoke his mind. Thinking back to how the deputy minister had acted tough in front of him earlier, now he was like a grandson in front of Wei Yuan. Indeed, that contrast was quite satisfying. Have you considered the cooperation? Of course, you can refuse. Wei, will never make it difficult for you. Consider the approval of the Yongfeng branch as a gift for our meeting. Shen Wansan gritted his teeth. Young master, let me ask you one last question, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Ask. With so many money shops in the country, why did you choose me? It's fate because I met you here. The most important thing is that this money didn't come easily, and I must invest it as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone will want to share, including my grandfather. Shen Wansan nearly fell off his chair. He had calculated countless possibilities in his mind, but he never expected the truth to be such a ridiculous reason. Of course, this reason also fits Wei Yuan's character. Oh no, the heir is dead, the heir is dead. Suddenly, a woman shouted from the second floor, and Wei Yuan rushed up in a flash. He saw 4 courtesans completely naked, and Liang Xiao was lying on the bed, his face pale, foaming at the mouth, and had already stopped breathing. Du Sanyang quickly shouted, "Call for a doctor. Young Master Liang has died suddenly." Wei Yuan stepped forward and opened Liang Xiao's eyes, discovering a light pink thread in his eyeball. The Harmony Immortal Water. It was the strange poison that had almost cost him his life before. Chapter 16. Pouring manure soup into the young Master Sanyang. Get a bucket of manure soup from the latrine. Hurry. Wei Yuan commanded and grabbed the doctor from Qinghai Yuan who had rushed in. Take out all the potent tonics and stuff them into Liang Xiao's mouth. Boss, this. I think it's more important to save the young master's life first. The doctor stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Hurry. The doctor dared not argue and could only follow Wei Yuan's instructions, feeding Liang Xiao one potent tonic after another. Wei Yuan found moxibustion needles from the doctor's kit and swiftly and accurately applied them to Liang Xiao's body, his hands moving like shadows. Once the last needle was placed, the silver needles on Liang Xiao's body seemed to resonate, emitting a humming sound. This scene frightened the doctor so much that he started hiccuping. He knew he could never match Wei Yuan's skill. Even a #1 divine doctor in the Jianghu, his master Mu Qinxiu, would not be able to do it either. Forget everything you saw today, or it will cost you your life, Wei Yuan warned, not lifting his head as he continued to perform CPR on Liang Xiao. The doctor quickly stood at attention and raised 3 fingers. "I, Hua Timiao, swear I won't leak a word, but young master, could you please teach me the dragon's roar needle technique? If Liang Xiao dies here, everyone in Qinghai Yuan will be implicated, but you are different, although you have responsibilities. The Liang family wouldn't dare punish you. But if you pour manure soup into the body, you'll be finished. Liang Hanshan will definitely not let you go." Hua Timiao quickly added, "Sanyang, don't doubt the boss. Just do as he says. You need to trust the boss, his medical skills." The last part of his sentence was swallowed back down under Wei Yuan's gaze. "Just trust the boss, you can't go wrong. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Pour it," Wei Yuan commanded. The old man could only pry Liang Xiao's mouth open and pour in the manure soup with a scoop. Finally, after over 20 pounds of manure soup had been poured in, Liang Xiao opened his eyes, pushed the old man away, and felt an overwhelming stench in his mouth. Unable to hold back his urge to vomit. After the first heave, the stench intensified, and he continued to vomit uncontrollably. Wei Yuan, having anticipated this, had already exited the room while the vomiting continued. After a long while, the vomiting ceased, and Sun Timiao stepped out, cupping his hands in salute. "Boss, the young master is no longer in life-threatening danger." However, he vomited so violently that even his bile came up, which is why he fainted. Drag him outside and rinse him off, then have the Liang family's guards take him back to the Liang residence. After this incident, all the guests in Qinghai were sent away, and the guards restrained the 4 naked courtesans, forcing them to kneel before Wei Yuan. "Now tell me, which of you poisoned him?" "Young master, what poison?" We don't understand." "Don't think I don't know. Liang Xiao was poisoned with the Hahuan divine water, just like the medicine you gave me a few days ago." Hearing the name Hahuan divine water, Wei Yuan noticed Du Sanyang's body tremble slightly, and her pupils contract. Whispering a few words to the guards beside him, Wei Yuan stood up and said to Sanyang, "Come with me into the room." Inside the room, Du Sanyang knelt down immediately. "Young master, I really didn't poison him. I never said it was you. Why are you so nervous?" Wei Yuan sat on the bed, observing Du Sanyang with a charming smile. "If it wasn't you who poisoned him, then you must know something, right?" I don't know." Just then, the door opened, and 2 guards dragged in the cousin who had attempted to assassinate the top scholar. Wei Yuan stepped forward and forcefully pulled off the cousin's face, revealing a human skin mask. "A little bit of disguise. You could fool that fool Wang Tung, but you can't fool me, Wei." After saying this, Wei Yuan looked at his cousin, whose limbs were disabled and who had regained his true appearance. discovering that he was actually a young man around 25 or 6 years old. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, he was quite handsome. "You look good, but you can't show your true face. Are you a wanted criminal?" Wei Yuan told the guards. "Have someone from the 6 doors come take a look and see if he's a wanted criminal." "No." Du Sanyang, kneeling on the ground, clung to Wei Yuan's leg. "Young master, I beg you to spare Jean Lang. I'll tell you everything I know. The old courtesan has turned over a new leaf and even started a romance. Is this your lover? Or a wanted criminal? Today I discovered that your gaze toward your cousin was unusual." Wei Yuan kicked Du Sanyang, who was hugging his leg. "Away. You have no right to bargain with me. If you behave well, I might spare his life, but if you don't know what's good for you, I'll have 1,000 guard from the Wei residence butcher your beloved Jean Lang in front of you. It's the courtesan Xiao Dai. A few days ago, she found me and threatened me with Jean Lang, asking me to give her the Hahuan divine water. But young master, I really didn't know she wanted to harm you. How do you have this poison? Last year, a customer who ran off without paying temporarily pledged the formula for the Hahuan divine water to me, so I secretly copied a copy. Who else knows about this? That day, the person accompanying the customer was Xiao Dai, so only she knows. Since that's the case, you're of no use to me. Even if you didn't attempt to assassinate me, this matter is related to you. So, Sanyang, you must die today." Du Sanyang looked at her lover with affectionate eyes and said to Wei Yuan, "Young master, I've told you everything I know. Please keep your promise and let Jean Lang go. Is it worth it? He hasn't said a word for you until now." Jean Lang had his tongue cut off by Kai Cohen. He can't speak. Du Sanyang held her lover's hand. 5 years ago, I was the courtesan of Qingyin. At that time, Jean Lang came to Beijing for the exam and spent all his savings to buy me for a night, but he didn't do anything that night. Just talked. 4 years ago, he came for the exam again, spent a fortune to buy me for a night, and again, he did nothing. Later, I became the manager of the 2nd and 3rd floors and stopped taking customers. Then I ran into him again. Wei Yuan was yawning. Their story was just a typical plot from ancient love stories, a poor scholar and a courtesan. But what Du Sanyang said next piqued Wei Yuan's interest. This year, Jean Lang's strategy against the Xiongnu cavalry, Battle of the Wolf of Heaven, was appreciated by Emperor Nanzhao, and he was awarded the top scholar. His real name is Gong Sun Jin. But unexpectedly, the Wang family tampered with things right before the exam and swapped Jean Lang's essay with Kai Cohen's. When Jean Lang wanted to report this to the emperor, he was captured by the Wang family halfway, and that shameless Kai Cohen had his tongue cut out. Just when Kai Cohen was about to kill him, he was saved by his senior brother and brought to me. Who is his senior brother? Hanlin Academy Grand Scholar, Zhu Sibo. Zhu Sibo. Wei Yuan frowned. Zhu Sibo's father was a personal guard of Wei Buyue, who died blocking an arrow for him, so he took in his wife and daughter. Wei Buyue acknowledged Zhu Sibo as his god-grandson, and he grew up in the Wei household. He was well-read, recognized characters at 3, wrote poetry at 7, and passed the imperial examinations at 12, known as the most talented person in the capital. He is now a 4th-rank Hanlin Academy Grand Scholar. Wei Yuan and Zhu Sibo grew up together, and he was very clear about this guy's character. He was a true hypocrite. He still remembered that before Zhu Sibo moved to the Hanlin Academy, he often smelled like green oranges when he returned home. For someone like Wei Yuan, who is experienced in the world of flowers, he is very clear about what the green tangerine represents. Listening to songs in brothels, arranging flowers, playing the qin, and buying green tangerines. Some hypocritical pretenders often disguise themselves to seek out girls, but because they are tainted with the scent of rouge, they use the smell of green tangerines to cover it up. In the past, Wei Yuan had teased Zhu Sibai about this several times, and the latter insisted that he had only drunk the small green tangerine tea by the fireplace. He murmured about Huanhua divine water, Xiao Dai, Song Naiyun, Gong Sun Jin, Sanyang, Zhu Sibai, connecting these seemingly unrelated people and events in his mind, forming a rough picture. Just like Sanyang, she generally would not develop feelings for men, but once she does, it is unwavering, and she would even give her life for it. Similarly, Xiao Dai is the same. With Zhu Sibai's talent and looks, it would be too easy for him to win her over. During their intimate chats, after the fact, she might have mentioned Gong Sun Jin, Sanyang, and the Huanhua divine water. This led Zhu Sibai to come up with this plan, first saving Gong Sun Jin, then using Gong Sun Jin to threaten Sanyang to obtain the Huanhua divine water, and then finally killing himself. Regardless of success or failure, he would have nothing to do with this matter. He wanted to use his death to manipulate the Southern Zhao emperor, and the Wang family was also supported by him to balance other families. As for today's Liang Xiao, it was likely an accident, as he had given all 4 courtesans to him due to his business dealings with Shan Wansan. Wei Yuan suddenly recalled a month ago when Wang Teng mocked him. Both were from the 3rd generation of the Wei family. Yet the other's grandson had already become a grand secretary and was even the chief examiner this year. Yu, his biological grandson, could only listen to songs in brothels and play with courtesans. Wei Yuan asked Sanyang, "How many times has Zhu Sibai come?" "Often, but he always disguises himself, and Xiao Dai is the girl he always chooses." Sure enough, it seems this guy is colluding with the Wang family. As expected of someone who studies the classics, this tactic of using others to kill is brilliantly executed. Chapter 17. The Top Scholar's Pursuit. No. Jinyang, you must survive. Only by living can you seek revenge. As Wei Yuan pondered the chain of events, Du Sanyang in the room was holding Gong Sun Jin, weeping bitterly over their impending separation. "Sanyang, can you read lips?" Du Sanyang nodded. "I come from a poor background and my mother was mute, so I learned to read lips at a young age. Regardless, the assassination attempt on me is related to you. So Sanyang, you must die. But I hesitate to kill you since you're the shopkeeper who can earn me money. If your Jinyang is willing to die for you, I can consider sparing you." "Abba! Abba!" Gong Sun Jin shouted hurriedly. Sanyang said, "Jinyang says he doesn't want to die for me." Gong Sun Jin shook his head repeatedly. Wei Yuan pouted and said, "Sorry, Sanyang. I can read a bit of lips too. He said he can die for you." Gong Sun Jin nodded vigorously. Sanyang cried out, "Jinyang, you're the top scholar, and I am just a fallen woman. I can die, but you must live to seek revenge, to rise above others in the future." Watching the two of them in tears, Wei Yuan kicked Sanyang's backside. "Go get the chessboard. I will play a game with him instead of fighting on the battlefield. If he can win against me, I'll let you both go. If not, you both will." Competing with the heir, Jinyang, you have the talent of a top scholar, while Wei Yuan is just a playboy who knows nothing. You can definitely win. Sanyang blurted out in a moment of desperation, then quickly covered her mouth. "I'm sorry, Your Grace, I accidentally spoke my mind. I really want to kill you right now." Wei Yuan rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and get the chessboard." As Sanyang stood to fetch it, Wei Yuan grabbed Gong Sun Jin's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and then Wei Yuan stabbed a silver needle into the broken tendon. Gong Sun Jin slowly moved his hand, realizing that his previously immobile arm could be raised. "I'm just temporarily connecting your tendons. If you win, not only will I let you both go, but I'll also reconnect your tendons so you won't need a wheelchair anymore." Sanyang rushed back with the chessboard, placing it between Wei Yuan and Gong Sun Jin. Gong Sun Jin confidently pointed to the white pieces, then to Wei Yuan. "White goes first. Since you let me have the first move, I won't be polite." Wei Yuan placed a white piece in the center of the board. A move at the center. To take the center first either indicates a novice in chess or someone at the pinnacle of their strategic prowess. But clearly, Sanyang and Gong Sun Jin both thought Wei Yuan was the former. Sanyang looked at Wei Yuan gratefully, realizing that she, having no knowledge of chess, was being given an excuse to let her and Jinyang find a way out. However, when Wei Yuan placed his second piece, his eyes sparkled, and his demeanor shifted from that of a playboy to a domineering figure that commanded respect. Sanyang was taken aback by Wei Yuan's transformation. Why has he become more handsome? Is chess the best form of cosmetic surgery? After 10 moves, Gong Sun Jin put aside his underestimation of Wei Yuan and began to calculate his moves seriously. Dragon slaying. Wei Yuan placed a piece, and Gong Sun Jin fell from his chair, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Wei Yuan. Sanyang, not understanding the game, asked Gong Sun Jin, "Did you win too much? Didn't I tell you to take it easy on the heir? Or he might get angry and go back on his word?" Gong Sun Jin shook his head slightly and communicated through lip reading. "I lost, completely lost. In the first 80 moves, I saw the shadow of Wei Buya. Who could lead the charge?" Wei Yuan nodded. "Although I have no special skills, I was forced to learn a lot of military strategies from my grandfather when I was young. Gong Sun Jin closed his eyes and continued to read lips. Wei Gong's abilities are unmatched, but I, Gong Sun Jin, pride myself on being more adept in strategy. I managed to win half a move against him. After 150 moves, I saw a man who used his passion to awaken the sleeping Eastern Dragon. He fought across the south and north, leading the giant dragon to dominate the world, traversing 30,000 miles and using a single spear to face 1,000,000 troops. Unbeatable and unmatched. I lost, utterly lost. Wei Yuan closed his eyes and softly said, "That is my shadow. Why do you pretend to be a playboy? With such accomplishments." The Wei family is loyal and brave. If I weren't a playboy, I would have already been buried under grass taller than a person. Wei Yuan extended his hand to Gong Sun Jin. "You are willing to die for San Yang, which shows your character. On the chessboard, I see your talent. A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Follow me." Gong Sun Jin did not extend his hand, but instead narrowed his eyes at Wei Yuan. Communicating through lip reading. "Are you trying to usurp the throne?" The armored general crosses the pass at night. Court officials wait for dawn in the cold. Being an emperor isn't appealing, so I watch the emperor's performance. If he performs well, I, Wei Yuan, truly wouldn't covet the throne. What do you want then? I want to change this feudal society, break the powerful families, eliminate the aristocrats, and establish a true examination system so that commoners have a way. Gong Sun Jin stared at Wei Yuan, trembling with excitement, realizing that the current examination system was merely a facade, already monopolized by powerful families. Just like himself, no matter how talented a commoner was, unless they served the powerful families like dogs, they would not only be underutilized, but also have their achievements snatched away by others, merely serving as a cover. If we succeed, I will implement 2 policies: reducing taxes to ease the burden on landless or land-poor farmers, and publicizing fire expenses so that the common people can have more money to live well, eat enough, wear warm clothes, and allow their children to have an education. Before Wei Yuan finished speaking, Gong Sun Jin grabbed his hand, struggling to kneel on the ground. A real man changes neither his name nor his surname. From now on, you will show your true self using your real name. Let me see who dares to come to my Wei Guogong's residence to arrest people. Wei Yuan felt secretly pleased. With just 2 sentences, he had convinced a talented top scholar, well-versed in strategy, to follow him. It seems ancient people are easier to deceive. This is what they call painting a big pie for employees. San Yang stared blankly at the scene before her. "Jin Yang, what is going on?" "I willingly want to follow the heir. Lord Wei Yuan, I wish to follow you to change this chaotic world into a bright sky." "Then who does the heir want to kill?" "Us both." "Nobody is being killed." Wei Yuan slapped his forehead, giving San Yang an exasperated look. "From now on, you two will work separately. When you're next to your Jin Yang, your IQ drops sharply, which will affect business and delay my profit-making. Your Grace, after all, Xiao Dai and I have been sisters for so many years. Can you give her a quick end and not torture her? You just got rid of your own troubles and are thinking of wiping someone else's?" Wei Yuan smiled meaningfully. "Don't worry, I won't kill her because Xiao Dai is bait. As long as she is alive, someone will be restless, using every means to kill her. And that's when the fish will bite." In the Wei Guogong residence, a middle-aged man, resembling Liang Xiao but plumper, bowed to Wei Boyue. "Uncle, I must come tonight for an explanation. You know Wei Yuan's reputation as the capital's #1 playboy, good for nothing. Given my deceased sister's connection, I am still his uncle. So I never stopped Liang Xiao from mingling with him, which led to my son going astray." Wei Boyue was immediately left speechless. "Do you not know your son is the 2nd playboy in the capital? What qualification does a second to last have to criticize the first? And before those 2, the title of the capital's #1 playboy belonged to you. Anyone in the world can criticize that brat Wei Yuan, but you, Liang Boy, cannot. Even when I was a playboy, I never dared to drug a princess like Wei Yuan did." Liang Boy patted his round belly. "Uncle, let's talk about serious matters. When Taisher and the Wang family are both looking for me to give an explanation. These 2 brats cheated master when out of money and also smashed the Wang family's place. The most important thing is that my Liang family didn't get a single cent from the money they scammed. And now we have to bear this mess together with your Wei family. And just now, even worse, that brat Wei Yuan fed Liang Xiao feces soup. And now my son's room is off limits for 10 meters. It stinks to high heaven. It's true that your Liang family didn't get any money, but Qinghai Yuan gave your Liang family half the shares. Didn't you know about this? Liang Buwei jumped up excitedly. Damn, Liang Xiao didn't say anything. This brat must be trying to pocket the dividends for himself. Just wait until I get home to beat him up. Chapter 18, The Imperial Edict Arrives. Sun Jin enters the palace. Wei Buwei chuckled lightly and said, as for the matter of the feces soup, I know a bit about it. In fact, it wasn't my son Yuan. Who was it then? If it was just Wei Yuan who insulted my Liang family, that would be one thing. But if it was someone else, I'll have that person skinned. If I can't beat them, I'll have my daughter Hong Chan come back and do it. It was Sun Tianmiao, the named disciple of my brother Qinxiu. That's quite a distant relationship. I'll go skin this Sun Tianmiao right now. Wei Buiyue stopped Liang Buwei. He will be arriving at the Wei family soon. As they spoke, the deputy general led Sun Tianmiao, the resident doctor of Qinghai Yuan, into the room. Upon entering, Sun Tianmiao immediately saw Mu Qianxiu sitting next to Wei Buiyue and hurriedly stepped forward to kneel and bow. Disciple Sun Tianmiao pays respects to the master. So it's you who called yourself Sun Tianmiao and fed my son the feces soup. Wei Buiyue interrupted the agitated Liang Buwei. Tell us everything you know. Young Master Liang brought in the 4 great courtesans, and shortly after, news came out that he had died suddenly. When I entered, I found that the young master had already lost his breath, and then I pulled back his eyelids and saw a pink fine line on his eyeball. Mu Qianxiu gently stroked his graying beard and frowned. Looking for women, sudden death. Pink fine line. This is the long-lost strange poison from the Jianghu, killing invisibly the Hahuan divine water. Sun Tianmiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, at that time, I diagnosed that this was the Hahuan divine water and then gave him a tonic. The Hahuan divine water mainly harms the kidney essence. Feeding him a tonic can effectively alleviate the toxin. Your approach was correct. Continue. Sun Tianmiao went on. Then I used acupuncture on the young Master Liang. Oh, I'm very curious. What kind of acupuncture can bring someone back from a near-death state? It's roughly similar to the Great 5 Elements needle technique of my Giga Medical School, but it incorporates the needle techniques of the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. The Northern Dipper seals death, while the Southern Dipper seals life. The 5 Elements needle technique protects the 5 organs. This combination is truly exquisite, but it has very high requirements on the practitioner, which is why it must be used along with the Longyin technique. As Mu Qianxiu said this, he looked suspiciously at Sun Tianmiao. The Longyin needle technique, I can't even perform it, can you? This isn't important. Then I fed the young master the feces soup, and shortly after, he woke up. By forcibly inducing vomiting, I made him expel the remaining toxins from his stomach. And at the same time, this method of inducing vomiting can also aggressively awaken the young master's spirit. Your move was also right. After they finished speaking, Wei Buiyue looked at Liang Buwei. Do you understand? I understand, but I don't fully understand. It just means my son was poisoned, right? Someone wants to cut off the Liang family's bloodline. This won't do. I must immediately send a message to Hong Chan to come back and investigate this matter. After bidding farewell to Liang Buwei and Wei Buiyue, he casually tossed Sun Tianmiao 3,000 taels in silver notes as a token of gratitude. Then, like Prime Minister Gui, he hurriedly left the Duke's residence. Mu Qianxiu smiled at Sun Tianmiao. Tianmiao, your medical skills are improving quickly. Why not try your acupuncture on Lord Wei? All right. Sun Tianmiao trembled as he performed acupuncture on Wei Buiyue, but after just 2 needles, he was stopped by Mu Qianxiu. Tianmiao, you didn't save the young master. Did you? Who really saved him? Master, please don't make it difficult for me. I swore I wouldn't say. All right, since you swore, I won't make it hard for you. By the way, who was beside you when you saved him? It was Wei Yuan, the young master. Mu Qianxiu and Wei Buiyue exchanged glances. It really was this kid. Sun Tianmiao hurriedly said, I didn't say anything, so my oath doesn't count. We 2 old fellows didn't ask you anything either. Remember not to leak a word to outsiders, otherwise, the door rules will deal with you. You may leave. After Sun Tianmiao left, Wei Buiyue burst into laughter. They say a golden phoenix has emerged from the Liang family. But who knew my Wei family also has a hidden dragon? Brother Qinxiu, I originally wanted to suggest that you take Yuan as a disciple, but now it seems you might not be worthy. The first to achieve mastery becomes the teacher. How about I bow twice to your grandson and have him pay homage to Wei Yuan as his master?" The two old men, both nearing 200 years combined, laughed heartily again. On the other side, Wei Yuan returned to the duke's residence, and Shi Shun took out a velvet mat and a piece of soft armor to hand to the carriage. "Young master, you caused quite a ruckus today. Lord Wei will definitely be waiting for you at the door with a switch. I advise you to put it on." As the first strategist under the young master, "If I were gone, what would you do?" Shi Shun pointed to his own head. "Young master, if you don't get beaten this time, I, Shi Shun, am willing to eat shit. Are you learning from Liang Qiu to cheat and drink?" Wei Yuan laughed and scolded, entering the Wei residence, where there was no sight of Wei Buyue's fiery eyes and angry demeanor with the family law in hand. "What's going on? Why isn't Lord Wei hitting the young master?" Wei Yuan smiled, knowing for sure that Wei didn't know about the Lingguan mushroom, but the divine Dr. Mu Qinxiu beside him understood. His own grandson had gone to great lengths to extend his life. This old man, even with 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, wouldn't beat himself. After arranging for Gongsun Jin and San Yang's residence, he also sent Xiao Dai next door to the deputy General Wang Xuan's residence. He instructed that this girl might have a hidden force wanting to murder him, so she must be strictly guarded. Of course, if she couldn't hold it in, just don't let her die. "Young master, it's my responsibility to serve you, but such despicable acts I would never do. I'm a proper person." Wei Yuan could clearly see Wang Xuan's reaction as he kept swallowing saliva. Martial artists are full of vigor and easily impulsive. This is common knowledge, especially for someone like Wang Xuanze, an old bachelor. Xiao Dai, as a courtesan, is worth 1,000 gold in a night, which is not an exaggeration. The first reason is that it's too expensive. Wang Xuanze wouldn't be willing to spend so much money for just a few seconds of pleasurable dopamine. The second reason is face. Although Wang Xuanze bows and scrapes in front of Wei Buyue, outside, he is a general ranked among the top. As the adopted son of Lord Wei, the second in command of the Wei family army, he often has the authority to represent Lord Wei and the Wei family army. If he were to be caught visiting a brothel, it would be a loss of face for Lord Wei and the Wei family army. The Wei family already has one Wei Yuan who has lost face to death. He must lead by example. Proper person, Uncle Wang. I found a good treasure for you. Wei Yuan tossed a small box to Wang Xuanze, which contained more than 20 long, white, translucent objects. "What is this, young master?" "Fish glue, also known as fish bladder. It can be used to nourish the kidney and replenish the yang." Wang Xuanze waved his hand, tossing the small box to Shi Shun. "Young master, I'm quite robust. I don't need this to supplement." Before Wang Xuanze could finish, Wei Yuan's voice rang out again. "This is something that all the girls in brothels and the Jiaofeng division keep on hand. After soaking in water, it can be worn on the head to prevent pregnancy." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanze snatched the box back from Shi Shun. "Young master, recently I've been feeling a bit weak. It's just right for me to use fish glue to supplement. I'll take this. Proper person, Uncle Wang. Take care." The next day, accompanied by Wei Yuan's anguished and desperate cries, the process of washing the marrow and refining the bones came to an end. Several maids dressed in styles resembling middle-aged women helped Wei Yuan bathe to wash away impurities and dirt, then dressed him in a top-quality brocade robe scented with agarwood, making him look refreshed and spirited. Shi Shun handed a jade pipe to Wei Yuan. "Young master, shall we go to Qingyuan?" "No, I'm not going anywhere today. I'm waiting for the imperial edict." "The imperial edict?" Just as Shi Shun was puzzled, a sharp voice from a eunuch suddenly rang out at the entrance of the duke's residence. "The imperial edict has arrived. All members of the Wei duke's residence, come out to receive the edict." In the Wei duke's residence, all the servants, maids, and guards knelt on both knees. Only two people stood, Wei Buyue and Wei Yuan. The former was a founding hero, having formed a brotherly bond with the late Emperor Taosan, with remarkable military achievements and enjoying from major privileges. He entered the court without bowing, did not need to be named when worshipped, and was not named in imperial edicts, walking into the palace with sword and boots. However, Wei Yuan was required to kneel, yet this city's most notorious wastrel, infamous for his behavior, was someone even the eunuchs didn't want to deal with. So they let him choose whether to kneel or not. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Summon Lord Wei and his son Wei Yuan to enter the palace immediately, so ordered. The edict was short, but Wei Yuan understood that the southern Zhao emperor was calling for him, likely due to the matter from yesterday, involving when Taishur and Wang Shouhe reporting to the emperor. Wei Buiyue had clearly anticipated this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have donned his golden helmet and armor so early, wielding a gilded dragon-headed staff. He brought his grandson into the palace but did not go to the court. Instead, he was led by the old eunuch to the imperial garden. Not being in the court already indicated the southern Zhao emperor's intentions. He did not want to punish Wei Yuan and was preparing to smooth things over. Chapter 19. Breaking the array, the great talent Wei Yuan gifts to Bo Yu entering the imperial garden. Wei Yuan couldn't help but admire the taste of Emperor Nan Zhao. In the center of the garden lies the Great Wei Lake, like a bright mirror, with lotus flowers dotting the surface and rippling emerald waves. The architectural elements, such as stone bridges, pavilions, and sculptures harmoniously blend with the natural scenery, creating a vast tapestry of blooming flowers that compete in beauty and color, as if one is immersed in a beautiful painting. In the center of the lake, on a pavilion, Emperor Nan Zhao, dressed in a dragon robe, sat on a stone bench sipping tea, with the head of the imperial guards and 4 eunuchs, as well as 4 palace maids behind him. In front of Emperor Nan Zhao stood Liang Bui, Grandmaster 1, Wang Shouhe, and the bruised and battered Kai Kuan, the top scholar of the Golden Examination. From a distance, Wei Boyu began to channel his internal energy. Old General Wei Boyu pays respects to your majesty. His voice, like a bell, echoed for 500 meters. Wei Boyu grabbed Wei Yuan and leaped across the water, using his lightness skill to ascend to the pavilion. Emperor Nan Zhao chuckled lightly at Wei Boyu. Wei Gong, I called you here today for yesterday's matter. Before Emperor Nan Zhao could finish, Wei Boyu turned to the head of the imperial guards behind him. Han Shu, I see your blood boiling. You must have made some progress in your cultivation recently. Replying to Wei Gong, it was merely a fortunate breakthrough. As the emperor's guard, having cultivation without practical combat skills won't do. Let's have a match. Wei Boyu leaped into the Great Wei Lake, standing on 1 foot atop a lotus leaf. Your majesty, this. Han Shu, seeing Emperor Nan Zhao nod, then leaped up to stand on the lotus leaf in front of Wei Boyu. Han Shu, you have trained with me for 3 years. You are considered my disciple. Today, I will check your homework to see if you have been slack over the years. Wei Boyu wielded a golden dragon-headed staff and struck toward Han Shu with the force of splitting a mountain. In just a few breaths, the two had already fought dozens of rounds. Suddenly, Wei Boyu's aura surged, and with a blow from the dragon-headed staff, he sent Han Shu crashing into the lake. Wei Boyu hovered in midair, his figure upright, his aura majestic like a mountain, his golden armor shining under the sunlight and the reflection of the lake, resembling a war god descending to the world. Emperor Nan Zhao suddenly stood up. Wei Gong, your body. Thanks to my son Yuan, I was fortunate enough to win a spirit coffin fungus, allowing me to extend my life by 5 years. 5 years. Emperor Nan Zhao's expression brightened. Wei Boyu was the war god of Great Wei, the grand marshal of the state. As long as he lived, the petty criminals within the borders would not dare to rebel. During their long conversation the previous night, Wei Boyu had mentioned he only had 1 year left to break the situation, but now, with 5 more years, it meant he had 4 additional years to find a solution. Returning to the pavilion, Emperor Nan Zhao quickly gestured for him to sit. Yafu, your health is a blessing that concerns Nan Zhao's peace of mind. After saying this, he waved to Wei Yuan. Noble nephew, you have changed so much in just a few days. Come sit with me. Your Majesty, there are distinctions of rank. Sitting can be omitted. No problem. This is the imperial garden, not the court, so there are no distinctions between ruler and subjects. Emperor Nan Zhao, like a kind elder, pulled Wei Yuan to sit beside him. Grandmaster Wen, now that my Yafu and my nephew are here, do you have anything to say? Please speak freely. Emperor Nan Zhao's change in address towards Wei Boyu was not lost on Grandmaster Wen. Those in official positions, especially those in the Grandmaster role, must understand how to interpret the Emperor's intentions. Grandmaster Wen bowed and said, Your Majesty, I wish to report to you. I accuse Wang Te of being a gambling addict, having pawned my daughter as gambling collateral. Liang Buwei, in his foolishness, exclaimed, "That's not right, Grandmaster. You didn't say that earlier. Didn't you say it was my son and Wei Yuan cheating and want to take your daughter?" Grandmaster Wen shook his head repeatedly. "That's not true. Prince Liang must have misheard." Emperor Nanzhao looked at Wang Shouhe. "Wang Aiqing, what do you think of this matter?" Wang Shouhe gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. "My son Wang Tung has already fled in fear of punishment. This is my failure in teaching him. Since that is the case, I will serve as a witness. The marriage contract between the Wang and Wen families is annulled. The Wang family shall compensate the Grand Master 20,000 taels, and the dowry shall be returned in full." As Emperor Nanzhao spoke, his gaze turned icy as he glared at Wang Shouhe. He knew that the Wang family was the leading family of grave robbers, and such actions could not be tolerated. Instead of scattering, it was better to let the Wang family be the source of the problem. Emperor Nanzhao had already advised the Wang family that when the national treasury was empty, they needed to fill it, and any treasures unearthed should be presented to him. But now that there was such a good item as the spirit coffin fungus, the Wang family had not thought to present it to him, which made Emperor Nanzhao very angry. So he used this opportunity to reprimand them. Grandmaster Wen, having a keen mind, waved his hands. "Your Majesty, I see that Wang Jian's second son, Wang Mao, is both literate and martial. Why not serve as a witness for the marriage between my daughter and Wang Mao? And the dowry need not be returned?" "Agreed," Emperor Nanzhao replied, then, like a youth, took Wei Boyu's hand. "Yafu, you and Yuan stay in the palace for a family dinner." Grandmaster Wen and Wang Shouhe bowed. "Your Majesty, there are still trivial matters at home. We shall take our leave. My residence has nothing to do. You can stay for dinner too." Liang Buwei had just spoken when he was pulled back by Grandmaster Wen. "Can't you see the difference? Hurry up and leave." "Wait." Wei Yuan suddenly called out to everyone and smiled at Emperor Nanzhao. "Your Majesty, this is my first time in the Imperial Garden. I can't help but feel a surge of poetic inspiration. May I recite a poem?" Emperor Nanzhao was taken aback. This fellow had once turned a few lines into a laughingstock for the entire Great Way. Known as the shame of the literary world, he was now claiming poetic inspiration. Emperor Nanzhao glanced at the little eunuch standing in the corner, then shook his head helplessly. "Go ahead." "Ahem." Wei Yuan cleared his throat, placing one hand behind his back, taking a couple of steps forward, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman and scholar. "Great Wei Lake. Wei Lake is vast." "Huh." Everyone in the room awkwardly lowered their heads. Based on the first line alone, this really wasn't worth mentioning. Wei Yuan continued. "Great Wei Lake. Wei Lake is vast. There are lotus flowers in Great Wei Lake. On the lotus, a frog is crouching. Poke it, and it jumps. Uft." Wei Boyu just used tea to cover his embarrassment, but hearing that last line, he sprayed it out, his old face twitching uncontrollably. Grandmaster Wen, Wang Shouhe, and even the clueless Liang Buwei couldn't help but laugh. Wei Yuan, with an air of pride, cupped his hands. Yuan, a mere scholar with shallow talent, has embarrassed himself. What disgrace! Come home with me. Wei Boyu maintained a serious expression as he stood up, grabbing Wei Yuan's wrist. But Wei Yuan struggled and pointed at Kai Kun. "I am merely throwing out a brick to attract jade, but he is the top scholar. He must surely be talented. So why don't you compose a piece about the lotus as well? Be a poem or song?" Emperor Nanzhao nodded. Kai Kun was personally selected by him as the top scholar of the Golden Examination, and letting him improvise a poem could provide a stark contrast to Wei Yuan. Kai Kun, unable to defy the emperor's wishes, stood up with a pig's head, stammering, "Green. Green leaves reflect the sun's red, standing gracefully in the lake. The elegance of a lotus fragrance fills the pond, pure and ethereal, with endless charm." "Good." Wei Yuan clapped repeatedly. "This poem is quite good. Almost reaching the level of a storyteller on a bridge. Worth 3 won for 8 segments." Emperor Nanzhao furrowed his brow. Although it was an improvised poem, Kai Kun's work was indeed not impressive, and most reaching the level of a scholar. Of course, it was definitely better than Wei Yuan's frog nonsense. But Wei Yuan was the top scoundrel, while Kai Kun was the top scholar. Producing such poetry seemed a bit unreasonable. Wei Yuan lightly patted Kai Kun on the shoulder. "Brother Kai excels at writing passionate poetry. He is not skilled in this romantic style. After all, The article that earned you the top scholar was Fighting the Celestial Wolf. Kai Kuan at this moment wished he could kneel and bow to Wei Yuan, who was so understanding. Yes, what I'm good at is passionate poetry. Since that's the case, I'll write a poem about my grandfather. This time, I'll throw out a brick to attract jade. Wei Yuan said seriously. Drunk, I light the lamp to look at my sword. In dreams, I return to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles divide the heat under my command. 50 strings translate the sounds beyond the frontier. Autumn on the battlefield points the soldiers. Wei Bue, who had already started to feel ashamed and covered his face, was shocked to raise his head. Can this damn poem really be written by you, you turtle grandson? Wei Yuan continued. To settle the affairs of the world for the king. To win fame before and after life. Poor white hair. Poem of breaking the formation, the great talent Wei Yuan gifts to Buyue good. Good. Emperor Nan Zhao clapped his hands and said good 3 times, exclaiming, as expected of the number 1 talent of the great Wei. Immediately, others nodded in agreement, clearly thinking that such stunning poetry would surely leave a significant mark in the literary world. Therefore, this poem was likely just composed recently and had not yet been published, and it must be attributed to the number 1 talent of the great Wei, Zhu Sibao. As for the original creator being Wei Yuan, no one would believe it. Chapter 20. The aristocracy misleads the country. The game between monarch and ministers. Kai Kuan was momentarily stunned, hesitating for a long time before he could barely write a poem, but its quality was likely not even good enough to pass the local examination. Emperor Nan Zhao squinted at Kai Kuan and said, explain the specific operations of the military strategy war against the wolf. This time, Kai Kuan spoke without hesitation, but it sounded like a rehearsed script. Emperor Nan Zhao said to the old eunuch, bring the sand table over. Let my adoptive father point out the shortcomings of war against the wolf. Soon, the old eunuch brought a sand table simulating the confrontation of 2 armies. And Wei Buyue and Kai Kuan each took red and blue pieces to simulate the military game. However, the result was that in less than 20 moves, Wei Buyue completely annihilated Kai Kuan's camp with minimal losses. Kai Kuan's large head was already covered in cold sweat, and his back was soaked through as he stammered, No wonder you're the war god of Wei, brave among the 3 armies. I am ashamed. Wei Buyue didn't even glance at Kai Kuan, directly sitting down on a stone bench. What I used was not the Wei family's military tactics, but rather the common strategies used by the Xiongnu cavalry. I have read War Against the Wolf. It is an excellent work of military strategy and prose, but during our previous game, you did not employ any strategies from War Against the Wolf. Wei Buyue stopped there, as the truth was already obvious. Wang Shouhe kicked Kai Kuan in the stomach, saying, good for you, you dare to cheat and deceive the emperor to fool my daughter's sincere feelings. I truly misjudged you. After saying that, Wang Shouhe knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this scoundrel has committed the great crime of deceiving the emperor and has implicated the 9 clans, while also harming my Wang family. I implore your Majesty to issue an edict to execute his entire family, to sentence him to death by 1,000 cuts, and to give my Wang family a chance to carry out the punishment, to vent the hatred of having toyed with my daughter's affections. Wei Yuan, enjoying the spectacle, laughed and said, Your Majesty, to be honest, War Against the Wolf was written by a friend of my dear nephew during the imperial examination, but for some reason, the name on the paper changed to Kai Kuan. Oh, what is the name of that friend? Gong Sun Jin. Emperor Nan Zhao glanced at the old eunuch, who hurriedly ran out and quickly returned, reporting to your Majesty, indeed there is a candidate by that name in this year's imperial examination, but his ranking is quite low. Nephew, where is this Gong Sun Jin now? At my home. Summon him to see me. When discovering a cockroach, there might already be a nest of cockroaches. Emperor Nan Zhao's chest rose and fell, realizing that Kai Kuan's impersonation had been uncovered, but how many false top scholars and fake honors had there been before? Clearly, the hands of the aristocratic families had already reached into the imperial examination, and the officials in the court were backed by various powerful families, forming cliques for personal gain, leaving him, the emperor, powerless. Soon, the 4 dukes and 8 marquises, along with all high-ranking officials, found various excuses to flock to the imperial garden. Emperor Nanzhao clenched his fists tightly in the sleeves of his dragon robe. The news of this incident had spread quickly throughout the court. My palace has already been infiltrated by power-hungry ministers and aristocrats like a sieve. Emperor Nanzhao's expression darkened as he silently reflected, his gaze sharp and cold, sweeping across the crowd. Soon, Gong Sunjin, who was confused, was brought to the imperial garden in a wooden wheelchair by two Jinwu guards. Despite his disability, I allow you to meet the emperor without kneeling. Emperor Nanzhao addressed Gong Sunjin. Is war against the wolf your work? Gong Sunjin nodded repeatedly. And only then did Emperor Nanzhao realize that he was actually mute. Wei Yuan said to Emperor Nanzhao, Your Majesty, his wife Du Sanyang, is proficient in lip reading and should be waiting outside the palace. Why not let her in as well? No. The current left chancellor clasped his hands and said to Emperor Nanzhao, Your Majesty, Du Sanyang is a woman of the brothel, a lowly wench with arms that have been embraced by thousands and lips that have been tasted by many. Her entering the palace would be an insult to the royal family. Shut your mouth. Wei Yuan immediately retorted at the left chancellor. Have you heard of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai? Have you heard of Hongfu Inn? All courtesans are loyal and righteous, and many heroes are just dog killers. Do you understand this saying? Wei Yuan looked at the officials present and loudly reprimanded. Among the 4 dukes and 8 marquises, the ancestor of the Liang family was once the famous General Liang Shizhong of the previous dynasty, and the Liang family has also been courtesans. The watching Liang Buwei's large, fleshy face turned angry. Wei Yuan, you bastard, why are you dragging the Liang family into this? Liang Buwei's father was once a border guard general of the previous dynasty, later following the founding emperor of the Wei dynasty to establish dominance in Nanjing. No matter how you look at it, the Liang family could be considered disloyal, and the fact that their ancestor had been a courtesan was also a disgrace that the Liang family did not wish to mention. Today, this was directly exposed by Wei Yuan in public. So how could Liang Buwei not be angry? But then, Wei Yuan, with one hand behind his back, loudly proclaimed, the matriarch of the Liang family was also a renowned courtesan. With a body deemed lowly, she possessed the insight to recognize talent. Moreover, she commanded the world, contended in Jianghuai, gathered heroes, quelled rebellions, defended against strong enemies, turned the tide when it was about to collapse, and supported the grand edifice when it was about to fall. In ancient and modern times, there has only been this one woman. Alas, heaven did not grant her many years, and she died an untimely death. Yet her name and integrity will forever be recorded in history. Oh man, you remember this young master's words today. Professions do not distinguish between high and low, as long as one loves the country and is loyal to the monarch. Saying this, Wei Yuan did not forget to clasp his hands in respect towards Emperor Nanzhao. As long as one can be loyal to the monarch and love the country, they deserve everyone's respect. Emperor Nanzhao was delighted. Wei Yuan's words made him feel completely at ease. It must be said that the verses written by Zhu Sibao were truly excellent. Emperor Nanzhao automatically attributed these words to the Wei dynasty's #1 talent, Zhu Sibao. He had already thought about letting people throughout the world circulate this, regardless of whether they were singers, actors, merchants, or barbers. All should be loyal to the monarch and love the country. Looking further afield, with the whole country united, how could the Wei dynasty not thrive? Looking closer, with the constant wars in recent years, stirring the patriotic feelings of the people would make it easier to conscript soldiers. Gong Sunjin looked at Wei Yuan, his eyes red, using lip language to say, My lord understands me. Although Liang Buwei did not quite understand. He felt that having an ancestor who was a courtesan did not seem to be a disgrace, but rather a kind of honor. Emperor Nanzhao glanced at the old eunuch, who, like a worm in his belly, emitted a sharp and piercing voice, summoned Du Sanyang to enter the palace. Soon Du Sanyang was brought into the imperial garden, and as she passed by, she did not forget to greet nearly 90% of the officials, clearly indicating that this group of people spoke of virtue and morality, but were secretly involved in illicit activities. After using Du Sanyang's voice to narrate all of Gong Sunjin's matters, Emperor Nanzhao was so furious that he slammed the stone table. This is rebellion. This is rebellion. They even dare to engage in corruption in the imperial examination. Over the years, how many top scholars were like Kai Kuan, mere drunkards and gluttons? Within 10 years. No, within 20 years, all scholars who have obtained honors, regardless of their current official positions, must retake the examination, and those who do not pass will all be executed for cheating. Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, this action undermines the foundation of our Wei dynasty. It is absolutely not permissible. The officials and ministers in the court protested one after another. Over the years, everyone understood the tricks in the imperial examination. No matter how talented you were, as long as you did not belong to an aristocratic family, you were doomed to fail the examination. It could be said that executing all scholars who obtained honors in the past 20 years would definitely result in many wrongful accusations. But if you executed one and spared another, there would surely be fish that slipped through the net. If Emperor Nanzhao were to investigate, he would guarantee that every official would keep quiet. No one's hand were clean. Seeing the officials looking as if they had him in their grasp, Emperor Nanzhao felt a deep resentment, but there was nothing he could do. For thousands of years, the 37 local aristocratic families had stood firm, monopolizing various resources and acting like local emperors, even monopolizing the rights of selecting officials. Moreover, the aristocratic families intermarried with each other, creating complex relationships. Any movement would implicate the entire body. In times of peace, there were the 37 prominent families. During the war, there were the 37 feudal lords. Why did the previous dynasty fall? Was it not because the emperor wanted to centralize power and free himself from the constraints of the aristocratic families? The result was that the local aristocracies rebelled and overthrew the previous dynasty, and the Nan family was once one of the 37 prominent families. Emperor Nanzhao took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart. What you all said is very true. I believe this Kai Kuan incident is just an exception and does not require a retrospective investigation. Let us just deal with the matter at hand. Kai Kuan will be thrown into the dungeon and executed on a selected day, and the examiner from that day must come to see me for questioning. And I will reinstate Gong Sun Jin as the top scholar. As soon as Emperor Nanzhao finished speaking, the left chancellor stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, officials are the face of our great way, and it is essential that they are healthy, fit, and have proper features. If there is a disability, it would damage the image of our great Wei dynasty and your Majesty's image. I believe this is unacceptable." I agree with the left chancellor. I also agree with the left chancellor. The officials once again rejected Emperor Nanzhao's proposal, and the reason was simple. Gong Sun Jin had a disability, and if he were to hold office, it would harm the image of the great Wei dynasty. However, the officials and Emperor Nanzhao all knew that this was not about disability, but rather that Gong Sun Jin had not allied himself with any aristocratic family. So he absolutely could not be allowed to break the monopoly precedent. Emperor Nanzhao clenched his fist tightly in his sleeve, the veins bulging, but his expression showed no sign of it. Then, according to your words, how should I compensate Gong Sun Jin? 1,000 taels of gold, 3 houses, and 6 acres of good farmland. Du Sanyang could not help but stand up to defend her Jinlang. My Jinlang is exceptionally talented, proficient in military strategy and governance. He is also a handsome man. How could he harm the image of the country? You bold and lowly maid, you are standing here thanks to the emperor's grace. How dare you speak? The left chancellor angrily pointed at Du Sanyang. Someone, drag her out and behead her. 2 guards rushed over to bind Du Sanyang. Chapter 21. The bitter vinegar blood method. I think Sanyang is right. Gong Sun Jin is clearly a talented individual, and it is impossible for him to harm the image of the country. At this moment, Wei Yuan stepped forward, pointing at the officials. On the contrary, it is you bunch of useless gluttons, each with your bloated bodies. It is your kind that tarnishes the national integrity. Impudent. Wei Yuan, you have no official position here. Before the official could finish speaking, Wei Buyue's booming voice rang out. Wei Buyue, fiercely protective of his own, pulled Wei Yuan behind him. What is wrong with my grandson? Speak in front of me. It's nothing. Although they dared to confront the emperor, they were afraid of Wei Buyue. The god of war of the Great Wei, brave among the 3 armies, with a fiery temper, often turned aggressive in his youth. Emperor Nanzhao cautious and overly concerned, had many reservations, but with no one left in the Wei family, Wei Buya didn't care much. If he truly angered this fierce man, he might publicly beat himself up or even kill himself. He could certainly do that. Du Sanyang is just a common woman, unfamiliar with the rules, and it's her first offense. It can be forgiven. I grant her pardon. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The Imperial Majesty cannot be insulted. Although this lowly maid is a first-time offender, she can escape the death penalty but cannot escape the punishment. The old minister believes she should receive 30 strokes of a rod, slightly punishing her to warn others. I second that. Emperor Nan Zhao, helpless, closed his eyes and nodded. 2 imperial guards, wielding punishment rods, pressed Du Sanyang down and struck her hard on the buttocks. Each blow produced a crisp sound, followed by Du Sanyang's hoarse screams. Gong Sun Jin's eyes were filled with rage, his teeth clenched, blood flowing from his gums, staining his front garments. Wei Yuan closed his eyes. In fact, all of this was part of his plan. Gong Sun Jin was too talented and was someone he must heavily rely on in the future. After this incident, he would be completely disillusioned with the court and devotedly follow him. After 30 strikes, Du Sanyang's throat was hoarse, her eyes filled with tears, struggling to get up from the ground. The Grand Scholar of the Hanlin Academy, Zhu Sibo, requests an audience. A eunuch's voice rang out. A young man, around 25 or 26, with a handsome face, red lips, and white teeth, though somewhat short and exuding a scholarly aura, walked into the imperial garden. I, Zhu Sibo, pay my respects to your majesty. Zhu Sibo stood up and bowed again to Wei Buya. Greetings, grandfather. Emperor Nan Zhao pointed at Gong Sun Jin. Are you familiar with him? Gong Sun Jin is my junior brother. His exam paper was swapped. As the chief examiner, what do you have to say? Zhu Sibo seemed to have prepared for this. Standing up slowly, Your Majesty, after sealing the papers that day, I invited the talented examinees to dinner to discuss their essays. Gong Sun Jin and the other examinees can testify to this. Moreover, when the results were announced, I sensed something was amiss. That day, I happened to be discussing famous paintings and calligraphy with the left prime minister and specifically wrote a letter to another chief examiner, Grand Scholar Chen Ziang, questioning the details. The left prime minister can testify to this. The left prime minister nodded. Your Majesty, I was present and can testify for Grand Scholar Zhu. Furthermore, if I had swapped the papers, why would I not let the involved party, Gong Sun Jin, die directly, but instead save him? I have no motive for a crime, and I have an alibi, so I ask your Majesty to see through the details and restore my innocence. Wei Yuan looked at Zhu Sibo's eyes, filled with cunning, and the confident, smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Wei Yuan could be 100% sure that this incident was orchestrated by this little villain. But this guy was young, very cunning, and did everything meticulously, always managing to clear himself first. No wonder he didn't grow tall. It was because he was too clever. Why hasn't Grand Scholar Chen Ziang been brought to see me yet? As soon as Emperor Nan Zhao's words fell, an imperial guard rushed in a panic. Your Majesty, there's been a serious fire at Grand Scholar Chen's residence. Your Majesty, the old minister believes that Grand Scholar Zhu is innocent. The true culprit is Chen Ziang. I also believe that Chen Ziang committed suicide out of fear. Emperor Nan Zhao was truly furious today. Whatever the matter, these officials always went against him, and now they had stirred up a murder and cover-up plot. Emperor Nan Zhao slammed the table and shouted, "Send the 4 great detectives of the 6 doors to Chen's residence. I want to see for myself whether Chen Ziang committed suicide out of fear or was murdered to silence him." In a 3-courtyard courtyard in the capital, the plaque at the entrance had been charred, faintly revealing 2 gilded characters, Chun Fu. According to the firefighting personnel, the Chun residence caught fire suddenly and spread rapidly. But fortunately, they took timely fire prevention measures, which prevented the flames from spreading further. Once the fire was extinguished, the 4 great detectives of the 6 doors quickly entered to investigate. Soon after, they hurried out and knelt on one knee before Emperor Nan Zhao. Your Majesty, after my investigation, the fire originated in Lord Chen's study, and upon examination, there were no injuries, confirming it was a suicide. A group of officials spoke up. Your Majesty, the case is already clear. Kai Kuan bribed Chun Xiang heavily to swap the exam papers, and when a matter came to light, Chun Xiang committed suicide out of fear. Emperor Nan Zhao nodded. In fact, he already knew the outcome when he was in the Imperial Garden. But he insisted on leaving the palace to test the 4 great detectives, wanting to see if the 6 doors still belonged to him. It was proven that, aside from the Wei family, which he feared due to their significant power, and the Liang family, which focused solely on guarding the borders and did not involve themselves in court matters, all the other officials in the court were unreliable. Perhaps the matter wasn't that simple? Just then, Wei Yuan's voice rang out as he walked over to the charred corpse of Chun Xiang and lifted his chin with his hand. A living person burned to death should have a mouth full of soot, but this corpse did not, indicating that he was dead before being burned to a crisp. The leader of the 4 great detectives said harshly to Wei Yuan, "Are you questioning our ability to solve cases? Stop being so sarcastic. Who are you for to question?" After arrogantly finishing his words, Wei Yuan bought a bamboo tube of sticky rice from a nearby stall, mixed it with raw egg whites, and stuffed it into Chun Xiang's mouth. After a cup of tea, he took it out and found it still clean and white. The absorption power of glutinous rice is strong. If there are any toxins remaining in the corpse, the glutinous rice ball would turn black. Wei Yuan looked at the 4 great detectives. He was burned after death, and it wasn't due to poison taken in advance. May I ask how he died? This. Seeing the 4 great detectives hesitate, Wei Yuan mocked. "Is it that you don't know, or are you afraid to say?" Wei Yuan clawed at the charred corpse, and when he felt the chest, he couldn't help but laugh. 7 ribs are broken, 2 of which pierce the lungs, and 1 pierce the heart. What method of suicide could cause such injuries? Emperor Nan Zhao looked at the 4 great detectives, explained. The 4 great detectives stammered, "Your Majesty, the young master's reputation." So he doesn't understand corpse examination and is just speaking nonsense. However, before the 4 great detectives could finish, Wei Yuan had already started to dissect the corpse with a knife. Since the corpse had turned to charcoal, the internal organs were thoroughly cooked, and the blood had turned to blood tofu from the heat, so everything was clear. Everyone curiously looked towards Chun Xiang's chest cavity and found that, indeed, as Wei Yuan had said, 7 ribs were broken, 2 pierced the lungs, and 1 pierced the heart. And these 4 are still called the great detectives? They're just 4 useless things. Wei Yuan cursed, arranging for someone to bring high-proof liquor and strong vinegar from a nearby tavern, mixing them in proportion. Entering the ruins of the Qin residence, he sprayed it in the area where the corpse was found. Soon, the charred ground showed small red marks. This. Everyone, including the 4 great detectives, looked at Wei Yuan in confusion. Wei Yuan smiled and said, "This is called the vinegar blood manifestation technique, which can dissolve the proteins in dry blood." Wei Buyu nodded and said, "When soldiers fight and their clothes get stained with blood, they soak them in white vinegar to clean them. Is it the same principle?" "Pretty much." Wei Yuan pointed at the bloodstains on the ground and continued. Everyone in the Qin residence was killed, and the assailant must be a master with their palms, delivering fatal blows with each strike. Therefore, Your Majesty, Chun Xiang did not commit suicide out of guilt. He was silenced. Everyone present, including Wei Buyue, looked at Wei Yuan with incredulous expressions. Is this still the capital's #1 playboy? He even knows about such unheard-of investigative techniques. It's over while thinking about dragging Zhu Sibo down. I forgot to maintain my persona. Wei Yuan's mind raced, and then he turned his gaze to the little eunuch who had been following Emperor Nan Zhao. Everyone, there's no need to be surprised. This young master has been interested in detective work since childhood and has done quite a bit of research. For example, the eunuch behind His Majesty is a fake eunuch. Huh? A fake eunuch. The crowd was shocked. Whether true or false, if this news spread for the emperor, it would be a tremendous humiliation, changing his little yellow hat to a little green hat. Wei Buyue hurriedly grabbed Wei Yuan, saying, "How dare you? You can't say such things carelessly." "Grandfather, I'm not talking nonsense." Wei Yuan suddenly ran over and grabbed the little eunuch, pulling off his hat. "She's a woman, and a beautiful one at that." Wei Yuan hugged the little eunuch and laughed proudly, recognizing a woman by her fragrance. This is the strongest secret technique of the Wei family. Wei Buyue was filled with black lines on his forehead. "Stop talking nonsense. My Wei family doesn't have such lowly techniques." Everyone turned their attention to the little eunuch who had once taught the crown prince and the princes. And the venerable scholar hurriedly bowed to the little eunuch. Old minister greets Princess Qingchen. Princess Qingchen, the #1 talented woman and beauty of the Great Way. Known for her beauty that can make the moon hide and flowers blush, Nanji, Wei Yuan slapped his forehead, intending to play the role of playboy, but unexpectedly ended up on his fiancée's head. Chapter 22. Severing ties with my biological father, Emperor Nan Zhao, turned around in shock. Nanji, how did you end up here? Nanji decided to stop pretending, lowered her hand from her face, and glanced at Wei Yuan. Everyone knew that Wei Buyue had requested Emperor Nanzhao to grant him marriage based on military merit, and Nanji, dressed in disguise, had come to observe her future husband. Nanji's skin was as white as jade, her eyebrows delicate as silk, a hint of crimson on her lips, and her eyes deep like autumn waters. Her smile could captivate a city, and another smile could charm a nation, her elegant demeanor mesmerizing. Nanji slightly bowed to Emperor Nanzhao, wishing him well. In that moment, she moved with the grace of willow catkins in the wind, resembling a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, pure and serene, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. In the usual secluded life of the beautiful princess, if you had seen her, many initially thought that the so-called greatest talent and beauty of the Great Way were merely due to her royal status. But upon seeing her now, they realized she indeed possessed the beauty that could sink fish and scatterbirds, living up to her reputation. At the same time, the older men understood why Wei Yuan had been unable to control himself back then. With looks like these, with a demeanor like that, what man could resist? The last time Wei Yuan met her, he had not taken a serious look as his focus was elsewhere. Now, upon observing Nanji up close, he discovered she was the epitome of beauty he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. What about naming the boy Wei Qing? Wei Yuan said while holding Nanji's hand, shocking everyone present. He had even thought of a name for the child. However, Wei, holding a dragon-headed cane, was so agitated that he nearly rushed forward. You ungrateful wretch, Wei Qing is my ancestor, your heavenly ancestor, you unfilial son. Then, how about another name? Wife, what do you think we should name our child? You lecher. Nanji angrily slapped Wei Yuan and turned to jog towards the imperial sedan, a flower planted in cow dung. All the men present were filled with contempt for Wei Yuan, especially Zhu Sibai, who had heard of her beauty for a long time, but was seeing Nanji for the first time and was glaring at Wei Yuan with murderous intent. In his view, someone like Wei Yuan, aside from a good background, was utterly worthless and did not deserve Nanji. The greatest talent of the Great Way should naturally match with the greatest talent of the Great Way. Emperor Nanzhao, like a benevolent elder, lightly patted Wei Yuan's shoulder. Yuaner, today your talent has given me a great surprise. The Wei family has a hero's tomb. Although the northern Xiongnu has been suppressed by Yafu, the southern Xiongnu still exists. I grant you military authority to campaign against the southern Xiongnu. What do you think? Wei Yuan cursed inwardly, as Emperor Nanzhao's paranoia had flared up again, testing him at such a time. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhu Sibai stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am Wei Yuan's older brother. The hatred for the Xiongnu, for killing my father, is unending. The hatred for fratricide cannot coexist with the sun and moon. If we do not take revenge, we are not worthy to be called sons. I ask for your grace to allow me to accompany my brother Wei Yuan to campaign against the southern Xiongnu. United, we can achieve great success and eliminate the Xiongnu. Emperor Nanzhao patted Wei Yuan's shoulder. Yuaner, can you agree? Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, and solemnly declared, the Wei family has a deep hatred for the Xiongnu. As the last remaining descendant of the Wei family, I cannot shirk my duty to campaign against the Xiongnu. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back and drew a long knife from the waist of the Imperial Guards. Today I, Wei Yuan, shall follow the example of the ancients and use blood to honor my blood feud. Wei Buyue furrowed his brow, thinking that Yuaner was still too naive. But what Wei Buyue, Emperor Nanzhao, and all the officials did not expect was that Wei Yuan actually cut off his own robe. Today, I sever ties with my fallen father and brothers, The hatred for killing my father and brother will be repaid in the next life. Huh? What is this? Sever ties with my father and brothers? Wait for revenge in the next life. Listen, is this even human language? Everyone on the scene awkwardly twitched their mouths. Wei Yuan weakly said, Yuan, just a scholar, playing with words and fancy, is happy to indulge in pleasures at the pleasure quarters. Going to the battlefield? Forget it. That place can truly kill people. Everyone was shocked by Wei Yuan's talent, for the first time realizing that idioms could be used this way. Oh no, Lord Wei has fainted. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the accompanying imperial physicians rushed over to pinch the acupoint and perform CPR, finally bringing Wei Buyue back to consciousness. Wei Buyue trembled with rage, pointing at Wei Yuan. Unfilial son, Heavenly Father, is it that the Wei family has committed such great sins in battle that you sent this wretched grandson, this dog of a thing, to punish me? By the end, the mighty Wei Buyue, the greatest warrior of the great Wei, unexpectedly shed tears. Many ministers sighed deeply, and some even felt pity for this strong, youthful-looking, and unparalleled martial artist in his old age. If one were to think from another's perspective, any family faced with such a situation would be troubled. And the most terrifying part was that he was the only descendant, with the help of 2 military generals. Wei Buyue stood up and clasped his fist to Emperor Nanzhao. Your Majesty, I am unwell. Please allow me to return home early. Emperor Nanzhao, in a good mood after reviewing Wei Yuan's performance, shook his head. Yafu, please wait a moment. Remember a year ago you suggested granting your grandson Wei Yuan an official position. After careful consideration, I have decided today, seeing that Yuaner has exceptional skills in investigation and solving cases, to appoint him as the deputy commander of the 6 Doors, granting him a special sword with the right to act first and report later, to thoroughly investigate this case of the swapped exam papers. Your Majesty, Wei Yuan is young, and he may not be able to handle such a heavy responsibility. Before Wei Buyue could refuse, Wei Yuan stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed. Thank you. Your Majesty, I will certainly guard the imperial city, not allowing any wrongful convictions to occur, and from now on, I shall be known as Wei Qingtian. Emperor Nanzhao nodded in satisfaction, tossing his sword from his waist to Wei Yuan. Yuaner, remember to report to 6 Doors on time tomorrow. With a stern face, Wei Buyue grabbed Wei Yuan and left as if he were carrying a chick. Inside the sedan, only Wei Buyue and his grandson Wei Yuan remained. Wei Buyue frowned and said, Do you really think that Emperor Nanzhao appointing you as deputy commander is a good thing? Wei Yuan smiled nonchalantly. The emperor wants to use my reckless and extravagant nature to stir up the waters of the capital, and he can drag you down with him. After all, Grandpa, you disregard court politics and disdain the deceit and trickery of officials. Your role is to stabilize the nation. You can say you are loyal to the Great Wei, to the late Emperor Long of Nanjing, or even to the Nan family, but not to him, Nanzhao. Previously, he had a year left to live, but now it has changed to 5 years. His little schemes have come alive. Wei Buyue looked up and down at Wei Yuan, knowing that he was not truly extravagant, but was surprised that he had already figured out the whole situation. Since you know, why did you agree? Do you know how deep the waters of the capital are? Even if you swim well, do not forget that there are piranhas, venomous water snakes, crocodiles disguised as driftwood, and lurking turtles at the bottom of the river, always ready to bite off a piece of your flesh. Crisis often accompanies opportunity. Wei Yuan said seriously, If he, Nanzhao, wants to fish in troubled waters, then I will be the one stirring the waters. I only give you this chance. If you cannot handle the 300,000 Wei family troops as your dowry, then you will obediently become the prince consort and live a life under someone else's roof. After Wei Buyue finished speaking, he opened the sedan curtain and looked at Gong Sun Jin being carried away outside. He was a rare talent. Even Emperor Nanzhao was willing to compete with the ministers for him. If he wasted it by keeping him, let him join the Wei family army. Wei Yuan said lightly, Then Grandpa, you can go try. Stop the sedan. Wei Buyue got off the carriage and looked up and down at Gong Sun Jin. Are you willing to follow me and become a strategist for the Wei family army? Gong Sun Jin glanced at Du Sanyang lying on the stretcher. Even through her clothes, he could see her swollen backside. He shook his head at Wei Buyue and mouthed, Lord Wei, I am already part of the Wei family army, but I will not follow you. For I will only pledge my loyalty to the heir for this life. Wei Buiyue also looked at Du Sanyang on the stretcher and suddenly recalled Wei Yuan's many unusual behaviors today. It seemed that everyone present, including himself, Emperor Nanzhao, and all the civil and military officials, were merely tools working for Wei Yuan. Damn it. Although he already knew this sly bastard was not simple, he still underestimated him. Wei Buiyue silently cursed but wore a joyful expression, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Returning to the sedan chair, Wei Yuan crossed his legs. Grandfather, did you hit a wall? Get lost. Wei Buiyue kicked Wei Yuan out of the sedan chair. Just looking at you annoys me. Wei Yuan rubbed his backside, dusted off his clothes, and looked at the Wei family members slowly leaving. He said to Gong Sun Jin, "You should ride in the same sedan with me." Inside the sedan, Wei Yuan whispered, "Do you hate me?" Wei Yuan knew that with Gong Sun Jin's intelligence, even if he couldn't understand the situation at that moment, he would later realize that this was all part of Wei Yuan's scheme. Rather than beating around the bush, it was better to be open and clear about things. Gong Sun Jin shook his head. "Why would I hate the heir? Even without you, I would have taken this step. Instead, I should thank my lord for completely shattering my childhood dream of becoming a top scholar and allowing me to see the ugly faces of these powerful families up close." Wei Yuan put his arm around Gong Sun Jin's shoulder, lifted the sedan curtain, and pointed to the bustling street by the roadside. "When I have gained enough power, I will leave here with the tiger talisman in hand. The emperor must have the surname Wei, and all 37 noble families in this world must perish. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, when my flowers bloom, I will kill all the flowers. The fragrance will fill the capital, and the entire city will wear golden armor." Gong Sun Jin spoke seriously. "I believe that with my lord's talent, that day will surely come." In the princess's palace, Weiyang Palace, Nanji lay in a blue and white porcelain bathtub, bathing in fragrant water, her graceful figure hazy, a thin veil barely covering her chest. When she stood up, she was like a lotus emerging from the water, naturally beautiful, making all flowers lose their color. Her personal maid helped Nanji get dressed while pouting. "Your Highness, I've heard from Xiao Gizi that Wei Yuan is truly not a good person. Not only did he plagiarize the great talent Zhu Sibao's poems and songs, but he also made you lose face in public and said some nonsense about severing ties with your father and brothers. Luckily, you slapped him, which relieved my anger a bit." Nanji smiled slightly. "I was just playing along with his act. This Wei Yuan is not simple." Chapter 23. The Path to Wealth. "Guzhu purple bamboo shoot to your highness. What did you say?" "I didn't understand," Shwetter said, as Nanji walked barefoot to the study of the Weiyang Palace, pulled out a collection of Si Bo's poetry, casually flipped through a couple of pages, and tossed it into the fire pit. "A person's temperament can lie, but their writing cannot. His writings tell me that Zhu Sibo is arrogant, ambitious, and values his reputation greatly. Therefore, any work like Breaking the Formation written by him would surely appear in his poetry collection and not be given to Wei Yuan." The maid Schwer retorted stubbornly, "Well, what if that talented Zhu is sentimental and gives Breaking the Formation to Wei Yuan?" "There is no what if," Nanji said wisely, sitting upright in front of the dressing table, while Schwer hurriedly combed her hair with a sandalwood comb. "In fact, whether Wei Yuan is a wastrel or not, I am willing to marry him. Given my father's cold personality, I am destined to be a tool for political marriage. If I don't marry Wei Yuan, I will become a bargaining chip for him to woo Liang Hongshan or marry Liang Xiao, or even be sent to marry the Chanyu beyond the borders, as a peace offering to the Great Khan." At this moment, Nanji's face showed sorrow. In the bronze mirror, her brows resembled smoke, and her eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, reflected a hint of sadness, with tears glistening. Not to mention men, even Schwerer couldn't help but blush and lower her head upon seeing Nanji. "Your Highness is truly beautiful." "Beautiful? What use is beauty? Being born into royalty is a curse." Nanji recalled the princesses sent to marry foreign barbarians throughout history, none of whom had a good ending. There were many disgusting incidents of defiance against ethics. The stubborn foreign barbarians didn't understand what morality was. The princess served 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren, only to be humiliated and killed in the end, branded as a vixen or a disaster for men. Thus, Nanji thought, rather than marrying a foreign barbarian, it would be better to marry a useless, incompetent wastrel. At least Wei Yuan is handsome. But today, Nanji had new thoughts because she realized Wei Yuan was not as much of a wastrel as the outside world claimed. Looking at her stunning reflection in the mirror, she gently stroked her cheek and murmured softly, Wei Yuan, I really want to see how many people you will shock when you soar like a hidden dragon in the future, including my cold-blooded father, Emperor Nanzhao. At the Duke Wei's residence, Wei Yuan, using a technique of dividing tendons and bones, reattached Gong Sun Jin's tendons. He then had Shishun fetch high-quality wound medicine from Mu Qianxiu to apply to do San Yang's backside. Afterward, in front of Gong Sun Jin, he taught Jiang Yuer the 36 paths of the Tiangang swordsmanship. Wei Yuan stood in the center of the courtyard with his hands behind his back and said to Jiang Yuer, Man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The 8 trigrams are the 6 lines. The 6 lines represent all things in heaven and earth, endless in their combinations, so the meaning of 36 is infinite. The Tiangang techniques are of great supernatural power. Seeing Jiang Yuer looking confused, Wei Yuan realized it was unnecessary to explain further and decided to demonstrate directly. Watch closely. The first move, the Wheel of Destiny. Wei Yuan wielded a wooden sword, performing with great vigor in the courtyard, his movements wide, open, and powerful. Then he kicked a small stone on the ground, and the stone flew up, crashing heavily against the roof. Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu, who were secretly watching, quickly ducked their heads. When did this kid learn such top-notch sword techniques? And it seems he's been practicing for some years. His moves are not at all clumsy. Most importantly, he doesn't have any chi in him. How did he notice us? 2 hidden masters? Who the hell knows? It's quite embarrassing to sneak a peek at a junior practicing martial arts. Let's retreat. That makes sense, retreat. In the courtyard, Gong Sun Jin and Shishun both applauded. Good. Young master, Lord performs this sword technique very well. Wei Yuan looked at the 2 of them. What's good about it? As a mere scholar, Gong Sun Jin's face turned red, and he turned his head away, honestly admitting he didn't understand. Just thought it looked good. Shishun, hands on her hips, said, First of all, the initial stance of the first move is quite good. And then, seeing Shishun pretending to understand, Wei Yuan could only shake his head and chuckle helplessly, saying to Jiang Yuer, I don't expect you to understand. I just want to know which move you find the simplest. Jiang Yuer thought for a moment. The last 3 moves are quite simple. Nonsense. The last 3 moves are the hardest. Even I took 3 days to learn them. An ordinary person would take at least half a year to comprehend. However, before Wei Yuan could finish, he saw Jiang Yuer skillfully wielding the Santing Bao Yuan sword, shaking the mountain, inverting yin and yang. 7 arrows of a nail head. Wow, you learned it just by watching once? Try the others. Wei Yuan seemed to have discovered a martial arts prodigy and quickly taught Jiang Yuer other techniques. But the result was that apart from the last 3 moves, Jiang Yuer couldn't learn any of the other 33 moves. Her comprehension was even worse than that of an ordinary person. What's going on? Wei Yuan looked up in disbelief at Jiang Yuer, who was munching on a chicken leg. Can you explain this to me? What is there to explain? Shaking the mountain is just like chopping firewood. I've been chopping firewood for over 10 years, so I'm very familiar with it. Inverting yin and yang is just alternating hands, quite similar to feeding pigs, which I've also done for over 10 years. The 7 arrows of the nail head is like planting wheat. Just stick the seedlings in, keep your legs up, and look up to see if they're straight. Wei Yuan walked away with a face full of black lines. Why did her words make his top-tier sword techniques from his previous life suddenly seem to lose several centimeters of prestige? At that moment, the steward brought in a slightly plump, kind-looking middle-aged man. Young master, this person says he has business with you. Wei Yuan was taken aback when he saw the newcomer. Shenwan-san, what brings you here? Did something happen at the Yongfeng Bank in the capital? No. I came this time on behalf of a friend, with a small matter to trouble you, young master. Wei Yuan pointed at Gong Sun Jin and Jiang Yuer, who was practicing her sword moves while holding a chicken leg. They're all my people. Go ahead. It's like this. A fellow townsman of mine borrowed money from Yongfeng Bank to do business, transporting the best tea from our hometown to the capital. But he can't find a way to sell it. If he goes bankrupt, It would be a considerable loss for Yongfeng Bank as well. What tea? Let me see. Shen Wanson took out a beautifully packaged small wooden box from his sleeve, opened it to reveal bright green tea leaves. Wei Yuan picked up a leaf and smelled it. Indeed, this is top-quality tea. If I'm not mistaken, this is Guju purple bamboo shoot. Young master has a good eye. This is indeed Guju purple bamboo shoot. Known for its fresh tea buds with a slight purple hue and tender leaves that curl like bamboo shoots, is named according to Lu Yu's The Classic of Tea. The purple indicates quality and the bamboo shoot indicates excellence. This tea is of very high quality. Although it is not as good as the tribute tea offered to the emperor, it is still a rare find among the common people. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. They say people from Jiangnan are good at business, but your friend seems to lack business sense. Doesn't he know that people in the capital prefer flower teas, with jasmine being the most popular? As for green tea, people disdain its blandness, apart from the nobility. Few in the market have the taste for green tea. So if he can't sell it this time, he will go bankrupt and come crawling back to me seeking your help. Wei Yuan suddenly laughed. Tell him at a 30% discount. I will buy however much tea he has. I'll take it all. Young master, he brought 30 stones. Buying it all yourself would cost a lot. It's fine, no matter the cost. 30 stones is approximately 500 pounds. Wei Yuan lightly patted Shen Wansan's shoulder. Find an opportunity to get a batch of exquisite jade boxes and name it jade tea. Isn't it better to call it imperial tea? Although the name might be illegal, with your influence, this little matter should be easily resolved. This time I won't stick my neck out because it's too sinful and my grandfather can't bear it if something goes wrong. A box of tea costs 300 taels. Buy 10 boxes, and after 3 days, 3,000 taels will be refunded, and then every week. Each box of tea will return 10 taels of silver. But, my lord, this will lead to losses. They are fixated on the interest, but what we want is their principal, and the price is set too high, ordinary people won't be involved. This won't create public resentment and lead to riots. It will only hurt the aristocratic families, so the emperor won't investigate deeply. Wei Yuan smiled at this. As someone who has traveled through time, selling calligraphy and paintings, selling soap, these are all weak. Since I've already crossed over, why not engage in trades that are not written in the law now, but were explicitly prohibited in the past life? Chapter 24, The Temptation of Stockings. I'll give you a chance. If everything goes well, regardless of whether they're a profit, I will give you 10,000 taels of silver, plus 10% of the earnings as a service fee. Or, we can share the risks together. If we lose, we split the losses 50-50, and if we make money, you get 30%. Seeing Shen Wansan stunned in place, Wei Yuan didn't urge him. He knew this guy was calculating in his mind. After half a cup of tea, Shen Wansan came to his senses and said to Wei Yuan, "Noble son, I think we should add a clause about recruiting people to sell tea for dividends." As expected from someone who started from scratch, his business acumen was impressive. Just a slight prompt was enough for him to make connections and propose the most famous Ponzi scheme in later generations. Wei Yuan sighed in his heart and said to Shen Wansan, "It seems you already have your own choice." "Exactly. I'm willing to take a gamble with you." "Noble son, then hurry up and get it done. Once you're ready, I'll bring people to act as your pawns." After Shen Wansan hurriedly left, Jiang Yue didn't understand a word, but Gong Sun Jin understood very well. "My lord, I didn't expect you would use human greed to set up such a terrifying scheme. It's truly insidious before the soldiers move. The supplies must be prepared. All of this is money, and I'm quite short on cash." Wei Yuan sighed deeply, then casually said, "Anyway, I've set a high threshold. Common folks are not qualified to get involved. I'm deceiving those high-ranking officials and nobles. Their money isn't easy to come by, so it's justly taken." As he spoke, a plump figure came rolling over. "Brother Yuan, where is Sanyang? Hurry, let her come out and go with me to Qinghe Yuan. Something big has happened. Liang Xiao, your physical condition is quite good. You managed to get out of bed in just one day." Wei Yuan thought of the scene from last night when he drank that foul soup and instinctively stepped back a couple of paces in disgust. At the same time, Gong Sun Jin also moved his wheelchair back. Jiang Yue, who wasn't present yesterday, couldn't help but cover his nose. "Why is there such a foul smell?" Wei Yuan held a wooden sword and stopped Liang Xiao, saying, "Don't come any closer. Keep a distance of 3 meters from me for safety. Stop messing around, Brother Yuan. Something really big has happened. The Wang family bought the Yihong building across from us and renamed it Qingshi Yuyuan. They even took away our girls, the servants, and even the turtle man. They've launched 3 new songs to attract customers, and the chefs are all former imperial chefs. I tasted their so-called drunken immortal brew, and it was damn good. Just then, San Yang came out of the room, adjusting her pants and waddling like a duck. Our girls have been taken away. Truly heartless. These actors are ungrateful. I treated them so well, these scoundrels. Qinghe Yuan originally belonged to the Wang family, so it's normal for them to leave a backup plan. The issue now isn't about cursing, but how to respond. After the incident in the Imperial Garden, the Wang family clearly knew that reclaiming the profitable Qinghe Yuan was hopeless, but it was also an essential part of their family's money laundering scheme. So the Wang family simply started anew and set up Qingshi Yuan with the same staff. San Yang patted her ample chest and said, "I've been in this business for so many years. I still have some face. The girls can be in place quickly, but the quality might be a bit lacking. That doesn't matter. If the quality isn't enough, we can rely on the charm." Wei Yuan said, "Since they like that name, we'll let them have it. Qinghe Yuan will be renamed Tianshang Renjian. The first floor will have the lights dimmed by half, with pink lampshades, so it won't be too clear. This will help cover the gap in quality between our girls and those across the street and add a hazy atmosphere." San Yang quickly took out paper and pen to start recording. Liang Xiao arranged for the craftsmen to quickly set up a large rotating platform in the middle of the first floor. Let the girls wear various outfits, like official robes, opera costumes, and scholars' attire imitating Zhu Yingtai, and white fish scales imitating by Suzhen. But remember, they must wear revealing outfits, half-covered, sitting on top, allowing customers to view them from all angles. I'll call this the Uniform Temptation Rotating Selection of Beauties. Of course, we'll only do this when there are the most customers each day. Otherwise, I'm afraid the girls will get dizzy from spinning. Liang Xiao gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up, as expected from a veteran in the flower world. "You've been frequenting brothels and the music department since the age of 13. You're truly the most professional in this regard." Although it was praise, Wei Yuan couldn't feel happy about it. All the other girls must wear work uniforms. Palace attire? Pretending to be palace maids? No, it's work uniforms, which means a unified outfit, half-transparent fabric pockets, and tight silk pants underneath, which must be semi-transparent, giving a feeling of half holding the pipa, half covering the face, creating a seductive allure. I'll call these pants stockings. As for the dishes, we'll just send 3 chefs from my house. What is the big deal about imperial chefs? It's not like no one has them. As Wei Yuan said this, he had San Yang arrange for someone to go to the market to buy dried kelp, shrimp skins, and dried mushrooms. After soaking the mushrooms, they should be dried and crushed as finely as possible to add a little when cooking, which enhances the flavor, and I'll name it monosodium glutamate. What about the new songs? The songs from across the street are so good that I have to shout praises. I copied them down. Take a look, Brother Yuan. Liang Xiao took out 3 pieces of rice paper from his pocket, but Wei Yuan disdainfully didn't take them, instead letting Shishuan take them and read them out loud. After hearing it, Gong Sun Jin frowned slightly, using lip language to say, "My lord, the literary level of these lyrics is very high, far beyond what a scholar could write. Whining without illness, pretentious, and arrogant. This style of writing is clearly by Zhu Sibo." Wei Yuan curled his lips in disdain and said to Liang Xiao, "This beside me is a top scholar, a true talent. Is it a big deal to write a few lyrics? You go arrange your matters quickly. I'll handle the lyrics here." After Liang Xiao left, Wei Yuan no longer hid his intentions and said to Shishuan, "Bring me paper and pen. It's just 3 new songs, I'll write 5. Noble son, don't mess around. With your literary level, you can only write a piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, or something like lotus leaves prodding frogs to jump." Wei Yuan glared at him, scaring Shishuan into turning and running, quickly bringing back the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Without thinking, Wei Yuan picked up the brush and began to write. The cicadas cry sadly. At the long pavilion in the evening, the sudden rain has just stopped. In the capital, there's no mood to drink. Lingering at the place where the orchid boat hastily departs. Holding hands, we gaze at each other with tearful eyes, speechless, caught in a lump in our throats. Thinking of the past, 1,000 miles of misty waves, the evening haze thickens, the true sky is vast. Since ancient times, the sentimental have been hurt by parting. How can one endure such a lonely autumn season? Will I wake up tonight, by the willow bank, in the dawn breeze and the fading moon? Shishuan, with limited knowledge, couldn't tell good from bad, but Du Sanyang and Gong Sunjin were shocked, speechless by this poem. This is truly composed by you on the spot, noble son. My lord is both literate and martial, resourceful and wise. Jean admires you greatly. Is that all? It's not over yet. I said I'd write 5. As Wei Yuan finished speaking, he picked up the brush again, searching and seeking, cold and desolate. Sad and miserable. When it's just warm yet still cold, it's the hardest to rest. 3 cups, 2 bowls of light wine. How can they withstand the sudden wind at dusk? The wild geese pass, and it's heart-wrenching. It's an old acquaintance. As dusk fell, it drizzled. How can one word sorrow capture this feeling? Gong Sunjin was almost dumbfounded. He initially thought Wei Yuan's first poem, Yulin Ling, was already stunning enough, and the next would surely be inferior. But he didn't expect this second poem, Sheng Sheng Man, to be unembellished, clear as speech, yet deeply emotional, showcasing a kind of graceful beauty with a fresh tone and beautiful imagery. It was undoubtedly a finely crafted piece of sentiment. At this moment, Wei Yuan had already finished the 3rd poem. The red lotus fragrance remains, jade matte in autumn. Lightly untying the silk dress, I alone board the orchid boat. Who sends the brocade letter from the clouds? When the geese return, the moon is full over the western tower. This feeling has no way to dissipate. Just as it leaves my brows, it rises in my heart. As Wei Yuan wrote 5 poems. They are all representative masterpieces of the lyrical romantic poets such as Li Zhan, Yin Shu, and Lu Yong. Gong Sunjin clenched his fists in excitement. I, Jean, am merely a top scholar who has not achieved success, and my heart feels like it is being cut by knives. Yet, my lord possesses the talent of the greatest scholar, but for the greater good, you hide your brilliance and allow the world to mock you. My lord, your patience and perseverance, your precious talents gathering dust, make my heart ache for you. Chapter 25, Deputy Commandant Wei Yuan. I, Wei Yuan, simply do not wish to vie for fame and fortune. Otherwise, how could the title of the best scholar go to that hypocritical scoundrel, Zhu Sibo? Wei Yuan smiled at Gong Sunjin and said, Jean, can this prince's 5 poems compare to Zhu Sibo's? It's a complete thrashing, a total annihilation. Gong Sunjin, without any flattery, said seriously, in the future, in the literary history of the Great Wei, these 5 poems written by your highness will definitely rank among the top 10 in terms of lyrics, but what? Speak freely. But once these 5 poems are published, the world will surely accuse your highness of plagiarism. And it's Zhu Sibo that you are accused of copying. This won't just help that petty man gain fame. Wei Yuan casually waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I don't care about reputation. As long as I benefit, that's enough. And do you know, among the 36 divisions of the Heavenly Bureau, 1 division is for rumors. Rumors, right? Wei Yuan nodded. Today I will use the world's scorn to gain benefits. In the future, the rumors will self-destruct. Those who once hated me will later praise me highly. Gong Sunjin's eyes sparkled with insight. Just as today Zhu Sibo is being praised to the skies. When he falls, he will fall hard. This is your highness's scheme to lift him up only to let him fall, pulling the ladder away. No wonder you can write the battle of the Heavenly Wolf military strategy, Jean. Smart. Lift him to the rafters, then pull away the ladder, and when he falls, he'll be left embarrassed and exposed. As for how badly he falls, that depends on how high he was lifted during this time. After all, he is my foster brother. Although I know he is an enemy, without evidence, I can't take action against him. I can only let him ruin his reputation first. I have to say, in terms of money, Liang Xiao is very motivated and works efficiently. That very night, he arranged the heavenly world that Wei Yuan proposed. The girls at the entrance, dressed in stockings and strapless tops, sang while partially covering their faces with pipa, searching and seeking, cold and lonely, miserable and sorrowful. Damn, this piece has a high artistic quality. As the sun set, it was the peak time for guests at the brothels. Many patrons, hearing the new tunes from the former Qinghai Yuan, now heavenly world, as well as the girl's peculiar yet enticing attire, entered the heavenly world. Across the street, the Qingqi Yuan was not to be outdone, having 3 courtesans, excluding Xiao Dai, sing at the entrance. The former manager of Yihong Lu, heavily made up, stood at the door to attract passing customers. Du Sanyang, with her swollen rear, stood at the door, pancakes on the ground, they raw from across the street. Let's rely on our own abilities. Afraid of your big backside? For a moment, both sides were filled with tension. In the royal city, at Weiyang Palace, HEIR ran over to Nanji with several sheets of Xian paper. Princess, you must see the 8 latest poems in the capital. They have stirred quite a wave in the literary circles and the pleasure quarters of Liudu. Nanji picked up the Xian paper and lightly scratched HEIR's nose. You little rascal, deliberately leaving out the author's name to test me? Nanji carefully examined the 8 poems and selected 3. These 3 should be written by Zhu Sibo. Although there are deliberate style changes, the core remains unchanged. As for the remaining 5, they should be from different authors. I can't tell who they are. Princess, you are mistaken. All 8 were written by the great scholar Zhu. Although 5 of them are signed by Wei Yuan. HEIR pouted in anger. This Wei Yuan is truly shameless, stealing the poems of the great scholar Zhu after yesterday. Nanji scrutinized for a moment. No, I can be certain that these 5 poems are definitely not written by Zhu Sibo. HEIR scratched her head, but princess, that's how everyone is saying it. That Zhu Sibo helped his younger brother Wei Yuan with these poems. The Wang family has a grudge against the Wei family. Yet, as Zhu Sibo, their godson, helps the Wang family, now this is being spread. I suspect that there will be a rift between the Wang family and Zhu Sibo in the future. Indeed, even the strongest fortresses can crumble from within. HEIR asked in confusion, Princess, what do you mean? Regardless of whether these 5 poems were written by Wei Yuan or not, his scheme has succeeded. As it has sowed discord between the Wang family and Zhu Sibo, this play is becoming increasingly interesting. HEIR arranged for people to continue monitoring this matter. At the Jin Eho residence, the Wang family, Wang Shouha smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground. You two-faced Zhu Sibo? Master, the person sent to the Hamlin Academy has reported that Zhu Sibo does not admit that these 5 poems are his. If it's not him, could it be Wei Yuan? What kind of stockings, selecting brides, and uniform temptations are definitely ideas from that lecture Wei Yuan. But could he write such poems? Master, could it be his top scholar? Gong Sun Jin? Impossible. Gong Sun Jin excels in military strategy, and the poems he writes are all bold and unrestrained, while these 5 are clearly of the delicate style. The 2 are completely unrelated. Wang Shouha, furious, kicked over the tea table. He didn't care about these 5 poems. He was concerned about Zhu Sibo's betrayal. Steward, go to the Hamlin Academy again and tell him about the deaths of the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Wei family on the battlefield. He is the mastermind, so he has no way back. If similar incidents happen again, my Wang family will ensure he dies without a proper burial. Because of these 5 poems, many forces in the capital, both openly and covertly, began to grow suspicious. However, in the Duke Wei's residence, the instigator, Wei Yuan, was sound asleep in bed. The next day, as the first light of dawn appeared and the rooster crowed, along with Wei Yuan's howls during his morning exercise, a new day was announced. After bathing and changing, Wei Yuan took Jiang Yuer to the headquarters of the 6 Doors. 2 guards dressed in bullfighter outfits, wielding embroidered spring knives, stopped Wei Yuan. Each of you gets a slap to remember it. At Wei Yuan's command, Jiang Yuer swung with both hands, sending the 2 guards flying with a slap each. Given how big yesterday's incident was, Wei Yuan didn't believe that the well-informed 6 Doors would be unaware. These 2 blocking him were simply following orders from above to give him a warning. Wei Yuan, you haven't officially taken the official seal yet, so you don't count as the deputy commandant of 6 Doors. It's only natural that they stop you. Before a middle-aged man in a Qilin robe could finish speaking, Wei Yuan drew his official sword. Do you know what this is? The official sword. If you dare to say another word, I'll chop you down. After saying this, Wei Yuan brandished the official sword and strode into the 6 Doors with a swagger. Along the way, there were ordinary soldiers in plain black uniforms. They were the lowest rank in the 6 Doors, but even they exceeded the rank of a county magistrate. Above the plain black captains were the bullfighter uniformed officers, equivalent to 6th rank officials, managing small teams of 10 in the 6 doors, acting as team leaders. The officers in bullfighter uniforms were above them, wearing similar attire to the Ming Dynasty's Jinyi flying fish uniforms, known as divine catchers. In the entire 6 doors, aside from the 4 most famous divine catchers, there were 12 in flying fish uniforms, each with 3 teams, with 3 groups in each team. However, above the flying fish uniforms were the 3 deputy commandants, equivalent to 4th rank officials and the second in command of the 6 doors, dressed in Qilin robes. Above the Qilin robes was the dragon robe, worn by only one person, the commandant of the 6 doors, equivalent to a 1st rank official, but with much greater authority than most officials. Wei Yuan pressed the official sword against the neck of a flying fish uniform captain. "Where's my Qilin robe? Where's the official seal? Take me there immediately, or I'll execute you. Your Highness, please calm down. Swords have no eyes. I'll take you there right away." When Wei Yuan changed into the Qilin robe embroidered with auspicious Qilin on the chest, he shouted, "Everyone gather around. Then call the roll. Anyone who arrives late will be stripped of their clothes and kicked out." Due to Wei Yuan's identity as the deputy commander, the catchers of the 6 doors reluctantly gathered in the courtyard. With his hands behind his back, Wei Yuan said, "I know you don't respect me. As the son of this world, I can give you a chance to challenge me." Seeing some catchers eager to try, Wei Yuan quickly added, "Of course, if you want to challenge me, first you must defeat Jiang Yue, then defeat my grandfather, the Great Wei War God Wei Buyue, and finally take on the 300,000 Wei family army alone, before you can challenge me." All the catchers were left with black lines on their foreheads. The number 1 playboy of the capital truly lived up to his reputation. He really doesn't care about his reputation at all. Chapter 26. The Crown Prince visits the Tsang mansion. Wei Yuan did not care about the contempt of the constables as he paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. "Since you all dare not challenge this Crown Prince, I can rightfully take on this position of commander." Wei Yuan looked at the middle-aged deputy commander he had previously held at sword point, dressed in a Qilin robe. How many teams can the deputy commander lead? There are teams of 5, and one team is composed entirely of elites, directly under the command of Lord Hua. Now that I've joined, how do we divide for people? The Crown Prince is appointed by His Majesty, so you can have 4 teams. The deputy commander said nonchalantly, revealing a look of amusement on his face, stepping back a few paces to lean against the doorframe with the other 3 deputy commanders, munching on sunflower seeds, giving off a vibe reminiscent of rural northern women. Does a Crown Prince's charm need to be forced? Every time I go to the teaching bureau, a mere gesture from me draws all the girls to me. Wei Yuan swaggered, standing with an air of arrogance, shaking one leg. Which captain is willing to follow this Crown Prince? Don't be shy. Step forward. A man dressed in a flying fish suit, in his 30s, stocky and robust, with a face full of bushy beard, dark skin, and a square face, looking resolute and upright, stepped forward. "Crown Prince, let me, El Tsunxiao, follow you. Impossible. If you think you can use your higher rank to suppress me, I'd rather resign than be your useless lackey. Hey, do you believe this Crown Prince will cut you down with one sword?" Just as Wei Yuan was about to draw his sword, a short and skinny captain with sharp features, also dressed in a flying fish suit, stepped forward. "Crown Prince, if you want to cut, then cut me, sure." The 4 great constables, who had their faces wiped clean by Wei Yuan yesterday, also stepped forward. "We of the 6 doors stand united like brothers. If we're to be cut, let us be cut together." "Exactly. I want to see if you dare to chop us all down. Even if you were the god of war of Dowei, Wei Buyue cannot save you then. Come on, Crown Prince, if you want to kill us all." Wei Yuan threw the imperial sword to the ground and reached into his robe. All right. You want to play the solidarity card? Do you really think this Crown Prince is made of clay? Oh no, don't tell me he's really angry and will pull out some hidden weapon, like the Buddha's fury in comic books or Blood of Bodhi. Maybe he really has something. After all, his grandfather is Wei Gong. It would be surprising to have some life-saving items. Silver notes? Everyone was taken aback when Wei Yuan pulled out a stack of silver notes. "Follow this Crown Prince, and each person's monthly salary will increase 5-fold. Wei Yuan waved the silver notes, fanning himself. Fivefold salary. Who is willing to follow this crown prince? A skinny constable stepped forward. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot bow for 5 pecks of rice. Especially under a wastrel like you. Exactly. Stop using money to tempt us. We are all true men and heroes, not falling for your tricks. Everyone was not foolish. They knew that someone like Wei Yuan would not last long. A 5-fold salary sounds appealing, but it might only last a month or 2 if that. This guy could just up and leave, and then we would be left in the 6 doors to suffer under leadership as scrutiny? Only a fool would agree. However, Wei Yuan had already guessed the crowd's reaction and knew their concerns. I know you doubt I won't last long, but it's okay. As long as you follow this crown prince, you can advance your salary for 5 years, and I will give you the full amount right away. If I leave and you don't want to continue, you can follow me back to the Wei mansion for a good position, salary unchanged. Wei Yuan's words stirred up a wave, and everyone looked at each other. The 6 doors had strict hierarchies. Although there were many opportunities for corruption, the big bucks were with the commander and deputy commander. The 16 constables would only get scraps. The team leaders could smell the opportunity, while even the lowest-ranked constables could only watch helplessly. Receiving 5 years' salary in one go, at 5 times the rate, equated to working hard for 25 years. Crown Prince, I urgently need money, so please let me follow you. As expected, under heavy rewards, there are brave men. Wei Yuan smiled and waved at Sun Xiao. Let us calculate how much your 5-year salary is multiplied by 5 right here, and I'll give it to you in real money immediately. Additionally, I'll give you 500 taels as a reward for being the first to follow me. Seeing Wei Yuan counting money on the spot, everyone could no longer resist the temptation, and they all rushed to join Wei Yuan's ranks. Wait a minute. The spots are limited, so this crown prince also needs to pick and choose. Wei Yuan looked at the skinny man. I remember you just said, a true man born between heaven and earth cannot bow for 5 pecks of rice, especially under a wastrel like me. Right? The skinny man lightly punched Wei Yuan's arm, grinning. You heard wrong, crown prince. They said that. What I meant was I have drifted for half my life, regretting not meeting a wise lord. If the crown prince does not abandon me, I, old Sure, am willing to take you as my righteous father. Wei Yuan was so startled that he stepped back 2 paces, covering his back, fearing a knife might be stabbed. Why did that sound so familiar? To be honest, Wei Yuan also didn't know how to choose among the remaining 11 people, so he could only look to Sun Xiao. Seeing your upright face, I'll give you an opportunity to choose 3 team leaders for me. Let me choose. Yes, this crown prince's requirement for subordinates is character first, ability second. I. Old Sure raised his hand to Sun Xiao. Old we are from the same hometown and grew up together. You must choose me. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiao shook his head. Sorry, Old Sure, your character is good, but your ability does not stand out among these 11. Personally, I should choose you, but publicly, I cannot. You son of a bitch, From now on, we shall sever ties. Sun Xiao showed a hint of apology. You are joining only for the money. I'll just give you part of it. Tomorrow, I will come to apologize and try to salvage our friendship. The agitated Old Sure was pulled back by someone next to him. Don't scold him. You know what kind of character is. When it comes to official matters, he has always been impartial and doesn't show any favors. Today, not just you, but even if his own father were here, he would still act according to the rules. This guy is somewhat interesting. Wei Yuan thought to himself, nodding in satisfaction at Sun Xiao. With his ability to recognize people, he could tell that this guy had low emotional intelligence. But being able to hold a high position in the officialdom with low emotional intelligence indicated one thing. His abilities were strong enough to make up for social interactions. Wei Yuan patted Sun Xiao's shoulder. Since he is your fellow townsman and childhood friend, and you are mine, this crown prince naturally doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Give him 1 spot and choose 2 more. Thank you, crown prince. Sun Xiao bowed and said, then looked at Old Sure. Since that is the case, I want to share money with you, nor will I apologize to you. Soon, Sun Xiao chose 2 others, twins named Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. As for why the twins had different surnames, Wei Yuan didn't dare to ask in front of everyone. Looking at the 4 great constables with regret on their faces, Wei Yuan was somewhat moved by their talent and asked Sun Xiao, "If you could choose again, would you pick from those four?" Sun Xiao shook his head, stating frankly and without reservation, "Their abilities are second only to mine, very strong. But their character is too poor and doesn't team meet your standards." Having worked together for years, Sun Xiao knew what he was talking about. The four great constables could only gnash their teeth in anger and glare at him. This guy is truly unafraid of offending others. It's a miracle he has survived in the officialdom until now. Wei Yuan thought to himself, realizing that because of Sun Xiao's integrity, he had directly given up on the four great constables. Gather all your subordinates for a celebration feast. As for the location, let us have some democracy and do a secret ballot. Anywhere in the capital except for the Imperial Kitchen will do. Wherever gets the most votes, we'll go there. And I'll foot the bill for everyone. The other captains who weren't chosen will be gnashing their teeth in jealousy. Although my Lord Wei Yuan may be a bit useless, he is indeed generous, spending real gold and silver. Unlike other leaders who just line their own pockets or make empty promises, the chosen location for the celebration feast was unanimous. Mostly opting for the best restaurant in the capital, Bacdalu, with a few votes for places like Qingqi Yuan and other less reputable spots. Suddenly, Wei Yuan spotted an eye-catching note that read small intestine with fried liver. Wei Yuan looked at Sun Xiao and asked, "Did you write this?" "If I'm not mistaken, that place is an outdoor street snack stall." Sun Xiao nodded. "Since the heir has advanced us so much money, I thought it wouldn't be right to go to a big restaurant and feast recklessly." "No problem. This heir may lack many things, but not money." Wei Yuan raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, trust me. If you entrust your lives and fortunes to me, Wei Yuan, I will surely repay your kindness. If I have a piece of meat, everyone will get to savor the marrow. Except for those on duty, everyone else come with me to Tsuehua Tower for a big feast. For those who can't make it, don't be upset. Write down what dishes you want, and I'll pack some for you to take back. The heir is mighty. The heir is awesome." With that, Wei Yuan led over 200 people through the streets in a grand procession. Vendors on both sides and passers-by turned their heads, wondering what major event had caused the six doors to mobilize on such a scale. Wei Yuan, holding the official sword, swaggered like he owned the place, greeting everyone he met. "People of the common folk, I, Wei Yuan, am now the second in command of six doors. If anyone has grievances, remember to seek me out. My nickname is Wei Qingtian, a fair and impartial judge of loyalty and treachery." The common folk couldn't help but shake their heads in lamentation, thinking that the Great Wei was doomed, and the emperor had lost his mind to appoint such a person as the deputy commander of six doors. As they passed by the Tsang residence, Wei Yuan suddenly stopped. "Brothers, wait a moment. I have an account to settle. Anyone who dares to owe money to the boss must help." The constables began to cheer, as they knew that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Wei Yuan kicked open the gate of the Tsang residence. "Are you treating my words as a breeze? If 100,000 taels of silver aren't delivered, it will become 200,000 today." After saying this, Wei Yuan turned back and shouted to the constables, "As long as we get the money back, I'll take out 10,000 taels to treat everyone. The rest will split among us." Hearing this, the constable's eyes turned red. "Pay up. Song Shirlang, if you owe even a penny, we'll draw our swords." A small, thin man named Old Shir crept over and whispered in Wei Yuan's ear, "Adoptive father, we have evidence of Song Shirlang's embezzlement and bribery, but we didn't dare to act because he has the Wang family backing him." "The Tsang family is backed by the Wang family? Are you sure?" "Absolutely. At the time, some brothers wanted to deal with him, but the Wang family intervened and suppressed the matter. The Tsang family frequently had economic dealings with the Wang family. Everyone in the capital thought that Tsang family was backed by the Wei family, but in reality, Tsang Qingkong was a man of the Wang family. Very few people knew this." After Old Shir finished speaking, he grinned at Wei Yuan. "Adoptive father, your courtesans from Tianshang Rinjian are quite beautiful, but unfortunately, they are too expensive, and I have no money." "Want money or people?" "Only children make choices. I want both. 5,000 taels of silver. Just pick a courtesan and spend a night with her. Put on my tab." "Deal." Old Shir secretly took out a few envelopes from his waist and discreetly handed them to Wei Yuan. Chapter 27, Arrogant and Abusive of Power. Opening the envelope and looking at the information inside, it contained details of bribery, illegal land approvals for temple constructions, and other minor issues. The Ministry of Rites wielded considerable power, overseeing local examinations, imperial examinations, diplomatic receptions, and religious affairs, among others. Among them, there were 4 substantial bribery cases. One involved the illegal approval for the construction of Qingfeng Temple in the suburbs of the capital, amounting to 200,000 taels of silver. A regular temple was surprisingly willing to bribe such a large sum, indicating something was amiss. The second case only mentioned a surname, Zhu, with a bribe of 100,000 taels of silver. Wei Yuan deduced from the timeline in the information that it coincided with the date of the imperial examination. It could be guessed that this Zhu was Zhu Sibei, who must have done a lot of favor trading with the Ministry of Rites to become a proctor. The third case involved a bribe of 500,000 taels of silver a year ago, with unclear origins and purposes. The fourth case involved a bribe of 1 million taels a year and a half ago, also with unclear origins and purposes. The latter 2 amounts were enormous and certainly beyond the authority of a mere assistant minister to handle. Wei Yuan called for Lao Shi. Let me have a free month with a courtesan and tell me what the third and fourth cases mean. According to the brothers' investigations, the third case should be related to your adoptive father. It's money from selling daughters. Wei Yuan frowned deeply. And the fourth? Lao Shi lowered his head. We couldn't investigate the fourth case. Some brothers looked into it, but the next day they died unexpectedly. A total of more than a dozen brothers died. Anyone who investigates this matter is doomed, so no one dares to pursue it. Lao Shi looked at Wei Yuan, hesitantly saying, based on my investigative experience, this matter involves something much bigger. Think about what major events occurred during that time. No need to say more. Wei Yuan clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, turning away to hide his uncontrollable micro-expressions. The major event that happened a year and a half ago was none other than the death of his father and brothers on the battlefield. He remembered when the news arrived. Wei Buiyuel locked himself in the training room for 7 days, studying the sand table for a full week. No matter how he analyzed, that battle should not have been lost, and there was absolutely no possibility of total rout. Wei Yuan, you are going too far. Do you really not fear that I will ignore you in the future? The Tsang family sent out Tsang Naiyun to play the emotional card instead of any family member. Wei Yuan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, coldly saying, paying back debts is only right. I'm here to collect what is owed. Brothers, is there anything wrong with that? That's right, the boss is right. Tsang family, hurry up and hand over the money. Or don't blame my brothers for taking your whole family to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Wei Yuan shouted to the constables behind him. Search. Take out all valuables and tally them up to amount to 200,000 taels of silver. Yes. A group of constables rushed into the Tsang residence. Tsang Naiyun's eyes were filled with tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making one feel pity. Keng Naiyun kapit vi Yuan's hunt. Taya. Why do you have to treat me this way? Boom! A wave of memories hit Wei Yuan, leaving him momentarily blank, almost causing him to stop the raid. Wei Yuan's birthday was on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, a day when folk legends say the Queen Mother of the West holds the peach banquet. There was a girl who had a childhood betrothal with him and gave him the nickname Tower when they were young. This nickname had only ever been used by her since childhood. Wei Yuan casually shook off Tsang Naiyun. You've practiced for a long time, right? I owe Liang Hongcha my life. I can pay her back with my own life, but you are not her. Wei Yuan shouted to Lao Shi and the others. Continue the search. Wei Yuan, you are so bold to dare cause trouble in my Tsang residence. Seeing that Tsang Naiyun was ineffective, Tsang Qingkong had to show up personally. Dressed in an assistant minister's official robe, he strutted out. Wei Yuan stepped forward and gave him a slap. You are just a 4th-rank official, without a noble title, only slightly better than commoners. And you dare to call me by name? In the previous year, Wei Yuan had always complied with Tsang Naiyun's requests, leading the Tsang family to develop an inexplicable sense of nobility in front of him. However, Wei Yuan's slap completely woke them up. As Shishuan said, the gap between the Tsang family and the Wei family was like that between a dragon and an ant. Perhaps the Tsang family seemed large in the eyes of commoners, but in the eyes of the Wei family, they were practically no different from commoners. Perhaps if Song Qin Kong knelt at the Wei Duke's residence for 7 days, he might barely be able to see Shi Xuan's father. Soon, constables emerge carrying famous calligraphy and paintings, gold and silver jewelry. Zhang Long and Zhao, who held a notebook, a piece of calligraphy from a master of the previous dynasty, worth 3,000 taels. Lao Shi poked the two in the waist. How do I see this as fake? A replica painting, worth 3 taels of silver. A replica gold hairpin, worth 1 tael of silver. Watching treasures worth 100,000 taels being assessed by these damned constables to less than 100 taels. Song Qin Kong nearly spat out old blood. Wei Yuan, Your Highness, you still have a marriage contract with my daughter. If you hadn't mentioned it. I almost forgot. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan immediately raised his hand. Shi Xuan, prepare the 4 treasures of the study. Wei Yuan wrote vigorously. Since our hearts are different, we cannot return to one intention. Each shall return to their own path. Let there be a parting for both, and let each find joy. Let's part ways, never to meet again. Wei Yuan elegantly wrote down 200 characters of the divorce letter and casually threw it at Song Naiyun's feet. Boss, we found at Song family's basement. A group of constables brought out wooden boxes filled with yellow and white items. Boss, not counting some property deeds. These could be assessed at around 500,000 taels. Wei Yuan nodded. 200,000 is what I lent half a year ago when we got engaged. My grandfather provided 50,000 taels worth of items as betrothal gifts, and now the betrothal gifts must be returned. What? 50,000 taels? The betrothal gifts were only 10,000 taels. Nonsense. How could my grandfather be so stingy? If you don't believe it, go find him to argue. Provided you dare. Wei Yuan smiled at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. How much can these properties and deeds be assessed for? 80 to 100,000. The two saw Wei Yuan signal and quickly changed their tune. About 200,000 taels. Shi Xuan, have someone take everything to the Wei residence. Wei Yuan lightly patted Song Qin Kong's old face. Now it's all settled. From now on, the Wei family and the Song family have no ties whatsoever. To tell you the truth, the emperor is about to announce to the world that I am engaged to the princess of Qinsheng. The prince cannot take concubines, so I can only part ways with your Song family with tears in my eyes. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he looked longingly. Nanji, she is the most beautiful woman in the Great Wei. Your daughter is like a country bumpkin compared to her, incomparable. Who the hell would want to eat your family's pickled vegetables and tofu when they could have Buddha jumps over the wall? Ha! Wei Yuan laughed heartily as he left the Song residence, walking to a nearby wonton stall and quietly saying, Wei HEIR, stop pretending. Why, young master? You recognized us. There are people monitoring me, so less talking. The Song family has nowhere to go. You follow the Song family's people and see where they seek help. Yes. Wei Yuan waved his hand to Lao Shi and the other constables. Brothers, let's go eat. At the top of the 8 major buildings in the capital, Tsuhua restaurant. It was just mealtime, and the restaurant was packed with diners. When Wei Yuan entered with over 200 people, the shopkeeper hurried over. Your Highness, you have arrived. Your private room is always reserved for you. Please, the number 1 elegant room upstairs. Today, this young master will not go to the elegant room. I want to celebrate with the people and drink happily with my brothers. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. Although this restaurant was large, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Your Highness, you have brought too many people. We don't have enough space, and the ingredients are insufficient. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Wei Yuan drew his sword. Do you know what this is? A gift from my father-in-law, the Emperor of the Southern Zhao, commonly known as the Shangfang sword, which allows me to kill at will without punishment. Are you scared? The shopkeeper trembled in fear. I'm scared. I am scared. Just hurry up and do it. My brothers are all starving. But young master, there are other guests. Drive them away. Clear the place. Damn it. Whoever dares not to leave. Just use this sword to chop him. Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and tossed it to the shopkeeper. Thud. The shopkeeper, frightened, knelt on the ground, holding the imperial sword with both hands. Young master, please don't scare me. This is the imperial sword. I dare not touch it as a commoner. Have some guts. Wei Yuan spat and shouted arrogantly. Hurry and clear the place. This time my brothers are having a good time. Money is not an issue. If even one of them says they are not satisfied, I will smash this tavern and have all your male family members killed. and your female relatives sent to the brothel. The shopkeeper quickly bowed and apologized to the diners, who were all reasonable. After all, who wouldn't be in trouble when encountering someone like Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan secretly glanced at the two men outside, dressed in coarse linen, walking awkwardly. Pale and beardless, clearly eunuchs. They had followed him since he came out of the 6 doors, obviously sent by the Emperor of Nanzhao to monitor him. During this process, Wei Yuan also discreetly observed Lu Guangxiu, Lao Shi, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, who, as top-level captains, had strong counter-surveillance abilities and had noticed these two eunuchs, but they were not martial artists and posed no threat, so none of them paid attention. More than 200 people ate together, packing a large amount of food and drinks. When the ingredients ran out, the shopkeeper personally went to buy more. If he couldn't find them, he would go to other taverns to source supplies. Unlike the shopkeeper's misfortune, the 6 doors detectives were enjoying their meal, eating until the sun set. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, only drank a few sips and didn't touch any food. After finishing the act, the kitchen was definitely spitting old phlegm into the dishes. Take a few brothers to my place to listen to music. Wei Yuan pretended to be drunk, swaying as he stood up and led his men towards the Tianshan Renjian. At this moment, both sides were putting on a show, singing at your door while I danced at mine, making the entire street lively. As Wei Yuan and his entourage approached, everyone who was singing and dancing stopped, and those watching turned to look. Isn't that Wei Yuan? How can this guy still be an official? He's wearing a Qilin robe, the second in command of the 6 doors. What is he here for? Wei Yuan led his men swaggeringly into the Qin Chi Yayuan. The old madam stiffened and stepped forward. Young master, why don't you go to your own place and come to my establishment? Slap. Wei Yuan waved his hand and gave her a hard slap. Damn it. Why should this young master be managed by you, old madam? Do you believe I will use this imperial sword to chop you? Wei Yuan raised the imperial sword and walked into the Qin Chi Yayuan, grabbing a young master who was hugging a girl and listening to music. 6 doors are investigating. What's your name? Stop it, brother Yuan. We've known each other for over 10 years. Don't try to get close after knowing each other for so long. Why are you here eating and drinking at my competitor's place? Wei Yuan drew his sword. Answer honestly, or this imperial sword in my hand is very sharp. Zhang Yilong. Gender. Brother Yuan. Can't you tell if I'm male or female? Who the hell knows if you are in disguise? Speak up. If you don't, I'll strip you naked to check. I will. I'm male. Wei Yuan took a sip of wine. This is aged brew, at least 300 years. Of course, it's blended. A large vat can only hold a small cup of wine essence. 300-year-old wine essence. Where can you find such a thing? Lu Guangxiu answered without hesitation. Most are found in tombs as burial goods. Many young masters knew a bit about the Wang family's background and began to bend over and vomit. Damn you, Wang family, giving me dead man's wine? Bring over the wanted posters from a court. Wei Yuan looked at the drinking guests. Compare them one by one. Anyone who looks similar, drag them directly to the criminal department's prison, whip them 100 times first, then pull out their fingernails. Young master, I'm a son of the minister of the criminal department. We were childhood friends. Don't try to get close. This young master is cold and merciless. Wei Qingtian. All right, I can't afford to mess with you. Wei Yuan, can I leave? I won't eat this meal. I'm going to eat at the Tianshan Renjian across the street. At least you know your place. Good journey. No need to send off. A young man, resembling Wang Tong by about 70 to 80%, dressed as a young master in his 20s, darkened his face and walked out with his men. Wei Yuan, don't go too far. You're playing with fire, you know? Playing with fire in the bed. Do you think I'm like your mother? Being toyed with every day? Wang Mao, your brother has already been dealt with by me, and now he has gone missing. How much do you think you are worth? Wei Yuan suddenly drew his sword. You little bastard, my sword is sharp. Stay away so you don't get hurt. Chapter 28. The courtesan is scared to death. Wei Yuan. Are you really going to go to extremes? Extremes? How have I gone to extremes? Ask my little brothers. I conducted a legal inquiry and did not abuse my power. What did I go wrong? The boss is handling things fairly. No problem. Slap. Wei Yuan clapped his hands. I almost forgot. Liang Xiao reported that he was poisoned yesterday, and there were 4 great courtesans present. Wei Yuan pointed at the 3 courtesans on stage playing the pipa and singing. Take those 3 away and lock them in the Ministry of Justice's prison for a thorough interrogation. Poisoning the air is a heinous crime. Since you have betrayed me, you better think about how to die. Yes, sir. The 3 courtesans were tied up and taken away. Wang Mao angrily grabbed the girl beside him and pressed her down. While venting my hatred, I shout, Wei Yuan, you little man who has achieved your ambitions. Go to hell. In the palace, the imperial study. The southern Zhao emperor, reviewing memorials, waved his hand to let 2 disguised little eunuchs leave after they finished their report. The old eunuch whispered, Your Majesty, today money and women were used to recruit a batch of people at the 6 doors. Then they went to the Tsang family to withdraw from their engagement and extorted a hefty sum. Afterwards, they paraded through the streets, being incredibly arrogant, even tossing the imperial sword to the shopkeeper at Siwa Tower, ordering him to clear the place, and abusing power to suppress Wang's Qingqiayuan, capturing 3 courtesans. A smile appeared at the corner of the southern Zhao emperor's mouth. I had already anticipated that Wei Yuan would do such ridiculous things. It was expected. The old servant thinks he's gone too far. If not, Your Majesty, you might as well take back his official seal and the imperial sword. If he continues to make a fuss like this, I'm afraid he will turn the capital upside down. Turning it upside down would be even better. If Wei Yuan behaves obediently and doesn't make a fuss, I might really take back his commander's position. The southern Zhao emperor stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bright moon outside. The sky of the capital needs to change. Only with murky waters can I fish in troubled waters. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, a short and thin old stone, dressed in a flying fish suit, held a whip and looked at the 3 courtesans who were tied up and scared silly in front of him. Why did you poison the air? I advise you to confess honestly to avoid suffering. Crack. The old stone harshly struck the whip on the ground, making a crisp sound that almost scared the 3 courtesans into convulsions. Speak quickly. My whip skills are the best in the 6 doors. Swinging like a dragon's tail, and like a strange python twisting its body. Don't force me to show that I don't pity the fair. No, we really didn't do it. It has been investigated. The culprit is Xiao Dai, and we have nothing to do with it. Assassinating the heir is a crime that could wipe out 9 generations. Even if you're not the main culprit, being an accomplice is still a death sentence. We absolutely did not assassinate the heir. The old stone revealed a sinister smile. All right, if you won't say it, I have my ways to make you talk. The old stone put away the whip and waved his hand to leave with several constables. As the old stone left with his men, the 3 women saw pairs of ghostly green lights appear in the dark surroundings. Women. It's women. Such beautiful women. It's been over a decade. I haven't seen a woman in over 10 years. I want women. Figures appeared in the adjacent cells, ragged clothes, matted hair, shackles on hands and feet. Filthy faces exuding a strong stench. Monsters. The 3 women screamed in fright, watching the inmates shake the iron bars of the isolation cells and reach out towards them. Women. Give me women. A filthy hand grabbed the hem of one courtesan's skirt, exposing yellowed, brown teeth. The courtesan struggled hard, tearing away a piece of her skirt. But because of her force, she was grabbed by another inmate. Very soon, the 3 courtesans huddled together, trembling in fear, crying bitterly. Those inmates, locked up for years, or even over a decade, hadn't had a full meal, hadn't bathed even once, and had never touched a woman. They held onto the torn pieces of clothing from the courtesans and took deep breaths, inhaling the scent. So fragrant, so fragrant. The inmates' eyes glowed green as they looked at the women huddled together in the cell, unbuttoning their pants and performing synchronized filthy acts. I confess I poisoned the air. Let me die. The 3 courtesans broke down mentally. They had served many men since entering their profession, but none were as disgusting as these beggars. Stop it. Crack, crack, crack. 3 whip cracks sent all the inmates retreating back into the darkness. The old stone entered with Du Sanyang, who was carrying a lunchbox. Sanyang, Sanyang, save us. Seeing Du Sanyang, the courtesans felt as if they had seen their own mother, continuously calling for help. Sanyang, for the sake of our years of sisterhood, please save us. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Du Sanyang placed the lunchbox on the ground. Looking troubled, it's not that I don't want to save you, but you 3 ran over to the other side without saying a word, which made the heir very disappointed. Sanyang, we know we were wrong. Please plead with the heir to let us go. All right, I'll ask Jean Lang to plead with the heir tonight. And I'll try to get you a response before your beheading tomorrow. Beheading tomorrow? The three courtesans turned pale with fear, secretly glancing at the dark corners of the adjacent cells, where faint green lights still flickered. Sanyang, please let us leave here right now. I don't want to stay here for even a minute. No, not even a second. Sanyang, as long as you can save us. We promise not to betray the heir again, and we won't ask for wages for 5 years. Just let us leave immediately. We will do anything. All right, I'll go find the heir to plead for you. Although I have no face, my family Jean Lang does, so this little favor should be granted by the heir. When Du Sanyang arrived at the adjacent prison, she saw Wei Yuan handing a knife to Gong Sun Jin. Jean, when you said you would follow me, I promised you that one day I would let you personally deal with that little white face, Kai Kun. Saying this, Wei Yuan pointed to the cell. That little white face is locked up here. Do whatever you want. Thank you, my lord. Gong Sun Jin, holding the knife, looked at Kai Kun, who was disheveled and hanging from a rack in the cell. He remembered that day by the canal when he was almost beaten to death by Wang's servants, lying on the ground like a dog, with Kai Kun stepping on his head. Kai Kun, wouldn't it be better to accept your fate honestly? Why do you have to sue me? Do you know my identity? I am a son-in-law of the Wang family, the Jean Eho among the 4 dukes and 8 marquises. What do you have to compete with me? Damn it, you dare to scold me. Someone, pry this dog's mouth open. I'll cut off his tongue first, then take his life. Holding the knife, Gong Sun Jin glared at Kai Kun with bloodshot eyes. Kai Kun raised his head and, upon seeing the gleaming knife in Gong Sun Jin's hand, couldn't help but scream. Brother Gong Sun, WH, what are you going to do? Do you really need to ask? Of course, I'm going to return everything you've done to me, with interest. Gong Sun Jin swung the knife towards Kai Kun's hands and feet. Ah, Gong Sun Jin, may you die a horrible death. Blood stained Kai Kun's pants, dripping down. Brother Gong Sun, I beg you for the sake of our past as classmates. Let me live a few more days. I won't last long anyway before I'm executed. Well, Gong Sun Jin wanted nothing more than to cut this hateful little white face to pieces. He knew that although Wei Yuan didn't say it explicitly, Kai Kun was a major criminal sentenced to death by the Southern Zhao Emperor himself. If he died at his hands, it would cause Wei Yuan some trouble. Gong Sun Jin steeled his heart and chose not to kill him, but instead cut off Kai Kun's tongue. You owe me, and I have repaid you with both principal and interest. As for your dog's life, just hand it over to the court for execution. From this moment on, you and I are even. After Gong Sun Jin walked out of the cage, he bowed to Wei Yuan and said, Jin, thanks the Lord. From today onwards, you will completely bid farewell to the past. Wei Yuan lightly patted Gong Sun Jin's shoulder, then looked at the jailer not far away and tossed him a gold ingot. Find a doctor. Don't let this guy die. Thank you, Deputy Commander. The jailer, holding the gold, ran out excitedly to find a doctor. The Qingqian no longer had the courtesan, and the Zue Xianyang was also filled with the wine paste buried with the dead. Furthermore, after today's chaos caused by Wei Yuan, no matter how the old madam tried to attract customers, there were only a few cats inside. In contrast, the Tianshangrun Jian was bustling with noise. Wei Yuan said to the 3 captains drinking, You 3 brothers can keep drinking. My grandfather has a reputation to uphold and must return before the second watch, or else I'll be hanged and beaten. I'll go ahead. Please go ahead, boss. Wei Yuan called out to Du Sanyang. Old Shi went in holding the courtesan to the room. They 3 are now brothers. So keep an eye on that girl and head upstairs to open a room. Remember, don't take any money. Just put on my tab. Elle kan xiao es fast flushed. And he quickly shook his head, saying, Young master, that's not good. I think we shouldn't let down the boss's good intentions. Zhang Long and Zhao, who exchanged glances. These twins obviously also wanted to find their favorite girls, but were too shy. I said, just have fun on my account, go ahead. Bang, 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 bang. At the 4th watch, the weather was dry, so be careful with fire. As the watchman's gong sounded, a fierce fire broke out in the ancestral hall of the Wei Duke's residence. All the servants were carrying buckets and a suction pump, which was like a large ancient fire extinguisher that could shoot out a column of water. Young master, there's a fire. You should quickly go to a safe place. A girl of above-average appearance, wearing the Wei residence maid's outfit, ran over with a panicked expression. But just as she approached Wei Yuan, She suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from her sleeve and, without any hesitation, swiftly and accurately stabbed towards Wei Yuan. Chapter 29. I've made a Taoist master. I've made it. Just as she made her move, Wei Yuan seemed to have foreseen it and dodged her assassination attempt in advance. "HEIR, come out quickly, it's time to eat." Wei Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs, and HEIR, wearing an oversized nightgown, sleepily ran out with drool at the corner of her mouth. "It's time to eat, I need to hurry," boldly attempting to assassinate the young master. In a moment of desperation, HEIR picked up a large stone weighing over 200 pounds from the ground and hurled it fiercely at the girl. The massive stone struck the girl like a cannonball. Puff! The girl spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, her chest severely caved in. Staring at Wei Yuan in disbelief. "What are you staring at? The entire Wei Manor is filled with Andes, not a single elegant mature woman. When did someone like you appear?" Puff! The girl opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but couldn't utter a word and spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, dying. Wei Yuan looked at the firelight in the north and the noisy sounds of firefighting, pulling HEIR and quickly running towards the south. As they approached the southern courtyard, they heard the sounds of fighting. There, Xiao Dai was slumped over, blood still flowing from her mouth, her neck twisted and lifeless. Wang Xuanzi was fighting with a monk dressed in a cassock, with a big beard and dark skin. However, battle-hardened Wang Xuanzi was being suppressed and beaten by the black-faced monk. Seeing the rescue arrive, the monk pushed Wang Xuanzi back with a palm and rushed straight towards Wei Yuan. "Protect!" Wang Xuanzi had just uttered the word protect when a sweetness filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. HEIR, grabbing Wei Yuan and tossing him behind her, swung her fist at the big monk. "Disgusting fat woman!" The monk countered with a punch. In a clash of fists, the monk never expected that despite specializing in the Prajna dragon elephant strength, being invincible in strength within the same realm, he would still be outmatched by HEIR. "You monk have great strength. I was originally holding back half my strength, but it seems I don't need to now." HEIR smashed down with another punch. And this time the monk dared not meet her head-on, quickly gathering all his chi into his arms, while emanating 8-colored mysterious light to block the punch from this big fat woman. Crack! The monk's arms broke, and his whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing more than 20 meters away. Not very resistant to blows. It's just equivalent to the strength I used to massage the young master. HEIR charged towards the monk, raising her fist to continue the assault. But the monk suddenly swung his broken arm sleeve, sending out 3 incense sticks that flew out and were caught his mouth. The monk chewed the incense and suddenly spat out a cloud of gray smoke towards HEIR. The fragrant gray smoke wafted through the air, causing HEIR's fist, which was the size of a sand pot, to freeze in midair, her eyes becoming dazed. Taking advantage of this moment, the monk lightly tapped his toes and dashed towards Wei Yuan. "No!" Wang Xuanzi went mad, his blood-red eyes wide as he charged forward despite his injuries. But it was too late. The monk had reached Wei Yuan, yet didn't even glance at him, jumping over Wei Yuan and leaping onto the high wall, escaping Wei Manor. "You dare to intrude upon my Wei family, and still wish to leave alive?" Wei Buyue's voice boomed, and immediately the monk who had just vanished into the darkness came crashing back, heavily falling to the ground before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan quickly pulled out the silver needles he carried, sealing the monk's meridians to incapacitate him. Wearing a robe and holding a spear, Wei Buyue descended from the sky. And only after seeing that Wei Yuan was unharmed did he feel relieved, turning his gaze to Wang Xuanzi. "You have serious internal injuries. Quickly seek out Mu Qianxiu for treatment, or it will leave hidden ailments." Wang Xuanzi knelt on one knee. "Wei Gong, it is the incompetence of this humble general that led to Xiao Dai's death. A grandmaster of martial arts sneaked in to assassinate, and you certainly couldn't stop him. Dispose of the body quickly, then publicly declare that the monk's assassination failed. She was just bait. Her life or death is unimportant, as long as the opponent doesn't know." Du Sanyang's voice rang out, and Du Sanyang and Gong Sun Jin approached, with Sanyang pointing at Gong Sun Jin. "My Jin Lang said so." Wei Buyue used a spear to poke at Xiao Dai's corpse, tossing it into the corner flower bed. With a palm strike, Xiao Dai's body shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere, turning into spring mud to nourish the flowers. You poison my grandson, you vile maid. You don't deserve to have a complete corpse. Boom! Jiang Yu'er smashed the rockery with a punch, then rubbed her eyes in confusion. But what about that big monk? I remember he was right in front of me. Wei Yuan explained, you were hit by the sedative smoke. This time, Yu'er, you made a great contribution. Later, go to the kitchen and tell the chef to let you order whatever you want for a midnight snack. Hearing about food, Jiang Yu'er smiled happily and hurried to the Wei family kitchen. At that moment, Mu Qinxiu approached, carrying the corpse of a girl dressed as a maid. It was the assassin who had previously tried to kill Wei Yuan and was crushed to death by Jiang Yu'er with a stone. Brother, this girl was smeared with a covering ointment. She has many old scars, likely a death warrior cultivated by some organization. From the remnants of Qi in her meridians and Dantian, she is part of the same group as the girl assassin who tried to kill Yuan Heir last time. After Mu Qinxiu finished speaking, he dropped the corpse and walked to the big monk who lay on the ground, unable to move. A Grandmaster level? Brother, this big monk has considerable cultivation. If he were from our Great Way, I would definitely recognize him. So this guy is probably not from Great Way. I suspect the two are not from the same group. Wang Xuanzi clasped his hands, Wei Gong. This person just passed by the young master, but did not make a move. Clearly he does not recognize the young master. How many forces are out there treating my Wei family as a thorn in their side? Wei Yue sighed heavily. You little turtle. Remember to bring more guards when you go out in the future. Don't let this old man send a white-haired person to the black-haired. The big monk was imprisoned in the Wei family's dungeon, under strict surveillance. On the way back, Wei Yuan and Gongsun Jin discussed, my lord. He didn't recognize you, but killed Xiao Dai. Could this guy be from Zhu Sibo's faction? Wei Yuan nodded. I underestimated this hypocrite. Being able to maneuver among so many families and find a grandmaster to do his bidding is indeed quite capable. My lord, should we go see if Wei Gong is personally interrogating the big monk? Wei Yuan waved his hand. You may not have noticed, but this guy is also a death warrior. A grandmaster-level death warrior? How is that possible? There are many ways to cultivate death warriors. The girl who tried to assassinate me was just one of the lowest levels, but the big monk is of a much higher caliber. Have you heard of fanatics? Fanatics? Those lunatics who would sacrifice their lives for their beliefs. The big monk's eyes tell me he is a fanatic. So no matter how my grandfather and Mu Qinxiu torture him, he won't say a word. By the way, if you're going to the dungeon to watch the fun, remember to tell my grandfather to spare his life. I have great use for him. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he stretched lazily, woken up from my nap. I'm in a bad mood. I need to take a nap first. The next day, after so many consecutive days, Wei Yuan had grown accustomed to waking up to screams mixed with rooster crows every morning in the Duke's mansion. But today, his screams were particularly tragic, usually lasting about an hour. This time, he screamed for a full 2 hours, finally ending with a laugh that was even louder than the screams. He, Taoist master. I've made it, finally made it. Ha ha. In Wei Yuan's room, he was now covered in foul-smelling dirt and impurities, laughing madly with his head thrown back. After days of washing scriptures and refining marrow, having had his bones broken by Jiang Yu'er countless times, he had finally succeeded, and he no longer had to endure the torturous days. Wei Yuan didn't even let the maid serve him a bath. Instead, he rushed straight into the Wei family's dungeon. The current great monk was beaten all over without a single good spot, but his eyes were exceptionally resilient and revealed a hint of madness. He smiled at the guard who was striking him and said, Harder, hit me harder. I will never betray the Buddha. I won't. Gongsun Jin, rubbing his eyes, stood up and gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. My lord, you were absolutely right. This guy is a madman. I've been watching him get beaten, and he hasn't even frowned once. Ugh, my lord, why don't you take a shower? Watching the beating for so long, you must have some special kink. Not much better than this madman. Wei Yuan returned a retort to Gongsun Jin, sent the guards away, and licked his lips, his eyes shining with desire like those prisoners who hadn't seen a woman in over a decade. Looking at the great monk hungrily. Do you know why I want to let you die? Because I need you here. Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to the great monk's lower body, swallowing hard and drooling as he walked over. Damn, my lord, you've gone mad too. Don't do this. P.S. Amen. Wei Yuan excitedly pushed Gong Sun Jin away, pulled out an acupuncture needle, and pierced it 3 inches below the great monk's navel at the dantian point. Immediately, Gong Sun Jin could visibly see strands of crimson qi flowing from the silver needle inserted into the great monk's dantian into Wei Yuan's palm, gradually entering Wei Yuan's body through his skin. Chapter 30. The heir's ferocity. It was evident to the naked eye that Wei Yuan's skin began to turn bright red, starting from his fingers. Soon, the red color started to spread to his wrists and eventually engulfed his entire body. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth against the scorching heat, channeling the qi he had extracted through his limbs and bones, strengthening his tendons, bones, and flesh, while simultaneously running the ascending dragon path cultivation technique he had practiced in his previous life. The qi he absorbed from the monk's dantian was not cultivated through his own arduous training. Hence, there was a strong rejection. The pain Wei Yuan was enduring now was even more than 10 times that of the torment from the marrow cleansing and scripture washing. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth, as he had wasted 20 years of his life to surpass martial artists of the same age. He had to endure what ordinary people could not and bear what others could not bear. Time passed minute by minute, and the impurities expelled from his body during the marrow washing had been baked into a hard shell, cracking and flaking off. The entire cell was filled with a foul stench reminiscent of boiling excrement. Gong Sun Jin covered his nose and ran to the ventilation opening. As it slowly approached its end, the monk's once dark face turned pale, while Wei Yuan appeared as fierce as Guan Yu, with a complexion resembling a heavy jujube. In the end, the monk's years of hard work became a wedding gown for Wei Yuan. He was left with no qi in his body, becoming an ordinary person with strong physical fitness. Only then did Wei Yuan slowly stand up and strike his chest hard. Puff! Black blood mixed with gray gas shot out like a flying knife, severing the monk's legs who had fainted. This black blood and gray gas were actually the dregs of qi absorbed from the monk's body. Seeing Wei Yuan stand up, Gong Sun Jin hurriedly jogged over and mouthed, "Is the technique you use the legendary wedding gown divine skill?" Wei Yuan shook his head. "It's the uniqueness of my ascending dragon path cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it?" Gong Sun Jin nodded repeatedly. Although he was a scholar, what man doesn't he dream of wielding a sword and shouting against injustice? Acting when necessary, Wei Yuan smiled and said, "I can teach you, but using another's qi to operate your own cultivation technique and make it your own to greatly enhance your martial arts in the shortest time is not in accordance with the rules. Therefore, the pain endured reaches an extreme. Those with weak willpower will be distracted by the pain and thus unable to control the qi circulation, leading to bodily rejection. The lighter consequence is that the tendons are severed and one goes mad, becoming a useless person. The heavier consequence is that one could explode and die on the spot, and even a great Luo golden immortal would find it hard to save them. Moreover, there are side effects. For example, if the cultivation level rises too quickly, one's mental state cannot keep up, leading to madness and becoming insane. Or, if the physical fitness is too poor, the tendons cannot withstand such strong qi, leading to being burst and becoming disabled. At this point, Wei Yuan added, "The pain you endure is probably 100 times that of your tongue being cut." Gong Sun Jin looked at Wei Yuan's severely burned skin and couldn't help but recall the painful expression he had just shown, shaking his head in fear. The pain of having his tongue cut made him wish to hang himself, and now the burning fire he absolutely could not endure. But because of this, Gong Sun Jin began to understand Wei Yuan's terrifying willpower. His initial awe and gratitude towards Wei Yuan gradually transformed into admiration. Suddenly, Gong Sun Jin thought of something and glanced, intentionally or not, at Wei Yuan's lower body. After all, this part of a man is most afraid of heat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be located outside the body. If it endured too much heat, it could only urinate, losing its primary function. Wei Yuan knew what he was thinking and raised his hand to give him a knock on the head, laughing and scolding. "Damn it, can't you think of something serious? I specially protected that part just now." He had Shishun go to the pharmacy to grab some medicinal materials for treating burns, and Wei Yuan jumped into a wooden tub to soak in a medicinal bath. As the medicinal bath touched his burned skin, The refreshing and invigorating sensation made Wei Yuan let out a comfortable moan. A joyful smile appeared on his face. He finally had some self-protection ability. Otherwise, with his years of debauchery and mischief, having offended so many people and with so many enemies of the Wei family, he lived in constant fear every day. The monk had reached the level of a grandmaster, but purifying the qi consumed 60%, 30% was used to strengthen his bones and flesh, and 10% was consumed during operation, so only 10% was truly usable. Even so, it allowed Wei Yuan's martial arts realm to break through the entry level, entering the realm of consummate postnatal cultivation. Ordinary people would need at least 10 years of hard training to reach this level. Even top geniuses would require 3 to 5 years. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded, and Shi Shun poked his head in. Young master. Shopkeeper, Shin requests to see you. Let him in. Soon, Shun Wansan hurried in, looking at the burn marks on Wei Yuan's body. I heard the Duke of Wei's mansion caught fire last night, and you were injured? Just slight burns, no problem. Wei Yuan didn't want to explain further, merely giving a perfunctory reply. He asked Shin Wansan, is the matter settled? Settled. I specifically chose not to rent the cheaper and better positioned Wei family store, but opted for the Wang family store instead. Don't stand out to avoid future troubles. Shen Wansan nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I arranged for trusted subordinates to do it, and I didn't show myself. Once the matter is resolved, I will ensure he can never speak again. Saying this, Shen Wansan did not forget to gesture at his neck with his hand. Then if I'm not mistaken, your tea-selling friend is also gone, right? Shen Wansan awkwardly said, young master is wise. Nothing escapes your eyes. After all, this matter has endless repercussions and must be handled with utmost caution. You killed a person, so you must have swallowed quite a bit of the tea seller's debt, right? Spit out some, I want 80%. This, Shen Wansan helplessly replied, 80% is fine. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You've done well. Just operate as normal later. Have your trusted subordinates hire a few pretty girls from Tianshang Renjian for me, to provide an opportunity to buy tea. Let them flatter me a bit, and that way, it can naturally serve as a front. After Shen Wansan left, Gong Sunjin walked out from behind the screen. Young master. This person has a rebellious nature and is too ruthless. He is unfit for heavy responsibilities. Kindness does not govern soldiers, and righteousness does not govern wealth. In this world, those who rise from scratch are not good-hearted people. Suddenly, Wei Yuan laughed. I can guarantee with both my heads that this guy definitely didn't kill anyone. He probably has them hidden in a secret place. Guarding against you, young master? Wei Yuan pouted. He deliberately mentioned killing his trusted subordinate in front of me, just to make me suspect he killed the tea merchant, allowing him to take the opportunity to mention it. This is called psychological manipulation. Young master, I will immediately arrange for scouts to take turns watching every 12 hours to find his secret hiding place. Wei Yuan nodded. Go arrange it. This Shun Wansan weighs over 150 pounds, but has 160 pounds of rebelliousness. Use him once and not more. Otherwise, he might jump out from the shadows and bite me hard in the future. Shi Shun, Wei Yuan shouted, and Shi Shun hurriedly ran in. Young master, what do you need from me? Go find Liang Xiao and make sure he arrives at Tianshang Renjian before noon. Then arrange someone to go to the Jing Guogong mansion to find young master Li, and then go to the Bingua Gong to find young master Zheng, and the 3 young masters of the general's family. In short, call all those who used to hang out with me to come to Tianshang Renjian before noon, saying that this young master has been promoted and has made a fortune. So, I am treating them to food and drink for fun, and by the way, I need them to help me stand a scene. After changing the medicinal bath 3 or 4 times, Wei Yuan's burns had mostly healed. Only then did he, under the service of several matronly women, put on a crimson Qilin robe with a sword at his waist and majestically sat in a sedan chair, heading to Tianshang Renjian. When he arrived at Tianshang Renjian, the group of young masters who usually indulge in extravagant pleasures and live in nightlife had not yet arrived, leaving only Liang Xiao. Glancing at the closed door of the Qingqi Yuan, which seemed to have gone out of business, Wei Yuan spat disdainfully. He waved to Liang Xiao, saying, cousin, come over. Or just go away, you still smell bad. Liang Xiao pointed angrily at Wei Yuan. Aren't you afraid I'll hit you? Hey, Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? My dad sent a carrier pigeon to my sister, and she'll be back from the frontier soon. Liang Xiao proudly beckoned to Wei Yuan. Xiao Yuanzi, come over here and let this young master hug you. Otherwise, when my sister comes back and hits you, I want to stop her. I almost became your brother-in-law back then. Liang Hongshan will be back and make a fuss. Does this young master fear a woman? Wei Yuan walked over and kicked Liang Xiao in the backside. Liang Xiao looked at Wei Yuan with some resentment. Indeed, Wei Yuan had been betrothed to his sister since they were in their mother's wombs, and they had grown up together. If it weren't for that incident a few years ago, he would have really been his brother-in-law now. Unfortunately, after that incident, the Liang family broke off the engagement, and Liang Hongshan, feeling disheartened, ran off to the frontier alone and has not returned since. Although Wei Yuan was a playboy back then, he hadn't completely fallen from grace to become the #1 spoiled and wicked young man in the capital. Chapter 31. A Fortune for Tea. Stop sighing. Let me talk to you about something serious. Pay attention to my cues later. Whatever I ask you to do, just do it. And I guarantee you can make a small fortune. Really? Have I ever cheated you? Haven't you cheated me? I definitely won't this time. Wei Yuan called for Du Sanyang and whispered in her ear. Do you understand managing a silver bank? Definitely not. Then learn quickly. In a while, I'll hand over a large bank for you to manage. I can't learn that. Young master, you're putting me in a tough spot. I get a headache just thinking about reading. How about you find someone proficient in this area? In my eyes, character and loyalty outweigh ability by far. Wei Yuan interrupted Du Sanyang and then subtly said, You are just an old madam. A mute is good enough for you. But if that mute later holds military power and becomes a strategist, do you still deserve him? This. Du Sanyang naturally understood Wei Yuan's words. She didn't believe in Wei Yuan's capabilities, but did believe in Jin Lang's talent, knowing he would surely rise in the future. Then, I will step back and silently bless him from behind. Why not strengthen yourself and stay by his side? Wei Yuan lightly patted Du Sanyang's shoulder. You can do it. This is your only chance, so seize it well. Du Sanyang nodded solemnly, greeting Hatit for Yin Long. I will risk everything to learn how to manage a silver bank. Always remember this. Don't just think of using emotions to bind the people around you. If you don't improve while the other person does, your relationship will gradually become distant. Study hard. I have faith in you. Leaving the determined Du Sanyang behind, Wei Yuan walked to the entrance of Tianshang Renjian. At this moment, luxurious palanquins and carriages came to a stop. Wei Yuan's group of so-called brothers, upon hearing someone was treating, all showed up without exception. Hey, our brother Yuan. No, it should be Deputy Commander Wei, Lord Wei. This official robe looks magnificent on you. Haha, Lord Wei, congratulations on your promotion. Wei Yuan greeted each of these hypocritical friends with a fake smile. Then he said to Jiang Yuer, bring out what I had brought from home. Jiang Yuer walked over holding something covered in red cloth from the carriage. From the outline, it looked like a large jar. Jiang Yuer placed the item at the entrance, and Wei Yuan pulled off the red cloth, revealing a fine roux-kiln blue and white jar. What shocked the young masters the most was not the jar itself, but the head of a person on top of it. A bald man with a full beard, dark skin, and 9 scar dots on his head, looking like a big monk. Is this a person? Wei Yuan pointed at the exposed head of the jar. This dog burned down my Wei family ancestral hall yesterday and tried to assassinate me. Fortunately, my grandfather arrived in time. Otherwise, none of you would see this young master today. Saying this, he had Shishun take out a large sign and hang it on the vase. The sign read, Whoever recognizes this person will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. This evil monk has committed countless atrocities. This young master will break his limbs, crush his bones, and ensure this monk suffers so much that he won't even be able to die. All the young masters exchanged glances, and the 3 courtesans inside Tianshang Run, Jian trembled in fear, especially since they had just betrayed him. The shock of this scene was too strong. The 3 had already decided that even if Tianshang Renjian closed, they would finish cleaning before leaving. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan called out to his group of friends. Come on, let's eat, drink, and have fun. Everything today is on me. All the young masters, not wanting to put on airs, quickly found girls and sat down to enjoy music, food, and drinks. By the afternoon, Sanyang suddenly approached Wei Yuan. Young master, Someone claiming to be from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce wants to rent our girls for a day because of a new store opening. As long as they pay, we can rent them out. But young master, they want to rent the 3 top courtesans and 20 first-class girls. If we let them go, Tianshang Rinjian will have to close. As long as the money is right, closing for a day is no problem. Bring him up. I want to talk to him personally. Soon, a middle-aged man with a sincere appearance and splendid clothing was brought in. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wei Yuan in his crimson Qilin robe and hurriedly approached to bow. Commoner Zhang Wanfeng greets the young master, Deputy Commander Wei, Lord Wei. Wei Yuan raised a hand, and Shi Shun handed him an iced jade pipe, which he took a deep puff from, arrogantly saying, "You, commoner, have some insight to recognize me among so many heroes. Not bad, not bad. Later, when you rent the girls, you get a 10 discount. Young master, don't you know how dazzling you are? You simply sit here, seemingly ordinary, but in reality, you're extraordinary. Your imposing presence is unmatched, like a brilliant star illuminating all around, making it easy to identify you as a great hero among the crowd." The middle-aged man's words left Wei Yuan momentarily stunned. Although he had arranged for the man to praise him, he didn't expect it to be so boundless. But to be fair, such flattery did make him a little excited. The middle-aged man continued, "I have heard of the young master's fame in Jiangnan. In all of Dewei, you alone possess loyalty, righteousness, bravery, trust, propriety, integrity, and filial piety. The girls in Jiangnan are all crying and shouting to marry the young master. As the saying goes, at the peak of Wei, standing out in the world, with you, Wei Yuan, it is indeed a clear sky." Liang Xiao could no longer hold back. Which girl has her eyes blinded to want to marry him? Besides, what loyalty and righteousness? How does this guy relate to any of that? After Liang Xiao's remark, all the young masters burst into laughter. Bang! Wei Yuan angrily slammed the table and pointed at the middle-aged man. "I think he is absolutely right. You commoner, what are you selling? I'll support you." "There, what you said the young master loves to hear. Give me face, and I'll give you gold. I'll buy your tea for 100 taels of silver." The young masters were amazed. Flattery for 2 sentences and 100 taels for tea. Wei Yuan was indeed making a fortune. But to their surprise, the middle-aged man looked apologetic and slightly bowed. "I'm sorry, young master, but we don't sell half portions." "What the hell? Oh my God." The whole place was shocked. "Is your tea lined with gold? Or does drinking it make you immortal? A half portion for 100 taels? So the full portion is 200 taels? Why don't you just go rob someone?" No. It's 300 taels for a full portion. This tea is of a quality comparable to that presented to the current emperor." Wei Yuan discreetly kicked Liang Xiao under the table, and Liang Xiao quickly said, "Brother Yuan, you've already blown your horn. It wouldn't be good not to buy it." Wei Yuan waved his hand with a grim expression. "Shi Shun, pay him." Wei Yuan was still the same as before, a big grudge. Amid the mocking of the young masters, the middle-aged man handed Wei Yuan an exquisite jade box. The young masters curiously looked over, wanted to see what made this tea worth 300 taels of silver. Opening the jade box, they saw the tea inside, and Liang Xiao pouted. "Guzhu purple bamboo shoot tea, good grade, but at most 3 taels of silver. Are you treating my brother Yuan like a fool with that 300 times markup?" No. The middle-aged man took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Shi Shun. "Actually, this tea is a new product launched by our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The tea itself isn't the main point, but we want to help everyone prosper together." "Prosper together?" "Yes, buy a box of tea, and for the first month, you will receive a daily return of 10 taels of silver. After a month, it changes to 5 taels a day, and the returns end after 6 months. I know you all think I am a fraud, but I have the official document from the Jiangnan court. In fact, the money you spend on tea is pooled together by our Chamber of Commerce for investment. To put it simply, the rebates you receive are actually interest, which is a new policy from the Jiangnan government." The middle-aged man handed the document to Wei Yuan, Lord Wei, as the deputy commander of the 6 doors. "You have sharp eyes and can easily discern its authenticity with a glance. Brother Yuan, why do I feel this official seal looks a bit fake?" Wei Yuan secretly kicked Liang Xiao and returned the document to the middle-aged man. "This young master has identified it as genuine." Is there really a rebate? What if you run away secretly? My lord, you are all from the top aristocratic families in the Great Way. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, you will catch me back, chop me with knives, or dismember me. That's what we like to hear. The middle-aged man continued. Young master, for every box sold by the people you introduce to buy tea, I will give you a daily rebate of 5 taels of silver for the first month. Then 2.5 taels after a month, continuing for 6 months. Wei Yuan waved his hand, happily counted out 30,000 taels of silver notes, and handed them to the middle-aged man. Bought it 100 boxes. The middle-aged man took the silver notes and counted out 1,000 taels to give to Wei Yuan as the first day's rebate. Wei Yuan looked at Liang Xiao. Aren't you buying? Should I buy? What do you think? Then, I'll buy 1 box. Liang Xiao said this, seeing Wei Yuan continuously making faces at him, could only change his words. This young master will also buy 100 boxes. But I don't have money, brother Yuan. Let me first. The middle-aged man counted out 1,000 taels of silver notes and handed them to Liang Xiao. Then counted out 500 taels for Wei Yuan. This thing makes money fast. Wei Yuan addressed all the young masters present. Come and buy some, with a limit of 10 boxes per person. If there are losses, I will take full responsibility. We can sign a contract. The young masters were curious about this deal, and with Wei Yuan backing them, even if this Wanfu is a fraud, they could still get a free box of tea, so why not? For every sale, the middle-aged man would give the young masters rebates and hand half of the rebates to Wei Yuan as a referral fee. Thus, the middle-aged man SJ'd tea quickly sold over 1,000 boxes. At that moment, Du Sanyang came running over. Young master, the Qingxia Yuan is open. So what if it's open? Their drinks are made from dead people's wine, and their girls are all ugly. Who would go? This time is different. All the guests have gone over there. Huh? Why? I sent someone to check, but they went and never came back. Shishuan, go to the 6 doors and bring El, Chun Xiao, and the other 3 here, along with some brothers. I want to see what is going on. Young master, why don't you go now? Nonsense. The people I sent out Haven Tea come back. What if I go and get beaten up? Bring more people for safety. After all fear comes from a lack of strength. Chapter 32. Proud as snow and frost, the phoenix seeks the phoenix soon. A voice like a duck's quack rang out. Father, Wei brought the brothers. El, Suan Xiao, dressed in a flying fish suit and full of righteousness, along with the shifty-eyed old stone and the twin brothers Zhang Long and Zhao who arrived. Let's go with this young master to investigate the situation across the street. I suspect the other party is related to the exam paper swapping case. With the command from father, we naturally follow. Let's go. Liang Xiao whispered in Wei Yuan's ear. They're indeed skilled in martial arts, especially that shifty-eyed old stone. He found 4 girls yesterday, and each of the twins found one. But those 2 girls took a leave today. They're all swollen. Help me ask what martial arts they practice, and teach me too. Practicing martial arts isn't important. What matters is physical fitness. Look at your fat self. By the way, didn't TL Sun Xiao find any? No. But he got San Yang to cash in some money. Didn't Tiwi just advance him 5 years' salary? How could he run out of money so quickly? What is he spending on? As the 2 spoke, they had already entered the Qingxi Elegant Garden. At this moment, the place was crowded, with no empty seats, and Wei Yuan and the others had to stand. Wei Yuan immediately spotted the bodyguard from Tianshang Renjian, who was squatting in a corner, resting his chin on his hand, staring at the stage without blinking. What could be so captivating? Liang Xiao suddenly tugged at Wei Yuan's arm. Brother Yuan, look at the stage. That woman is stunning. Wei Yuan turned to the high platform, where a woman in a blue dress was holding a pipa, playing and singing a tune. Silk and satin, my lord, quiet as a poem. In the bell and drum tower, the time drips long. The eaves bells rang, clinking. The blue-dressed woman sang in the soft dialect of Jiangnan, her voice heavenly and melodious, deeply touching the hearts of her listeners, intoxicating them with her sound. Wei Yuan lightly flicked his tongue and instantly woke up. Turning around, he saw the El, Sun Xiao, and the other constables he had brought, along with countless Liang Xiao and young masters, all showing expressions of rapture. This woman had profound martial arts skills, at least at the master level, possibly even a grandmaster. Using a voice akin to a devil's charm to sing, combined with her deep qi, she unknowingly drew people into her song. Suddenly, El Xiao shook his head, breaking the charm, and looked at Wei Yuan in confusion. He had just barely woken up, and it seemed Wei Yuan had woken up before him, which puzzled him. This young master has played with women too much, so he has resistance. Wei Yuan looked at the blue-dressed woman singing on stage and explained to El Xiao without turning his head. The woman had hair flowing like a waterfall, her features like a painting, seemingly perfect like a sculpture. In terms of appearance, she was undoubtedly not inferior to the most beautiful woman in Dawei. The city's princess, Nanji. Unlike Nanji's wise and talented demeanor, this woman exuded an aura like a plum blossom, proud and aloof, pure and extraordinary, with an air that kept people at arm's length. It was this pride that aroused a man's desire for challenge and conquest, wanting to climb this towering glacier. Soon the song ended, and everyone returned to their senses, Wang Mao wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, reaching out his hands to touch the woman's shoulders. Miss Qiu Shuang, you must be tired. I've prepared some snow pear soup for you. Give it a try. Facing Wang Mao's inappropriate advance, the woman effortlessly dodged with her body technique. Thank you, but no need. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Liang Xiao poked Wei Yuan in the side. This woman is truly beautiful, and her singing is lovely. No wonder there are no guests in our Tianshang Renjian. I don't even want to go back now. It was already strange enough that there was a grandmaster of martial arts, Jiang Yue, in a brothel. But this woman seemed a bit aloof. Wei Yuan could barely accept it. But if another grandmaster appeared, he would never believe it was without ulterior motives. Qingxi Elegant Garden belonged to the Wang family, and Wang Shouhe could be said to hate Wei Yuan to death, so this cold woman's target was obvious. Rather than being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Wei Yuan shouted to Old Stone and the other constables, I suspect this woman is suspicious. Take her back to the Ministry of Justice's prison. With a sword at his waist, Wei Yuan strode over arrogantly. Miss, the taste of the Ministry of Justice's prison is unpleasant. I'll offer you 5,000 taels of silver to spend a night with this young master, ensuring you'll be comfortable. Before Wei Yuan could finish, he was pushed aside by the flower protector Wang Mao. My Miss Qiu Shuang is one who sells her art, not her body. Sell art, but not body? That is perfect. I want tea pay. So it doesn't tea count as selling. You really don't know your place. Wang Mao shoved Wei Yuan away, pointing at the sign above. Do you see? If you want to be a guest in my Miss Qiu Shuang's inner chamber, you must show extraordinary talent. Talent? Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you say so earlier? This young master has nothing but a belly full of warm and lively talent. Countless young masters burst into laughter. Young master, your talent is indeed remarkable. Remember that time in the academy when you recited 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces? For pieces, 5 pieces, 6 or 7 pieces. Not to mention shocking the world, it stunned the head of Beima Academy and the contemporary scholars. Recently, that poem about Dawei Lake, Crouching Frog, a poke, and he jumps has spread throughout the nation, leaving everyone amazed. Young master, you are the savior of Dawei's literary world. Wei Yuan didn't care about the mockery from his so-called brothers and turned to the cold Qiu Shuang. Pose your question. Qiu Shuang looked Wei Yuan up and down. What do you see in me, young master? What I see in you? Wei Yuan put one hand behind his back, while the other beckoned to Shi Shun, who, as if knowing what Wei Yuan was about to do, quickly took out a priceless sandalwood fan and respectfully handed it over. Wei Yuan dramatically opened and closed the fan, spinning it in his hand, stepping on a nearby chair with one foot, lightly shaking the white paper fan, his hair fluttering. If people didn't know he was the capital's biggest wastrel, they would think he was a talented and charming hero from the rivers and lakes. Wei Yuan looked at Qiu Shuang and enunciated clearly. There is a beauty who, once seen, cannot be forgotten. The entire audience burst into laughter. Indeed, Wei Yuan, the capital's biggest wastrel, always spoke of beauty, having no real talent. Brother Wei, with your talent, you might as well forget about impressing a beauty. Wouldn't it be better to go home and impress a frog? Wei Yuan looked at Qiu Shuang and continued. One day apart, I miss you like crazy. The phoenix flies high, seeking the phoenix across the seas. Alas, the beauty is not on the eastern wall. Let the zither convey my feelings, and I'll write my sincere heart. When will I see you again, to comfort my wandering heart? The laughter of all the young masters abruptly stopped. Can this be the composition that Wei Yuan could write? Wei Yuan continued. Phoenix, O Phoenix, return to your homeland, roaming the seas in search of your phoenix. If the time is not right, what can I do? Why did I realize today that I ascend to this hall? With both wings raised, I soar high, unfeelingly causing me sorrow. An impromptu composition, the phoenix seeks the phoenix. I'll be damned with your impromptu performance. Wang Mao cursed at Wei Yuan. You? Can you really write such a piece? You're just plagiarizing. I'll be damned. Wei Yuan, you plagiarism dog, right? Before Wang Mao could finish, Wei Yuan slapped him hard across the face. You dare hit me? Wang Mao covered his face. He was not like his brother Wang Tong, who was weak and helpless. He had studied martial arts for 7 to 8 years, even if he slacked off. He was not someone Wei Yuan, who was exhausted by wine and lust, could compare to. Wang Mao swung a punch at Wei Yuan's cheek. Wei Yuan raised his hand, seemingly casually using a technique to neutralize the force, then applied Tai Chi's sticking hand to press Wang Mao's fist onto the table. The excruciating pain made Wang Mao's palm open up. Wei Yuan grabbed a nearby ivory chopstick and nailed his palm firmly to the table like a nail. Wang Mao let out a heart-wrenching scream like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Yuan grabbed his hair. Whoever it is, they can insult me, but if they insult my mother, they must pay the price. Next time, it won't be your palm that gets pierced by the chopstick, but your head. Wei Yuan seized Wang Mao's head and slammed it violently against the thick wooden tabletop. Bang, bang, bang. With several muffled thuds, Wang Mao's entire face became a bloody mess. His head was bleeding, his nasal bone was fractured, and 4 or 5 of his front teeth were knocked out, making it a sight too gruesome to behold. At that moment, the guards of the Wang family rushed over, but were blocked by Lu Tsunxiao and others. Whoever dares to attack my lord will be taken away to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Wei Yuan looked at Lung Qiushuang. I wonder if my literary talents can catch your eye, to be your guest in the curtain. If this sun can enter your eyes. Lung Qiushuang looked at him with disgust and made a gesture inviting him to leave. Please, young master, go upstairs. Chapter 33. With my life. Extend your existence. Wei Yuan followed Lung Qiushuang upstairs with Jiang Yuer. The largest boudoir on the 2nd floor was filled with the faint fragrance of cold plums as he entered. Wei Yuan sat down on a stool without looking back and said, Put your hand down. Your soft sword at your waist can't compete with my Yuer's Santing Bao Yuan knife. Lung Qiushuang, with her eternally cold face, frowned tightly. How can a playboy like you see through this? Can't a playboy have insight? Wei Yuan replied with a smile, crossing his legs. Your steps are light, clearly. Your lightness skill is impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you are well versed in the art of assassination. If you were to attack from the shadows, my Yuer might not be your match, but in a direct confrontation, even 10 of you couldn't defeat her alone. So the so-called #1 playboy of the Great Way. The wasteful air was all just an act. Lung Qiushuang decided to drop the pretense. Since you've seen through it, why did you come up with me? Heaven envies beauty. I don't want you to die. Wei Yuan said, standing up and giving her a slight smile. You have 3 months to live. So you dare to come and assassinate me openly. I guess even if I recited a poem about a frog leaping today, you would still let me come up, right? If I can cure you, how about we make a deal? Ridiculous. Even the divine physician Mu Qianqiu's disciple, the current head of the Ghost Valley medical sect, is powerless against this ailment. You. Before Lung Qiushuang could finish, Wei Yuan gave a glance, and Jiang Yuer directly pinned her down on the table. Let me show you a thing or two. Wei Yuan placed his hand on her wrist. Indeed, you have the 9 cold ice body, one of the top 10 martial arts innate talents. But if you don't encounter a true divine physician, you won't live past 18. After saying this, Wei Yuan took out a long python needle and slowly inserted it into Lung Qiushuang's fragrant shoulder at the Tianzong acupoint. Instantly, the cold frost began to spread along the needle, entering Wei Yuan's body. Frost formed on his hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes. Wei Yuan spat out a mouthful of foul blood, emitting cold air, and took a few steps back, collapsing heavily onto the bed, breathing heavily. Lung Qiushuang felt as if she had sunk into an ice cellar, with only her shoulders exposed to the sun, experiencing a warm and comfortable sensation for the first time in her life. You, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Wei Yuan struggled to stand up weakly. With my life, extend your existence. What? What do I need to pay? In fact, Lung Xiaoshuang had already guessed what Wei Yuan wanted. This lecherous playboy must be after her body. Therefore, after she asked this question, she felt it was unnecessary to inquire further. If curing her required her chastity, she would rather die. But Lung Xiaoshuang never expected Wei Yuan to say earnestly, "What I want is just your smile." My smile? You are so beautiful. You must look even better when you smile. You should be so cold right now. Lung Xiaoshuang looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Why are you being so nice to me? The most profound gaze holds infinite meaning, reminiscent of a past life. Miss, have you heard of love at first sight? Wei Yuan's eyes were filled with affection as he tenderly said, "Though I haven't seen you smile, the image of your smile has appeared in my heart. It must be enchanting enough to outshine the beauties of the 6 palaces." Lung Xiaoshuang suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked Wei Yuan, "A smile that can enchant hundreds? The beauty that outshines the 6 palaces? Did you write that? Were the previous Phoenix seeking Phoenix verses also your work and not plagiarized from Zhu Sibo? As a member of the Wang family, how could you not know that Zhu Sibo, the hypocrite, conspired with the Wang family to harm my Wei family? His shamelessness and lechery make it easy to imagine his desire upon seeing you. How could he write poetry for me? Moreover, although he is the #1 talent, he is merely a facade. He probably couldn't even write Phoenix seeking Phoenix. So you know about the collaboration between Zhu Sibo and the Wang family." Lung Xiaoshuang thought she was uncertain before, but was now sure. For some reason, her heart ached as she looked at Wei Yuan, recalling how he was a talented scholar with exceptional abilities, yet he had to endure the scorn and ridicule of the world. It took immense courage. Lung Xiaoshuang sincerely bowed to Wei Yuan. "Young master, I want to let you treat me for free. As long as it doesn't go against my bottom line, I agree to help you with 10 things. Killing members of the Wang family is fine too. Of course, the Wang family has nothing to do with me. It's just that they have collaborated with the organization behind me. A killer organization, right? The 2 female assassins who came to kill me before were from your organization." Lung Xiaoshuang nodded. "That's right. They were sent by me. I didn't expect them to fail, so I took matters into my own hands." This foolish girl had 0 experience in the martial world. It seemed she had been diligently cultivating all this time, and everything just slipped out. Wei Yuan thought to himself, his face pale as he looked deeply at Lung Xiaoshuang. "Tonight at the 3rd watch, we shall meet at the Wei residence. I will treat you." Lung Xiaoshuang nodded seriously, opened the window, turned back to Wei Yuan with a sweet smile, and then leaped down from the 2nd floor. Wei Yuan, having shed his previous weakness, disdainfully pouted. "A little girl assassin, this young master can handle her with ease." Suddenly, a figure flashed at the window. Lung Xiaoshuang returned. Wei Yuan quickly pressed his hand to his chest and sat back down on the ground. "Oh, I feel so weak. Young master, I have one more thing to ask. If you can cure me, I won't need the life-extending pills from the organization anymore. I want to escape from that place. And I ask you to save my sister." "Where's your sister?" "At the Wang family. This is her portrait." Wei Yuan looked at the portrait of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Although she hadn't fully matured, she could already be seen as a beauty in the making. "Tonight, I will come to the Wei residence, treat you, and then take your sister with me." "Thank you, Wei." Brother Wei Yuan. After Lung Xiaoshuang left again, Wei Yuan whispered to Jiang Yuer, "Go check if she is gone." "Young master, she is definitely gone." Only then did Wei Yuan stand up, grab his collar, throw himself, and crash through the door, flying outside. Shi Shun, who was guarding the door, exclaimed, "Young master, what happened? Someone come. The young master has been attacked." "Damn! How dare they touch our money tree? This is something that can't be tolerated. If uncle can endure, then auntie can't." Old Sher drew his whip and charged forward first. "Adoptive father, I, Old Sher, am here to rescue you." "Damn it, where are they?" "They ran away. But you can't escape the temple once the monk is gone. Immediately gather people to the Wang family." "Understood." More than 400 constables, carrying the weak Wei Yuan, marched into the Wang family in grand fashion. Wang Shouhe, who had received news in advance, was already waiting at the door with his guards. Fearing that Wei Yuan would cause another disturbance like last time at the Jin Eho residence. Wei Yuan, this time you've brought fewer people. On the contrary, my Wang family's guards have increased tenfold, so you won't be able to show off. Show off? Should I call my grandfather over? I was attacked in your Wang family's territory. If it weren't for my grandfather giving me invulnerable soft armor for protection, I would have died at the Qingqi Elegant Garden. The Wang family must give me an explanation. Explanation? You pierced my son Wang Mao's palm with chopsticks. I haven't settled that score with you yet. To hell with your explanation. If you don't give me one, I'll go to the emperor. Go ahead. When you get to the emperor, I'll have something to say too. Wei Yuan and Wang Shouhe seemed to have some tacit understanding. They first tested each other's bottom line, then began to negotiate, and finally turned to scolding each other, but it was all limited to words, and neither of them made a move. They argued for a whole incense stick's worth of time when a constable dressed in a bullfighter suit whispered a few words to Wei Yuan. Only then did Wei Yuan leave after exchanging a few harsh words with Wang Shouhe. After leaving the Wang residence, not far along the way, I saw the thin, old man Shi, accompanied by a timid girl of about 13 or 14, holding a large white rooster. Foster father, this is the person you were looking for. As expected of you, foster father. You calculated everything perfectly, allowing me to infiltrate the Wang family in advance. When I learned you were coming, the Wang family secretly moved this girl, but I tracked them and knocked out the guard. Wei Yuan tossed a stack of silver notes to old Shi. Don't let the brothers work for nothing. Take them out for a good meal. Also, you can go to the Tianshan Renjian to find some girls and put it on my tab. Thank you, foster father. Wei Yuan gently patted the girl's head. Don't be afraid. Come with me. Your sister will come to pick you up tonight. The girl looked skeptical, watching Wei Yuan warily. Suddenly, a small sparrow flew over and landed on her shoulder, chirping nonstop. Only then did the girl glance at Wei Yuan with suspicion and follow him onto the sedan chair. You can understand the language of birds. I don't understand. This little girl was as cold as her sister. On the way, Wei Yuan tried to engage her in conversation, but she responded with silence. At the Wei Guogong residence at the dead of night, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the courtyard. There are assassins. Wei Yuan rushed out immediately and saw more than 10 mysterious figures in dark clothing surrounding Lung Qiushuang. Wei Yuan had never seen these mysterious people before, but each one emanated a strong aura of killing intent and profound cultivation. They were likely the legendary heavenly demon 18 riders, who only obeyed Wei Buiyue. It seemed that the big monk from yesterday had made grandfather vigilant, resulting in tightened defenses. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, secretly shocked that the Wei family's hidden trump cards were definitely not limited to these. Who goes there? I do not kill nameless people under my spear. Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu slowly walked over, perhaps sensing the killing intent from Lung Qiushuang. Wei Buiyue did not bring the dragon-headed staff granted by the late emperor to represent his status, but instead wielded the spear he used in battle. Lung Qiushuang, with her frosty demeanor that kept people at bay, did not explain. Instead, she patted her waist, and a light blue soft sword flew out. Holding the soft sword, she faced off against Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu. Don't make a move. Wei Yuan hurriedly shouted as he ran over. They're all our people. You little rascal. Come here quickly. She's a master-level assassin. Before Wei Buiyue could finish speaking, he saw a hint of shyness appear on Lung Qiushuang's beautiful, icy face. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a slight bow to Wei Yuan. Brother Wei Yuan, I'm here. Let's go into my room. Lung Qiushuang shyly nodded and entered the room with Wei Yuan, one after the other. Crash! Wei Buiyue's spear fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This little rascal brought home a master-level assassin? Mu Qianxiu shook his head and sighed. Yuaner really has a way with women. Wei Buiyue stood with his hands behind his back, the night wind stirring his clothes, his posture straight. This is nothing. Back in my youth, I was handsome, charming, and a paragon of talent. Mu Qianxiu replied with a face full of black lines. Brother, it's fine to boast to the younger generation. But we knew each other when we were young. Back then, you were still a mountain king with a fierce look and a long beard. You could say you were formidable, but charming and paragon of talent had nothing to do with you. I don't want to die. Just say the word, and I will help you. Chapter 34. Wei Yuan. You must not betray me. Lung Qiushuang loosened her clothes. Wearing only a light blue cloth pouch and a pair of clean white underpants, she lay on Wei Yuan's bed, shyly closing her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, lips tightly pressed together. The candlelight made her appear even more cold and pure, her face rosy, adding a hint of youthful innocence. The two contrasts blended together perfectly rather than clashing. Watching her long eyelashes tremble, Wei Yuan knew she was very nervous, both shy and afraid. Wei Yuan believed that any man would be unable to resist this scene, himself included. Due to her special constitution, Lung Qiushuang's cultivation speed in martial arts was 100 times that of ordinary people, but every advantage came with its drawbacks. Her rapid cultivation was due to her mother having a cold and damp constitution during pregnancy, leading to a rare disease in the fetus. With only 2 or 3 such cases out of 10,000, and most would die in the womb. Among the thousands of fetuses with this condition, none managed to survive to be born. Even if one were to survive, such a fetus would automatically absorb the cold energy into its limbs and meridians. From a young age, they would be frail and sickly, and by around 10 years old, their body would be overwhelmed by the cold energy, resulting in most not living past 12. Lung Qiushuang, as a martial artist with good physical quality, likely took medicine to control the cold, allowing her to barely survive to 18. However, this cold energy, while terrifying, belonged to a congenital qi, much purer than the qi cultivated by monks. This was exactly what Wei Yuan needed, which is why, knowing that Lung Qiushuang was sent to assassinate him, he still took the risk. The original plan was to have Jiang Yuer control her in the Qingqi Elegant Garden and forcibly absorb her qi. However, upon discovering that she was quite naive and easy to deceive, Wei Yuan changed his plan. After all, once he obtained the cold energy, he could flirt a little without losing anything. If it worked out, he might even acquire a grandmaster who could be used and dispatched at will, bringing endless fun. Wei Yuan placed his hand on her playful little belly button, making Lung Qiushuang let out a sound of embarrassment. At that moment, her face was so red it could almost drip water, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. Gently, he stroked her skin as white as jade, like the first snow. He couldn't help but marvel at her ice-like skin, so smooth and pleasant to the touch. Wei Yuan placed ginger slices on Lung Qiushuang's body, then used a needle through the ginger to utilize the heat of moxibustion to drive the cold poison within her to the dantian below her navel. Holding a long, silk-like needle that shimmered with a faint blue light, he leaned close to Lung Qiushuang's ear. "I'm going to insert the needle now. It will hurt a little at first. Bear with it." Lung Qiushuang closed her eyes and let out a soft like a mosquito buzzing. Her fingers trembled lightly as the needle slowly entered her soft, fair skin. The rich and pure cold energy spread along the needle, merging into Wei Yuan's hand that held the needle. Cold, an extreme cold. It felt like standing in the Siberian winds in the middle of winter, while still sipping cold tea. Wei Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably. The desire he had just barely suppressed was instantly dispelled by the cold. At the same time, the brother who had just lifted his head immediately bowed it down under the icy chill, like a mature ear of wheat. Although Wei Yuan had already overestimated the purity of this cold energy, upon absorption, he realized he had still underestimated it. The purity and richness of this qi far exceeded his imagination. Just 2/10 of what was in Lung Qiushuang's body allowed him to break the shackles of his cultivation and enter the congenital realm of martial arts. In his previous life, Wei Yuan practiced a technique called the ascending dragon path. What does it mean to ascend like a dragon? Like a fish leaping over the dragon gate or a cicada shedding its skin, each breakthrough required destruction and then a rebuilding, allowing the body and qi to undergo a qualitative change akin to a rebirth. Lung Qiushuang, who had been lying on the bed, felt the cold in her body gradually diminish. This warm feeling intoxicated her. But suddenly, the cold energy stopped decreasing, and Wei Yuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lung Qiushuang quickly opened her eyes and sat up, only to see a layer of frost covering Wei Yuan's body. He trembled violently, blood beads seeping out of his pores. "Wei Yuan Gitch!" Lung Qiushuang screamed in fright. jumping off the bed to embrace Wei Yuan. After checking, she found that his meridians were severed, his bones crushed in multiple places, and his organs severely failing. Leng Xiaoshuang did not understand the uniqueness of Wei Yuan's technique, which involved breaking and then standing again. To her, it appeared that Wei Yuan had little time left. She cried with tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with emotion. Xiaoshuang has suffered greatly. Born into a weak and sickly family in Jiangnan, later losing her parents to a plague, relying on her younger sister for survival, only to be abducted and turned into Yangzhou thin horse for cultivation. Holding Wei Yuan tightly, tears dripped onto his face. The saying goes, innocent or guilty, the trafficker must die. Here, trafficker refers to those who abduct people, akin to modern-day human traffickers. Yangzhou thin horse metaphorically refers to buying underweight horses at a low price, fattening them up, and selling them at high price. But this horse is not a horse. It refers to the practice in ancient Jiangnan of cultivating underage girls for sale to wealthy families as pets. No wonder her singing was so beautiful. Wei Yuan nodded secretly, holding on to Leng Xiaoshuang tightly as he continued. Later, I was taken away by the organization Wuxing Lumu to ensure my sister could survive. I practiced martial arts desperately and killed. In this life, aside from my family, only Wei Yuan Gij has treated me the best. I beg you, please don't die. Wei Yuan, feebly, reached out to gently stroke Leng Xiaoshuang's cheek, wiping away her tears. Everyone must die. Some deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. To die for the woman I love at first sight is also heaven's mercy on me. Wei Yuan, promise me, live well for the rest of your life. I want to see you smile. Crying, Leng Xiaoshuang forced a smile, extending her delicate hand to gently close Wei Yuan's eyelids. Wei Yuan Gij, I will never forget you in my life. Go in peace. I will guard your spirit as a widow. Wei Yuan's eyes open again. I'm not dead yet. I still have one wish. Wei Yuan Gij, you say what wish I will grant you. I'm so cold, hold me tight. Leng Xiaoshuang hugged Wei Yuan tightly, feeling her body temperature for the first time in her life. And for the first time, using her warmth to comfort the dying Wei Yuan. Xiaoshuang, I want you to kiss me, so I can remember the taste of your lips. The stone of 3 lifetimes, tears dried in the sea. Does the water of forgetting hold feelings? Flowers bloom on the other shore with no shore. Souls fall into the river of forgetting still in the river. Even if I am reincarnated, I will find you. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoshuang cupped Wei Yuan's face, her pink lips parting as she leaned in. She intended to just lightly touch, but she never expected that the injured and near-death Wei Yuan would respond. Leng Xiaoshuang felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her whole body tingling, her mind blank, even forgetting to struggle, instinctively matching his movements. At that moment, Wei Yuan's hands became restless, starting to roam over Leng Xiaoshuang's fragrant shoulders and soft back. Wei Yuan, being highly skilled in medicine, was well aware of human anatomy and immediately pressed several major switches of desire on Leng Xiaoshuang's body. Leng Xiaoshuang looked at the birthmark on her wrist, gently waving her hand, and her bracelet transformed into golden threads, securely binding the wardrobe. The two embraced and flew onto the bed, their clothes falling off one by one during the process. Perhaps this is fate. Wei Yuan, if one day you betray me, I will definitely not let you go. At the wrist, the cinnabar turns into spots of rosy red, proud plums, falling onto the bed. Wei Yuan embraced Leng Xiaoshuang, and according to routine, picked up the jade smoking pipe from the head of the bed, taking a puff of the northeastern tobacco, commonly known as postcoital smoke. Looking at Leng Xiaoshuang resting on his arm, her beauty was unparalleled, her cheeks like creamy jade, the blush still lingering. Her delicate face was fair, with drops of fragrant sweat, and her fine brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 35. Is the princess jealous? Weiyang Palace. Shuer heard noises outside and curiously walked out with a lantern. To her surprise, she found Nanji sitting next to the dressing table, stabbing a small straw man with a needle. Walking over in confusion, she saw the name Wei Yuan written on the straw man, and Nanji continued to stab it with the needle. I'll let you be beautiful. I'll let you not be seen. I'll let you Phoenix. Phoenix, return to your hometown. I'll let you seek the phoenix. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. Princess, you. What are you doing? Nanji was startled and quickly hid the straw man behind her, her stunningly beautiful face showing slight embarrassment. In nothing. Princess, you're in trouble. In trouble? What do you mean in trouble? You're actually jealous over that wastrel. So you're in trouble. You've fallen in love. How could I be jealous of him? Wei Yuan. I just thought that he, a mere prince consort, could write such beautiful and romantic verses for a courtesan, and I just can't control my anger. Isn't that jealousy? Shuer murmured softly, comforting Nanji. Your seeking the phoenix is indeed beautiful. But it's possible that Wei Yuan copied it from the talented scholar Zhu. Impossible. Zhu Sibai doesn't he have the talent to write such verses? Recalling the affectionate and romantic lines of seeking the phoenix, a sense of jealousy arose deep in Nanji's heart. She couldn't even understand why the most talented woman in the Great Wei, the most beautiful princess, and the most beloved daughter of Emperor Nanzhao would be jealous of a courtesan. Nanji threw the straw man with Wei Yuan's name on the ground, opting for out of sight, out of mind. But still not satisfied, she stomped on it a couple of times. Xuya, notify the 6 doors and have them seal off the heaven on earth, and Qingqi you in tomorrow. Nanji walked to the desk and picked up a brush. Wei Yuan just wrote 5 lousy poems. Do you think you're the only one who can write? I'll compete with you in poetry. At the Genie home mansion, Wang Shouhe slapped Zhu Sibai across the face. You've disappointed me too much. You don't seem like a man at all. Seeking the phoenix, could it possibly be written by that useless Wei Yuan? Zhu Sibai wanted to explain, but Wang Shouhe waved his hand to stop him. I don't want to hear your nonsense. This brat secretly abducted Leng Xiushuang's sister, and if I'm not mistaken, Leng Xiushuang has already sided with the Wei family to get Mu Qianxiu to treat her. You don't need to worry about this matter. The Wuxing sect is very angry about the betrayal of the Saintess and will do everything to deal with the Wei family. For now, let them fight among themselves. As Wang Shouhe said this, he grabbed Zhu Sibai by the collar. Back when you colluded with the Tibetan national teacher and caused Wei Yuan's mother to die, you had already cut off your retreat. Then you also conspired with the Xiongnu royal family, leading to the deaths of Wei Yuan's father, Wei Yingxiong, and his 2 brothers, Wei Tan and Wei Hu on the battlefield. If these matters get out, Wei Buyue will definitely tear you apart. I have all the evidence in my hands. And if the head of the family finds out you're colluding with the Wei family and helping Wei Yuan ruin my Wang family's great plans, I won't hesitate to hand over the evidence to Wei Buyue. Zhu Sibai quickly bowed and saluted. Wang family head, please believe me. I absolutely did not collude with the Wei family. Gong Sunjin is a passionate type and can't write such delicate love poems. Those 5 poems by Wei Yuan, including Seeking the Phoenix. Who else could it be but him? Is it possible that Wei Yuan himself has talent? Slap. Wang Shouhe slapped him again. Are you an idiot? Or do you think I'm an idiot? Wei Yuan? That kind of trash, he could write poetry? If you say he has talent in running a brothel or a gambling den, I do believe it. But to say he wrote Seeking the Phoenix? I wouldn't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Don't make excuses. I'm not trying to scare you, but to formally warn you. If you dare to favor the Wei family again, what awaits you will be the wrath of Wei Buyue, the war god of the Great Wei. The next morning, at the Wei Duke's residence, bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking on the wooden board woke Wei Yuan and Leng Xiushuang from their messy bed. From a large wardrobe wrapped in golden silk, Jiang Yuer's voice rang out. It's breakfast time. Hurry up and open the door. I'm hungry. Wei Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, thinking many wanted to kill him, so he walked on eggshells. Leng Xiushuang couldn't believe it before last night, so she had already hidden Jiang Yuer in the wardrobe. As long as Leng Xiushuang had the intention to kill him, he would break the cup as a signal for Jiang Yuer to rush out. However, after the 5 bloody battles last night, he had thrown Jiang Yuer out of his mind. Opening the wardrobe door with regret, go to the kitchen and find a chef to order food, order whatever you want. Jiang Yuer, who had been full of grievances, instantly brightened up, bouncing out of the room with a thud. Brother Wei Yuan, weren't you supposed to be dying yesterday? Why? On the bed, Leng Xiushuang now saw Wei Yuan full of energy. Where was the sign of impending death? Perhaps this is the magic of love. Get up and eat something. As Lung Xiaoshuang got out of bed, a tearing pain nearly made her fall, and she shot Wei Yuan a resentful glare. I'll go get the food for you. At the dining table, Wei Buyue looked at the butler. Why isn't that brat coming out to eat? Back to the master. According to Shishan, the heir's room was filled with sounds all night. That brat washed the sutras and had a massage again? No. No. This time it was a woman's voice. Old dog can't change its ways. I thought this brat had turned over a new leaf. Mu Qinxiu patted Wei Buyue's hand. Brother, don't be angry. After all, that's the #1 assassin organization in the Jianghu, the saintess of the Wuxing sect, who can be said to be the goddess of dreams for all young talents in a great way. For you honor to get her, that is also his ability. Unfortunately, there's one thing. The Wuxing sect has a strict rule that disciples must be women and cannot lose their chastity, otherwise they will be treated as traitors. Yuana might be in some danger now. Wei Buyue said nonchalantly, without this incident, would the Wuxing sect not send someone to kill that brat? As long as I'm alive for one day, no expert in this world would dare to act recklessly. And don't forget, that brat has 2 grandmasters by his side and a group of divine catchers following him. It's as difficult as ascending to the sky to kill him. But brother, you don't know one thing. That Wuxing Laomu is a madwoman and doesn't play by the rules. Seeing that Wei Buyue didn't care, Mu Qinxiu could only shake his head helplessly and continue drinking porridge. On the other side, in the room where Wei Yuan was dining, Shi Shun knocked on the door. Young master, the turtle man from heaven on earth requests an audience. Let him in. The turtle man hurriedly ran in and handed Wei Yuan a piece of paper. Boss, I came last night, but Shi Shun said you were busy, so I couldn't get in and had to wait at the door until now. Wei Yuan took the rice paper and saw several affectionate poems written on it. The moon reflects the palace wall, the night is cold. A solitary lamp and shadow face sorrowful sleep. The pearl curtain does not roll, the wind slightly stirs, the jade flute is silent, tears are secretly played. Thinking of the past, dreams are like smoke, the splendor has fallen, leaving only empty faces. Well written, a few points better than Zhu Sibai, but it seems too contrived to be written by a woman. Where did you get this? All the brothels and pleasure houses in the capital have been required by the court to sing these songs overnight, except for heaven on earth. Wei Yuan was puzzled. In the palace? Would Emperor Nan Zhao target a brothel and gambling den, even if he wanted to target the Wei family army? I could think of an explanation for that self-inflicted injury, but this truly makes no sense. As he spoke, Liang Qiu rushed in hurriedly. Yuan Yi. Damn, isn't Miss Qiu Shuang the one who tried to assassinate you? How are you two still living together? Stop with the nonsense. What do you want from me? Something happened. Lao Shi from the 6 doors brought people to seal off the Tianshang Renjian. Lao Si, has he gone mad? Sealing off his own place? Liang Xiao said indignantly, that traitorous dog, it's just that I can't beat him. When my sister comes back, she'll definitely beat him up. Wait, Lao Shi is a smart guy. He brought people to seal off Tianshang Renjian. He must want to convey a message to me. I'll go check it out myself. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he cupped Lung Xiaoshuang's face and kissed her. You rest and recover here. I'll be back soon. MHM. Lung Xiaoshuang nodded obediently. After leaving the room, Liang Xiao rubbed his hands and said to Wei Yuan, I understand now, you deliberately framed Miss Xiaoshuang, slandering her for trying to assassinate you, and then forced her into your bed. Bullshit. I rely on my personal charm. What charm do you have? Just enough to make her switch to Tianshang Renjian, definitely making a fortune. Before Liang Xiao could finish, Wei Yuan gave him a hard knock on the head. From now on, you need to call her sister-in-law. If you want her to go to Tianshang Renjian. There's no way. Damn, Yuan Go, are you serious? You're marrying a courtesan. Would your grandfather agree? Even if your Wei family agrees, what about the emperor? What about the princess? Name your price, Sai. I can accept it. Who told her to be so beautiful? Wei Yuan suddenly stopped and looked at Liang Xiao. What did you just say? Name your price. No matter how much, I definitely want bargain. Even if you want shares in Tianshang Renjian, I'll give them. Not that, the previous part. What about the princess? Wei Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he thought of a very absurd possibility. The letter he wrote to Lung Xiaoshuang, Feng Xiaohuang, made Nanji jealous. Has she gone crazy? Is this woman's head kicked by 10 donkeys? To be jealous over him, Wei Yuan, because of a courtesan? Chapter 36. The greatest poem of all time. The loathsome goddess father. When Wei Yuan arrived at the heavenly world, old HEIR, who was embracing the courtesan and drinking flower wine, quickly got up. Before Wei Yuan could say anything, old HEIR explained, "Father, there is an order from the palace to seal off the heavenly world in Qingxi Elegant Garden. If I hadn't come, the 4 great captains would have come, and they have a grudge against you. It could lead to a lot of trouble." Before old HEIR finished speaking, they heard the sound of things breaking from across at Qingxi Elegant Garden. Soon after, the twin brothers Zhang Long and Zhao, who led dozens of constables, pushing out the girls, the old madam, the cooks, and others from the establishment, sealing the door with a notice. "Do you know who issued the order?" Old HEIR looked around and whispered in Wei Yuan's ear. "I heard it was Miss Shui, the personal maid of Princess Qingxin. Sure enough, it's her. This woman must be crazy. Her head must have been squeezed by the door." Gongsun Jin said uncertainly, "My lord, did you offend the princess?" "Who knows how I offended her? Anyway, I feel the chance of her being jealous is very small." "Not necessarily." Du Senyo, holding the business strategies of Tao Zhugong, written by Fan Li, said, "As a woman, I don't understand strategy, but if Jean Lang wrote poems for other women, I would definitely be unhappy. If conditions allowed, I might even seek revenge." "Xishuan, you don't understand," said Xishuan. "Princess Nanji should oppose this marriage fiercely. She should hate the heir to the throne to the bone. What does she see in him? Rich and powerful." Wei Yuan kicked in. "You don't understand my excellence. As women, sometimes we marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. If we marry a scoundrel or a heartless man, our lives are ruined, just like one of the courtesans who lost everything because of her husband's gambling." San Yang lamented. "When will this world stop being so malicious towards its women? After a divorce, we shouldn't be pointed at. It seems it's all the fault of Phoenix seeking Phoenix. This heir to the throne spreads his favors evenly. I'll write her another poem." "Xishuan, prepare the ink and brush." Xishuan brought the 4 treasures of the study, while Gongsun Jin ground the ink. Curious about what kind of article Wei Yuan would write that could rival Phoenix, Seeking Phoenix, written by Lung Xiaoshuan. In the 3rd year of the Great Wei, in the capital of Yuzhou, I saw a beautiful woman by the rockside. Her form was like a startled swan, graceful like a swimming dragon, radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines, as if veiled by light clouds hiding the moon, floating like the flowing wind and returning snow. From afar, she appeared as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow. Up close, she was as dazzling as the lotus blooming in the clear waves. I will return to the eastern route, grasping the reins to resist the urge to leave, lingering and unable to go. Xishuan pouted, "My lord, I have a slight understanding of literature. Forgive my bluntness, but your loathsome goddess seems inferior to Phoenix seeking Phoenix. It is full of nonsense, just a pile of ornate words." Before Xishuan could finish, Gongsun Jin pushed him away. "Abba, Abba, Abba, Abba." Xishuan didn't understand lip reading, but he could tell he was being cursed at harshly. Wei Yuan interpreted for Gongsun Jin, "You know nothing." "Nonsense? A pile of ornate words?" Only someone with no knowledge would make such evaluations. Anyone who has read a few books would think this is an unparalleled piece of writing. The entire poem is beautifully crafted with intricate descriptions, rich imagination, and deep emotions, as if there is an attachment. Gongsun Jin stamped his foot, pounding his chest. Jin is fortunate to witness the birth of this timeless masterpiece. Xishuan gave Gongsun Jin a thumbs up. "In the whole capital, I feel Xishuan can flatter pretty well. But your flattery skills, Gongsun Jin, make me bow down in admiration." Gongsun Jin said seriously, "I'm not flattering, my lord. If this parallel prose is published, it will definitely stir up waves in the literary world of the Great Wei and even the whole world, and Wei Yuan's name will be sought after by literary figures for generations. Isn't that amazing? With your talent, you'll find this parallel prose quite ordinary. But once you pass the imperial examination and become a Jinsher, it will be like looking at the moon in the water." Wei Yuan smiled at Xishuan. "Until the day you become the top scholar, and then look at it. It will be like an ant looking up at the sky." Gongsun Jin nodded repeatedly. "I can consider myself a top scholar, but this piece of parallel prose will indeed make me look up in admiration." I can be sure that I will spend my entire life and still be unable to produce a work that compares to it. Wei Yuan had Shishuan prepare the wax seal and then stroked his chin. Could it be that my acting was so poor last time that Nanji saw through it? Gong Sunjin thought for a moment and said, "My lord, Nanji is known as the greatest talent in a great way. Although her status gives her an advantage, her intelligence is not something an ordinary woman can match, so it's highly likely she figured it out. I'll test her first." Wei Yuan picked up his brush and wrote a short poem. Sitting alone by the pond like a tiger crouching under the green shade of the trees, nurturing my spirit. When spring comes, I don't speak first. Which bug dares to make a sound? My lord is writing about frogs? You wrote about frogs again? Do you remember the last time you wrote about the croaking frog? As Gong Sun Jin spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong, his expression changing in shock. My lord, are you sure you want to give this poem to Nanji? Although the words are simple, they clearly reveal your ambitions. When spring comes, I don't speak first. Which bug dares to make a sound? Is this about frogs? This ambition that swallows the mountains and rivers, it clearly refers to a dragon. Are you telling Nanji that you want to hold military power? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. You understand my true self, which led to this conclusion. So if I still appear to you as a dandy, how would you evaluate this ode to frogs? Not bad as a poem. It can retreat or advance. Just try to test this Nanji. Gong Sun Jin said in confusion, My lord, I don't understand. What is the significance of your test? The world doesn't bear the surname Nan. Does she even wish to? Wei Yuan pulled Gong Sun Jin aside and whispered, Nanji's role is to tie my grandfather to the war chariot of Emperor Nanzhao. Do you think Emperor Nanzhao is only wary of the various lords and noble families? Little do they know he is also wary of his own sons. In the future, when the princes compete for the throne, regardless of who wins, they will probably use me as a stepping stone. If I die, Nanji won't have it easy either. Gong Sun Jin was confused. But the princess is the sister of the princes. Royal families have always been ruthless. They can even take a concubine to bed. What does a sister count for? If Nanji is old and unattractive, it's one thing. But if she still has beauty, she might have to marry off to the barbarian Xiongnu tribes for a political alliance. Would she prefer to be a princess whose life is controlled by others? Or to be a queen and have her own son become emperor? Anyone would choose the latter. Even if we consider it from a different perspective, if I hold military power and become a local emperor on the border, wouldn't it be good for her to be a princess? Sometimes being born into royalty, being adored like the moon by the stars, and living a life of luxury comes at the cost of having no right to choose one's life. Gong Sun Ji nodded. That makes some sense, but I still can't understand. Would she really betray her father and siblings for you? A stranger? A daughter who has married is like spilled water. Do you think that is a joke? Historically, very few women have been interested in politics. Just like the Xiongnu and Hu tribes on the grasslands, women are considered spoils of war, naturally attracted to the strong, having children with whoever wins. In contrast, men are often executed if their tribe fails, so they fight desperately to defend their homes. Social animals are the same. Some things are engraved in their bones, making them hard to change. After speaking, Wei Yuan returned to his desk, wrote the date and signature below Loathsome Goddess, and had Shishuan seal both the poem and the prose, giving them to Old Sure to deliver to Nanji when he reported back to the palace. In the imperial study, the old eunuch said beside Emperor Nanzhao, Your Majesty, the princess ordered yesterday to seal off Wei Yuan's Qinghe Elegant Garden is now renamed Heavenly World. Wei Yuan just sent a letter to the princess, and the old servant opened it with some means, discovering a poem and a rhapsody inside. The rhapsody is decent, but it suffers from excessive sentimentality and pretentiousness with flowery language. The theme uses a heavenly goddess to metaphorically describe the princess's beauty, but the old servant suspects he must have paid someone to write it. The poem is a short piece about frogs, which he wrote himself. Let me show it to your majesty. It's just another one of those annoying poems that hurt my eyes, but I must admit, this kid really loves writing about frogs. Emperor Nanzhao chuckled and shook his head. In matters of love, Wei Yuan is indeed an old hand, knowing that HEIR enjoys literary pursuits, so he caters to her tastes by sending poetry and rhapsodies. The youthful romance and its sweetness don't need to be reported to me in the future. In Weiyang Palace, Old Sure half knelt on the ground, bowing his head and not daring to look up at the princess. Schwetter pouted, "It's just okay, but I feel like Wei Yuan copied it. As far as I know, there is no one in the world who can write this kind of parallel prose. So who could he have plagiarized?" Coming back to her senses from the shock, Nanji tightly held the rhapsody of the Luo goddess, as if it would disappear the moment she let go. "It can't be that bad. I think this parallel prose is quite ordinary." Nanji shook her head at Schwer. "Your literary talent is not enough. So you see like the moon in water and flowers in a mist. But when you elevate your skills 3 more levels, you'll realize that reading this parallel prose makes you just a frog in a well gazing at the bright moon. What if my literary talent reaches your highness's level? A sense of helplessness because this is an unparalleled piece, impossible to surpass or imitate, the greatest rhapsody of all time, like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow of flowing winds." Speaking of this, Nanji's charming face turned red, and she lightly bit her lip. I hold such an important place in his heart, and yet, I'm this beautiful." Chapter 37. The former national master of Tubo, Nanji looked at the little poem about frogs, while Schwer secretly stole a glance. Every day, he writes about toads. Nanji's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her embroidered brows furrowed, and then she relaxed her lips to reveal a smile. "Good for you, Wei Yuan. Testing my talent first, then probing my feelings." Nanji took out the imperial seal granted by Emperor Nanzhao, a crystal seal, and the dragon-patterned ink, stamping on the date at the end of Luo Shanfu. "Schwer, go find my mother and borrow her phoenix seal to stamp next to my crystal seal. Then go borrow the Empress Dowager's seal, and stamp all the seals of my father's concubines. Additionally, after giving her orders, Nanji looked at the old stone kneeling on the ground, his legs numb from kneeling. "Go back and tell your master that I've completed what he instructed, and convey a message. The sound of a lute matches the rhythm of a zither. Understood, my lord." The old stone was confused, but for the sake of food, drink, and fun, he kowtowed and then returned to Tianshang Renjian to relay the message to Wei Yuan. At the tea table, after the old stone described everything about Wei Yang Palace, Wei Yuan instructed Du Sanyang to arrange for several young ladies. "My lord, you truly have foresight. The sound of a lute matches the rhythm of a zither. This implies a husband and wife working together." Gong Sunjin took a sip of tea and asked Wei Yuan in confusion, "But there is one thing I don't understand. What did you instruct her? A poem and a fu were both written by me under your watch, and you didn't leave a hidden message." Wei Yuan smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Do you remember the date at the end?" Gong Sunjin suddenly thought of something. "The upper beam draws the ladder in the 36 heavenly formations. My lord is setting up a trap for Zhu Sibo. My gene is indeed clever. You catch on quickly." Wei Yuan nodded. "To put it simply, it's a ploy to elevate him, to raise Zhu Sibo high. And then when the time comes, pull away the ladder, and he can only jump down, covering his face. He will surely fall to his demise. No wonder you have written so many poems and songs. Everyone says you are a plagiarizer of Zhu Sibo, yet you have never explained. Before, I thought you were trying to sow discord, but it turns out there's a scheme within a scheme, with the ploy of elevating him behind the sowing of discord." Wei Yuan looked out at the moon. "Cheating in the imperial examination, so the emperor has taken a different path, rebuilding the first tower built by the previous dynasty's literary sage, inviting talented individuals from all over the world to choose their left and right arms. Calculating the time, there should be about half a year left. That day will be the day Zhu Sibo is disgraced, and it will also be the time when I, Wei Yuan, no longer hide." Gong Sunjin thought of that day, when Wei Yuan suppressed all the talented individuals, and couldn't help but clench her fists in excitement. Wei Yuan returned to the Wei residence early before dark. In Leng Qiushuang's room, she and her sister Leng Qiushui were chatting about something. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, the usually reticent Leng Qiushui was very polite. "Brother-in-law." Saying this, she took out 2 palm-sized crows and handed them to Wei Yuan. "No matter where they are, they can find the Duke of Wei's residence and smell your scent to find you." An enhanced version of a homing pigeon? Leng Qiushui nodded, placing the crows into Wei Yuan's arms, then turned and ran out, not forgetting to stick out her tongue at the 2 in the room. "I won't be here, so I won't interrupt your romantic time." "No, I mean your treatment." Lung Xiaoshuang's face turned red. Brother Wei Yuan, my sister is talking nonsense. It's normal for children of the rivers and lakes to be unrestrained. Wei Yuan looked at Lung Xiaoshui's retreating figure, feeling a bit regretful. She was still young and hadn't matured enough to be useful. Otherwise, with those sisters, they could soar together. Lung Xiaoshuang sighed. The day my sister was born, all the birds flocked to her, and since childhood, she has been favored by birds and can understand their calls. Many high-ranking officials want to take her under their wing because of this ability, so I don't let her reveal it to anyone. Wei Yuan remembered a teammate from his past life who had the innate ability to communicate with birds. However, born in an era of smartphones, radios, and drones, if it were in ancient times, she would have been a natural scout, a treasure in the military. I must recruit this pair of sisters for my own use. Wei Yuan thought excitedly. Just imagine, when two armies are at war, if I have the enemy's aerial view, with all the troop layouts clear, how could we possibly lose? As before, Wei Yuan placed ginger slices on Lung Xiaoshuang's body, then used silver needles and moxibustion to gather the cold yin energy in her body to her dantian. The long needle pierced 3 inches below her navel at the dantian area, while drawing the cold yin energy into his body and reinforcing his meridians and bones. He also quickly circulated his technique around his body. When his body was almost frozen by the cold yin energy, Wei Yuan finally stopped to let his body heat up, sweating profusely before he continued to absorb the cold yin energy. The entire night, they treated each other 7 times, and of course they also exercised 7 times. At dawn, Lung Xiaoshuang, enduring her discomfort, climbed out of bed, bathing in the sunlight. Because there was no cold poison left in her body, the warmth of the sun made her feel intoxicated. It was the first time in her life she felt so pleasantly warm. Looking at Wei Yuan, who was sound asleep, a warm current surged in her heart, even warmer than her own body. She had thought she would be doomed to a short life, but had encountered a man who loved her wholeheartedly. Glancing at her wrist where the mark of her chastity had disappeared, Lung Xiaoshuang's face fell again. The sleeping Wei Yuan suddenly spoke. Are you worried about the retaliation from the Wuxing sect? Huh? Lung Xiaoshuang was startled, then nodded slightly. I am worried. Who in the world can defeat my grandfather? That day, the master you encountered was a mysterious expert. Currently, there are 18 at my Wei residence. And Mu Qinxiu is also in my residence, along with Jiang Yuer. Would that so-called Wuxing Laomu dare to come? If my grandfather gets angry, with 300,000 Wei family troops advancing, no matter how strong Wuxing sect is, they are just a disreputable organization in the rivers and lakes. Under the iron hooves of the army, they will surely be completely annihilated. Suddenly, Wei Yuan clapped his hands on the bed, appearing beside Lung Xiaoshuang like lightning, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Lung Xiaoshuang was taken aback. Innate realm perfection. Why have I never discovered you also practice martial arts? I want to hide so that no one in the world can find out. Woman, as long as you are by my side, even if the sky falls, your man can still hold it up with one hand. At that moment, Wei Yuan exuded a domineering aura of I am the only one in the world, giving Lung Xiaoshuang a strong sense of security. Although this man was not as skilled as she was, there was a feeling that as long as he was by her side, even facing thousands of troops, he could protect her completely, and if the sky fell, he would hold it up. Lung Xiaoshuang's face turned red as she lowered her head. Her voice as soft as a mosquito. Your cultivation is still not as good as mine, yet you are so arrogant. Do you know how many experts there are in the rivers and lakes? Before she could finish, Wei Yuan kissed her. After a long time, their lips parted. Then what if I tell you I've only practiced for 3 days? Woman, your man is like a garden buried with treasures, needing you to dig, and dig every day to discover. Lung Xiaoshuang playfully gave a light pout. You're so full of yourself. Aren't you ashamed? I'm not ashamed. Anyway, you'll be calling out shamefully later. Wei Yuan picked up Lung Xiaoshuang in a horizontal embrace and carried her to the bed. I'm not coming. Half an hour later, Lung Xiaoshuang lightly punched Wei Yuan's chest. It's all your fault. We're going to eat in bed again today. Haha, I can't help it. I'm too strong. Amid Wei Yuan's laughter, there was a knock on the door. Young master, Sanyang requests an audience. Wait for me to come out. Wei Yuan got up, dressed, and walked out of the room. Sanyang hurriedly ran over, out of breath, and said, "Young master," someone recognized the monk's identity. "He is not from the Great Way, but from the western region of Tubo." "Huh? Zhu Sibo is colluding with Tubo again? Is this guy a social butterfly?" Wei Yuan said to Shishan, "Change clothes, prepare the sedan chair, and go to the heavenly world." Dressed in a Qilin robe, Wei Yuan arrived at the heavenly world, where a man resembling a down-and-out merchant, speaking with a Zhonghui accent, addressed Wei Yuan. "Commoner has seen the young master. Do you know him?" Replying to the young master, "I've seen him a few times, but about the money. This young master has a bad reputation, but no one has ever said I'm stingy, so rest assured. As long as the information is accurate, 1,000 taels of gold will be given without a penny less. He is Tuo Erba, a disciple of the Tibetan national master Yang Lianjinjia. I've done business with him a few times. It's always cash on delivery, but I don't know much about his affairs." Wei Yuan nodded and waved his hand for Shishan to give him some gold notes, and the man happily left with the money. Wei Yuan asked Gong Sun Jin, "Do you know about Tibet? In the previous dynasty, it was crippled by the founding General Wei Qing and has been quiet for over 200 years. Decades ago, they tried to take advantage of the chaos, but were beaten back home by Wei Buyu. That's all I know. Go to the Six Doors Library. There should be records." In the Six Doors Library, Wei Yuan sat on a chair, drinking tea, while Gong Sun Jin searched alone among the books about Tibet. Gong Sun Jin, being the top scholar, flipped through the books at an incredible speed, and after 2 incense sticks, he approached Wei Yuan with red eyes. "My lord, I found it. The former national master of Tibet, revered as Buddha Yang Lianjinjia, after a failed rebellion 2 years ago. His name as Buddha has turned into that of a demon monk, and he has fled Tibet, whereabouts unknown. Among his trusted confidants who escaped with him is his disciple, Tu Erda. Yang Lianjinjia, the master of the Holy Buddha Palace, is skilled in magic, summoning soldiers from beings and the descent of Arhats." Wei Yuan frowned. "Nonsense magic. It's all tricks to fool the common people from ancient times." As they continued reading, both Wei Yuan and Gong Sun Jin were dumbfounded. The Holy Buddha Palace's method requires a 16-year-old virgin girl as a sacrifice. After being struck by the 36 demon-suppressing staffs, the skin is made into drums, and the body is used as lamps. Damn it, this cult is too evil. Looking at the records of the Holy Buddha Palace's artifacts, without exception, they were all made from living girls, whether it was skin, hair, internal organs, or bones. Not to mention Gong Sun Jin, who was well-read. Even Wei Yuan, who had seen many storms, felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 38. The perpetrator, Wei Yuan. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of drums echoed outside the door, causing Wei Yuan to stop reading as Gong Sun Jin walked out. The constables inside the 6 doors were curious and gathered at the entrance to watch the commotion. Even the lowest-ranking constables here were top heads of various places, handling cases of government officials' corruption, major criminal cases directly under the jurisdiction of Emperor Nanzhao. Although they also investigated cases from the outside, there was an unwritten rule. If you wanted to complain at the 6 doors, no matter how great your grievance, you had to endure 100 strikes of the heavy board first. After 40 strikes, a person would lose half their life. 100 strikes would shatter an ordinary person's backside, leaving their intestines flowing on the ground, beaten to death. Thus, the drum of the 6 doors had become overgrown with vines, but no one dared to strike it. A young man with dark skin, dressed as a farmer, pushed a cart to complain to the officials. The wooden cart held 2 of the cheapest thin coffins. Although the young man was a farmer, he knew a bit about the rank of the 6 doors robes, and Wei Yuan's scarlet Qilin robe marked him as the highest-ranking official among the crowd. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, he knelt down on both knees. "Sir, I am Wu Min, from Jingji, Wujiapa. My sister died unjustly." As he spoke, Wu Min repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, pointing at the 2 thin coffins on the cart. The right one contained the body of his peasant sister, and the left one was an empty coffin prepared for himself. "Please, sir, uphold justice for me. Even if I am beaten to death with 100 strikes, I am willing to do so. I would rather die than not complain. It seems your grievance is great." Wei Yuan flicked his Qilin robe, and Laosher perceptively brought over a chair. Wei Yuan sat down in the Grandmaster's chair and pointed at Wu Min. "Wei Qing Tian is here. Speak of your grievances quickly." Sir, a month ago, my sister went to the river to wash clothes but did not return that night. I searched the county office, but they only told me to go home and wait for news. Yesterday, a villager found my sister's body. She was only 16 years old, cruelly skinned alive. The county's coroner said she was killed by wild beasts, but there were obvious knife marks on my sister's body. It was clearly man-made. My sister was tortured to death. Finally, the clerk secretly told me that my sister was indeed murdered, but the perpetrator is powerful and the county magistrate does not dare to take action. As Wu Min spoke, he continued to knock his head on the ground, causing his forehead to bleed. Sir, my parents died early, and I only have my sister to rely on. Now she has died so tragically. I would rather risk my life to complain to the officials. Please, sir, uphold justice for me. Open the coffin, Wei Yuan commanded. Zhang Long and Zhao, who carried the coffin down, and opened the lid. A strong stench of blood wafted out. Wei Yuan glanced inside and could vaguely see the body of a petite woman, her skin completely stripped away by someone with a sharp instrument. Zhang Long used a saber to lift the blood-stained cloth covering her lower body, confirming Wu Min's words. Indeed, her whole lower body had been gouged out. All the constables present were senior heads from various places who had seen countless murder cases, but they had never encountered such cruel methods before. Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Gong Sun Jin. The method resembled the descriptions they had just read in a book about the evil cult, the Holy Buddha Palace. Wei Yuan pointed at Wu Min. No matter how powerful the perpetrator is, I do not care about their background because in the entire Wei dynasty, very few can outrank me. This small county magistrate is nothing to be afraid of. Today, I will take charge for you. Now tell me, who is the perpetrator? Wu Min repeatedly knocked his head. Thank you, sir, for taking charge. The perpetrator is Wei Yuan. Thud. Wei Yuan nearly fell off his chair, and all the constables turned to look at him. What did you say? Wei Yuan? The handsome eldest son of the Wei Duke's family. A scholarly and martial talent? Yes, indeed. The first debauched scoundrel of the Wei dynasty. The dog of Lord Hu. That son of a bitch. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan spat angrily. Damn it. Which dog mother raised someone to ruin my reputation? Sun Xiao shot Wei Yuan a glare and turned to leave. Zhang Long and Zhao, who hesitated for a moment before following him. Cough. Laosher cleared his throat and looked at the gruesome, skinless corpse in the coffin. Although he was reluctant to part with his luxurious life, he still shook his head at Wei Yuan. This is the last time I call you father. You have gone too far. Everyone stand still. Wei Yuan shouted angrily. He racked his brain, trying to recall, and was certain he had never committed such an act. If Wu Min said the perpetrator was Wei Yuan, did that mean it was really him? If he claimed the perpetrator was Emperor Nanzhao, would you dare to enter the palace and behead Emperor Nanzhao? In public, such treasonous words could only be uttered by Wei Yuan, this debauched scoundrel. Wei Yuan pointed his sword at Wu Min. I will take this case today. I won't even give you 100 strikes. Wu Min was overjoyed and knocked his head again. Sir, you are indeed a righteous lord. I will repay you with my life. May I ask your name, sir? My Wu family will worship your longevity tablet for generations. Wei Yuan. Oh, so it's Lord Wei Qingtian. Wait a minute, you're Wei Yuan? The same scoundrel you just mentioned? I will kill you, you bastard. Wu Min rushed forward with red eyes, but was subdued by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Sun Xiao said to the struggling Wu Min, what evidence do you have to prove that the murderer is Wei Yuan? With his title as the first debauched scoundrel of the Wei dynasty, what disgusting things couldn't he do? Is evidence even necessary? So that means there is no evidence? Sun Xiao looked at Wei Yuan. You are the deputy commander. It's up to you whether to investigate this case. After all, even if you forced the princess, it wouldn't matter. What is the big deal about killing a common woman? Stop being so sarcastic. We must investigate. We need to see who is using my title to commit such disgusting acts. Well, have I ever forcibly taken a common woman? I always pay to make them willingly come to me, all right? And I, Wei Yuan, have a full range of techniques. Big splits, small splits, intricate entanglements, and upside-down techniques. Front and backpacks, pants pocket retrieval. But I can guarantee with my life that such perverted techniques as skinning, I absolutely cannot do. Sun Xiao looked at Wei Yuan with suspicion. If a formal investigation were to happen, I, Sun Xiao, guarantee with my head that we will get to the bottom of this matter. If it really points to you, Wei Yuan, then you will be in trouble. If it's troublesome, then don't do it. I, Wei Yuan, swear that if this matter is indeed done by me, I will draw my sword and commit suicide right here to apologize. Sun Xiao and the other three exchanged glances, seeing Wei Yuan's demeanor. It seemed he really did not do it. Upon further reflection, Wei Yuan had been mischievous and arrogant over the years, committing all kinds of misdeeds. But he had never taken a life like this. Moreover, given Wei Yuan's reputation, if a dirty pot were to be placed on him, he would not be able to shake it off, so it was not surprising that someone was using his name to commit crimes. Wei Yuan, hands on his hips, stomped his feet and shouted angrily, "This is outrageous. My reputation was never that great, and I was about to marry the princess. And now they dare to throw dirt on my head." Lao Shi informed the brothers to go to Jingji, Wujiapa, and investigate this matter thoroughly. By the way, gather any brothers from other departments who want to go. Tonight, I will treat everyone to dinner, and each brother will get a subsidy of 10 taels of silver, 50 taels for a bullfighting robe, and 100 taels for a flying fish robe. As soon as Wei Yuan finished speaking, all the constables of the 6 doors, except those on urgent missions, rushed out, as the allure of money was too great. Wei Yuan glanced at the 4 great constables who had come out to make quick money. "You four going too? The heir is the deputy commander of the 6 doors, and when someone slanders the 6 doors, the 4 of us naturally have to take action. Indeed, the 4 great captains are righteous. We can't let you go without compensation." "Don't say that. Everyone should be compensated. It wouldn't be fair if we aren't. Right? We can't leave anyone behind." Wei Yuan first gave Gong Sunjin a look, then arrogantly waved his hand. "Lift the sedan to Jingji, Wujia Slope. This time, no matter which brother can help this heir clear his grievances, a reward of 500 taels of gold." After everyone left, Gong Sunjin hurried back to the Wei family and explained the situation to Wei Buyue. Wei Buyue's old face turned pale, and his white eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Xiao Jin, I'm very pleased that you noticed this. Following that turtle grandson is beneath your talent. Wait, I'll have Wang Xuanzi take the Wei family's 18 demon riders to accompany you." Chapter 39, Gathering Enough Crimes to Exterminate the 9 Clans. Gong Sunjin, who had gathered the troops, kept his head down and closely followed Wang Xuanzi because he was afraid. He was really afraid. The so-called 18 Riders of the Heavenly Demon were the strongest combat force of the Wei family army and also the Wei family's death warriors. They were all war captives from the southern barbarians, northern Di, eastern Yi, and western Rong, trained by Wei Buyue to become sharp blades on the battlefield. Although there were only 18 of them, they could launch night raids, sneak behind enemy lines, and behead generals. Their highest achievement was when 18 of them led 3,000 light cavalry and ambushed over 20,000 enemy soldiers from behind. Wei Buyue used the heads they brought back to build a viewing platform in front of the 2 armies, terrifying the Xiongnu army, disrupting their formation and lowering their morale, resulting in a great victory. The 18 riders of the Heavenly Demon traversed mountains and ridges, sneaking behind to behead the Jeju tribe. Just 18 of them killed 4,500 members of that tribe, sparing none, including the old, weak, ill, or disabled. There were many similar achievements, and regardless of whether it was the Great Wei or enemy states, hearing about the 18 riders of the Heavenly Demon made everyone turn pale with fear. There were legends that the 18 riders had never suffered casualties and that they had reserves, always replenishing their numbers to maintain the count at 18. But the specific truth, perhaps only Wei Buyue, who trained this terrifying cavalry, would know. From a distance, Gong Sunjin could feel the cold, murderous aura emanating from the 18 of them. Although he was afraid, he couldn't help but be curious and secretly stole a glance. The 18 riders were mounted on scarred steeds and wore cold clothing even in the height of summer, with crescent-shaped sabers at their waists. They wore ghostly masks. Heavy boots equipped with daggers carried large bows, and each had 50 arrows, along with iron hammers designed to break armor. Wang Xuanzi gently patted Gong Sunjin's shoulder and bitterly smiled. "I know you're scared. Even though I've encountered them many times, I still feel a bit intimidated. Just bear with it." The Jingji area was the suburb of the capital, specifically the village near Black Wind Mountain, Wujia Slope. All the villagers from the nearby 10 or 8 villages came out to join the excitement. After all, more than 700 high-ranking officials from the 6 doors were traveling together. It was believable that someone was plotting against them. Wei Yuan, dressed in a Qilin robe, vigorously whipped the county magistrate and the scribe who were hanging upside down at the entrance of the yamen. Damn it, my honest and trustworthy reputation as a young lord has been ruined by you bunch of bastards. What garbage are you pouring over my head? Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I have a good temper? The whip struck hard, leaving the county magistrate and the scribe with flesh wounds. Old Shi and Zhonglong Zhao, who brought a cart full of shining silver. Adoptive father, this was dug out from that kid's cellar. A total of 30,000 taels. Wei Yuan glanced at the silver on the cart. 1,000 taels to be submitted to the National Treasury. 5,000 taels for tonight's team building, for feasting, gambling, and indulging, and the rest. Will be sent to the Wei Guogong mansion. Wei Yuan shook his head. Look at the villagers, each one as thin as a stick with patched clothes. Let us distribute it evenly among the common people under this dog official jurisdiction. El Guangxio, with a leopard head and ringed eyes, looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Sir, you're sure this silver is to be given to the poor? Yes, this is the people's wealth. It should be returned to them. What's wrong with that? What? Guangxio, do you want to report me? Report? Let me see who dares to report the Lord. If I lose my official position, I'll have their skin peeled off. El Guangxio stammered for a while, finally managing to say, Boss, you've opened my eyes. After speaking, he didn't forget to bow and salute Wei Yuan, kicking old Shi in the behind. Let us go supervise the distribution of the money and try to make it fair. We can't let the boss's efforts go to waste. The title changed from sir to boss? I guess in a few days. You'll be calling me adoptive father. Wei Yuan drew out his official sword. A tiny official managing a tiny area can embezzle this much? I'll behead you today. With one sword stroke, Wei Yuan severed the county magistrate's ear. My ear. Blood gushed out, and the county magistrate let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Wei Yuan kicked him in the mouth. If you scream again, I'll cut off your other ear. Now tell me, who told you to slander me? I can't say. If I do, my whole family won't be spared. Wei Yuan slapped the back of the county magistrate's head, sending one of his eyeballs flying out. Wei Yuan then raised his foot and stomped on the eyeball in front of the county magistrate. What level do you think you are to dare call yourself an official in front of me? Wei Yuan turned to Zhonglong Zhao and said, According to our Great Wei laws, an official embezzling 30,000. What crime does 1,000 taels carry? Dismissal and imprisonment, followed by execution in autumn. A bit light. Wei Yuan looked at the villagers holding the distributed silver, all of them with tears of excitement in their eyes. How did this bastard usually bully you? Today I, Wei Qingtian, will stand up for you. Seeing the fearful and worried expressions of the common people, who seemed hesitant to speak, Wei Yuan continued. He will undoubtedly die. Right now, we are collecting evidence to strive for a chance to have his entire family executed and his 9 clans exterminated. Sir, he helped that bastard son of dog, Wei Yuan, to steal my daughter, defiled her, and sold her to a brothel. I sold my house and land to gather the silver to redeem my daughter, which has led to her not being able to marry now. Wei Yuan looked at the old woman with a grim expression. Has her daughter come? Yes. The old man pulled over a village woman who had some decent looks, and Wei Yuan asked her, Do you recognize this official? The village woman shook her head. Sir, I don't recognize you. Next. Sir, this dog official is a lackey of that bastard son of a dog, Wei Yuan. He forced me to sign a land sale contract. When I refused, he broke my leg. Wei Yuan's facial muscles twitched. Your statement is heavily laden with dog-related content. Sir, he works for that bastard son of a dog, taking our land to work for him, making us work in the fields at the crack of dawn, and worst of all, in the middle of the night. He had the scribe learn to crow like a rooster. This is just like Zhou Baiopi. After more than 30 villagers came forward to complain, Wei Yuan's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water as he looked at Zhonglong Zhao. Have you noted everything down? Yes, boss. All recorded. The crimes combined. Is it enough for exterminating the 9 clans? Under our Great Wei laws, exterminating 9 clans requires treason or harming the royal family. But for commoners, This isn't enough. A crowd of villagers who had received money knelt down in a mass. My lord, you are our great lord. Please tell us your title, and we 8 villages will build a shrine for you. With a serious face, Wei Yuan coldly said, This official is Wei Yuan. Son of a dog. The villagers looked at each other in disbelief, staring at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan turned to Zhonglong Zhao, who had another charge for impersonating a son of a noble to swindle, committing crimes, and trampling on human lives. Is that enough for exterminating the 9 clans? Boss, that's enough for a full family execution, but not enough for exterminating the 9 clans. You're forcing me, aren't you? Wei Yuan rushed over, grabbed the county magistrate's hand, and lightly slapped it against his own face. Oh my God, this bastard has disfigured this young lord's face, publicly assaulting a noble and ruining my looks. Is that enough for exterminating the 9 clans? That's enough. Wei Yuan shouted excitedly. Arrest everyone in the county magistrate's family according to his family tree. Leave not one of the 9 clans. Wei Yuan squatted down, gently patting the county magistrate, who was missing an eye and an ear on his chubby face. The one behind you will kill your whole family. But you must believe this lord will make your entire family suffer more than death. So, are you going to say it or not? Aye. The county magistrate was so scared that he forgot about the pain and hesitated, stammering. Wei Yuan said to Zhonglong and Zhao Hu, Bring his wife, daughter, concubine, and also his mother, stepmother, and so on. Anyway, all female relatives, as long as they are women, bring them here. I just saw that there are quite a few old bachelors in the village. Soon, Zhonglong and Zhao Hu brought out several female relatives of the county magistrate of all ages. Some of the old bachelors among the villagers started to have green light in their eyes, looking eager to move. The county magistrate, seeing this with one eye and hearing the cries of his wife and daughter with one ear, finally lowered his head helplessly. I will say it. I am a Marquis of Genie, a disciple of the Wang family. Let the one who slandered you be Zhu. Chapter 40. Concealing Filth. Qingfeng Temple. Before the county magistrate could finish speaking, a cold light swiftly shot out and struck his plump body. In less than 2 breaths, the magistrate's lips turned purple, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, dying from poisoning. Protect the heir. At the first opportunity, Jishun embraced Wei Yuan, exposing his back. Following him was Jiang Yuer, wielding a large knife. Where is he? Who wants to kill the heir? Zhonglong and Zhao Hu drew their embroidered spring knives, standing guard in front of Wei Yuan, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Lu Tsunxiao and Lao Shi each pulled out a pair of bronze cudgels, while one held a short-handled long whip, quickly rushing toward the direction from which the blow dart had been shot. In the treetops, a young monk with a blow dart was filling it with poison, aiming to kill Wei Yuan. Lao Shi's long whip moved like a spirit snake, suddenly whipping around to entangle the young monk. Lu Tsunxiao followed closely behind, using his bronze cudgels to smash the monk's shoulder bones. He then held the monk's chin to prevent him from committing suicide by poison. When the two returned with the bloodied young monk, Wei Yuan did not hesitate to slash his neck with a sword. Boss, why did you kill him? We need to interrogate him later. Wei Yuan shook his head indifferently. You can't get anything from a dead assassin. It would only waste time and give them a chance to prepare. After saying this, he took out a silver ingot and addressed the villagers. Who knows which temple he is from? This silver ingot will be a reward. Immediately, a middle-aged woman wearing a Buddhist prayer bead bracelet stepped forward. Lord Wei. His name is Miofa. He is a monk from the Qingfeng Temple in Shaonan Mountain. Qingfeng Temple? Wei Yuan suddenly recalled the first of the 4 charges against Sanqing Kong, illegally approving land to build temples, Qingfeng Temple. There must be something fishy about this Qingfeng Temple. Wei Yuan thought to himself, casually tossing the silver ingot to the woman, and shouted to the constables. These monks, as disciples of the Buddhist order, have committed crimes, torturing and killing young girls. Such actions are intolerable by law, and this group of evil monks must be brought to justice. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. 10 taels of silver for each bald donkey killed. 20 taels for killing a small leader. 50 taels for killing a big leader. 100 taels for killing the abbot. Most of the constables, upon seeing the brutally mangled corpse of the Wu family sister, felt a mix of anger and sorrow. Regardless of emotion, reason, or money, even if these bald donkeys surrendered, they must be executed. Wei Yuan asked the accompanying Wu Min, "Do you know where Qingfeng Temple is?" "I do." Wu Min pointed to a mountain to the south. "Qingfeng Temple is on the top of that mountain. Are you willing to go?" Wu Min's eyes were filled with killing intent. "To avenge my sister, I'm not afraid of death. What is there to fear? Then lead the way." At the foot of the mountain, they coincidentally encountered Wang Xuanci and the 18 riders of Tianma. Suddenly, Wei Yuan looked toward the back of the crowd, and Wang Xuanci curiously followed Wei Yuan's gaze. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Wei Yuan smiled slightly. "Nothing. Let us go up the mountain." Qingfeng Temple, with a building area of over 5,000 square meters, has been an ancient temple that has undergone 3 dynasties, appearing old and weathered after several renovations. When Wei Yuan and his group arrived at the front of Qingfeng Temple, they could see that the incense within the temple was flourishing, the lay people were devout, and the monks were compassionate, creating a peaceful scene. This looked no different from an ordinary temple. Lu Cunxiao shook his head. "No. Don't you all notice the 2 points of suspicion? First, the monks here are not ordinary people, but have martial arts skills. Second, all the visitors here are women. Look at how they put money into the merit box. They all put in 1 coin after another, but these women are wearing patched clothes, indicating their family backgrounds aren't very good." A big monk in his 30s walked out and bowed to Wei Yuan. "Esteemed sir, may I ask what brings you to our humble temple?" "A murder occurred at Wujiape at the foot of the mountain, and there are clues pointing to your esteemed temple. Therefore, I have come to investigate according to the law, and I hope the master will cooperate." The big monk's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and he joined his hands in prayer to Wei Yuan. "Ba, your honor is investigating for the country and the people, and this poor monk will certainly cooperate fully." Wei Yuan waved his hand. "Search." "Yes." Hundreds of constables began a thorough search, and Wei Yuan twitched his nose at the big monk. "Master, as a person of the Buddhist order, you should smell of Zen incense, but you have a faint scent of rouge." Saying this, Wei Yuan took another breath. "It's not on your clothes. It must be coming from you. Either you're a fake woman who likes to wear makeup and perfume, or you just finished with a woman." "My lord, you jest. With smoke and incense all around, how could you possibly smell rouge on this poor monk?" Lao Shi leaned in to sniff. "Although I didn't smell it, I believe in my adoptive father's words. You can question my adoptive father's talent, martial prowess, character, health. Regardless, my adoptive father may be useless in many ways, but he grew up among women and has the skill to recognize a woman's scent, absolutely the best in the world. Are you praising me or insulting me?" Wei Yuan shot Lao Shi a glare. He indeed felt embarrassed about this matter. Although he had wasted the first half of his life, he had honed his ability to distinguish women's scents to perfection. "You women are actually obstructing the officials from carrying out their duties. Do you believe I will bind you all and take you back to the Ministry of Justice's prison?" "Ah, damn it. You shameless woman dare to scratch me." At that moment, a commotion arose from the side courtyard of the temple. Wei Yuan led everyone over to see a constable with a scratched face, tightly gripping the hilt of his knife, but he still did not draw it. These constables were all high-ranking captains from various places, and they were martial artists. They had their own bottom line, which was that they would not draw their blades against innocent women. Not far in front of the constables stood a dozen women, aged from 15 or 16 to 27 or 28, dressed in layperson robes and holding prayer beads. Seeing Wei Yuan, the constable quickly covered his face and stepped forward, embarrassed. "Lord Wei, this group of women let me enter the Zen room to search and even attacked me." Before the constable could finish, the group of women rushed over, kneeling on the ground, crying and shouting with snot and tears. "My lord, your subordinate is a beast. He entered our resting Zen room and attacked us. We refused to comply, and he drew his sword to threaten us. Please, your honor, do justice for us." "You're talking nonsense. I didn't." Wei Yuan stopped the constable and circled around the group of women. "Did my subordinate touch you?" This he didn't." "Then why do you all have the foul odor of just ceasing battle?" "Nonsense, we don't." "My lord, you can't slander us to cover for your subordinate." Wei Yuan waved his hand. "Arrest these women." The constables pounced forward and restrained the group of laywomen. A bunch of lowly maids. How dare you wear Buddhist clothing? Strip off their clothes and let the coroner examine them. Having been scratched earlier, the pent-up anger boiled over. Now that Wei Yuan had given the order, the constables did not hesitate to tear off their layperson robes. There were no cloth pouches, no undergarments. And beneath the layperson robes, they were completely naked. Lao Shi, playing the role of the coroner, squatted down and took a quick glance before nodding to Wei Yuan. My lord, your sense of smell rivals that of a mastiff. They have indeed just experienced the joys of love. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Wei Yuan kicked Lao Shi in the butt and ordered the 4 great constables. The Buddhist Pure Land does not keep its rules, concealing filth. This temple should be sealed. Have the brothers guard the exits. No one is allowed to enter or leave, whether they are monks or pilgrims. If anyone tries to break in, they can be killed on the spot. Chapter 41. Wax Candle of the Dead. A group of constables rushed into the meditation room and began searching, but soon returned empty-handed. Sir, we didn't find anything suspicious. Wei Yuan lightly patted Old Shi's shoulder. Sun Xiao said that before you joined the 6 doors, you worked as a Buddha master in the 3 families of the 5 elements, and you were the kind who could raise flags and set up banners. Old Shi glared at Sun Xiao. Buddha master is a term from the underworld, a respectful title for a major thief. Old Shi awkwardly smiled. I was young and reckless. Didn't he know better, and got pulled into the wrong crowd. I don't care what you did before. Scaling walls, picking locks, treasure hunting is your forte. As long as you can find the mechanisms and secret passages inside, I'll give you 3 days off. During those 3 days, the girls at home are yours to play with, no limits. Gulyalu. Old Shi swallowed hard. Imagining the scene of 3 days in heaven and earth without getting out of bed, his eyes shining with greed. Father, I promise I'll use all my skills. As long as there are mechanisms in the room, I will definitely find them. After saying this, Old Shi scampered into the meditation room, and not long after, he poked his head out. Father, I found the secret door. Before Old Shi could finish, the big monk suddenly lunged at Wei Yuan. A poisoned dagger slipping from his sleeve, stabbing towards him. Wei Yuan stood still. As soon as the monk attacked, Sun Xiao's bronze mace had already smashed down hard on the monk's wrist. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed. The monk's wrist was a bloody mess, with broken bone fragments visible. Zhonglong and Zhao, who reacted slightly slower, but they also drew their embroidered spring knives, stabbing into the monk's armpit, rendering him unable to move. You want to kill my meal ticket? My son, unforgivable. Jiang Yuer punched the big monk in the face with fury. The monk was like a puppet, his head spinning clockwise 7 or 8 times before half of his skull caved in. The whole person didn't even let out a scream before dying with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Wei Yuan ordered Wang Xuanzi, take 18 riders. Kill all the monks in the temple. Leave not a single survivor. Yes, sir. The 18 riders drew their great bows, knocked arrows, and without giving the monks a chance, shot an arrow straight through the center of their foreheads. They continued to bend their bows and shoot down the monks. Some monks tried to resist. The 18 riders charged on horseback, their crescent-shaped sabers swiftly slicing through as heads rolled on the ground, spouting bright red blood. The 18 worked together seamlessly, as if they were one person, and their killing was decisive, as if killing was as trivial to them as stepping on cockroaches. Leave the outside to them. We'll go through the secret passage. Wei Yuan led Sun Xiao and the others into the meditation room, which was very simple, containing only a Buddha altar with a palm-sized golden Buddha statue. In front of the altar was a mat, and besides that there was a single wooden bed. Old Shi turned the golden Buddha statue, and the worn-out single wooden bed split open from the middle, revealing a dark passage wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. I'll lead the way. You protect the sun, Sun Xiao said to Zhonglong and Zhao, who, holding his bronze double mace, and was the first to enter the tunnel. Under the protection of Zhonglong, Zhao, who, the 4 divine constables, and a dozen captains dressed in flying fish suits, Wei Yuan and Gongsun Jin descended into the secret passage. Suddenly, the dark passage lit up, and flames flickered on both sides, resembling human-shaped candlesticks. Wei Yuan and Gongsun Jin exchanged glances, realizing they were right, according to the records and books. These were the exclusive lamps of the Holy Buddha Palace, known as the wax candles of the dead. Legend has it that when lit, they emit a fragrance that can bring divine beings and Buddhas into the world. Sun Xiao poked with his bronze mace. What kind of technique is this that can make candlesticks indistinguishable from real people, and it even smells faintly fragrant? No, damn it. Everyone present was stunned, speechless. They turned people into wax lamps? What kind of pervert could do such a thing? This group of fake monks was likely part of some mysterious organization. Brothers, I have a feeling we're about to crack a major case and achieve great merit. The 16 divine constables drew their weapons and cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a figure flashed ahead, revealing 3 monks sitting cross-legged on the mats, hands clasped together, chanting scriptures while shaking their hand drums. In front of the 3, there were 3 incense burners made from human heads, each burning 3 sticks of yellow incense. Gongsun Jin gently tugged at Wei Yuan, using lip movements to say, their mother-s skull as an incense burner, baby bones as the core wrapped in baby skin, making Buddha incense. When burned, it emits a strange fragrance that can summon canned Harva Kinara down to earth. Everyone was on guard. There would be illusions soon. Wei Yuan shouted. This scent is the same as the one used by the big monk who attacked Xiao Dai last time to confuse Jiang Yuer. Even if we hold our breath, this miasma can still penetrate through pores, enter the body, and interfere with our nerves and senses. Especially combined with the faint fragrance of the previous wax candles of the dead, the hallucinatory effect is even stronger. The surroundings changed, everyone disappeared, and they found themselves in a paradise. Young, beautiful girls with fair skin appeared among the flowers, constantly posing and making seductive gestures towards everyone. Gulialu, all the men, unknowingly, had their most primitive desires awakened, swallowing hard, their minds filled with thoughts of spring's arrival, the revival of all things, and a season for little animals to find mates. Wei Yuan bit down hard on his tongue to keep himself awake, the pain helping him remain alert. The qi in his body circulated rapidly, while his voice boomed like a bell, overpowering the chants of the 3 monks and the sounds of the hand drums. Everyone do as I say. Qi flowing to the middle of the chest, rising from the lower abdomen, reaching the divine court. Hearing Wei Yuan's voice, everyone quickly followed his instructions to circulate their qi. At the same time, Wei Yuan's voice rang out again. Mind method, supreme Tai star, change without stopping. Wisdom clear, mind calm, 3 souls permanent, spirit undying. Following Wei Yuan's instructions, everyone present felt a coolness at their foreheads, and the seductive girls vanished. In their place were complete human skins hanging on the walls. The 3 monks who were about to attack, holding poisoned daggers, looked incredulous, unable to understand why Wei Yuan and the others had awakened from the illusion. Without the illusion, these 3 were just ordinary martial monks, easily slaughtered by the constables. Everyone looked at Wei Yuan in shock. Father, this is a top-tier calming method. With it, there's no fear of going astray in cultivation. Where did you get it? My grandfather taught it to me. Stop talking nonsense. They've already discovered us. We must quickly eradicate this evil cult to avoid trouble. Sun Xiao nodded in agreement. The boss is right. This evil cult is different from before. It has a certain sinister quality. We must be cautious. At this moment, Gongsun Jin and Wu Min, who were not martial artists, finally woke up, suddenly holding one of the human skins and crying out. Sister, this is my sister, those beasts. Gongsun Jin used lip movements to communicate with Wei Yuan. Shadow beauty, my little sister? I really don't know what the royal family of this country is thinking, allowing such a harmful holy Buddha palace to become the national religion. Wei Yuan explained. Because the holy Buddha sect brainwashes effectively, it makes it easy for the royal family to manage the common people. Most importantly, in the eyes of those high officials and nobles, commoners are even worse than pigs and dogs. They wouldn't mind if they died. Gongsun Jin looked at the crying Wu Min, gaining a deeper understanding of the darkness of the feudal society, while also yearning for the happy country Wei Yuan spoke of, where the people could live in peace and contentment, having enough to eat and wear, and where children could receive an education. Chapter 42. 8 treasure holy lotus on both sides were rocks polished smooth as mirrors. As Wei Yuan and the others appeared, Faint pink smoke erupted from the center of the lotus flower. Having learned from previous lessons, Su and Xiao and the others immediately held their breath. As everyone held their breath and entered, they were astonished to find that the rock walls on both sides were artificially polished to resemble a mirror. The pink mist obscured their vision, forcing everyone to proceed cautiously. Just a few meters in, a sudden scream rang out from behind. What happened? Wei Yuan shouted and rushed over with his team. They found 3 constables lying on the ground, lifeless, with black blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. A thin, black, poisoned silver needle was embedded in their necks. Wei Yuan ordered, "The enemy is hiding somewhere. Move in groups of 3, back to back." Everyone obediently formed groups of 3, backs touching, holding their embroidered spring knives, and cautiously advanced. After a dozen meters, the passage narrowed, and, from time to time, they encountered these mirror-like rock walls. Suddenly, oil lamps appeared overhead, and the light, filtered through the special pink mist, turned colorful. The smooth, mirror-like rock walls refracted the light, making it even brighter, temporarily blinding everyone. Cries of horror echoed from behind. Wei Yuan waved his hands repeatedly, sending out silver needles to extinguish the oil lamps above. The surroundings instantly darkened, and Wei Yuan understood what this was. It was a confusion array combined with a golden light array. Indeed, the Holy Buddha Palace had something special, able to merge 2 types of formations along with those charlatan tricks. Wei Yuan thought to himself, pulling out the Shangfang sword and fiercely stabbing toward the smooth rock wall beside him. Clang! The sound of hard objects colliding rang out. Wei Yuan used the rebound force to turn and slash at another section. This time, the hard rock wall was as fragile as paper, easily pierced by Wei Yuan, who then pulled out the corpse of a monk around 30 years old. There was actually a demon monk hidden in here, El Kangxiao Lao Shi, and the others were all shocked, and once they reacted, they shouted to their team members. Everyone attacked the mirror-like stones on both sides, quickly. The constables received the order and began to swing their knives at the mirrored walls. In an instant, the sounds of hard objects colliding and screams filled the air. Continuing forward, they encountered a fork in the path. Knowing what formation the enemy was using, Wei Yuan only glanced at it and knew how to navigate out of the array. But to avoid revealing himself and to maintain his playboy image, Wei Yuan tossed one of his shoes to the ground. "Shoe sole up, go left." Lao Shi and the others were left with black lines on their foreheads. Isn't that a bit rash? But before they could finish, Wei Yuan was already the first to enter the left path. The others could only shake their heads helplessly and follow. Soon, they encountered a second fork in the path, and Wei Yuan tossed his shoe again. After passing through 5 forks, they finally exited the confusion array. Lao Shi helplessly said, "My foster father truly is born with a silver spoon. His only skill is having good luck. Just tossing shoes can get him out of maze." The others nodded in agreement, while only Sun Xiao looked at Wei Yuan with suspicion. He remembered clearly that at the 3rd fork, the shoe sole was up, but this time Wei Yuan chose to go right. Was Wei Yuan using this ridiculous and hasty method to cover his ability to break the array? As soon as this thought crossed Sun Xiao's mind, he dismissed it, chuckling at himself for being overly suspicious. How could this fool Wei Yuan possibly have a method to break the array? With the pink mist gone, they took a moment to regroup and began to count their casualties. In the maze-like passage of less than 300 meters, their side had suffered 100 casualties, and that was with knowledge of the key to breaking the array. Otherwise, if hundreds of people had walked out, at least half would have been dead or injured. Continuing forward for several dozen meters, they discovered a pool of inky black, stagnant water. This pool of black water was about 20 meters wide, spanning across the passage, with several small boats floating in the center. "I'm a good swimmer. I'll go pull the boats over." One constable, who had grown up by the riverside, wanted to show off in front of Wei Yuan and rushed forward. "Don't go into the water." Wei Yuan tried to warn him, but was too late. That constable had already plunged in head first. "Help, help!" He couldn't even say the word life before his body began to rot rapidly. In just a few seconds, his clothes, skin, and even bones were completely eroded. Gongsun Jin took out a book he had brought from the 6 doors and used lip language to say to Wei Yuan, This is the holy water of the Holy Buddha Palace. The book says it's the holy water descended from the Buddha of Ling Mountain. Touching it with a mortal body will corrode it, leaving no bones behind. Wei Yuan sniffed the slightly sour and foul-smelling air. This was nonsense holy water. It was clearly a strong acid. He had no idea if it was hydrofluoric acid or King's acid. Wei Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Many scientific products were developed in ancient times, but were all merged with superstitious religion and treated as untold secrets until they were lost. Everyone turned to Wei Yuan. How can we cross this pool of water? Look at me, a useless playboy. What good methods could I possibly have? Lao Shi snatched the prayer beads from one of the team members, dipped them in the black water, and quickly found them completely corroded. Foster father, this black water is hard to cross. Ordinary would probably 1T work. We can only use those small boats in the middle of the water. A bunch of fools. Wei Yuan saw that they were genuinely at a loss and decided to offer some guidance. He kicked a small stone into the black water, creating ripples on the surface. Damn it, I just became the deputy commander. The emperor already doesn't think highly of me. If I can successfully capture this group of demon monks, then this great merit will come, and I can hold on to my position even longer. As Wei Yuan finished speaking, everyone sighed repeatedly, but still had no solution. Wei Yuan nudged Gong Sunjin. Your Highness? Gong Sunjin looked at Wei Yuan in confusion, only for Wei Yuan to suddenly pat his shoulder. Still, my Jin is smart. These ripples spread out, making the boats float. We just need to shoot the anchors with arrows and then throw stones into the water. With the help of the ripples, we can push the boats to the shore. Chapter 43. The warlord Lu Xunxiao suddenly woke up, and everyone praised Gong Sunjin, giving him a thumbs up. Truly a top scholar. It's a pity he was forced out of his official position by evil people. Otherwise, his future would surely be limitless. Gong Sunjin was well-read and had a straightforward and stubborn personality, so he rarely lied. Now, amidst everyone's praise, he couldn't help but lower his head in shame. A top scholar is indeed a top scholar. Look how humble he is. Yes, Gong Sun, you have ability and talent. It's only right to praise you. And you should accept it graciously. Gong Sunjin was so embarrassed that he felt like burying his head in his pants. Arrows cut the ropes linking the boats, and stones were continuously thrown into the water. Soon, several small boats drifted over. As everyone crossed the dark water in the boats, they turned left and right in the passage, and after 100 meters, they saw more than 200 monks in a state of disorder. The women, like the lay practitioners above, had the resolute and murky gaze of fanatics, clearly brainwashed by this group of fake monks. These bastards are harming our Wei women. They must be killed. The lustful old stone was the most agitated, whipping out angrily. With a crack, several big monks were whipped until their skins split open. This lash also woke up the group of monks who were engaged in filthy deeds. Enemy attack. All the monks dropped the women and pulled out their demon-suppressing staves, Zen sticks, and other weapons. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. With a command from Wei Yuan, the constables surged forward. Jiang Yuer wanted to rush over too, but was stopped by Wei Yuan. You must stay to protect me. This weak yet handsome and clever young master. Although the monks had some skills, they were no match for this group of elite national competition selected fighters. It wasn't a one-sided massacre, but it took 5 to kill one ordinary constable. As for the 16 captains led by Lu Xunxiao, they couldn't even touch the corners of their clothes. A loud roar of an elephant echoed. One of the 4 great captains was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. There was a blood hole the size of a bowl in his chest. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs flowing out, breathing shallow, life quickly fading, and even a deity couldn't save him. A monk over 2 meters tall, bare-chested with angry eyes and a Vajra tattoo, around 50 years old, stepped forward. Upon seeing the big monk, Old Stone exclaimed, Yang Lianjinjia, that tattoo, that appearance. It must be the former national master of Tubo, Yang Lianjinjia. I've seen his portrait. Good heavens. He is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 10,000 taels from the court. Not only that, but if commoners capture him, they could be promoted to nobility. If nobility captures him, they could be elevated to a first-rank title. Whoever captures him would be the deputy commander. The remaining 15 captains didn't even glance at the fallen captain, their eyes fixed on the big monk, ready to attack him. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but the profession of constables, which dealt with criminals for years, was very high risk. They often experienced teammates getting severely injured or killed while they were still in the field. If you're afraid of death, you shouldn't be a constable with high salaries and benefits. You have to keep your head on a swivel. So, over the years, they had hardened their hearts like steel. Charge! Lu Xunxiao swung 2 bronze cudgels and was the first to rush forward, with the other captains closely following, afraid of losing the first merit. Yang Lianjinjia pushed forward with both hands, letting out an elephant's roar, using only his fleshly palms. He forcefully blocked Lu Xunxiao's double cudgels. When everyone engaged in combat, Yang Lianjinjia suddenly stomped his foot, unleashing his qi, sending the 15 men flying away. Old Stone looked at Yang Lianjinjia in disbelief. A late-stage Grandmaster of Martial Arts? The intel was wrong. It said he was only in the early stage. If he were a Grandmaster in the early stage, we could deal with him, but if he's in the late stage, only the war god Wei Buiyue could fight him in the entire way. Jiang Yuer's face showed a serious expression for the first time, blocking Wei Yuan behind him. Young master, be careful. This guy is very strong. I know, he is at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. Wei Yuan whispered to Jiang Yuer, go and fight him. Remember not to be overconfident. If you can't win, take me and Gong Sun Jin and run. As for the others, it's their bad luck. Jiang Yuer nodded, wielding the Santang Baoyuan knife, striding forward and slashing. Yang Lianjinjia clearly noticed Jiang Yuer's extraordinary skills, no longer daring to confront him with his bare hands, and instead took out a small, exquisite golden Tibetan knife. Clang! The wide Santang Baoyuan knife collided with the short, delicate Tibetan knife, and Jiang Yuer staggered back 3 steps, while Yang Lianjinjia remained standing still. What a strong woman! Yang Lianjinjia was greatly shocked, radiating golden light all around him, resembling a Buddha descending to the world. Addressing Jiang Yuer with a full display. This benefactor, I see you have a connection with my Buddhist sect. Why not quickly lay down your butcher's knife and become Buddha? I guarantee you will wear silk and satin freely, have countless handsome young men, and possess immense wealth. Jiang Yuer pouted, these broken things are not as valuable as a fat chicken. What you said, if I want it with a squeak, my family's young master can fulfill it all. Jiang Yuer slashed at Yang Lianjinjia again, just as Yang Lianjinjia swung his small Tibetan knife to block. A white shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Cold Xiaoshuang had quietly sneaked up behind him, holding a soft sword aimed directly at Yang Lianjinjia's back. Yang Lianjinjia hurriedly reached out to grab the soft sword, but with one hand holding the knife, he was no match for Jiang Yuer. The small Tibetan knife was knocked away, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Seeing her attack miss, Cold Xiaoshuang lightly tapped her toes, her figure retreating like a celestial maiden, elusive and ethereal. What a terrifying stealth technique. She is a Grandmaster-level assassin. Yang Lianjinjia looked at Jiang Yuer and Cold Xiaoshuang, then shifted his gaze to Wei Yuan. You, an official, have quite the background, actually having 2 Grandmasters as bodyguards. Who exactly are you? I am your father. Wei Yuan cursed loudly. Kill him with your blade. Xiaoshuang, stay hidden, look for opportunities to ambush, and eliminate these bald donkeys we've raised. Then he shouted to Lu Xunxiao and the others sitting on the ground. What the hell are you doing? Just sitting there watching the show? If my 2 bodyguards die, who among you can deal with this guy? Don't you all get up? Oh. The 15 constables finally reacted. Many had seen Cold Xiaoshuang before, but never imagined she was a Grandmaster-level martial artist, and even the best at stealth and assassination. Such a character. Even the Emperor of Nanjiao would treasure. But why is she following this damn Wei Yuan? Chapter 44. Thousands of corpses and 10,000 coffins for the first time in her life. Jiang Yuer exerted all her strength, evenly matched with Yang Lianjinjia in terms of physical power. Unfortunately, her practical combat experience and techniques were far inferior to those of Yang Lianjinjia. If it had been the uninjured Lung Xiaoshuang, the top assassin of the Great Wei, Yang Lianjinjia would have been dead by now. However, after Wei Yuan's treatment, Lung Xiaoshuang's martial arts skills had temporarily decreased by half. among the 15 divine captors, except for Sun Xiao. The weapons of the others only left faint white marks on Yang Lianjinjia. But one person's strength is ultimately limited. Yang Lianjinjia went from having a slight advantage at the beginning to a stalemate, and now he was being pressed hard. It was believed that it wouldn't take long before he would be defeated. Yang Lianjinjia's bulk, shiny head was beaded with sweat as he summoned all his strength to push back the crowd. He quickly turned and ran toward a hidden door at the back of the hall. Seeing this, his group of disciples also retreated while fighting. When the crowd caught up, they were shocked to find themselves in an even larger circular hall than before. Hundreds of coffins were scattered haphazardly across the ground. Old Shur mocked. As expected of a demon monk, able to calculate and know that today is his death day, he prepared coffins in advance. These are all prepared for you. Yang Lianjinjia formed his hands into palms, an overwhelming aura bursting forth, sending the coffin lids flying. One by one, tall, muscular corpses with golden hair, blue eyes, and shockingly white skin, dressed in chainmail and with lifeless eyes, jumped out. Gong Sun Jin quickly used lip language to convey, "Young master, these are not recorded in the books." That book was information coerced from a disciple of the Holy Buddha Palace, written down. The disciples who could betray the Holy Buddha Palace were just minor figures with little time in the palace. They didn't know the real trump cards. Those who knew the trump cards were the high-ranking insiders, fanatics who wouldn't betray the Holy Buddha Palace even if killed, like the big monk Terba, who killed Xiao Dai. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by Wang Xuanzi arriving with the 18 riders of the demon. "Young master, all the demon monks above have been killed." "Huh? Are these all Chang people?" Wang Xuanzi, who had fought alongside Wei Bo in various battles, had seen many foreign soldiers, including Chang people, and explained to Wei Yuan. The Chang were classified by Wei Gong among the 5 barbarians, their ethnicity distinct from the Xinbei, Turks and Huns. They had shockingly white skin, high noses, golden hair, blue eyes, and an abundance of body hair, with both men and women possessing a strong odor. This group was even different from other nomadic tribes. They were still in an era of eating raw meat and blood, hunting and wearing animal skins. Some armies of the Huns and Xinbei would use them as cannon fodder, leading the charge at the front lines. Wang Xuanzi, with a serious expression, continued, "I've fought against them. These guys are not smart, fearless in charge, don't practice martial arts, but are as strong as bulls. And they don't need to carry food because they eat people." Actually, Wei Yuan already knew this. According to later accounts, these people were the ancient European race. That is, the white people of Europe. Fearing more reinforcements would arrive, Yang Lianjinjia shouted to his disciples, "Use the control techniques I made you practice every morning." All the disciples, seeing the corpses for the first time and still in shock, immediately understood upon hearing Yang Lianjinjia's words. Instantly, all the Chang corpses began to move. The captors were all frightened and retreated. Although they were not as formidable as soldiers on the battlefield, they had dealt with corpses for years. They had only heard of corpses coming back to life, but had never seen it. Now, seeing the corpses move and even wield knives. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the 18 riders of the demon, not knowing fear, severed the head of a charging corpse with a single stroke. The corpse fell to the ground, and since it was dead, no blood flowed. In the blink of an eye, the headless corpse stood up again. Is it not dead? The captors grew even more terrified. If it weren't for their captain being present, they would have turned and run. The masked 18 riders of the demon struck again, dismembering the corpse. But even so, the severed limbs and torso on the ground continued to twitch like dehydrated fish. Wei Yuan suddenly patted Gong Sun Jin on the shoulder. "My Jin is clever. He says these corpses are linked by thin threads, like puppets controlled by these demon monks." Sun Xiao ordered to light the fire torches. All the captors hurriedly took out their fire torches and blew on them until they ignited. Although these flames were small, like matchsticks, when hundreds of them were lit together, they illuminated half the circular hall as bright as day. With light, everyone could finally see that these corpses were indeed connected by nearly transparent threads, the other ends held by the demon monks. It was all just a trick. Now I'm not afraid. Old Shur stepped out from behind Sun Xiao, swinging his long whip to strike the transparent threads behind a corpse, pulling hard. One monk's 5 fingers were cut off by the threads and fell to the ground. A group of captors, who had just been scared to the point of nearly wetting themselves, felt their faces flush with shame as they drew their weapons and charged forward, not to fight the corpses but to cut the controlling threads. Puff! A captain wearing a flying fish uniform swung his knife to cut the threads on a corpse. But the corpse did not lose control like before. With one stroke, it decapitated him. It's really a corpse coming back to life. Ulcher shouted and hid behind El Xiao. Wei Yuan berated him loudly. Do you not have eyes? Can't you see his breathing? This is a living person, not a corpse. A living person? There are living people mixed in with the corpses. True and false. Real and unreal. This old bald donkey is quite cunning. Wang Xuanzi shouted to El Xiao and the others. Everyone bend down. Huh? Seeing everyone confused, Wang Xuanzi bent down first, and a member of the 18 riders of the demon stepped on his back and jumped up. He removed the large bow on his back, drew an arrow, and shot it towards the back of the corpse group. Puff! With an arrow hitting a big monk in the forehead. A corpse in front of him also fell down accordingly. What precise archery! The captors, shocked, immediately bent over, supporting their knees. The 18 riders of the demon took down their large bows, stepping on their backs to jump up, bending their bows and shooting arrows. Each big monk shot dead. Without exception, all pierced through the forehead. Everyone control a golden body to shield yourself. After Yang Lianjinjia gave the order, more than 100 corpses retreated, blocking in front of the demon monks. As the number of corpses decreased, El Xiao immediately ordered to charge forward. Jiang Yuer charged at Yang Lianjinjia like a rampaging elephant, wielding her Santing Baoyuan knife. Everywhere she passed, the Chang corpses were all cut in half by her blade. Fresh or rotten entrails scattered everywhere, emitting a foul smell. Jiang Yuer and Leng Qiushuang fought Yang Lianjinjia. Without the assistance of the 15 divine captors, they were directly overwhelmed. Go help. Wei Yuan instructed Wang Xuanzi and the 18 riders of the demon to assist. But just as the 19 of them left, Wei Yuan felt a murderous intent approaching from behind, followed by a whistling sound of something slicing through the air. Wei Yuan slid sideways, and where he had just been standing, a blood-red spear was thrust into the ground. The spear was completely red, entwined with 9 dragons. The spear-S shaft resembling the dragon-S tail, the spearhead coming together as if twisted like a twisty bread. Upon seeing the spear, Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. The Red Moon 9 dragons, the ancestral weapon of the Wei family, used by Wei Qing in battles, had been buried alongside him. In the ancestral hall of the Wei family today, there's a gun on display, but it is merely a superficial replica, which is why Wei Yuan could recognize it at a glance. Chapter 45. Wei Yuan exposes his strength, a large monk, clearly exhibiting ancestral traits with a body covered in black hair and dressed in a kasaya, rushed in, grabbing the spear and stabbing toward Wei Yuan's shoulder. Capturing the leader first, he thought, would allow him to threaten everyone present. Don't hurt the young master. Wang Xuanzi rushed back, joining forces with the 18 riders of the demon to surround him. Wei Yuan looked at Gong Sun Jin, who quickly said, Hanuman, the second disciple of Yang Lianjinjia, is recorded in books as his prized pupil, with cultivation above Taba. It is said that his combat ability is on par with his master's. Looking at the 3 battlefields, where his side was clearly at a disadvantage, Wei Yuan feared that things would turn dire. Unexpectedly, the intelligence from Dao Wei had been wrong. Yang Lianjinjia had concealed his strength. Just as Wei Yuan was considering how to turn the tide, Hanuman flicked Wang Xuanzi's weapon away and charged toward Wei Yuan. The crimson spear pierced Wei Yuan's shoulder. Blood! Blood! Wei Yuan, pale with fear, fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder and letting out a wail like a dying pig. Grandpa, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Where are you, Grandpa? Hanuman, with a look of utter disdain, grabbed Wei Yuan by the neck and lifted him up, making a sharp sound like a duck's quack. Everyone stop, or I'll kill this useless young master. Young master, Brother Wei Yuan, foster father, boss. Everyone quickly halted. The constables, whether they had a grudge against Wei Yuan or not, were all taken aback. What status did Wei Yuan hold? The future prince consort. the only grandson of the Duke of Wei, the current young master. If he were killed, they would all surely die at the hands of the furious Wei Buiyue. Lu Xunxiao spoke loudly. Let the young master go, and I will also let you all go. Let him go. Hanuman scoffed, looking at Lung Xiaoshuang. You look nervous for this playboy. Strip him naked first, or I'll kill him right now. No, don't kill brother Wei Yuan. Lung Xiaoshuang gritted her silver teeth, reaching for her skirt. This little lady just killed quite a few of our brothers. I propose we all take turns with her in front of the useless young master. How about that? This proposal is excellent. Hanuman, you're doing great. Yang Lianjinjia licked his lips, leering at Lung Xiaoshuang, whose eyes were filled with tears, revealing her snowy shoulders. I'll start, and you all can line up behind me. Just as all the demon monks burst into laughter, Hanuman's expression suddenly changed. Wei Yuan had sealed his meridians with silver needles, rendering him immobile. Although Hanuman had reached the later stage of Grandmaster and could only be held for 2 seconds, that was enough time for Wei Yuan to escape. But Wei Yuan did not flee. Instead, he did the unexpected and turned his body, striking both hands hard against Hanuman's ears. Close the doors to your ears. With Wei Yuan's current cultivation, it was difficult to injure Hanuman, so he targeted his weak spots, the eardrums. A tremendous impact pierced through Hanuman's eardrums, and blood shot out from both ears like arrows. At almost the same time, Wei Yuan struck Hanuman's groin with his knee. The sound of a chicken crying echoed through the hall. Hanuman's body curled up like a boiled shrimp. Everyone was shocked that Wei Yuan knew martial arts. These 2 attacks targeted the body's fatal points. Logically, with such a vast difference in cultivation, Wei Yuan would use 1 second to attack, and then escape in the remaining second. But Wei Yuan did not escape. Instead, he thrust his fingers into Hanuman's eyes and seized his wrists, executing a technique that entangled and twisted. Lu Xunxiao's eyes widened like copper bells. Entangle the wrists. Twist the elbows. Seal the throat. Such a smooth and beautiful technique of breaking the bones. Even I couldn't perform it so fluidly. As the time for sealing meridians ended, Hanuman tried to counterattack Wei Yuan, but blinded and deafened, he struck into thin air. Wei Yuan did not disappear entirely. His upper body seemed boneless, like a serpent entwined around a tree, appearing behind Hanuman. Long silver needles pierced the gaps in his spine under normal circumstances. Hanuman's protective energy would not allow such ordinary needles to penetrate. But now his breath was in disarray, especially with the excruciating pain below, leaving him unable to control his internal energy. The silver needles entered the acupoints, and Wei Yuan's hands seemed to become shadows, striking randomly on Hanuman's body. Only top-tier masters would know that Wei Yuan targeted Hanuman's vital points with each strike, though the force was light and insufficient to harm a top master like Hanuman. The sheer number of strikes was overwhelming. Each vital point was struck at least 100 times. Hanuman knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. He could hardly believe that this top master, so close to the peak, would be defeated by a useless playboy young master, the object of ridicule for all. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Wei Yuan's hands could no longer withstand the continuous impacts, fracturing in over a dozen places. Lung Xiaoshuang understood that Wei Yuan had hidden his strength, so she was the first to react. As Wei Yuan's bones fractured, she dashed over, severing Hanuman's leg tendons with her sword and carrying Wei Yuan back several meters. At that moment, Wei Yuan's body had over 20 broken bones, and his upper body was nearly entirely dislocated. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, he smiled faintly at Lung Xiaoshuang. Damn it. Did you really think this young master is a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Saying this, Wei Yuan's body began to squirm like a caterpillar, dislocated bones realigning and broken bones setting. Wei Yuan weakly stood up and shouted, I want Hanuman and Yang Lianjinjiao alive. Kill everyone else. Leave not a single one. After speaking, Wei Yuan gave Lung Xiaoshuang a kiss. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. You can't change a dog-ass nature. Even when severely injured, he still thinks of women. But no one knew that at the moment Wei Yuan kissed her cheek, he whispered something in her ear. The battle resumed, and with Wang Xuanzi and the 18 riders of the demon joining in, the odds had completely shifted in their favor. Young Lian Xinjia, covered in wounds and suffering from severe internal injuries, jumped into a pile of corpses filled with coffins, pulling out a small black flag. Angry Vidra, heed my command. Before Yang Lianjinjia could finish, his entire arm was severed. Lung Qiushuang, who had long been prepared, tossed the severed arm to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan drew the black flag. Angry Vidra, heed my command, kill all the monks. Among the corpses, the mingled living beings walked out with murky eyes, charging toward the group of monks. Wei Yuan played with the black flag in his hand and smiled at Yang Lianjinjia. These guys are meant to be trained as top death warriors, similar to Tuba, Hanuman's defective products. They have no thoughts, recognize no one, only their tokens, right? Now, they bear the Wei surname. Damn Wei Yuan. The one-armed Yang Lianjinjia glared fiercely at Wei Yuan. You hid so deeply, deceiving the entire nation. Even Zhu Sibao, who grew up with you, was fooled. If I didn't hide my talents, how could I trick a bunch of bastards like you? Wei Yuan waved his hand. You heir. Chop off all his limbs and take him back to the Wei residence with Hanuman. Lu Tzu and Xiao and 13 team leaders approached with strange expressions. Wei, Lord Wei, about this matter, I commanded it. Hanuman is the one you killed. Each of you will receive 1,000 taels of gold in addition to the court's bounty. Any problems? Everyone understood that Wei Yuan was using merit and gold to buy their silence. Chapter 46. Did they dig up my ancestors' grave? Without top experts like Yang Lianjinjia and Hanuman, the remaining 100 demon monks were all defeated, with over 30 captured alive. Wei Yuan said to the 18 riders of the heavenly demons, kill them all. The constables wanted to intervene, but were afraid of the notorious reputation of the 18 riders. Old Stone hesitated and stepped forward. Adoptive father, the bounty for capturing alive at the 6 doors is much higher than for dead bodies. What you're doing will cause some resentment among the brothers. Wei Yuan lightly patted Old Stone's shoulder. Can you guess why those female practitioners are willing to be handled by them? Because they've been brainwashed. Then let me ask you a question. Back when you committed burglary and found a tael of gold and a tael of silver, which one would you choose? Gold. Old Stone answered, then suddenly changed his mind. No, I do choose chicken feathers too. I want them all. Old Stone realized, since they could be brainwashed into devotion, they will certainly be willing to pay. Got it. Then go ahead. Old Stone, like a dog, lay down and began searching in the circular hall. Old Stone, have you gone mad? Acting like a dog? You understand chicken feathers. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Lianjinjia's goal is to establish a sect, recruit disciples, and then strike back at Tubo. What do they need for that? Money. What the hell? Are you saying there's a treasure vault? Absolutely. All the constables, upon hearing about money, rushed to join the search for mechanisms. Soon, a constable pointed at the wall in front of him. It's empty behind this. But we Haven T found a mechanism to open it. Wei Yuan exchanged glances with Jiang Yuer, who shook his head. Young master, are your eyes not feeling well? I meant for you to break down the door. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why blink? I don't understand eyelid language. Jiang Yuer casually picked up a coffin and smashed it hard against the rock wall. Boom! The coffin shattered, and cracks appeared in the rock wall. Jiang Yuer picked up a second coffin. After smashing 5 coffins in a row, the thick rock wall finally broke apart. As the wall crumbled, a dazzling array of jewels and gold appeared. The crowd stood at the entrance, illuminated by the oil lamps, and could see piles of gold, silver, jewels, and other valuable items. We're rich, we're rich. Old Stone excitedly ran to Wei Yuan's side. Adoptive father, let us secretly take 20% and turn in the rest to the court. Why take out 20%? Isn't it better to split it all? What? Split it all? The 6 doors have done their fair share of looting, and it's their favorite job. Stealing a little from the accounts, giving the big portion to the officials. They all get to sip some soup. This has already become a well-known, unspoken rule. But they never expected Wei Yuan to be so bold as to greedily take it all. Wei Yuan glanced at the treasure vault. The gold, silver, and jewels combined could be worth over 20,000 taels of silver. The brothers have worked hard this time, so I want to take a single penny. We'll send part of it to the families of the sacrificed brothers, and the rest will be distributed according to their performance in this mission, and given to the filial piety to handle. What the hell, adoptive father, did I hear wrong? You really want to take a single penny? Of course not. Wei Yuan took 2 steps back, and a group of constables rushed forward. Captain L, I killed 10. I killed 12. Wu Min hesitated and ran over to kneel in front of Wei Yuan. Young master, I misunderstood you earlier, whether to kill or to maim. Wei Yuan casually waved his hand. My reputation is bad. Being misunderstood is normal. I pardon you. Wu Min seemed to have made a decision and bowed to Wei Yuan 3 times. Young master, I'm willing to follow you. Although I have no skills, I can shield you from arrows and die for you. Please take me in. It's dangerous around me. It's not suitable for an ordinary person like you. So you should go and take a share of the money and go home to live your life. Lung Qiushuang came over to help him, but Wei Yuan shook his head. It's fine, just a fracture. I get used to frequent fractures when Jiang Yuer massages me. As the two left, Wu Min, kneeling on the ground, clenched his fists tightly, while Old Stone placed 20 taels of silver in front of him. Kid, what the adoptive father said is right. Don't be fooled by his high position. There are dangers everywhere around him. You're just an ordinary farmer. Following him will definitely lead to a quick death. Take the money home, enjoy a warm bed with your wife and kids, and be happy. No, I must repay the young master. I Wu Min swear I will repay this life I owe him. This kid doesn't listen to advice. Old Stone shook his head helplessly and ran back into the treasure vault with shining eyes. Wei Yuan couldn't have imagined that his act of kindness today would lead to him having a loyal follower in the future, a historic general ranked among the martial deities. On the other side, Gong Sunjin used lip language to say to Wei Yuan, Young master, you should have taken a share of the silver. Money is very useful to you. Who doesn't need money? Wei Yuan smiled and replied softly, with this incident, they have some leverage over me, making it very convenient for whatever we do in the future. Moreover, we have already obtained the most valuable items, so there is no need to compete with them for this money. The most precious items? Wei Yuan took out a black flag. The so-called angry chariots of the Vajra are based on faith and psychological suggestion, cultivated to become thoughtless dead soldiers. As outsiders, they want to practice, but their physical strength alone can cause great trouble for the Wei family army. This shows just how strong they are. Their bodies soaked in potions enhance their strength while numbing their pain nerves. Coupled with the body-refining methods of the Holy Buddha Palace, they are almost invulnerable to blades and bullets. They are born to be excellent banner bearers. The banner. Gong Sunjin understood immediately. The so-called banner represents the military flag, a symbol of a military's faith and goals. In battle, if the banner falls, it signifies that the commander has given up resistance or has died, leading to the demoralization and collapse of the entire army. Therefore, the banner bearers are the elite of the elite in the army, protecting the banner while also guarding the commander in the central position. Gong Sunjin glanced at the more than 100 angry chariots of the Vajra, standing still, not afraid of death, without pain. They are indeed the best banner bearers. Adoptive father, I found something. Old Stone ran over holding his skull, bouncing with excitement. Wei Yuan curiously looked at the skull in Old Stone's hand. It was only half a skull, shaped like a wine bowl, with silver edging and inlaid with various precious gems. Is this a skull cup? The skull cup symbolizes military achievements for various ethnic minorities. There are records both domestically and internationally that turning the heads of defeated generals into wine cups is a way for the victors to showcase their accomplishments. I think it's called a Gabala bowl. It was discovered in the treasure room, and there is a stone tablet beside it recording its origins. Old Stone paused, looking at Wei Yuan. It says here that this bull-esque skull belonged to Wei Qing. What? Wei Qing? They turned my ancestor's head into a wine bowl? Wei Yuan looked at the Red Moon 9 dragon plate in Wang Xuanz's hand. According to the family genealogy, during the early founding of the previous dynasty, when Tubo invaded, Wei Qing, the ancestor of the Wei family, held this spear and defeated Tubo completely, driving them all the way to their capital, forcing them to submit and becoming a vassal for an entire dynasty. Wei Yuan kicked at the armless Yang Lian Jinjia. Damn it, they dug up my ancestor's grave and turned my ancestor's skull into a wine bowl. As a noble master, how could I do such disgusting things as digging graves? These two things were given to me by others. No need to ask. It must have been done by the Wang family. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu handed the finished report to Wei Yuan. Boss, is this how you want it written? After you nod, I'll send it out for the brothers to review to avoid anyone with ulterior motives splitting up and interrogating, exposing the flaws. Wei Yuan took a glance, finding it basically consistent with the facts, only adding his own sharp instincts and wise command throughout the process, as well as the fact that the demon monks were all die-hard warriors who fought desperately until they were all annihilated without leaving any survivors. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Remember to tell the brothers again, if anyone inquires, just say that someone is using my banner to swindle, which is why I led the team to catch them and accidentally ran into Yang Lianjinjia. Throughout the whole process, I was just watching the show, with Lu Tsunxiao commanding the scene, and later I will threaten you to write down my contributions. After the two brothers Zhang Long and Zhao Hu nodded in agreement, they hesitated and said to Wei Yuan, "Boss, after spending these days with us, we found that you're really not that bad, not as terrible as the outside world claims. Why don't you take this opportunity to clear your name?" Wei Yuan looked at the two brothers, smilingly joked, "A dandy doesn't mean I have no friends. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, shame, and courage. I only occupy the character of righteousness. So from now on, treat this son well. If you can't get along, look for the reasons within yourselves." After the two left, Lung Xiaoshuang, who was supporting Wei Yuan, gently said, "Brother Wei Yuan, I'm also curious why you don't take the credit for yourself." Wei Yuan lightly brushed Lung Xiaoshuang's high nose with his hand. "Nanzhao wants me to be the deputy commander to stir up the waters of the Six Doors, and then wash it clean again, allowing it to bear the surname Nan once more. Therefore, only by making my subordinates resent me can he achieve his desired political correctness." Lung Xiaoshuang listened, only half understanding, and Wei Yuan continued to explain. In this world, emperors can generally be divided into three types: enlightened rulers, tyrants, and foolish rulers. What type does Emperor Nanzhao belong to? He is a mix of the three. He is ruthless and cruel, but wants to be an enlightened ruler. Unfortunately, he is foolish and incompetent, jealous, suspicious, and extraordinarily arrogant. Many times, his little schemes are well understood by those aristocratic families. They are merely cooperating with him to put on a show. Lung Xiaoshuang suddenly realized. In short, Emperor Nanzhao wants it all, but unfortunately lacks the ability. Chapter 47. The Battle of Grandfather and Grandson in the Imperial Palace, the Study. The old eunuch read the report for Emperor Nanzhao as he reviewed memorials. Emperor Nanzhao put down his pen, his expression cold as he said, "Yang Lianjinjia is hiding right under my nose? What is the intelligence department doing?" "Your Majesty, the old servant believes that Yang Lianjinjia, being an outsider, could settle in the outskirts of the capital without a sound. Must have someone inside helping him." Emperor Nanzhao nodded. "Moreover, the other party's power is not small. It is estimated to be one of those noble families. By the way, Your Majesty, the old servant has learned that the ancestor of the Wei family, Wei Qing's spear and skull, were found in Qingfeng Temple. Digging up graves? Could it be related to the Wang family?" The old servant dares not speak recklessly. Emperor Nanzhao lightly tapped the dragon desk. "The Wang family is developing too quickly. With that comes swelling ambition. It seems it's time to suppress them a bit." As the old eunuch finished reading the report, a faint smile appeared on Emperor Nanzhao's lips. Wei Yuan, with his keen sense, has investigated the whereabouts of Yang Lianjinjia and led a team to encircle him, showing brilliant command during the process. "Reporting to Your Majesty. The old servant has heard the whispers from the Six Doors. They privately discuss that Wei Yuan, to please the princess, has begun to care about his reputation, which is why he went to Wujia Slope to capture corrupt officials acting in his name. As for Yang Lianjinjia, that was merely a coincidence, and he was just watching the show during the capture. All the command was given by LV Chunxiao." Emperor Nanzhao seemed to have anticipated this and chuckled. "You Wei Yuan are incorrigible, wasted in both civil and military matters. If he could command a pig, it could climb a tree. But I have to say, although he is useless, at least he has some redeeming qualities, like his luck. He captured young Lianjinjia right after taking office. He is indeed a blessed general for me." Emperor Nanzhao instructed the old eunuch, "Draft an edict. For this encirclement of young Lianjinjia, Wei Yuan is to be rewarded with 3,000 taels of gold, 30,000 taels of silver, and granted a barren title, which cannot be changed. Others participating in the encirclement will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. The old eunuch wrote it down, waiting for Emperor Nanzhao to continue. But after a long pause, he looked up in confusion. Your Majesty, isn't the reward for the others too little? And isn't Wei Yuan's reward too much? How did the previous dynasty's Qi Jianwang, Duke of Wei's family, die? At the hands of the treacherous minister Qiao Huai. Emperor Nanzhao shook his head. Is Wang Shouhe treacherous or loyal? The old servant does not understand politics, but it is rumored that he is a treacherous minister. I know he is a treacherous minister, yet I still allow him to deal with the Wei family. Do you know why? The old servant is dull and does not know. Wei Buiyue's accomplishments overshadow the emperor. His reputation among the people of the Great Wei even surpasses mine. The Wei family army of 300,000 guarding the border is a thorn in my heart. Emperor Nanzhao slammed his palm on the dragon desk. Unfortunately, the whole affair has exceeded my control. The Great Wei dynasty faces both internal and external troubles, and I have no choice but to support the Wei family. Now I need to cultivate a treacherous minister again, and that is Wei Yuan. With his help, I will eliminate dissenters for me, and at that time, the noble families will fight with the Wei family while I sit back and watch the tigers fight. The old eunuch knelt on the ground, kowtowing in praise. Your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess can be called a timeless emperor. Emperor Nanzhao stood with one hand behind him, the other reaching out as if to grasp the moon outside the window. I, Nanzhao, in the depths of the palace, sit steadily in the nine-dragon chair, holding the world in my hands. In the Duke of Wei's residence, the newly renovated ancestral hall, Wei Buiyue carefully placed the skull at the top of the spirit tablet beside Wei Qing. To Wei Yuan, who was playing with the Red Moon 9 dragon plate, he said, "This spear is sharp. It is not something you, a child, can play with. The other angry Vajra, you are too young to handle. Give it to Grandpa. My spoils of war I won't give them." Wei Buiyue glared at Wei Yuan, puffing out his beard. The Red Moon 9 dragon plate can accompany the ancestors underground or be wielded by the descendants of the Wei family to slay enemies and drink blood. But it absolutely cannot be seized as spoils of war. At least while I am alive, I do not want to see it. Wei Yuan hid behind Jiang Yuer and Lung Xiushuang, poking his head out at Wei Buiyue. I have the ability to protect myself, so I won't give it to you. You little brat. I speak kindly to you, yet you don't listen. Are you forcing me to beat you up? Wei Buiyue rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move, but was stopped by Mu Qinqiu. Brother, don't be agitated. Yuan is now a high official. Beating a court official is a bit unreasonable. You know nothing. I want that Red Moon 9 dragon plate too. After Wei Buiyue finished speaking, he pointed at Wei Yuan. If that's the case, old man will let you know, you little brat are not worthy of holding it. Grandpa doesn't need cultivation, just relying on marksmanship. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I won't want the Red Moon 9 dragon plate. All right. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement and said to Shishun, "Go to the training room and bring 2 spears." After a cup of tea's time, Shishun brought back 2 spears without spearheads, one of which had its front wrapped multiple times in cotton cloth by Shishun. You think I will get beaten? Wei Yuan casually tossed the unwrapped spear shaft to Wei Buiyue. On my spear, 3 feet of sharpness, you with your old arms and legs. Better not be hurt by my spear's sharpness. Wei Buiyue's old face froze, looking at Mu Qinqiu. Did I hear wrong? This little brat actually dared to show off. Wei Buiyue pointed at Wei Yuan. You little brat, you have guts. Today, I will let you know that my Great Wei's first spear is not just a name. Wei Yuan told Wang Xuanzi, Shishun, and the other servants, "You all go out. And remember to close the door. Do not eavesdrop." Everyone knew that Wei Yuan would be beaten badly. As he was now a deputy commander and had to maintain some face, he didn't want them to see. After clearing the area, Wei Yuan took the lead and aimed the spear at Wei Buiyue. White Snake spits venom, stabbing the Liang King. You little brat, you dare to use the Wei family spear against me. Wei Buiyue laughed and scolded, using the same move as Wei Yuan. White Snake spits venom, stabbing the Liang King. Wei Yuan and Wei Buiyue brushed past each other, and Wei Yuan suddenly twisted his waist, executing a return horse spear. Embraced the moon and slashed down. Wei Buiyue easily deflected it, gently stroking his graying beard, with a face full of contentment. You little brat. This marksmanship must have been honed for at least 15 years to reach this level. I didn't expect you to secretly practice my Wei family spear. Collapse the foot and shift the tail. Skilled woman threads the needle to the chest. The Wei family spear has a total of 81 techniques, containing the essence of various schools of spear techniques, including thrusts, points, sweeps, lifts, digs, drags, and presses. Every move is lethal, with no flashy tricks. But these practical moves, when executed by Wei Yuan, retained their power and were a visual delight, like a passionate, blood-filled dance. After 50 exchanges, Wei Buiyue's face began to lose composure. From the initial disdain to the later casual treatment, he had not gained any advantage in the duel. Damn it, this little brat is quite something. Wei Buiyue was now serious, swinging his spear towards Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan blocked with his spear, and at the moment they brushed past each other, he shouted, "Mountain falls, coiled dragon lies down." Wei Buiyue almost instinctively blocked his spear to the left, but he never expected that Wei Yuan would attack his right side with the tail of the spear. With a crisp sound, the spear's tail lightly slapped Wei Buiyue's face. "You clearly used the green dragon's tail, yet you called it the wrong name." Wei Yuan shrugged. "Grandpa, fighting all your life. Haven't you heard that warfare is about deception, and one must not shy away from trickery? Stop spouting nonsense. Who would have thought that my own grandson could play this trick on me? A lion fights a rabbit, and also uses full strength. So, Grandpa, you committed a major taboo in military strategy. Perhaps my father and brothers also committed a major taboo by trusting those they believed to be trustworthy, which is why they fell in battle." Chapter 48. Grandson teaches Grandpa. Wei Buiyue touched his freshly slapped old face and looked at Mu Qianxiu. "Did that turtle grandson just slap me?" Mu Qianxiu nodded in disbelief. "Yes, and it was a direct confrontation. Did that turtle grandson also show off?" "Yes, and he even pretended to be." "Did that turtle grandson also educate me?" "Yes, and you can't refute it." Wei Buiyue's old face turned red with anger. "Damn it. Since the Wei family was harmed by treacherous officials in the previous dynasty, the day I went up the mountain to become a bandit, no one in this world could surpass me in marksmanship. Today I've been slapped by you, turtle grandson, and now I have to show my true skills." Wei Buiyue twirled his gun, creating beautiful gunflowers. "You little brat. This is the marksmanship I comprehended when I faced the first bachelor of the Xiongnu after losing my son and grandson. Today, I will teach you a lesson and pass it on to you." Bachelor? Wei Yuan knew that bachelor meant warrior in Manchu, which, like Xiongnu language, belongs to the Altaic language family. "Grandson, Grandpa is going to make a move." The lone smoke rises straight from the desert wolf peak. Iron cavalry crushes the Xiongnu corpses. After hearing these scolding words that couldn't be refuted, Wei Buiyue thrust his gun forward. There was no infusion of energy, but it was as if this seemingly ordinary shot was like the wind, non-existent yet palpable. Entering the sacred with the gun? It seems I underestimated this old man before. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood that Wei Buiyue's mindset had elevated due to seeking revenge for his descendants. And now he was just a step away from entering the highest realm of martial arts. "Old man, your grandson will help you take that step." Wei Yuan thought silently, originally deciding to hide, but the decision changed to just getting beaten up by the old man if necessary. Wei Yuan lowered his head, and when he raised it again, a tremendous killing intent and violent dominance erupted from his body. It was as if he had long resided at the top, soaring like a divine dragon in the 9 heavens, instilling fear and reverence in others, making them unable to look directly at him. With the power to pull mountains and rivers, I am the overlord of the West Chu. Wei Yuan used a silver needle to puncture acupoints, unleashing the potential of his body. Then, with a thrust of his gun, the bamboo stick in his hand transformed into a crimson golden dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged toward Wei Buiyue. Crack! Wei Buiyue's gun shattered upon contact. He could dodge, but he didn't. Instead, he braced himself against this shot with his old body. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the Wei family's spirit tablets toppled over. Wei Yuan, already injured, knelt on one knee, spitting out blood. Wei Buiyue stood straight in place, not a single hair out of place. The doors of the ancestral hall were pushed open. An Wang Xuanzi led the heavenly demon 18 riders and numerous guards rushing in. Master Wei, what happened? Wei Buyue's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. It's nothing. Everyone go out. Wang Xuanzi glanced at Wei Yuan, who was kneeling and spitting blood. Master Wei is serious this time, actually educating the heir like this. Wang Xuanzi wanted to advise, but didn't dare to, so he could only perform military etiquette and lead his men out of the ancestral hall. You turtle grandson's marksmanship actually surpasses mine. Wei Buyue trembled all over. As long as I can comprehend the marksmanship that you just displayed, I can take the final step. Turtle grandson, tell Grandpa the truth. Who taught you this set of marksmanship? A beggar didn't pay after a visit, using a book of marksmanship to settle the debt. It seems to be someone from a long, long time ago, called the Overlord Xiangyu, bringing in 2 great masters from the brothel and getting a top-tier marksmanship book. How come all your opportunities are in the brothel? Wei Buyue exchanged glances with Mu Qianxiu. The latter hesitated and said, Old brother, why don't we also visit a brothel? Get lost. Suddenly, Wei Buyue thought of something and yanked the half-kneeling Wei Yuan up. Who knows that you can use a gun? This matter must be kept confidential. Qi is easy to cultivate, but the realm is hard to elevate. Although you have no cultivation, you have reached the realm of entering the sacred. If nothing unexpected happens, in 30 years, you will definitely reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Do you know what a martial sage means to a dynasty? Nuclear bomb. Huh? What bomb? It's brothel terminology, meaning it's very important. Don't you dare use such lowly terminology with me again. Wei Buyue's expression was serious as he said, This matter concerns your life. Honestly tell me, who knows you can use marksmanship? You and her or she. I used it for the first time. I am your grandpa. I won't harm you. As for you, Wei Buyue glanced at Jiang Yue, who was gnawing on a roast pig, and directly skipped her, looking at Long Qiushuang. The latter quickly said, I am Wei Yuan's wife. We're family. Wei Buyue nodded and then looked at Mu Qianxiu. What do you want to do? Old brother. I am your sworn brother and also family. Cough cough, Wei Buyue awkwardly coughed twice. Only family knows this, turtle grandson. Remember, unless absolutely necessary. You must never use this set of marksmanship, or you will become the target of everyone. Even I cannot protect you. After finishing, Wei Buyue picked up the Red Moon 9 Dragon Plate. Tomorrow night, at the 3rd watch, in the practice room, if you learn this, I will give you the gun. Furthermore, whatever you do in the future, Grandpa will support you. Now get lost. Untrustworthy old bastard. Wei Yuan muttered softly and looked at Long Qiushuang. What are you still doing? Carry me back to my room. Can't you see this young master can't move? Oh. Long Qiushuang hurriedly ran over to pick up Wei Yuan and walked out of the ancestral hall. As Wei Yuan left, Wei Buyue knelt in front of the tilted spirit tablets, crying tears of joy. May our ancestors have spirits in heaven. The Wei family has produced a Qilin child. My grandson Wei Yuan has the talent of a martial sage. Mu Qianxiu worriedly said, Old brother, did you sense the aura that Yuan just released? Wei Buyue wiped his tears. Of course, I understood from his aura that this turtle grandson is unwilling to be beneath others. But you swore in front of the late emperor that the Wei family would never rebel. You have never violated your oath and your friendship with the late emperor. Wei Buyue smiled and asked Mu Qianxiu in return, Who is this turtle grandson's wife? Lung Xiu is Nanji. If their 2 children find a suitable match and change their surname to Nan, what's wrong with sitting on the throne of the Great Wei? Upon saying this, Wei Buyue proudly said, Even if he doesn't become emperor, let the turtle grandson be the grand emperor. So I haven't violated my oath. I can casually support that turtle grandson. Mu Qianxiu shook his head and sighed. Forget it. That Nan Zhao is half muddled and half brutal, incompetent and arrogant. Look at how he governs this world. It's time for him to abdicate and make way for the capable. In the room, Lung Qiushuang was serving Wei Yuan with a medicinal bath. I really didn't expect you to surpass the first gun of the Great Wei in marksmanship. Wei Yuan, why do you look so troubled? Is there something unhappy bothering you? Wei Yuan nodded helplessly. Grandpa is entering the sacred, and his lifespan will increase. With his stubborn loyalty to the Great Wei, he will probably stop me in the future, but family ties prevent me from not helping him. What to do then? Wei Yuan smiled bitterly. There's no solution. We can only take one step at a time. As they spoke, there was a knock at the door. Young master. Shopkeeper Shun requests an audience. Huh? Why is he here in the middle of the night? Did something happen to Yucha? Chapter 49. Song Nayun's devotion after Lung Xiaoshuang retreated behind the screen. The door opened, and Shen Wanson walked in. Young master, you have such a refined interest. Taking a bath in the middle of the night. Let's get straight to the point. Just speak plainly. Shen Wanson nodded. It's like this, Wang Tung has gone missing, and Wang Mao is likely to inherit the family head position. However, he has ruined the investment of the Wang family's significant funds in Qingqi Yayuan. So he wants to recover the money through other means to regain the family head's attention. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. So he has set his sights on Yucha? The young master is indeed astute. Shen Wanson nodded. Wang Mao has kidnapped Zhang Wanfu's wife and children and is threatening him for a larger share of the profits. He plans to use the Wang family's name to guarantee recruiting people, conservatively estimating that he can bring in 5 million taels. Are you sure that Zhang Wanfu won't turn against you for the sake of his wife and children? He definitely won't. His wife is rented from a brothel back in the hometown, and the child was picked up from a refugee pile on the way. Their lives have nothing to do with Zhang Wanfu. It doesn't matter if the Wang family gets buried. Just go ahead with confidence. Also, let me see the accounts from these days. Shen Wansan quickly took out the account book from his left sleeve, holding it with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan just glanced at it and slammed the account book hard on Shen Wansan's face. Do you really think I'm just some clueless wastrel? You think I wouldn't have people keeping watch at the shop in trance to record everything? Shen Wansan quickly smiled apologetically. Young master, I mistakenly took the wrong account book. This one is the real one. Shen Wansan took out another account book from his right sleeve and handed it over. Wei Yuan only looked at the total and saw that they had already raised over 38 million taels. Wei Yuan tossed the account book back to Shen Wansan. I didn't expect to raise this much money. It's far beyond my expectations. This is too big. The court must have noticed it. The plan has changed. What was supposed to be 10 days has now been shortened to tomorrow. Shen Wansan nodded. Don't worry, young master. I will arrange everything properly. Also, I have exchanged the money into treasures and antiques in batches at various pawn shops in Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, and washed it through several major gambling houses. The money is now legitimate and deposited in Yongfeng Qinzhuang. Well done, you can leave now. After Shen Wansan left, Lung Xiaoshuang walked out from behind the screen. Young master, what have you done? It's several tens of millions of taels. I, as the head of the Wuxing sect, have been a killer for decades and haven't earned even a fraction of that. What I'm doing is not illegal now. But after tomorrow, it will be listed under the Great Wei's criminal law. By the way, ask your sister to help find out where Shen Wansan is hiding his money and people. This guy is keeping a hand against me. His counter-surveillance ability is very strong. My scouts from the Wei family have been tracking him for several days with no results. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he embraced Lung Xiaoshuang and kissed her. I've exhausted myself too much today, so you should go back to your room. Let a few older women come to serve me in the medicinal bath. You're too beautiful, and I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Lung Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. She lightly scolded him, then shyly left. The next morning, after Wei Yuan had taken a second medicinal bath, his exhausted body had recovered more than half. He picked up a large python needle and walked into the Wei family's water prison. Facing the guards Yang Lian, Jinjia, and Wang Xuanzi of Hanuman, he waved his hand. I want to interrogate them. You all can leave. I'm really sorry, young master. Lord Wei has ordered that these two are too dangerous, and no one is allowed to approach them except him. Does what I say not matter? Wei Yuan raised his sword-like eyebrows. You are come out and fight. Don't, young master, we'll leave right now. Wang Xuanzi quickly led his men away and rushed to the training room of Wei Buyue. At this time, Wei Buyue was dressed in battle attire, holding a spear and fighting against Mu Qianqiu. Damn it, this tyrant's spear is too difficult. I've been immersed in spear techniques for years, yet I can't comprehend it. Lord Wei, the young master just broke into the water prison and forced us to leave. Without thinking, Wei Buyue replied directly. He can do whatever he wants in the future. You don't need to report to me. Lord Wei, the young master has become much stronger lately, especially at Qingfeng Temple, where he used close combat, grappling techniques. I think you shouldn't completely give up on him. The young master still has hope. To hell with that. What I mean is, let him mess around as he pleases in the future. You don't need to report to me. Just support that turtle grandson. Wang Xuanzi was left dumbfounded. How my ass get lost? Can't you see I'm busy? Meanwhile, in the water prison, Wei Yuan sat cross-legged in front of Hanuman, his skin severely burned, but he didn't take care, continuously drawing qi into his body, then refining it and expelling the impurities and turbid air. Yang Lian, Jinjiao looked at his beloved disciple, who had worked hard for many years to make a wedding dress for Wei Yuan, his face filled with rage. Wei Yuan, as a messenger of the Buddha, I curse you to go into madness, shatter your meridians, and die a miserable death. Damn it, you wash people's brains every day. Do you really believe in it yourself? I don't know if there are gods or Buddhas in this world. Anyway, if they really existed, the poor common people wouldn't even be able to step through the doors of the temples. After cursing, Wei Yuan stood up, and the dry skin from his burns cracked and bled red blood due to his movement. Wei Yuan didn't take care, continuing to use the long python needle to pierce into Hanuman's dantian, drawing the qi into his body and refining it. After an entire day, Hanuman's cultivation was completely gone, becoming an ordinary person covered in hair, with immense strength. Wei Yuan showed no hesitation, drawing out the imperial sword and beheading Hanuman, who gritted his teeth and glared at him. Looking at Yang Lian, Jinjia, today my body is already saturated, so don't worry, I will absorb you tomorrow. Returning to his room, Lung Xiushuang saw Wei Yuan, covered in burns, and tears fell from her eyes in distress. Young master, I can protect you. Why do you have to go to such lengths? I wasted 20 years. If I want to catch up, I need to pay 100 times the price of ordinary people. Wei Yuan immersed himself in the medicinal bath for burns and said to Lung Xiushuang, who was serving him, I found your swordsmanship quite remarkable during the battle with Yang Lian. Who taught you? Wuxing Laomu. It's called the Ji Shui sword technique. Since I'm soaking in the medicinal bath and have nothing to do, demonstrate it for me. Lung Xiushuang didn't think much of it, patted her waist, and the soft sword flew out, beginning to dance in front of Wei Yuan. The sword body was as soft as silk, bending like a hook with force, producing a clear sound, specifically targeting the enemy's weak points. Even if armored, it could find the weak spots, making it a top-notch weapon for assassination. As Wei Yuan commented, he suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lung Xiushuang halted her sword dance, looking at Wei Yuan in confusion. I don't understand the name of your sword technique, but I can see that there's a slight awkwardness here. Normally, there should be a feint to deceive the defense, followed by a thrust. Following Wei Yuan's suggestions, Lung Xiushuang made adjustments, and indeed the sword moves became smoother. Seeing a hint of confusion appear on Lung Xiushuang's beautiful face, Wei Yuan smiled and said, Do you know that the raccoon under the tree teaches the tiger, leaving a way to climb the tree? Wuxing Laomu left a flaw when teaching you this sword technique, precisely to guard against you in the future turning against her. She could strike you down here. By the way, what weapon does that old woman use? Lung Xiushuang quickly replied, It's also a sword. Wei Yuan, soaking in the medicinal bath, closed his eyes, and two figures wielding swords flashed through his mind. According to my calculations, when you use this flawed move, she should use the falling star to intercept. Then dragon turns back to pierce your back. Remember what I said today. If you fight her, continue using feints. When she uses the falling star, you use chasing the wind and catching the moon to slash her throat. She will block with her sword. At that moment, you kick her below. That's it for today. If I say too much, you won't remember anyway. First, practice this counter tactic well. Lung Xiushuang looked at Wei Yuan with eyes full of admiration, nodded, and quickly ran to the training room with her sword. Before Wei Yuan could finish his medicinal bath, he was pulled out of the tub by Wei Buya, completely naked. After demonstrating the Overlord spear to his grandfather in the training room, Wei Yuan recalled that upon first seeing the Overlord spear, he thought it was very tall, like an eagle soaring in the sky, unattainable. It wasn't until he understood it a little that he realized the Overlord spear was like the sun and moon in the sky, and an eagle could bend its bow and shoot, but how could the sun and moon be shot down? Wei Buya lay on the floor of the training room, while Mu Qianxiu was giving him acupuncture and massage to relieve the muscle strain from practicing the spear technique earlier. Grandson, who do you say Xiang Yu is? I've never heard of such a master in the martial world. The book says he was the leader of a rebel army. That should be from the dynasty before the last one, since the last dynasty took the territory from foreign invaders. Before that, there was the turmoil of the 5 barbarians, which exterminated most of the Han people and burned books to sever inheritance. Although the last dynasty started to remedy it, there are still many gaps in the history before that, and it's normal to have historical figures we don't know about. After sighing, Wei Buya asked Wei Yuan, "Did Xiang Yu ultimately succeed in his uprising?" He overthrew the tyranny, but was defeated by another rebel army, forced to commit suicide at the Wu River. What a great overlord Xiang Yu, a hero. Wait a minute. Wei Buya suddenly thought of something and looked up at Wei Yuan, the king of the rebel army. Isn't that just a general leading troops in a battle? Wei Yuan nodded meaningfully. Exactly. They claim to be kings, but no general in this life can compare to him. Nonsense. Although he was a king of Chu, my Wei Guogong is not inferior. Wei Buya sprang up like a fish, pulling Mu Qinxiu. Keep practicing, I don't believe it. Who can outshine me? Wei Buya. Mu Qinxiu looked aggrieved. Stop messing around. I've already accompanied you all day. I need to rest at my age. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't practice with me, I'll hit you. Wei Yuan laughed as he left the training room. In his previous life, he was proficient in various spear techniques, such as the Yu family spear and Zhao family spear, all of which could greatly benefit Wei Buya and help him reach that final step. Yet he chose the Overlord spear precisely because of Wei Buyue's innate competitiveness, his relentless spirit, and his domineering attitude that resonated with the spirit of the Overlord of Chu. After returning to his room, Wei Yuan soaked in the medicinal bath and slept through the night. The next day, he was awakened by Shishan, discovering his skin had become pruny. "Young master, Miss Song wants to see you. Let her in." Wei Yuan didn't think much of it. And soon Song Naiyun walked in alone, her eyes red and swollen. "Taya, commoners should address nobles as my lord. If there's a next time, according to the laws of our great Wei, you will receive 20 lashes." While Wei Yuan was getting dressed under the service of an elder woman, he didn't even look at her and coldly said, "Only Hong Chan has the right to call me by my childhood name. You are not worthy." Song Naiyun cried out loud, kneeling on the ground and taking off her clothes piece by piece. Soon, she was kneeling naked in front of Wei Yuan. "Wei Yuan, you have always coveted my body. Today, I give her to you. I beg you, save my Song family." Chapter 50. Disgusted by your filth, Wei Yuan, brother. "Shishuan said you were looking for me?" Just then, the door opened, and Lung Qiushuang hurried in. "Huh? Who is this woman?" Wei Yuan said indifferently. "An annoying woman who is eager to offer herself to me. But unfortunately, this son will not touch her, because she is filthy." Song Naiyun's heart ached. Once, Wei Yuan was obedient to her, allowing her to use his name to stand on equal footing with the young masters and ladies of the capital's noble families. But after Wei Yuan broke off their engagement, she thought that without relying on Wei Yuan, she could use the child in her womb to make Wang Tong take care of her and the Song family. As a result, Wang Tong was badly tricked by Wei Yuan and fled in fear of punishment, disappearing without a trace. Former close friends cut ties with her one after another, and all the daughters and sons of prominent families looked at her as if she were a country bumpkin. Some ignored her completely, while others simply refused to see her. Her father, recommended by Wang Mao, thought that Yucha was a way to turn things around, borrowing from relatives and friends, even investing their coffin money. But the result was that early this morning, the shopkeeper of Yucha died, and all the money vanished. Song Qingkong was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood and was now lying at home without money to buy medicine. In her mind, as long as she took off her clothes, Wei Yuan would surely rush to hold her. Even if they couldn't restore their engagement, she could at least get Wei Yuan to pay for her father's medical treatment and squeeze back into the aristocratic circle. But she never expected that Wei Yuan would have such a breathtakingly beautiful woman by his side. Compared to her, she felt she was less beautiful, less curvy, and less fair. In short, she was inferior in every way, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The ancients were not wrong. Confucius said, "The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a pig." Dressed in a bright red Qilin robe, Wei Yuan walked step by step to Song Naiyun, holding Lung Qiushuang's slender waist, looking down at her from a high position. In his eyes, there was no longer any love or guilt, only ridicule and disdain. Are you short of money? Song Nayun slightly nodded. Can I borrow some? My brother still needs to study, and my father is seriously ill. Please, for the sake of our past relationship, lend me a little money. A sick father, a studying brother, a broken family. This is the standard configuration of a courtesan. Wei Yuan smiled and said, I'll give you two options. First, go to my Tianshang Renjian, and with the identity of the son's former fiancé, you can barely be a courtesan. Second, go to the Wang family with your belly showing. Perhaps the prosperous Wang family will show you some mercy for the child's sake. Song Nayun's pupils constricted, looking at Wei Yuan in disbelief, exclaiming, You. How do you know? No, I'm still a virgin. I'm not pregnant, I'm very clean. I already knew about your little issues. This is the Grand Duke's mansion. How could a filthy woman like you, a withered flower, be allowed in? Get lost. Or shall I have someone throw you out? After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he told the maids, Clean every place she has walked or touched 10 times, and then disinfect with alcohol. This son finds her disgusting. Song Nayun regretted why she couldn't see her own identity clearly, why she had to rely on Wei Yuan and act spoiled, and why she shamelessly allowed Wang Tong to deceive her in a bed with just a few words. If she had acted like she did before, even if she was a substitute, at least that was Wei Yuan's genuine feelings. Why did it have to come to this? Wei Yuan ignored her further and walked out of the room. Seeing his demeanor, Lung Qiushuang wisely didn't ask anything. She just leaned her head on his shoulder, hugged his arm, and accompanied him to the water prison. She sent the guard Wang Xuanzi away and began to use a python needle to draw out Yang Lian Jinjia's qi. At the same time, Wei Yuan didn't forget to use silver needles to stab into Yang Lian Jinjia's acupoints, making his pain sensitivity double. Do you have nothing to say? Yang Lian Jinjia, after all, was a master second only to Wei Buiyue. Despite the pain, he didn't even frown, instead laughing heartily. Wei Yuan, you can kill or maim me as you wish, but as for the information you want, I won't say a word. I see you haven't tasted the feeling of being unable to survive or die. Even if I told you, could you give me a quick death? Yang Lian Jinjia retorted, laughing. Your ancestor's head has been used as my wine cup. Even if you spare me, will Wei Buiyue, who has always been proud of Wei Qing, spare me? Whether I say it or not, we'll meet the same end, so why should I say anything? Seeing the demon Wei family suffer and be unable to seek what they desire is already a kind of fun. Demon Wei family? Since birth, Wei Yuan had mostly heard of the heroic Wei family, but in Yang Lian Jinjia's mouth, it had turned into demons. But upon reflection, the honor of the Wei family's heroism was built on Wei Buiyue defeating the surrounding countries and turning them into vassal states. Therefore, in their eyes, they naturally loathed Wei Buiyue and the Wei family to the bone. Wei Yuan patted Yang Lian Jinjia's shiny bald head. Actually, you are just like Xiao Dai, whether you speak or not. As long as you are in my hands, some people will toss and turn, unable to sleep all night long. He squeezed out the last trace of qi from Yang Lian Jinjia's dantian, successfully advancing to the master realm. Lung Qiushuang looked at Wei Yuan with starry eyes, full of admiration. Congratulations, Wei Yuan, brother. You have achieved success in martial arts. Even in the Jianghu, you are now a master. In a good mood, Wei Yuan gave Lung Qiushuang a hard kiss. The feeling of regaining power and self-defense made Wei Yuan feel fulfilled and no longer afraid. After all fear comes from lack of ability. Let us go. I estimate a group of people will come to scold us soon. As Wei Yuan approached the main door, he suddenly heard the sound of countless hooves. Then came the shouting. Wei Yuan, get out here. Wei Yuan, I curse your mother. Get out here, son. Wei Yuan, come out and pay. Just then, the Wei family's main door was surrounded by a group of young nobles, angrily banging on the door and cursing. These young masters occupied 80% of the capital's noble families, and 2 of them were even among the 4 dukes. Coupled with the unspoken rules of the upper class in the capital, unless the grievances between the younger generation were too great, the elders would intervene. This group of young masters was emboldened by their numbers, gathering together to find Wei Yuan. The door opened, and Wei Yuan, dressed in a Qilin robe and holding a treasured sword, walked out. He recognized that the visitors were the same surface brothers from the last banquet. In his heart, Wei Yuan was clear that it must have been Yucha's sudden collapse that caused these young masters to lose everything and come looking for compensation. Although he pretended to be puzzled. Brothers, what brings you here so early? A few days ago, this son was injured at work and hasn't been out. Who the hell are you calling brother? Stop wasting words and hand over the money. One of the young masters stepped forward, grabbing Wei Yuan by the collar. His eyes filled with bloodshot excitement. The sword was drawn slightly, the sharp edge exposed. And the cold, killing intent caused the young master to instinctively loosen his grip and take a few steps back. Beside him, Shishun hurriedly helped him straighten his wrinkled collar. Wei Yuan maintained a smile. Your family is noble, but my father isn't dead yet, and I haven't inherited the title. My family's old man hasn't died either, but I am already a deputy commander, a granted viscount. So if you dare to lay a hand on me, you will be violating the laws of the Wei, and I have the right to arrest people. Liang Xiao stepped forward, his chubby face and small squinting eyes constantly squeezing at Wei Yuan. Wei brother, last time you mentioned that Yucha would guarantee Zhang Wanfeng. But now Zhang Wanfeng has hanged himself in Yucha's shop, and all the money everyone has lost. You're here to ask me for compensation, right? All right. It's known throughout the world that I value loyalty and righteousness. What this son has promised, I acknowledge, and I will pay. Brother Yuan is so righteous. After Liang Xiao finished speaking, he began to calculate. Last time I bought 100 boxes, plus the dividends from these days. I lost a total of 18,000 taels of silver. Shishun, go to my Wei family's account room and get the money to compensate him. A young master stepped forward. Wei Yuan, I lost over 60,000 taels of silver. That's not right. Last time you only bought 10 boxes. I should only compensate you 1,800 taels for the runaway dividends. But I bought more afterwards. The money came from selling stolen antiques and paintings from my home. That has nothing to do with me. I only guarantee those 10 boxes. The rest is none of my concern. Liang Xiao pretended to be a good person. Brother Yuan is right. All of these are guaranteed by him. Your subsequent purchases of JT have nothing to do with Brother Yuan. By the way, if I remember correctly, your later purchases were from Wang Maoquan, right? That guy guaranteed it. Wang Mao, the Wang family is currently flourishing. We can't afford to offend them. A group of young masters looked at each other, then turned their gazes to Wei Yuan. Suddenly, Lung Xiaoshuang erupted with a chilling and overwhelming murderous aura. With a swift motion, she drew her soft sword from her waist. Anyone who dares to insult Brother Wei Yuan again, don't blame Xiaoshuang for being merciless under the sword. The group of young masters were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly. Just then, 18 masked cavalrymen galloped in. Although there were only 18 of them, the killing intent they exuded felt like an army of thousands, causing the pampered young masters to tremble in fear. Following that, 108 bald-headed, blue-eyed, muscular men, wrapped in thick cold iron chains, emerged, feeling the beast-like aura emanating from over 100 people. The group of young masters almost knelt down in terror. What did you say? The Wang family can't be offended. Does that mean my Wei family is made of mud? Gulp. Those young masters, who originally felt guilty and tried to pressure Wei Yuan with their numbers, shook their heads in unison. No, we didn't. The sound of hooves approached as El Sun Xiao, Lao Shi, and others arrived with their men. Adoptive father, something big has happened. The owner of the JT shop is dead. Tens of millions of taels of silver have vanished, and the victims are aristocratic families, along with several local and surrounding money shops and pawn shops. His Majesty already knows and is furious, ordering you to lead all of the 6 doors to investigate this matter. Chapter 51. Wei Qingtian raids the homes. Wei Yuan pointed at a group of young masters. What you bought later was all suggested by Wang Mao, right? The young masters nodded in unison. All right, you all come with me to the JT shop, and I will definitely get you an explanation. Wei Yuan got into the carriage, followed by a group of 6 doors constables, and behind them were the young masters with mournful faces. This procession attracted the attention of the entire city. Because the prices at JT are set very high, few commoners can participate, since it doesn't concern them. They all just sit there eating melon seeds and watching the spectacle. When they arrived at the headquarters of JT, the scene had already been sealed off. Upon entering, Wei Yuan saw the body of Zhang Wanfeng hanging. Old Shi stepped forward to examine it. Suicide. No, it should be. Cough, cough. Wei Yuan cleared his throat. Old Shi instantly changed his mind. Suicide. Reporting to Lord Wei, there is no doubt that Zhang Wanfeng committed suicide. Make a note of it. After Wei Yuan spoke to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who were recording beside him, he looked towards the three famous captains returning. Did you track down the embezzled money? Reporting to my lord, no. No, the other party is too cunning, leaving no trace behind. They first used the account funds to exchange for treasures, then pawned the treasures for money, which went into various casinos. After that, the money is untraceable. We only know it entered various money houses and then was transferred out, making it impossible to track down completely. Reporting to my lord, we found evidence of Zhang Wanfeng bribing officials in a room. El Tsunxiao bowed to Wei Yuan. Boss, I think Zhang Wanfeng is just a surface puppet. The rapid rise of Jade Tea in the capital, even if not the true mastermind, should be related to this case. I will go interrogate those young masters about who placed the first order. No need to ask, I know who it is. Who? Me. El Tsunxiao's face turned red with embarrassment. This. Wei Yuan extended his hand. Are you going to arrest me and torture me? I wouldn't dare. I think it's better to find other breakthroughs. Wei Yuan blocked El Tsunxiao's way. No need, this breakthrough is good. The emergence of this new type of scam rarely attracts investment without a guarantor. So we need to find the guarantors and the officials who accepted bribes to greenlight the process. The guarantors. I am one of them. But I just lost all the guarantee money. As for the remaining guarantors and officials, it's up to you to investigate. It's best to downplay this matter. Although the guarantors have lost a lot of money, who told them to guarantee? If they can come up with some compensation, this matter can be settled. The constables began interrogating the victims and tracking the lost funds, while Wei Yuan, along with Old Shi and other trusted aides, began raiding the homes of the bribed officials based on the evidence. Old Shi worriedly said, Foster father, these officials are backed by powerful families. Should we report to their families before proceeding? Wei Yuan raised the imperial sword, serving the Lord's salary, being loyal to the Lord, and bearing the Lord's worries. What is there to fear? All the constables looked at Wei Yuan, finding it hard to believe these words came from him. We serve His Majesty, and we need not fear any so-called powerful families. If anything happens, I, Wei Yuan, will bear it alone. After Wei Yuan said this with righteous indignation, he whispered to several captains, tell the brothers not to be too clean during the raids. If they come across something good, just pocket it, and we'll share it when we get back. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. We are truly fortunate to have a leader like Foster Father. Arrange for people to guard the gates of the officials on the list, allowing entry but not exit. We must ensure they don't leak any news and secretly transport the embezzled funds away. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee not a single fly will escape. At the residence of a fifth-rank minor official, Wei Yuan kicked open the door. Search. Anyone who obstructs will be beaten to death, and those who resist will be charged with obstructing official duties and assaulting law enforcement personnel, to be executed on the spot. Old Shi, all embezzled funds come from the people's hard-earned money. Not a single copper coin can be let go. Rest assured, Foster Father, if I let even one of his treasures go, let me behead myself before you. The over 50-year-old minor official pointed at Wei Yuan. Young master, though I'm just a small minor official, I have the Yang family behind me. Wei Yuan stepped forward and gave him a hard slap. I, the young master, have the emperor behind me. Cough, Emperor of Nanzhao, what does your Yang family amount to? At this moment, Old Shi rushed out. Foster father, we found a total of 30,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, 200,000 taels of silver notes, and several pearls, jade, and agate. Can you explain the source of this money? Wei Yuan pointed at the minor official and asked, This. The minor official stammered and couldn't get the words out, and immediately received another slap from Wei Yuan. Find the whole family and move on to the next one. After saying this, he didn't forget to whisper in Old Shi's ear. Arrange for people to secretly send some of those several treasures to the 6 doors. Understood. Hearing that they could share the spoils, the constables couldn't stop smiling, filled with enthusiasm. They pushed carts full of gleaming gold and silver, escorting the minor official's entire family to the next official's residence. This journey resembled a parade, with commoners running to inform one another and come to watch the spectacle. Since ancient times, officials have protected one another, with relationships intricately tangled. A single move can affect the entire body, unless it is a crime worthy of extermination. They usually give each other face. They were witnessing, for the first time, someone who could take matters to such extremes. Wei Yuan was ruthless enough to raid the minor official's home directly. But it's not like that. It's too impressive. Previously, I said that the Emperor of Nanzhao was incompetent for allowing someone like Wei Yuan to hold office, but it seems the fool is me. Indeed, Wei Yuan has done a great deed. He truly is Wei Qing Tian. Doesn't Wei Yuan fear retaliation from the Yang family behind the minor official? As long as Duke Wei is alive, does the Yang family dare? That is true. Among the voices of the commoners, Wei Yuan led the team to the residence of a well-known censor, continuing the raids. In the imperial study, Emperor of Nanzhao clapped his hands. Serving the Lord's salary, being loyal to the Lord, and bearing the Lord's worries, what is there to fear? Wei Yuan's words really struck a chord with me. Tomorrow, South Morning Court. Let this sentence be circulated among the civil and military officials. The old eunuch shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, I fear you won't wait until tomorrow's morning court. Those officials will come to you to complain shortly. Complain about whom? A mere minor official of the 5th rank. Although his position is lucrative, he doesn't even have the qualifications to attend the morning court. He is not worth Yang Su making a special trip to find me. But Your Majesty, Wei Yuan has also raided the family of 4th rank censor, Diao Rui. I have something to report. A young eunuch ran in. Your Majesty, we just received a tip-off that Wei Yuan has raided the home of Zhao Zichuan, the minor official of the 4th rank Zhan Shifu. Report. Your Majesty, Wei Yuan has just raided the home of Qian Wenj, the 3rd rank Tongzheng. Report. Wei Yuan has raided the home of the 3rd rank commander of the Tianjin division. The old eunuch rubbed his temples. Your Majesty, this Wei Yuan is going too far. I estimate all the officials will come to you to complain shortly. How about I go and bring Wei Yuan back for you? We can't let him continue his antics. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. After all of this is done by Wei Yuan and has nothing to do with me. If they want to complain, they should go find Wei Buyue. The old eunuch recalled that hot-tempered old man, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Don't look at those ministers. The cabinet elders dare to unite to pressure the emperor, but do they dare to seek vengeance against Wei Buyue? The late emperor evaluated Wei Buyue as a tiger general, but everyone behind his back calls him tiger ass. If you provoke him, he really dares to take action, regardless of your title as Grand Preceptor or Chancellor. Moreover, as long as he doesn't kill anyone, the Emperor of Nanzhao won't care. They dare not seek revenge openly, and secretly retaliating would still get them beaten, so they can only suffer in silence. The Emperor of Nanzhao stretched lazily, feeling quite refreshed, summoned the imperial physician, and say that I have a headache. During the treatment period, no one is allowed to see me. I truly am the emperor of all time. This move of letting Wei Yuan take office is indeed brilliant. Chapter 52. Wang's family takes the blame, Part 1. Thus, Wei Yuan raided the homes of more than a dozen officials, eventually arriving at the residence of the 1st rank minister, Master Wen. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, Master Wen recalled the previous extortion incident and couldn't help but rub his temples. At the same time, seeing his colleagues bound and paraded through the streets, Master Wen feared that this fool might get the idea to tie him up too. Although he was different from them and would ultimately be released, it would still be utterly embarrassing. Besides, how could he deal with a wastrel? Report to the emperor? That wouldn't help. Ask his family? His grandfather was even worse, a real bully. After entering, Wei Yuan clasped his hands and said, Uncle Wen, don't be afraid. I'm here because I found evidence that Zhang Wanfu bribed you. But I believe that Uncle Wen, being a minister, has always brought benefits to the people and is absolutely clean and wouldn't do such a thing, right? Upon hearing this, Master Wen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Clearly, he did not want to be arrested. However, what Wei Yuan said next made Master Wen's heart ache again. Uncle Wen, so many of us have come to help clear your name. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal or something? Of course. Master Wen took out a banknote of 10,000 taels from his sleeve. My dear nephew, You've worked hard on this journey. I should treat you to a meal. But unfortunately, I have matters to attend to at home. You'll have to trouble yourself to eat out. Wei Yuan rubbed his fingers together and said, Uncle, this amount is only enough for me. But with so many brothers under me, you can't just let them watch, right? Master Wen hadn't planned on getting away with just 10,000 taels, so upon hearing this, he took out another 20,000 taels in banknotes. It's my oversight. Nephew, take this money and treat the brothers from the 6 doors to a good meal. After accepting the money, Wei Yuan continued to poke at his fingers. Uncle, just eating? Shouldn't we have a little drink too? Master Wen gritted his teeth and took out another 20,000 taels in banknotes. This time, it should be enough for drinks. Just drinking? Shouldn't we find some girls to liven things up? My sister, Miss Wen, could join us. I've heard she plays a good pipa. Don't go too far, Wei Yuan. You're pushing it. Wei Yuan exclaimed. What are you going to do about it? Wei Yuan took out the money and said, My brothers all saw it. This old fool is openly bribing me. But I'm honest and won't take a single penny from him. So that adds to the charges. Arrest him and raid his home. By the way, his daughter, isn't bad looking. Send her to my carriage for a little fun. This bastard. Master Wen finally understood what it meant to be a scholar encountering a soldier. No matter how reasonable you are, it doesn't help. 200,000 taels. I'll return your bribery evidence to you, or I'll arrest you. Master Wen clutched his pained chest and gritted his teeth, sending the housekeeper to fetch the money. After receiving the money, Wei Yuan burned the evidence of Master Wen's bribery with a fire stick. Accepting the 200,000 taels, he tossed the previous 50,000 taels in banknotes to Old HEIR. Brothers, divide this and let S continue to the next place. Wei Yuan did not raid the homes of the 4 first-rank officials, including Master Wen. He only extorted some money and then left with his men. By this time, the sun was setting, and several constables in bullfighting robes rode up, reporting the list of victims of the JT scam. Old HEIR took out a small abacus he carried with him and began calculating while listening to the report. He quietly said to Wei Yuan, Foster father, a rough estimate shows that the scam has left over 100 million taels in debt. After deducting the victims' shares, the money for the officials, and the costs of money laundering, it's estimated that the mastermind behind this incident could profit over 40 million taels of silver. Wei Yuan glanced meaningfully at Old HEIR. 40 million taels of silver was not much different from the total in Shun Wansan's accounts. This guy, although not strong in combat, had a natural talent for lightness skill. Forensic examination, appraising treasures, and property statistics. What pleased Wei Yuan most was that Old HEIR was greedy, lustful, and loyal. A person without quirks cannot be befriended, for they have no deep feelings. A person without flaws cannot be befriended, for they have no true spirit. Such people will sell their lives for you as long as you cater to their interests and meet their demands. What he feared were people like Eltsu and Xiao. From Wei Yuan's observations over the past few days, this guy was too serious, with no weaknesses to exploit. Although he was exceptionally capable, it was hard to bring him under one's wing. The 14 captains, who had received money to the point of soft hands, looked at Wei Yuan. Sir, how do we break this case now? We have raided and obtained millions of taels, but it's not enough to cover the losses of the JT scam. Why cover it? Wei Yuan replied. Raiding homes is for the officials' corruption, and it's not the same case as the JT. The ill-gotten gains need to be turned over to the national treasury. After finishing, Wei Yuan smiled at everyone. As for the JT case, it's definitely going to be the one who guaranteed it, who takes responsibility. The one with the largest guarantee amount now is Wang Mao. And Zhang Wanfu's wife and children are all in the Wang family. The JT shop is also under the Wang family's name. So let us take all the victims and go to the Wang family. The Jin Yiho mansion, Wang family. Wang Mao was stripped of his clothes and hung from the beam, being whipped mercilessly with a wet leather whip by Wang Shouhe. You worthless thing. I told you long ago that the JT must have tricks up its sleeve, but you secretly hid it from me and embezzled 300,000 taels from the family. Crack, crack, crack. After 3 lashes, the delicate-skinned Wang Mao was beaten until his skin broke and blood flowed. Father, stop. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I suspected there was something fishy, but the dividends were just too tempting. Crack. Wang Shouhe lashed out again. Tempting? I'll be damned if it's tempting. You think about the dividends, but they want your principal. How could you be so blind to such a simple scam? I, I saw through it. I thought he could deceive others, but not me, and I even kept a backup plan by capturing his wife and children into the Wong mansion. But damn it, who knew his wife was a rented courtesan and the child was a refugee picked up from outside? Wang Shouhe was even more furious upon hearing this, whipping him harder. Do you know what our Wang family does? We dig graves and sell treasures to get rich. Those scammers out there pretending to be farmers, renting houses, renting wives, and claiming antiques are family heirlooms. Our ancestors in the Wang family have done this kind of scam. You worthless fool. How could you be deceived? Crack, crack, crack. I, Wang Shouhe, have been shrewd my entire life. How did I end up with two useless sons like you and Wang Tong? In the midst of the beating, a young man from the Wang family burst through the door, shouting urgently, "Head of the family, it's bad. Wei Yuan has brought a group of constables and the young masters cheated by the jade tea to our door." That damned Wei Yuan. Upon hearing the name, Wang Shouhe's head throbbed. For this brazen troublemaker, he could only resort to covert revenge. However, the top assassins he sent out had now become someone else's bed warmers. It was likely that he was coming for that mother and child, arranged for them to be dealt with. After giving instructions to the housekeeper, Wang Shouhe, still unsatisfied, whipped Wang Mao a few more times. Amidst Wang Mao's cries for mercy, he led his men towards the entrance of the Wang family. Wei Yuan took out an official document and said, "Uncle Wang, it's been a while. I am here on orders to investigate the jade tea scam. I hope you can make it convenient for us. On moral and logical grounds, I, as your uncle, will support your investigation. But the problem is, investigating jade tea has nothing to do with my Wang mansion, right? There is definitely something to do with it. Zhang Wanfu's wife and daughter are secretly being protected by your Wang family, right? Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, search." Before Wang Shouhe could finish, Old Shi, along with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, brought over a middle-aged woman and a child, as well as the unconscious butler of the Wang mansion. "Foster father, you asked us to sneak into the Wang family, and we discovered that he wanted to kill to silence us." Wei Yuan smiled slightly. "Uncle Wang, the shop was rented by your Wang family to Zhang Wanfu, and these young masters are also the ones your son Wang Mao convinced to invest in the JT. Now, Zhang Wanfu's wife and daughter have been found in your home. Can I deduce that Zhang Wanfu is one of your Wang family's people? He brought in over 100 million taels in income for your Wang family with his death. But Zhang Wanfu's last words were to take good care of his wife and children." Wei Yuan finished speaking and clapped his hands. Lu Sunxiao handed over a statement. "This is the testimony from the manager of Qingheyuan, evidence that your Wang family has been laundering money through the Qingheyuan casino over the years." After Wei Yuan spoke, he turned around and shouted to a group of young gentlemen, "Brothers, did you all see that? The Wang family has been deceiving your money and then using a streamlined money laundering method to clean it. Now we can say the evidence is conclusive. If I'm not mistaken, there are treasures hidden in the Wang residence that were exchanged for your money." The young gentlemen were not foolish. The Wang family was known for digging graves and tombs, so they surely had many burial items from tombs at home. These things couldn't be seen in the light without being laundered. Now that Wei Yuan has revealed this, as long as they unite, they can turn these unseeable funeral items into treasures to swindle money, and they could recover the money they lost. Liang Xiao, with his big face, shook with every step he took. "Uncle Wang, we are family friends from one generation to the next. How can you deceive your own people?" "Yes, Uncle Wang. My father served in the same court as you, and they are close friends. You cannot deceive your nephew's money." "Uncle Wang, this is really not fair." Chapter 53. Wang family takes the blame. Part 2. Shut up. Wang Shouhe channeled the qi within his body and unleashed a mighty roar that silenced the crowd. Unexpectedly, Wang Shouhe was still a master-level expert. The group of young masters, who were already in the wrong, now hung their heads in fear, no longer daring to make a ruckus. With a face as cold as ice, Wang Shouhe said, "Don't be fooled by Wei Yuan's nonsense. To be honest, my Wang family has also been scammed out of several million taels of silver. Bring him up." After Wang Shouhe's order, two guards brought back Wang Mao, who was stripped bare, covered in wounds, and in a pitiful state. "See, my Wang family is also a victim." Wei Yuan interjected, "Uncle Wang, if you give me several tens of millions of taels, I would dare to have my grandfather beat me up like this, wouldn't you believe? Can you really fool us with this act? How about this, Uncle Wong? Let everyone search, and if there are no unidentified treasures, that would prove your innocence, and I, Wei Yuan, will offer you tea and apologize. Wang Shouhe nodded to the captain of the guards beside him, who took out a bullhorn and blew into it, producing a deafening sound. Immediately, countless guards and martial experts rushed out. Wang Shouhe glared at Wei Yuan. Do you dare search? Hey, the imperial sword is here. If the emperor were present, who would dare to act recklessly? I ask you, are you afraid? I'm not afraid of your grandmother. Wang Shouhe was furious and cursed at Wei Yuan. Stop using that broken thing to scare me. Even if you have a sword. Even if the emperor of Nanzhao comes in person, And then what? A middle-aged man interrupted with a stern voice devoid of emotion, followed by the sharp voice of an old eunuch. Your Majesty has arrived. Everyone was momentarily stunned before kneeling to welcome him, except for Wei Yuan, who stood and cupped his hands towards the numerous officials and nobles who had come to complain about him. This humble general is in armor and cannot offer full respect. You have chicken feather armor on you. The crowd collectively mocked him, but it was clear that the emperor of Nanzhao looked pleased to see Wei Yuan, so he did not care about the details. Wang Shouhe, kneeling on the ground, awkwardly said, Your Majesty, I just said that if you, the emperor of Nanzhao, were to come in person, I would do my utmost to obey any orders you give. Seeing Wang Shouhe, the emperor of Nanzhao was filled with anger. He had long intended to suppress the Wang family, and today's incident provided him with the perfect opportunity. The emperor of Nanzhao said softly, Wei Yuan's investigation is reasonable, legal, and compliant. Since all evidence points to your Wang family, why don't you let Wei Yuan conduct a search? You can prove your innocence. This. Your Majesty, I am loyal to you. Please allow the Wang family some dignity. Can we not search? Wang Shouhe softened, as his family indeed had treasures that were dug up from graves. Wei Yuan quickly stepped forward, Your Majesty. The victims of the JT scam nearly cover all the noble families and official households of the Great Wei. The impact is too great. If we cannot solve this case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The emperor of Nanzhao waved his hand. Search. I believe my beloved minister is innocent. Wei Yuan smiled and said to Lao Shi, No need to search further. Just go to the Wang family's ancestral hall. The third floor tile in front of the spirit tablet. Puffed. Wang Shouhe, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already anticipated the outcome. The JT incident must have a scapegoat, and now the Wang family had become that scapegoat. The behind-the-scenes mastermind received several tens of millions of taels of silver. Wei Yuan and the group of 6 Doors detectives achieved great merit in solving the case. The young masters and other noble families compensated for their losses. The emperor of Nanzhao gained stability. In the end, everyone either made a huge profit or suffered no loss, while only the Wang family faced destruction. Deputy Commander Wei, we have made a discovery. There are a large number of treasures in the Wang family's secret tunnel. I, Wei Yuan, am indeed the innate divine capture, able to solve such a difficult case. Wei Yuan pretended to laugh flamboyantly, then said to the emperor, Your Majesty, for this case, I have made the greatest contribution. The emperor of Nanzhao smiled with satisfaction. Yes, you have made the greatest contribution. Based on your saying, serving the king's salary, doing loyal deeds, I will not spare your reward. As the detectives of 6 Doors brought up one treasure after another, the emperor's expression darkened, and he glared fiercely at Wang Shouhe. This dog, there are several rare treasures here. I see them and feel envious, yet he did not know to present them to me. Looking at the mountain of treasures, Wang Shouhe spat out another mouthful of blood. These were the hard-earned efforts of all the tomb-raiding families of the Great Wei over more than a decade. Now all captured by this dog Wei Yuan. Seeing Wei Yuan excitedly wanting to search further, the emperor quickly intervened, fearing that things might become uncontrollable if he went too far. Lao Shi, count these treasures, then distribute them to the victims. By the way, remember to retrieve what I previously compensated. After all, this young master is also one of the victims. After Wei Yuan finished his instructions, he drew his sword and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, this dog Wang Shouhe has committed a great crime. Otherwise, I shall use the imperial sword you bestowed upon me to behead him. Stop. The Emperor of Nanzhao hurriedly stopped Wei Yuan. I believe my beloved minister is loyal to the country and would never do such a thing. Wang Shouhe, disheartened, knelt before the Emperor, Your Majesty. All of this was done by my Wang family steward. Wei Yuan interrupted Wang Shouhe, pointing at Wang Mao. Your Majesty, all of this is Wang Mao's fault. Uncle Wang has already punished him. Look at how he was beaten up. Wang Shouhe spat blood again. Wei Yuan was ruthlessly kicking him where it hurt. This great crime falling on Wang Mao meant certain death. The Emperor of Nanzhao did not want to make things too absolute, but unexpectedly, Wei Yuan was forcing his hand. Your Majesty, the countless common people and all the noble families present are watching you. A mere steward could not cause such a large incident. Moreover, the evidence is conclusive. The mastermind is Wang Mao. Sighing, the Emperor of Nanzhao had no choice but to handle it according to the law. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Come, take Wang Mao to the dungeon. Tomorrow at noon, he will be executed at the market square in front of the common people as a warning to others. Yes, Zhang Long and Zhao, who took out handcuffs and shackles, binding the injured Wang Mao and taking him away. Father, save me. Father. As Wang Mao's cries for help faded away, Wang Shouhe spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene even made the Emperor of Nanzhao feel heartbroken. My beloved minister, although this matter is not your doing, you have not taught your son well, and I still have to punish you. Now, with the southern drought and locust plague, the fields have yielded nothing, and the people are suffering. I will send people to assist in disaster relief. Are you willing? Hearing this, Wang Shouhe finally felt a little relieved. The disaster relief in the entire South would almost deplete the national treasury. Such a large amount of relief funds would be a lucrative task, and the Emperor of Nanzhao was indirectly compensating the Wang family. Chapter 54. Father Emperor is confused. The eldest son, Wang Tung, has run away from home, and his life or death is unknown. The second son, Wang Mao, has been thrown into the dungeon and will be executed tomorrow. The Wang family has dug up graves and unearthed rare treasures accumulated over the years, all of which have been wiped clean. Emperor Nanzhao is very pleased with Wei Yuan's performance. Fortunately, there is this reckless Wei Yuan. Otherwise, anyone else would not dare to offend the Wang family to such an extent, especially that line. Eating the Lord's salary, serving the Lord's affairs, worrying for the Lord. What is there to fear? Makes Emperor Nanzhao look favorably upon Wei Yuan. I have decided that after this JT case, the laws of the Great Wei will include a clause on fundraising. Emperor Nanzhao looked at Wei Yuan. You solved this major case in just 6 hours. I have decided to reward you handsomely. However, having just promoted you to a viscount, it doesn't comply with the rules to promote you too quickly. So, I will give you a chance, speak your wish, and as long as it's not excessive, I can grant it. In Emperor Nanzhao's view, given Wei Yuan's lecherous nature and having seen the beauty of Nanji, he would definitely ask for something related to men and women. However, when Wei Yuan opened his mouth to request a reward, Emperor Nanzhao was stunned. Your Majesty, I have offended quite a few people recently and am worried about my personal safety, so I would like a position that allows me to command troops. Commanding troops. Emperor Nanzhao's pupils contracted. The 4 words he finds most disgusting in his life are Wei family commands troops. But since it was said publicly, Wei Yuan's request was not excessive but rather reasonable, and he could not refuse. An old eunuch whispered, Your Majesty, among the corrupt officials captured today by Wei Yuan, there is the commander of the guards from the Tianjin Division. The Tianjin Division is the Great Wei's weapon manufacturing workshop, subordinate to the Ministry of War, with officials including 1 chief supervisor, 3rd rank, 5 deputy supervisors from the 3rd rank, and 1 commander of guards from the 3rd rank. The Tianjin Division is located in the capital and does not require too many guards, only equipped with 200 guards. The title of Commander of Guards sounds nice, but it is essentially just a security captain. 200 men are already a considerable effort to deal with bandits. It is even less than the number of guards in a slightly larger mansion, and it has nothing to do with commanding troops with authority. Thinking of this, Emperor Nanzhao smiled at Wei Yuan. Since you have made this request, I will naturally fulfill it. As of now, You will take on the role of commander of guards at the Tianjin division. 200 guards will be enough to protect you in the capital. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Yuan thanked the emperor with a grim expression and then led his team to leave. Many people watched him depart with a mocking demeanor, full of ridicule. Having solved such a major case and thoroughly offended the Wang family to a point of no return, he ended up with just a third-rank security captain position. Although he had an official title, he had no real power. He could not gain much wealth and could only skim a little from the 200 guards under him. However, as Wei Yuan stepped out the door, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a victorious smile. In the Wei Guogong mansion, Wei Buiyue, who was practicing the overlord spear, frowned upon hearing the news from Wang Xuanzi. Next to him, Mu Qinqiu sighed. Yuan is still too impulsive. Although the Wang family has targeted the Wei family everywhere since gaining power, it doesn't have to be to the point of irreconcilable enmity. Now, this has completely set a grudge. Little brother, you don't understand. The Wang family is supported by Nan Zhao, and their purpose is to deal with the Wei family. Once the matter is accomplished and the world criticizes them, he will then take care of the Wang family. This way, he can win the hearts of the people and gain a reputation as a wise ruler while also eliminating the Wei family, which he sees as a threat. Mu Qinqiu was puzzled. Elder brother, since Emperor Nan Zhao is supporting the Wang family, why doesn't he help them this time, but instead lets them bleed heavily? Raising a tiger for future trouble, he overestimates himself and underestimates the shrewdness of the people. The Wang family has developed too quickly and has gradually slipped out of his control, so he must appropriately suppress the Wang family. As Wei Buiyue said this, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although I have no evidence for some things, I can be certain that the deaths of my descendants are inextricably linked to the Wang family. Therefore, the two families have long been in a state of irreconcilable enmity. That brat has offended us, so be it. That brat did right this time, but he is still too naive, thinking that Emperor Nan Zhao relies on me to stabilize the kingdom. But he doesn't know how petty Emperor Nan Zhao is. How could he let him command troops? In fact, this is quite good. It can let that brat understand the wickedness of human hearts. In Weiyang Palace, Nanji listened to Shui Er recount the events at the Wang family. Princess, according to Xiao Gizi, at that time, Wei Yuan's face turned black, expending a lot of effort, and ended up completely offending the Wang family, only to receive a third-rank idle position. Nanji frowned slightly, then relaxed. Father Emperor is confused. All of you have been deceived by Wei Yuan. What do you mean, princess? Shui didn't understand. Clearly, Wei Yuan had suffered losses. Nanji chuckled. Wei Yuan played this game perfectly. Even when I first heard it, I thought he had suffered a great loss, but he made a critical oversight. A critical oversight? Shui, if you were Zhang Wanfu and were to bribe officials, who would you bribe? The Minister of Finance, various regulatory departments, and the city defense guards also. Nanji picked up her teacup. Would you bribe the commander of guards at the Tianjin division if you had money but nowhere to spend it? What does that have to do with it? Wei Yuan knows that Father Emperor is always watching him, so he deliberately captured the commander of guards at the Tianjin division. The purpose is to let Father Emperor know that this position is vacant. Then, he seizes the opportunity to ask for a position that allows him to command troops. In his view, Father Emperor, being so petty and suspicious, would definitely not give away military power. So this nominal commander of guards is the most suitable. Xue pouted, filled with questions. But princess, what use does he have for this commander of guards, with only 200 men under him? The 200 guards are not important. What he values is the Tianjin division. If I'm not mistaken, he is preparing to secretly raise his own troops. Could it be? Shui exclaimed. Princess, this doesn't conform to common sense. How would he know that Zhang Wanfu would bribe the commander of guards? What if the mastermind behind the Jade Tea incident is Wei Yuan? Nanji sat at the dressing table, looking at her stunning reflection, with money and weapons in hand. The only thing left is soldiers and grain. I am really curious how he can recruit troops, raise war horses, and collect grain under the eyes of Father Emperor. Shui, who had originally mocked Wei Yuan, now felt her worldview collapse. No way. He deceived the entire capital's nobles with the Jade Tea incident, and then planned everything so meticulously step by step. Is this really that playboy heir? Xue apodet nansi. Princess, stop drinking tea. If this is true, then Wei Yuan has treasonous intentions. You should go tell His Majesty. Do you think the Empress is better or the Princess? Definitely the Empress. Then is the Empress Dowager better or the Princess? Does this even need to be asked? What do you mean by that, Princess? Think for yourself. Nanji stood up with a smile. Continue monitoring Wei Yuan. Do not miss any small details. In the heavenly and earthly realm, 14 captains dressed in flying fish uniforms were all seated at a large round table. The table was filled with delicacies made from top-quality ingredients by top chefs, including mountain beasts, cloud geese, land cattle, and sheep, sea delicacies, monkey head, bird's nest, shark fin, bear paws, dried scallops, and deer tails. All were exquisite delicacies paired with 20-year-old fine Huadiao wine. Old Shi's eyes surveyed the girls on the dance floor, slowly spinning in their fabric stockings. Foster father, can we still play with the girls for free today? Wei Yuan said nonchalantly. Play as you like. Foster father, you are even closer than my real father. Seeing Wei Yuan smile at him, Old Shi quickly said, Foster father, I see a frown in your brow. Is there something on your mind? Speak out so we can share the burden and lighten your heart. There are indeed two things. First, Wang Mao often competes with me for women. According to the eunuchs in the palace, that thing gets cut off, and without it, one can't bear children. So they all deep fry it and keep it properly for burial with them after death. Old Shi patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, adoptive father. That kid is getting executed tomorrow anyway. I'll arrange for someone to castrate him, then feed that thing to the dogs. Reincarnate? Let him go to the dogs' reincarnation. The second thing is I've completely offended the Wang family and want to gain some military power for protection, but unexpectedly. Wei Yuan sighed deeply at this point, but having 200 is better than having none. I'm just afraid that when I go to the Sky Sword Division, I'll be bullied by that group of guys. Who the hell dares to bully my boss? We'll chop him up, chop him into tiny pieces. That's right. Anyone who bullies the boss will have people shitting on our brothers' heads, and it will be dysentery, watery. Sun Xiao, who had just taken a sip of golden soup, almost spit out. We're eating, don't say such disgusting things. Wei Yuan waved his hand. We're all civilized people. What's with the fighting and killing? Brothers, help me out. I want dirt on all the officials in the Sky Sword Division. Boss, this breaks the rules. The superiors will punish us. Yeah, boss. All the officials' data is encrypted, and Before everyone could finish, Wei Yuan called for Du Sanyang and pointed at the 14 people present. Remember their faces. When they come in the future, food and drinks are free, and the girls are unlimited, all on my tab. Boss, we'll handle this. I guarantee we'll investigate thoroughly. They'll be scared to pee themselves on the Kong. Wei Yuan stood up and clasped his fists. Then I'll trouble you brothers. Eat and drink as you like. The girls are plentiful. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Wei Yuan went up to the second floor, and Gong Sun Jin, who had been waiting in the room for a long time, stood up and bowed to Wei Yuan, using sign language to say, My lord, in your name, I have already taken over the confiscated Qingfeng Temple and bought 100 acres of good land at the foot of the mountain. After Gong Sun Jin finished speaking, he looked at Wei Yuan in confusion, not knowing what his purpose was in taking over the Qingfeng Temple, where so many people had died, and buying the land. Chapter 55. The arrival of the master. Wei Yuan looked at Gong Sun Jin and smiled. What do you need to gather an army and assert your strength? Gong Sun Jin replied without thinking. Weapons, soldiers, horses, money, and food. What do we have now? With the strength of our lord. I believe we can take down the Heavenly Sword Division in no time. So we have weapons. Yu Cha has allowed our lord to amass several million taels. So we have money as well. What we lack now are soldiers, horses, and food. Wei Yuan looked towards the city gate outside the window. When you went out of the city today, did you notice anything new? Something new? The north is flooded while the south is dry. The most numerous at the gate are the refugees. Isn't that an army? You mean? Wei Yuan smiled. We will buy rice and distribute porridge throughout the city. We must ensure that 3 chopsticks can stand without falling. 50% of the food will be exchanged for husk and 20% for Guanyin soil, so we can secretly save food. Besides the starving refugees, others won't eat this stuff, preventing some non-refugees from coming to scrounge. Tell those refugees that if they want to eat white flour buns and meat, They must sign a contract to sell themselves. Once they sign, they will receive 3 taels of meat and half a pound of grain daily. I will arrange for the Wei family army's instructors to teach them military combat skills. Gongsun Jin stared in disbelief, eyes wide. My lord, wouldn't this expose us? That's why I had you acquire Qingfeng Temple and renovate it into a boxing gym, calling it Martial Arts Wind. We will transform the underground space of Qingfeng Temple into a life-and-death boxing arena, with an octagonal cage for the fights. The fighters will be judged on victory or defeat, even life or death. We will set up spectator stands next to the octagonal cage. To enter and watch the bloody matches, one must pay a high entrance fee, wear a mask to protect their identity, and can place bets on the fights. The fighters will be divided into 8 levels, A, B, C, D. Seeing Gongsun Jin still in shock and not noticing the awkwardness in his words, Wei Yuan changed his phrasing. The 8 levels are heaven, earth profound, yellow, universe, primordial, and so on, with a match for each level every day, whether beggars, refugees, or escaped prisoners, as long as they dare to step on the stage. They can win a substantial prize, but losing means either death or severe injury. Quality over quantity in soldiers, so we will first train a team of elite soldiers. The elite can be selected from these outstanding fighters. After a long while, Gongsun Jin finally digested Wei Yuan's words and thought about a 1,000-man army where each person was a fighter who had experienced countless life-and-death battles. This team could absolutely play a more terrifying role on the battlefield than the 18 riders of the Celestial Demon. They could even be divided into 1,000 small teams, each fighter leading 10 beggars or refugees, training them for a few months. That would become a rabid dog army, desperate to escape their past of hunger and willing to risk their lives. Betting on fights to make money while secretly recruiting elite soldiers was indeed a brilliant plan. At this point, Gongsun Jin awkwardly said, but it's too sinister. To become someone important, unless born with a golden spoon, one must fight with all their might. In this chaotic world, without our intervention, their entire family would starve to death. I have given them an opportunity to rise above. Gongsun Jin understood that this was the reality. For ordinary people, merely surviving was a luxury, let alone aspiring to greatness. His expression grew serious as he yearned for the peaceful world Wei Yuan described, where hard work could lead to a good life. Everyone could have enough to eat and wear, and the imperial examination was fair, allowing the poor to rise through education. By the way, my lord, what about the 100 acres of fertile land? Build a racetrack and have horse racing. Horse racing? Exactly. Create a special anti-counterfeiting number tag and register the buyer's information. There will be a horse race every day, with 3 times the payout for the winning horse, and a minimum bet of 1 tael of silver. Every day at the entrance of Tianshang Renjian, we will announce the participating horses and the race results. Even if you don't go to the racetrack, you can bet from a distance. While they were talking, a loud rumbling sound came from the doorway. Yue! Wei Yuan opened the door and saw Jiang Yue holding her stomach, looking helpless. I can hear your stomach growling even through the door. If you're hungry, go let the kitchen order some dishes. Before Wei Yuan could finish, Jiang Yue, clutching her stomach, blushed and awkwardly said, Young master, I might have eaten something bad. As Jiang Yue ran to the outhouse in the courtyard, the sound of a window breaking came. Anun, about 40 or 50 years old, appeared with above-average looks and a cold, proud demeanor, but her eyebrows slanted downwards, resembling a ghost from a theatrical stage. Beside the nun stood a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak. Wei Yuan looked at the nun and felt her aura was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her. The mysterious figure removed the cloak, revealing a waxy-faced young man, Wang Tung, an old acquaintance. Wang Tung pointed at Wei Yuan. Master, this is Wei Yuan. That fat lady just now was very strong, and I was afraid you couldn't handle her. So I bribed a servant to put a strong laxative in her roast chicken. After saying that, Wang Ting acted like a dog seeking praise from its owner. The result was that the old nun slapped him hard across the face. Wang Tung spun through the air for several meters before crashing into the wall, falling down and becoming unconscious, his body slowly sliding down. The unborn mother arrogantly declared, I am invincible in the world. Who can defeat me? Men are no good. They resort to such despicable means. Old mother? Unborn mother? I thought this aura felt familiar. I remember the first time I met Lung Xiaoshuang. Wei Yuan was taken aback. He had suspected that the unborn sect would retaliate after he took in Lung Xiaoshuang. But the second in command of the unborn sect was Lung Xiaoshuang, and he wasn't afraid of other minor killers. As for the unborn mother, she definitely wouldn't dare to come to the capital to kill him, especially with Wei Boyue's presence. Unless she was a fool. And she really was a fool. Just as Wei Yuan was about to flee, he suddenly stopped when he saw a woman standing by the window. In the moonlight, a woman in white gauze appeared, Lung Xiaoshuang. The unborn mother turned her back and said, "Xiaoshuang, you rebellious disciple, for the sake of a notorious wastrel young master, you dare to betray the sect. I never intended to join the unborn sect. It was you who forced me and my sister to join. I never wanted to worship you as a master to practice martial arts. You forced me to train. Remember the graduation exam? You threatened me with my sister's life to kill 100 sisters I had lived with for years. I swore at their graves that one day I would kill you and destroy this disgusting unborn sect. Good, Lung Xiaoshuang. You've grown wings and dare to draw your sword against your master. Everything you know was taught by me, and today I will take it back." The unborn mother suddenly drew her sword and struck behind her, while Lung Xiaoshuang quickly dodged, simultaneously wielding her flexible sword to stab at the unborn mother. Watching the two fight, Wei Yuan initially thought about going down to find help, but suddenly his ears perked up and he sat down on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, watching the drama unfold, because he had sensed a familiar presence. Wei Boyue, Chapter 56. Disaster draws east flow with Wei Boyue and Mu Qinqiu backing him up. Wei Yuan was not afraid of the lifeless old mother at all. Still water sword. The soft sword in Lung Xiaoshuang's hand was thrust at the lifeless old mother at an extremely tricky angle. "Xiaoshuang, all your skills were taught by me. I never expected you would use my still water sword against me today," the lifeless old mother said coldly, and executed the same sword technique as Lung Xiaoshuang. In the fight, Lung Xiaoshuang performed a move called Flying Immortal from the sky, stabbing downwards at the lifeless old mother like a celestial maiden. The lifeless old mother narrowed her eyes slightly, stepping on the 7 stars and narrowly dodging this sword strike. The highest good is like water. As Lung Xiaoshuang's sword missed, the tip plunged into the floor. Golden lotus from the earth. The sword tip emerged from the ground on the other side, aiming for the Achilles tendon of the lifeless old mother's left leg. This move was the vulnerability in the still water sword that Wei Yuan had found for her back then. Sure enough, just as Wei Yuan had deduced, the lifeless old mother leaped into the air, twisting her body midair, and executed a move called Su Qin's back sword, aiming directly at Lung Xiaoshuang's back. "My foolish disciple, the tree cat teaches the tiger. I always left a way out for climbing the tree. How could I not leave a hand for you? This ungrateful wolf?" But just as the sword tip touched the corner of Lung Xiaoshuang's clothing, her wrist suddenly hurt, and the soft sword's tip pierced through the lifeless old mother's sword-wielding wrist. Blood gushed out, and the lifeless old mother quickly performed a somersault, switching to her left hand to slash horizontally at Lung Xiaoshuang's fair neck. After Lung Xiaoshuang thrust out a sword without thinking, she used chasing the wind and catching the moon, sweeping her soft sword at the lifeless old mother's throat at a tricky angle. The lifeless old mother blocked with her sword, and Lung Xiaoshuang kicked at the lifeless old mother's lower abdomen. Poof! This kick sent her blood surging, causing her true energy to reverse, resulting in internal injuries, nearly leading her to go berserk. "Lung Xiaoshuang, you really are cunning. It turns out you had already discovered the flaw in the still water sword technique I taught you and found a way to counter it." The lifeless old mother was caught off guard, and it could be said that she had fallen into a trap. If she hadn't been so arrogant, thinking she could easily handle Lung Xiaoshuang, given that her cultivation was only slightly weaker than Yang Lianjinjia, Lung Xiaoshuang would truly not have been her match. Unfortunately, the lifeless old mother's internal energy was now in chaos, and she no longer had the strength to fight Lung Xiaoshuang. "Xiaoshuang, I also killed my master to sit in this position today. The cycle of heaven and earth. If I am killed by my own disciple today, I have no regrets. Lung Xiaoshuang, before I die, I will impart to you one last ultimate skill. The lifeless old mother's eyes were cold, and in a desperate attempt, she slashed at Lung Xiaoshuang without regard for anything else. Lung Xiaoshuang held her soft sword and poured all her strength into slashing at the lifeless old mother. Clang! When their swords clashed, Lung Xiaoshuang only felt as if her strike had hit cotton. The lifeless old mother's sword flew from her hand, using the momentum to fly towards Wei Yuan, who was sitting by the bed. A dagger flew out from her sleeve. Her idea was simple: to take Wei Yuan hostage and then force Lung Xiaoshuang to let her go. Next time we meet, as long as I give it my all, I will definitely be able to slay her. Truly worthy of being the top playboy of the Great Way, a waste is still a waste. If you had escaped just now, you wouldn't have faced this disaster. The corners of the lifeless old mother's mouth curled up in a victorious smile, looking at Wei Yuan with disdain, as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you really think I'm a waste? Just as the lifeless old mother approached Wei Yuan, he drew his imperial sword from its sheath. With a draw and a retraction of sword, the lifeless old mother fell to the ground, devoid of life. Outside the window, Wei Buyue and Mu Qinxiu, who were ready to rescue, retreated back into the darkness. Wei Buyue nodded. It seems this girl called Lung Xiaoshuang is truly in love with that turtle grandson. I can finally rest assured about her from now on. Mu Qinxiu rolled his eyes and retorted to Wei Buyue. I told you before, the lifeless old mother is a madwoman, extremely arrogant and self-important, always believing she is invincible in the world. Other experts are afraid to enter the capital because of you, but she is not afraid. You insisted on acting tough, saying they wouldn't dare come as long as you were around. And what happened? She came, didn't she? Wei Buyue grabbed Mu Qianqiu, who was stunned. Go home and continue practicing your gun with me. No, I refuse. I'm unilaterally notifying you, not negotiating. In the room, Lung Xiaoshuang dropped her soft sword in disbelief, looking at Wei Yuan. Why you? What was that sword strike just now? I seem to have seen a sword move that was almost like the Tao. Lung Xiaoshuang tugged at Wei Yuan's arm, constantly acting cute. Wei Yuan, brother, teach me, okay? Gongsun Jin hesitated and also came forward to grab Wei Yuan's other arm, but was pushed away by Wei Yuan. She can act cute, but you a big man, dare to act cheap? I'll cut you down with one sword. Gongsun Jin shrank her head, not daring to approach, but still looked at Wei Yuan with eyes full of expectation. This move is easy to learn. First, you must learn at least 1,000 sword techniques, then integrate them, simplify them into 500 moves, then reduce them to 250 moves, and then simplify again, until finally it becomes one sword, and you must strike the heavens 10,000 times at the mountaintop. On the day of completion, you can open the heavenly gate with one sword. That is, cut the clouds and the sky in half. I don't want to learn anymore. Gongsun Jin turned and left. Lung Xiaoshuang also had a bitter expression. I seem to not be able to learn it either. Wei Yuan suddenly thought of something and quickly got up to grab the lifeless old mother's clothes. Quick, while it's hot. Lung Xiaoshuang pushed Wei Yuan fiercely. I never expected you to have such a hobby. Don't touch me in the future. You misunderstood. I want to extract the residual energy from her body while it's still warm for my own use. Wei Yuan said while using silver needles to draw the energy from the lifeless old mother's corpse, joking with Lung Xiaoshuang. Such a good young lady. Why do you have such filthy thoughts? Do you think this young master will become a corpse driver? Lung Xiaoshuang blushed and spat at Wei Yuan, stammering to change the subject. According to my sisters in the sect, she hurriedly left after receiving a message from a carrier pigeon, bringing Wang Tong, who was hiding in the sect. She was afraid the old mother was coming for me, so she rushed over to tell me. I was afraid she was here to kill you, so I hurried over. At this point, Lung Xiaoshuang's face was full of worry. Wei Yuan, brother, the lifeless sect still has thousands of death warriors. They have been brainwashed to madness. If you kill her, these people will definitely retaliate against you without hesitation. Wei Yuan frowned tightly. Thousands of death warriors. Although it was difficult for them to harm him, it was not to be feared that thieves would steal, but to be feared that thieves would remember. He didn't know when a few death warriors would pop up wanting to perish together with him. This situation was indeed troublesome. How about this? Wei Yuan, brother, let us declare externally that the lifeless old mother was killed by me. I will go out for a while, so they can take their vengeance on me. Wei Yuan waved his hand to interrupt Lung Qiushuang's words. I will never let my woman take risks. Besides, isn't there another person in this room? Huh? Lung Qiushuang scanned the room and directly skipped over the fainted Wang Tong. Who else? Wang Tong. Just say he killed her. Let those death warriors go seek revenge on the Wang family. But Wei Yuan, brother, they are death warriors, not fools. Wang Tong has been hiding in the sect for some time. Everyone knows what a waste he is. How could he possibly kill the lifeless old mother? What if they see him? After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and kicked the lifeless old mother's corpse. What a piece of junk. Her energy is not even half as pure as Yang Lianjinjia's. He removed the black cloak from Wang Tong and used silver needles to seal his acupoints to prevent him from waking up midway. After donning the cloak, Wei Yuan beckoned to Lung Qiushuang. Give me some disguise powder. Wei Yuan used the disguise powder to change the color of his skin, then manipulated the muscles on his face and changed the position of his bones. Soon, his appearance was completely identical to that of the Wang Tong lying on the ground. He pointed to the nun's robe that had just been stripped off the whooshing old mother. You should change, and let's have a fight in the bustling city. By the way, I'll teach you a sword technique. Oh, that feels good. The burly Jiang Yuer walked out of the toilet, suddenly clutching his stomach again and ran back inside. After a few drinks, Old Stone and the others revealed their true colors, each embracing a girl and playing drinking games. Suddenly, Xin Xiao raised his head. What a sharp sword energy. There are 2 top swordsmanship experts. The other 13 captains quickly looked up. The stagnation sword. The sound of flowing water echoed, followed by a sword energy that severed the vase along with the tulip inside. A woman in her 40s, dressed as a nun and wielding a long sword, leapt down from the second floor. Whooshing old mother. Old Stone recognized her at a glance, and the 14 captains became alert, drawing their weapons and standing on high alert. Who exactly could make the whooshing old mother look so disheveled? Just as everyone was puzzled, a carefree, lazy voice echoed. Drink the rivers in one gulp, then swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups won't make me fall. I am the wine sword immortal. Wang Tong, clad in a black cloak, stepped forward, crushing a large wine vat beside him. A massive force erupted from his body, and the wine in the air transformed into a long sword, aiming to strike cold Qiushuang on the head. After chugging hundreds of cups of fine wine, he danced with the long sword pointing to the void. Cold Qiushuang raised her long sword to block, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood and retreating several steps. Wang Tong's steps were unsteady, half leaning on the railing of the stairs. What whooshing old mother? Just a woman abandoned by a man, resenting all men in the world. I thought you were formidable, but you can't even block one of my swords. As Wang Tong finished speaking, the whooshing old mother turned to flee. Want to run? Wielding a sword in the mortal world is already madness. With wine, I step up to the heavens, playing with the stars and manipulating the sun and moon, drunkenly lying on the clouds, laughing at the world. Although Wang Tong's steps were shaky, he moved gracefully, shrinking the distance in an instant. Arriving in front of the whooshing old mother, his sword rising and falling, gliding across her neck. You are unworthy to wield a sword. The only one deserving of it in this world is me. At the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I, Wang Tong, am the heaven. Everyone in the venue, whether guests or girls, recognized Wang Tong, not expecting this third-rate dandy from the capital to have such terrifying strength. Heaven? What heaven? Of course, the heaven that doesn't give birth to me. Wang Tong. The sword path is eternal like a long night. A young master kept swallowing his saliva. I've known Wang Tong for many years, although he usually shows off. Why is he showing off so excessively today? Nonsense. If you were better than Wang Tong, you'd definitely be more showy than him. So it turns out Wang Tong's dandy persona was all an act. A young master, who usually had a decent relationship with Wang Tong, stepped forward and weakly asked, Wang, Brother Wang, how did you suddenly become so powerful? This is my true self. I just wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. But this time, I won't pretend anymore. I, Wang Tong, am a swordsmanship expert. When the sea reaches its end, the sky becomes the shore. At the peak of swordsmanship, it belongs to Wang Tong. The young master asked again, Brother Wang, why do you want to kill this nun? She seems pretty formidable too. The whooshing sect. Whooshing old mother. is indeed formidable. As for why I want to kill her, it's to save Wei Yuan. It's impossible. Your Wang family and Wei Yuan are like fire and water. Why would you want to save him? Why? Wang Teng twirled his sword into beautiful patterns, resting it behind his back. In my life, I, Wang, need not explain my actions to others. Chapter 57. The Wine Sword Immortal. After finishing his words, Wang Teng swaggered away with the corpse of the no-birth old mother. Returning to the second floor from the window, Lung Xiaoshuang hurriedly put the nun's robe back on the no-birth old mother and removed the disguise powder from her face. Wang Teng carried the bare corpse of the no-birth old mother and ran towards the drum tower, hanging it upside down. In front of everyone, he swung his sword and wrote 5 large characters next to the corpse. The murderer, Wang Teng. Have you heard? The number 1 sword in the world is actually the Wine Sword Immortal Wang Teng. It turns out that the playboy Wang Teng was just acting. His true identity is the Wine Sword Immortal. I've never heard of the Wine Sword Immortal. That's because you're ignorant. I've long heard of the great name of the Wine Sword Immortal. Legend has it that the Wine Sword Immortal could uproot spring willows at the age of 3 and got drunk and beat the Jiaomen god at the age of 7. You're talking about Lu Zhishan and the Wine Sword Immortal bloodied the Mandarin Duck Tower. That's Wu Song. Well, anyway, the Wine Sword Immortal is very impressive. In a single night, the name of the number 1 sword, the Wine Sword Immortal Wang Teng, spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital, already on par with Liang's Golden Phoenix, Liang Hanshan. In the imperial study, Emperor Nanzhao slammed his hand on the dragon writing desk, listening to the eunuch's report. The Wang family is indeed hiding their talents. Just after I had warned them, they let their son show himself, clearly trying to give me a hard time. In the Jean E. Marquis' residence, in the Wang family study, Wang Shouhe looked at Wang Mao, who lay on the ground with a blood-red crotch. He kicked a short, rat-eyed middle-aged man covered in dirt. You saved the person, but what about the things? His lifeline is gone. When I dug the tunnel to rescue the young master, he was already gone. It must have been those constables. Impossible, they wouldn't dare offend my Wang family. It must have been Wei Yuan. Master, something big has happened. The study door was pushed open, and a panicked Wang family disciple rushed in. Wang Teng has appeared. This unfilial son, I'll skin him alive. Wang Shouhe said this and looked at Wang Mao, who lacked a lifeline. To ensure his own lineage, Wang Teng must be kept alive. Catch that unfilial son and give him 100 lashes. Master, we can't catch him now. Young Master Wang Teng has been hiding his identity all along. What identity? The number 1 sword, the Wine Sword Immortal. Nonsense. How could I not know what my son is like? Really, Master, I'm not lying. Just now, young Master Wang Teng wielded his sword to slay the no-birth old mother and then hung her corpse on the drum tower, using his sword as a pen to write the words the murderer Wang Teng. Really? More real than pearls. Absolutely true. Many people witnessed it on the scene. At 20, he could slay the no-birth old mother? Ha! Wang Shouhe laughed loudly. My son Wang Teng has the potential of a martial sage. All Wang family members listen up. You must find my Qilin son Wang Teng and bring him back on a grand sedan chair. At the Wei Guogong's residence, Wang Xuanze, after reporting to Wei Buya, couldn't help but shake his head and lament. The playboy is pretending, but unfortunately, my family's heir is a real playboy. Wei Buya and Mu Qinxiu exchanged glances. Brother, are we seeing things? The timing doesn't team match. No, there is something strange about this. Wei Buya thought for a moment and then laughed heartily. This little rascal. What a clever move to cause a ruckus. As a grandfather, I will cooperate with him and make a fiery oil. Xuanze, prepare generous gifts immediately. I will personally go to the Jean E. Marquis' residence to thank the Wang family for saving my grandson. On the other side, in the alley next to the drum tower, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was the kind face of his father Wang Shouhe, smiling at him. Oh my! Wang Teng jumped up in shock, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Wang Shouhe. Father, I was wrong. It was that Wei Yuan scoundrel who cheated me. I really was wrong. That's all minor stuff. Wang Shouhe gently stroked Wang Teng's cheek. My son Wang Teng is the Qilin son of our Wang family, destined to have the potential of a martial sage. Don't say just losing the Qinghe Elegant Garden. Even if the entire Wang family were lost, what would it matter? Brother, sister is proud of you. Young Master Wang Tong has been hiding his light for so many years. This is great righteousness. With son Wang Tong, how can our Wang family not prosper? Envious of Shoha's virtuous nephew, a son should be like Wang Tong. Wang Tong slapped himself twice. It hurts. Hurts. This isn't a dream? Why is this happening? You've never praised me like this before. Can anyone tell me why? After Wang, Xiaoyan recounted what happened last night. Wang Tong glanced at the sword on the ground. I did that. I only remember that old woman slapped me, and then I don't remember anything. Wang Tong picked up the long sword from the ground and casually performed a set of moves, resembling a child in a village wielding a wooden stick to hit rapeseed flowers. At the peak of the sword, I stand proud in the world. With me, Wang Tong. There is heaven. Did I say that? So domineering. I, Wang Tong, am actually this impressive, and I didn't even know it. A guard rushed over. Sir Wei Buiyue is here with heavy gifts to see you, thanking young Master Wang Tong for saving Wei Yuan's life. Wang Tong stood with his sword. What national war, God Wei Buiyue, just an old man, seeing how impressive I am. He must be so scared that he peed his pants and came to offer gifts for forgiveness. Wang Tong waved his sleeve. Shoha, let this Qilin's son meet that so-called national war, God Wei Buiyue. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Wei Buiyue, in golden armor, had been waiting for a long time. He saw Wang Tong walking over with his sword on his back, swaggering. Suddenly, Wei Buiyue narrowed his eyes, his expression changing drastically. My spear is sharp, but your sword is even sharper. Immediately, a wave of killing intent emanated from Wei Buiyue's body, and Wang Shoha clapped his hands. Boldly, Wang Tong is the lifeline of my Wang family, and I swear to protect him. All the members of the Wang family surrounded him, firmly protecting Wang Tong. Wang Tong casually waved his hand, pushing through the crowd, swaggering forward. Wei Buiyue, you claim to be the national war god of the Great Wei. Dare you fight me? The wine sword immortal Wang? Wei Buiyue clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging high. Everyone held their breath. After all, the name of Wei Buiyue's ferocity is terrifying. Big brother, don't. Mu Qianxiu hurriedly blocked Wei Buiyue. If you fight with a junior, it's expected that you would win, but if you lose, your reputation will be ruined. Talent emerges in every generation. New talents surpass the old. It's time to accept being old. Wei Buiyue sighed deeply, shaking his head, resembling a hero in decline. Wang family master, this time I have come to present heavy gifts, to thank the Qilin son of the Wang family, Wang Tong, for saving my grandson's life. He is young and doesn't he know better. If he has offended you before, I apologize on his behalf. Apologize? Now you know fear? Wang Tong raised his chin. Apologies are fine, but the heavens and earth belong to me, and as for him, that Lung Xiushuang should also be sent to this wine sword immortal's bed. This matter is settled. Good. Wei Buiyue did not speak, only nodded and turned to leave. Wang Tong was so excited that he trembled all over. When had he ever thought he could be so tough in front of Wei Buiyue? Back in the sedan, Wei Buiyue finally couldn't help but laugh. The third generation of the Wang family is truly foolish. Qianxiu, if I stayed one more minute, I would burst out laughing. Mu Qianxiu also held back laughter. It doesn't matter if people misunderstand him. He even believes it himself. Outside the sedan door, Wang Xuanzi lifted the sedan curtain. Wei Gong, that Wang Tong was too arrogant just now, but I didn't find him very strong. Not strong at all. This is a good show. Just watch it unfold. Yongfeng Bank, Beijing headquarters. After Wei Yuan divided the spoils, he was sent out of the inner hall by Shun Wansan. The second manager jogged over. Manager Shun. The manager of Dongji Rice Shop wants to meet you in person to discuss a loan. It said the amount is too large for me to make a decision. What is going on with the rice shops today? This is the 8th one asking me for a loan. Shun Wansan murmured, then said to the second manager, have manager Dong wait a moment. I need to entertain the heir first. Wei Yuan curiously asked Shun Wansan, are there many rice shop managers coming for loans today? Including Dongji, this is the 8th one today. I've also inquired about other banks and money houses. They have hosted quite a few rice shop managers for loans as well. Are all the rice shops in the capital taking out loans? The loans from the managers are basically for purchasing goods, and what rice shops can purchase is inevitably grain. If so many rice shops are buying goods at the same time, It indicates that a large batch of grain is entering the market, and it must be below market price, which is why they are rushing for loans. And the only place with so much grain is the National Treasury. Yesterday, Nanzhao asked the Wang family for disaster relief, and today they are selling grain, probably trying to make up for last night's losses. Wei Yuan blinked and suddenly had an idea. Can Manager Shen help me? Your Highness is too serious. When it comes to your words, Shen Wan-san, just follow orders. What do you need help with? Help me arrange some people to buy grain separately. I'll buy as much as these rice shops bring in, all cash transactions. Shen Wan-san was taken aback. Your Highness, why do you want to buy so much grain? This is not something you should meddle in. It's a game between me and the powerful families. Just do what I say and don't ask questions. Understood. After Wei Yuan left Yongfeng Money House with Shi Shun and Jiang Yuer, he looked towards the direction of the Jin Eho mansion. The Wang family dares to be greedy even with the disaster relief grain. How much grain must they have embezzled? How many people will starve to death? It's truly inhumane. No official is without greed. Even those in charge of disaster relief will take some for themselves, and how much they take depends on their conscience. But even the worst would only take half, yet the Wang family, I estimate, must have taken over 70%. This life-saving grain will likely cause millions to starve. Wang family, it seems yesterday's bloodletting was not enough. This time I'll make sure you go bankrupt. Chapter 58. The white-eyed wolf returns to the mansion in the imperial study. The old eunuch was reporting. The Emperor of South Zhao frowned tightly. Gambling on underground fights? Betting on horses? The old eunuch said with concern, Your Majesty, Wei Yuan is so openly running a gambling den, which has already violated the laws of the Great Way. Every prominent family in the world has engaged in gambling houses, brothels, and other gray industries. If I take action against Wei Yuan, it will be hard to explain to Wei Buiyuan. I will turn a blind eye as long as he doesn't go too far. The Emperor of South Zhao suddenly laughed. This underground fighting sounds quite creative. It must require viewers to wear masks to protect their identities. Our Great Way values martial prowess. So I estimate this kid will make quite a bit of money. Speaking of which, I'm even interested in watching these underground fights. Indeed, Wei Yuan is not without merit. He has some cleverness, but unfortunately, he uses it for indulgence rather than on the right path. The old eunuch slightly bowed. Isn't this precisely what Her Majesty wishes to see? The Emperor of South Zhao smiled, without speaking, and continued to revise memorials. In Weiyang Palace, Nanji listened to the news Snowball had gathered from the young eunuchs. Princess, how could you still think highly of Wei Yuan? He is just a good-for-nothing who can't hold his own. Look at what he does. Aside from brothels, it's all gambling houses, which can't compare to the talented scholar Zhu. Is that so? Then tell me, Snowball, among all the second and third generation in the capital, aside from that golden phoenix, Liang Hanshan, is there anyone who is wealthier or holds a higher official position than Wei Yuan without relying on family background? Snowball thought for a moment and stammered. There seems to be none. And do you think underground fighting is just simple fighting? The fighters pretend to be knocked out while secretly hiding their true skills. They are seasoned warriors who have survived countless battles. As for horse racing, you all have overlooked the most important point. The losing horse will be slaughtered for meat. Snowball angrily said. So, he is a good-for-nothing. Those horses are so lovely. Just because they lost a race, they get killed. The horses that can participate in the races are all war horses. When the time comes, he will swap an ordinary horse for a war horse. Who can tell the difference between war horse meat and ordinary horse meat? Nanji put down the book in her hand. I was still puzzled about how Wei Yuan managed to acquire food and troops right under Father Emperor's nose. But it seems he already has a solution. What a clever Wei Yuan. Always strategizing, step by step, he will surely achieve great things in the future. In the Genie home mansion, the Wang family. Wang Tong was stripped of his clothes and examined by several imperial physicians. Wang family head. The young master has no qi in his body, and his bone structure is not suitable for martial arts. Wang Tong shouted excitedly, Nonsense! How can you explain my awesomeness last night? It's definitely because your skills are lacking. Your ordinary eyes can't detect my greatness. Wang Tong stood upright, hands behind his back, and pretentiously declared, Heaven did not give birth to me. Wang Tong. The sword path is eternal like the long night. Several imperial physicians secretly glanced at Wang Shouhe, who had a gloomy face and the unfriendly expressions of the Wang family members. The gray-haired leader of the physicians hurriedly said, "Wang family head, I have heard of a strange illness." Strange illness? The ancient medical texts record that there are people who are born with two extreme personalities. After suffering a severe head injury or through some coincidence, the other personality will be released while the host is asleep. Wang Shouhe nodded. There are indeed countless wonders in this world. I have seen records of such cases in ancient tombs. Clap. Wang Tong clapped his hands. That's it. I don't remember anything from last night, and I was slapped by that old hag, so that's a severe head injury. It all matches. As several physicians left the Wang mansion, one said, "Old Xia, why have we never heard of this rumor? Which ancient medical book records it? I just made it up." Made it up? What if we find out Wang Tong is nothing? How will the Wang family take revenge on us? Revenge? I'm just telling a story. I never said Wang Tong has such a constitution. Besides, did you not see the expressions of the Wang family members? The truth hurts. After speaking, the leader of the physicians took out a stack of silver notes and distributed them to the other physicians. Remember, keep your mouths shut. The physicians hurriedly tucked the silver notes into their clothes, smiling broadly. Old Xia, you can rest assured. We are all old and know what to say and what not to say. After everyone dispersed, the leader of the physicians slipped into a nearby carriage. Miss Snowball, the matter entrusted by the princess has been taken care of. Inside the carriage, Snowball nodded in satisfaction and tossed a priceless night pearl to the leader of the physicians. This is a reward from the princess. Also, in a few days, the noble concubine might fall ill, and only your son can cure her. If he succeeds, the Empress Dowager will appoint your son as the deputy chief physician. The leader of the physicians was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Snowball. Thank you, Miss Snowball. Snowball proudly replied. What are you thanking me for? Remember, these are all the princess's gifts to you. Gifts can also be taken back, so you should be careful. Dismissed. After the physician left, Snowball cutely pouted. Why does the princess go to such lengths for this? Forget it. The princess is the smartest. She must have her reasons. Let's head back to the palace. On the other side, at this moment, the common people had gathered to watch the execution. 14 captains from the 6 doors, dressed in flying fish robes, bowed their heads in shame, not daring to look at Wei Yuan, who was sitting on the execution platform, especially after confirming his identity. Each of them felt as if their heads were about to bury themselves in their pants. This was all due to their supervision, which resulted in Wang Mao being lost. They had no choice but to find a death row inmate who resembled Wang Mao to impersonate him. Wei Yuan, dressed in a Qilin robe and holding a special sword, had a blank expression, showing no signs of joy or anger. In fact, he already knew that the Wang family would come to save their own. With their strength, they would surely rescue Wang Mao, which is why he had asked Old Shi to castrate this guy in advance. The time had come for execution. Wei Yuan tossed the order token from the execution platform. The executioner spat a mouthful of wine on the big knife, and with a swift motion, the head fell. The common people applauded and cheered, while some Wang family servants who were in on the act began to clean up the body. Wei Yuan stood up and said to Old Shi and the others, "Brothers, you've worked hard. I will host a banquet in heaven and earth." Lu Cunxiao waved his hands repeatedly. "Young master, I apologize. I just had a bowl of fried liver before coming, and now I'm too full to eat anything else." "Me too." Me too." Even Old Shi, who was the most lecherous, refused, all finding excuses to leave. "Eating and drinking at my expense, and even hiring girls, yet I can't even handle this little task. How embarrassing." Shishin jogged over and whispered in Wei Yuan's ear, Young master Zhu has returned home, and he brought his family and bedding. He is likely to stay for a while." Wei Yuan smiled disdainfully. The young master Zhu mentioned by Shishuan was Zhu Sibo. His father was a personal guard of Wei Buiyuan, who died saving Wei Buiyuan from a deadly arrow. Wei Buiyuan then took the guard's wife as a goddaughter and raised the posthumous son, Zhu Sibo, as a godson. Thus, Zhu Sibo grew up in the Wei family. When he turned 15, he topped the imperial examination and moved out after acquiring a residence. Aside from giving gifts to Wei Buiyuan during the 3 festivals and birthdays, he rarely returned. His return this time was also within Wei Yuan's expectations, as Leng Qiushuang had seen Zhu Sibo at the Wang family, making him one of the targets for revenge from the Wuxing sect. Fearing assassination, he returned to seek refuge at the Duke Wei's mansion. When Wei Yuan returned to the mansion, he saw Zhu Sibo conversing with Wei Buiyuan in the reception hall. Zhu Sibo was still as polite as ever, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. With graceful gestures and refined speech, he was clearly a well-read scholar. However, Wei Buiyuan was clad in practice clothes, drenched in sweat, one hand holding his foot while the other drank tea directly from the kettle, with a face full of impatience. He paid little attention to Zhu Sibao's words and chatted half-heartedly. Wei Buiyuan, a mere warrior, was never interested in pedantic discussions. Besides, through his investigations, he found that many cases targeting the Wei family had Zhu Sibao's shadow in them. But this guy was too clean in his actions, leaving no evidence behind. In fact, Wei Yuan was well aware of Wei Buiyuan's thoughts. Zhu Sibao was his god-grandson whom he had watched grow up, and his father had saved his life. Without solid evidence, he couldn't take action against him. Perhaps deep down, Wei Buiyuan still didn't want to believe that this grandson he had watched grow up could be one of the masterminds behind the schemes against the Wei family. After Wei Yuan swaggered in, he opened his arms to Zhu Sibao. "Isn't this my dear brother who dreams of my death?" "Oops, I meant the brother who dreams of making me die." Zhu Sibao's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness, but he quickly concealed it. He also stood up, opened his arms, and embraced Wei Yuan in a man's hug. "Good brother, your recent fame is quite remarkable. I'm proud of you as your older brother. I'm off to practice my shooting. You young folks enjoy your chat." As Wei Buiyuan got up and left, Wei Yuan pulled Zhu Sibao down with brotherly affection. "Brother, is my junior apprentice Gong Sun Jin in your residence? Why hasn't he come to see his senior brother?" Wei Yuan knew he was trying to extract information and couldn't help but laugh. This kid is just a lecher, off chasing after Xiao Dai. Xiao Di. Zhu Sibao's expression froze for a moment. Wei Yuan smiled meaningfully. "Yes, the top courtesan of Qingyuan. Does my good brother know her?" "Brother is joking. You know me. I've never been to those places. How could I know this Xiao Dai girl?" Zhu Sibao said, revealing a hint of curiosity on his face. "Brother, what does this courtesan look like? If it's convenient, let me have a look." "That might not be good. The scene is quite unpleasant. Don't you know that Xiao Dai conspired with some scoundrel to poison me? Now she estes the communal toilet for all the guards of the Wei residence, crying 3 big bowls of tears every day. I reckon she won't be able to hold on much longer before confessing." As Wei Yuan spoke, Shishun entered with Leng Qiushuang. "Good brother, let me introduce you to your sister-in-law, Leng Qiushuang." Leng Qiushuang hugged Wei Yuan's arm and smiled at Zhu Sibao. "Zhu the talented scholar, we meet again." At that moment, Zhu Sibao was like a chameleon, changing colors from white to black to red. He had seen Leng Qiushuang before. He had fantasized about being under her, but her cold demeanor and high cultivation made him only dare to think about it. He never expected her to be so intimately leaning against Wei Yuan now. What he desired but couldn't have was now obtained by a wastrel he had looked down upon since childhood, making him feel worse than being killed. Furthermore, what was more important was that when he had discussed with Wang Shouhe how to kill Wei Yuan, Leng Qiushuang was present and participated throughout. Now that Leng Qiushuang had become Wei Yuan's woman, he was unsure whether she had discussed this matter with Wei Yuan. After all, the 2 young assassins sent to kill Wei Yuan were both Leng Qiushuang's people. So, would she really dare to be honest with Wei Yuan? Chapter 59. Rescuing the Dharma King at a time. When Zhu Sibao was feeling uneasy, Wei Yuan grabbed his wrist. "Right, good brother. I have something to ask you for help with. Come with me." Wei Yuan pulled Zhu Sibao to the Wei family's water prison. The guard, Wang Xuanzi, tried to leave upon seeing Wei Yuan, but was stopped by him. "No need to leave this time. Just watch." Wei Yuan snatched the whip from Wang Xuanzi's hand and threw it to Zhu Sibao, pointing at young Li Zhan, who was bound and had lost both arms in the water prison. "Good brother, do you know who he is?" I usually don't go to temples. How could I possibly know a monk?" Hearing Zhu Sibao's voice, young Li Zhan raised his head, his copper bell-sized eyes showing shock. But he quickly lowered his head again. "My good brother, doesn't he recognize this monk? Then I must explain to you. He is the former national master of Tubo, young Li Zhan. Have you heard of him?" Zhu Sibao's heart almost jumped out of his throat as he stammered, I have heard a little. This demon monk dug up the graves of my Wei family's ancestors and even used my ancestor's skull as a wine bowl. The most infuriating thing is that he tried to assassinate this heir. Truly, a crime that cannot be forgiven. But no matter how I ask, he will stubbornly refuse to reveal who the mastermind is. So I want to ask my good brother for help to use severe torture to make him confess. Zhu Sibao trembled all over, secretly thinking, torturing him to reveal the mastermind is me? Brother, I'm just a scholar. I don't like roughness. Before Zhu Sibao could finish, Lung Qiushuang exuded a chilling, murderous aura, lightly patted her waist, and drew her soft sword, holding in her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent as she glared at Zhu Sibao. Gulp. Although Zhu Sibao appeared righteous, he was a cunning and treacherous person, but still just a scholar who couldn't fight. Scared by Lung Qiushuang, he hurriedly picked up the whip and fiercely struck Yang Lianjinjia's body. You quickly say who ordered you to assassinate my brother? At this moment, Zhu Sibao's clothes were already drenched in sweat. If he didn't hit hard, he had Lung Qiushuang with a sword behind him. If he hit hard, he was really afraid that Yang Lianjinjia would expose him. After half a stick of incense, Zhu Sibao sat on the ground, panting heavily. Brother, I don't have any strength left. Can we stop hitting? I only let you hit once. Who told you to hit so many times? Wei Yuan said with a half smile, using the sword to lift Yang Lianjinjia's chin. Big brother's hands are really ruthless. Look at how badly he's beaten. If you don't speak tonight, I'll have my big brother beat you again tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhu Sibao felt that returning to the Wei residence was a mistake, but facing the assassination of the Wuxing sect's death warriors, he truly didn't dare to go out. After returning to his room, Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he recalled Zhu Sibao's appearance. Lung Qiushuang helped him remove his clothes and massaged his shoulders. Wei Yuan, you said that without concrete evidence, Lord Wei Wun Ti act against Zhu Sibao. But will he believe what Yang Lianjinjia says? Of course he won't believe it. I can directly kill Yang Lianjinjia in secret. But I have gone through the records of the 6 doors, and the circumstances of my father and brother's deaths were very suspicious. I suspect it is related to this scoundrel, but with his ability, he absolutely cannot do this. Therefore, I want to use him as a breakthrough to investigate the whole matter clearly. The hatred of killing my father and brother is irreconcilable. I must personally take the lives of everyone involved. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he grabbed Lung Qiushuang's delicate white hand and took a deep breath. Qiushuang, do we still have a disguise powder? Yes. Then tonight we will do it like this. After Wei Yuan whispered in Lung Qiushuang's ear, he softly said, Qiushuang, do you know that this heir has excellent martial arts, but what is the true top-notch, unparalleled skill? I don't know. Do you want to see? I do. Wei Yuan suddenly swung his hand and struck out. 5 Luo light, smoke palm. The open door closed. And then Wei Yuan formed a claw with one hand. 5 Luo light smoke claw. Lung Qiushuang's gauzy skirt fell off, and before she could react, Wei Yuan had taken her earring into his mouth and pressed her down onto the bed, weakly and lazily twisting her wrist full of delicate charm. As the night fell, Lung Qiushuang sat up from the bed, covering her lower abdomen, and lightly punched Wei Yuan's shoulder. It's all your fault. It's swollen again. It's fine. Zhu Sibao can't fight, so you can disguise yourself as him. A bit unsteady on your feet makes it more realistic. Lung Qiushuang used a chest wrap to tighten herself, and Wei Yuan looked at the scene of her changing from a D cup to an A cup, feeling a pang of heartache. What wrong had the rabbit done to deserve such treatment? Using sandalwood to cover up Lung Qiushuang's own scent, she quickly transformed into Zhu Sibao's appearance. Brother, Lung Qiushuang called out to Wei Yuan, who gave her a thumbs up. Even though he had grown up with Zhu Sibao, he couldn't tell the difference in voice. Shishuan, Wei Yuan shouted, and Shishuan hurriedly ran in. Young master, Zhu Xiao, you're also here. This is Qiushuang. You know she is an assassin and can disguise herself. Wei Yuan didn't hide it from Shishuan and directly told him, try to imitate me. This isn't good, right? You are innocent. Shishuan instantly raised his chin, breaking into a big smile. Damn it. Bring out all the courtesans from your brothel for me. Tonight this heir has taken medicine and wants to do 3. Wei Yuan couldn't help but kick him. This heir just wants you, you green-faced scoundrel. Beside them, Long Xiaoshuang nodded repeatedly. Actually, he learned very similarly. After all, he has served you since childhood, and that demeanor, even the voice, is identical. Wei Yuan helplessly slapped his forehead and waved his hands at Long Xiaoshuang. Disguise him. Long Xiaoshuang disguised Shishuan, while Wei Yuan taught him what to do next. Soon, Shishuan transformed into Wei Yuan, Long Xiaoshuang into Zhu Sibao, and Wei Yuan turned into a black-skinned strong man in his 40s with a scar on his forehead and a full beard. Wei Yuan took out a package of fish glue containing chicken blood and handed it to Shishuan. Put this in your mouth. When I hit you, bite it and spit blood. Shishuan hesitated. Young master, this thing isn't from the heavenly earth, is it? It must have been used. Don't worry, it's new. Well, that's a bit better. At the Wei residence, in the water prison, Shishuan, disguised as Wei Yuan, held a small whip and walked in with a swagger, waving his hand to signal Wang Xuanzi and the others to retreat. Damn it, you demon monk, I'll make you shut up, or I'll beat you to death. Shishuan fiercely lashed Yang Lian Jinjiao with a whip dozens of times, but the latter only smiled without making a sound. Hey, what the hell, you dare to laugh? Shishuan hit him with another dozen lashes when suddenly a figure appeared as fast as lightning and struck Shishuan's chest with a palm. Puff! Shishuan spat out blood and was sent flying 10 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Yang Lian Jinjia saw that the newcomer was a strong man with a scar on his forehead. Who are you? Your savior. The strong man cut the chains binding Yang Lian Jinjia and grabbed his shoulder to leave. Wait, I'm not sure if that dog heir is dead or not. He has been torturing me in various ways these days. I need to take him back. With my heart-crushing palm, he will undoubtedly die, even if it's just his corpse. I want to take it back to make his skull into a cupola. Then you go. Don't forget this is the Wei Guogong's residence. Wei Buyue is very strong. We must hurry to leave. Yang Lian Jinjia nodded, suddenly crouched down, sniffed the blood that Shishuan had just spat out on the ground, and then dispelled his doubts and followed the strong man away. After leaving the water prison, the strong man brought Yang Lian Jinjia to the long-abandoned backyard of the Wei residence. Zhu Sibai, who was waiting here, quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, you have suffered. Today, I'm also forced to take action against you, so please forgive me. Yang Lian Jinjia shook his head. It's fine. By the way, Sibai, where did you find this expert? As expected of an old hand, he was still probing at this moment. Wei Yuan cursed inwardly and quickly spoke up. I am from the Wang family. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he pointed to the corner where there was a dry well. This secret passage was specially dug out by Lord Shouhe's treasure seekers. If we wait for tea's time, when the patrols of the Wei family change shifts outside, we can escape through the dry well. Zhu Sibai asked Yang Lian Jinjia, Your Majesty, Lord Wang asked me to ask you, have you mentioned that matter? Yang Lian Jinjia's eyes turned. Which matter? The matter of killing the second and third generations of the Wei family back then. Yang Lian Jinjia smiled and said, If I don't say anything, you will definitely come to rescue me. If I do say something, I will undoubtedly die, so naturally, I won't say it. After all, if I die, the evidence of that matter will end up in the hands of the old dog Wei, and at that time, all of you will be finished. Chapter 60. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Long Xiaoshuang reached for her waist, thinking that since she had killed Yang Lian Jinjia, there was no need for elaborate measures. She could just take him out with a single sword strike. Wei Yuan guessed what Long Xiaoshuang was thinking and subtly pressed her hand down. Addressing Yang Lian Jinjia, he said, We are both people of the Jianghu, so let's not beat around the bush. Now that you have lost both arms and your cultivation is nearly gone, our cooperation is at an end. Yang Lian Jinjia nodded. Their relationship was one of mutual use. Without value, it was normal for the other party to cease cooperation. Wei Yuan took out a silver note of 10,000 taels and stuffed it into Yang Lian Jinjia's pants. There was no other choice. The guy was currently not wearing any clothes, just a tattered pair of pants. I'll have Zhu Sibai take you away. Once you reach a safe place, hand over the items to him, and then you can go wherever you please. We will owe each other nothing. Yang Lian Jinjia glanced at Zhu Sibai, who was just a scholar. Even without cultivation and arms, it would be easy for him to kill him. Thinking this, Yang Lian Jinjia nodded. After escorting the two away, Wei Yuan was about to jump out of the dry well when he saw several dark figures sweep by overhead. Wei Yuan quickly concealed his presence. There were 9 of them, all at the master level or above, including 3 great masters. With so many attacking him, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't block them. So he hid in the dry well and suppressed his aura. UHLBL, GNNKL. The group was discussing something by the edge of the well. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand their conversation, even with his guesses. The language was somewhat similar to a combination of Manchu and Mongolian. From their discussions, Wei Yuan caught mentions of his name and Yang Lianjinjia's name. Based on the information Yang Lianjinjia had just revealed, this group should be the masterminds behind the scenes, with Zhu Sibai as the insider. From what Wei Yuan knew of Zhu Sibai, he was timid as a fly, and he wouldn't dare act as an insider under Wei Buyue's nose. He had previously refused all excuses to become an insider in the Wei residence. If it weren't for the fear of being assassinated by the death soldiers of the Wuxing sect, and with Wei Yuan's coercion of Yang Lianjinjia, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. After a few suspected Xiongnu experts left, Wei Yuan finally showed his face. The water prison was empty, so he immediately ran back to his bedroom. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons clashing echoed. Wei Buyue was blocking the door to Wei Yuan's room with a spear. Wei Buyue, clad in a night robe, was facing off against 8 experts. This group had clearly planned ahead, sending 2 great masters to team up against Wei Buyue. The remaining great master chose not to confront Jiang Yuer directly, but engaged in a battle of entanglement. Facing an opponent as slippery as a loach, Jiang Yuer was so angry that she stomped her feet, swinging her 3-stop Huiyuan knife in a chase to slash at them. Yuer, they're trying to lure you away. Quickly come back and protect your honor. Wei Buyue shouted urgently, but it was already too late. 5 masters took the opportunity to break in through the window and began slashing at the bed. As the solid wood dental bed collapsed, velvet from the blankets flew everywhere. Is heaven trying to destroy my Wei family? Not even leaving the last bloodline. Wei Buyue howled, his heart ignited with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nearly going mad. Suddenly, the several masters froze in place. As the bed was destroyed, yet no blood flowed out. Lifting the tattered blanket, they found only a pillow inside. How could this be? Yuan is fine. In a mix of great sorrow and joy, Wei Buyue wept tears of joy. However, at that moment, he heard no sounds of arrows flying and saw no shadows. Years of sensitivity developed from narrowly escaping death prompted Wei Buyue to dodge sideways. Suddenly feeling a scratch on his arm. Just behind him, a sharp arrow embedded itself 7 inches into the stone wall. What terrifying bow strength! Wei Buyue was shocked. If not for his 6th sense, that arrow would have pierced his heart. Strangely, the arrow had made no sound and left no trace of its shooter, making it impossible to defend against. Shadowless arrow. Wei Yuan looked towards the rooftop 200 meters away, where a mysterious figure cloaked in a cape was drawing a bow. Aiming at Wei Buyue in the courtyard. Mutlabaka, Wei Yuan shouted, causing the archer on the roof to momentarily freeze. You know my clan's language? In that moment of distraction, Wei Yuan rushed forward, wielding his big knife with the force of splitting Mount Hua, striking down. The mysterious figure quickly dropped the bow and performed a dangerous roll to evade the blow, drawing a dagger from his boot to engage Wei Yuan. That little bastard must have sneaked out to indulge. Wei Buyue glanced at Wei Yuan and the mysterious figure fighting on the rooftop. Without the burden of Wei Yuan and the threat of the mysterious archer, he could now unleash his full strength. With the Scarlet Moon 9-Dragon Coil in hand, he unleashed the full potential of the Wei family spear, facing 7 opponents and forcing them back repeatedly. Overlord Spear. Wei Buyue stomped his foot, causing the tiles beneath him to crack outward. Merging man and spear, he charged at the group like a blood-red dragon. Boom! An explosion echoed as 5 masters were torn apart on the spot, and 2 great masters were severely injured. At this moment, Jiang Yue Oshtoa, swinging her large knife to slice the 2 great masters in half. Seeing the great master he had been entangled with trying to flee, Wei Buyue launched his spear like a red flash, piercing through the opponent's back. After completing his actions, Wei Buyue leaped onto the rooftop. As the battle below concluded, the mysterious archer also ceased fire. After all, he was just a master. He could kill Wei Buiue from a distance, but at close range, he had no chance to escape. Wei Buiue didn't even glance at the archer, but instead cupped his fists at Wei Yuan, saying, "Old man, thanks you for your assistance. Please let me know how to repay." "Repay what? I'm your grandson." Wei Yuan suddenly remembered he still had his disguise on, so he returned the gesture with a rough voice, saying, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Thank you, Brother Zilong, for your righteous assistance. Later, I will host a banquet. I hope Brother Zilong will honor us with your presence." Wei Yuan waved his hand, pointing at the archer. "Wei Gong, if you truly wish to repay me, just let him go. Give me an explanation. He is a descendant of an old friend." Wei Buiue smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Of course, you all can leave. Just let me go like this?" The already resigned, mysterious archer asked in broken Mandarin, confused as Wei Yuan pulled him away. At this moment, Mu Qinqiu rushed over. "Brother, Yang Lianjinjia was rescued from prison, and Yuaner was knocked unconscious. When I arrived, he had awakened, but for some reason, he wouldn't let me take his pulse. Forget about that little bastard for now. I need to go out." "Where to?" "Follow those two and see where their lair is. Those who dare to assassinate my grandson must be prepared to be wiped out," Wei Buiue said fiercely, disappearing into the darkness with a few leaps. Chapter 61. Grandfather and grandson become brothers? In a clearing 1,000 meters away from the Wei residence, Wei Yuan let go of his hand and spoke in a strange language. "Why do you want to kill Wei Yuan?" You understand our clan's language?" "Who? Are you really? First answer my question." "Wei Yuan kidnapped my sister. Why do you put all the blame on me?" Wei Yuan replied, feeling exasperated. "Where did he kidnap your sister?" "At the foot of our clan's mountain." "Big brother, haven't you got a brain? Your clan is at the very northern edge of the northeast. Excluding factors like grasslands and lakes, even if there was a straight road, it would take at least a month to get there on horseback without eating or sleeping. Has Wei Yuan gone mad? To run such a long distance to kidnap your sister?" The archer thought about the long journey he had taken and realized Wei Yuan was right. "Could it be that the Chanyu deceived me?" Wei Yuan patted the archer's shoulder. "Of course, your clan is peaceful and survives by hunting, with almost no contact with the outside world. So it was that group of Xiongnu who deceived you. Who taught you the language of the deer god?" "Zibi." Wei Yuan fell into memories, recalling that in his past life, among his sworn brothers, there was a hero from a minority ethnic group, the Deer God clan. The Deer God clan was one of the 56 minority groups during the New Huaxia era. In the Yuan dynasty, they were known as the Northern Mountain Wildmen. During the Qing dynasty, they had a terrifying record of annihilating dozens of Russian troops without any losses. Kangxi referred to them as the strongest warrior nation, the Imperial Sharp Arrow. Later, nearly 1,000 of them sacrificed their lives fighting against the Japanese invaders alongside the anti-Japanese United Army. And by the time of victory in the war, fewer than 100 remained. Zibi is not just a name, but a title given to the highest archer of the Deer God clan. In his past life, Zibi followed Wei Yuan and achieved countless great feats, ultimately dying to save Wei Yuan. Zibi once self-deprecated to Wei Yuan. "No matter how good the shadowless arrow is, it can't shoot as far as a sniper rifle. No matter how fast the 9 stars align, it can't match the rapid fire of a machine gun. If this world were still the cold weapon era, I would definitely lead my entire clan to follow you, Wei Yuan, into Washington." "Hey!" The archer gently nudged Wei Yuan's arm. "I am Zibi. The previous Zibi was my father, the one before him was my grandfather, and the one before him was my great-grandfather. Except for me, none of them have left the mountains, and our clan only has 300 people in total. I know them all, so tell me who it is." Wei Yuan snatched the bow and arrows from him, not even looking as he shot out 9 arrows in quick succession. With Zibi's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that 9 leaves 50 meters away were pierced through the center by the arrows. 9 stars align. This is the secret archery technique of my clan. You actually know it. My brother taught me. Now do you believe me?" Zibi looked at Wei Yuan with half-belief. "Indeed. If it weren't for a life-and-death friendship, our clan would never teach the 9 stars align to outsiders, but I'm still curious about who taught you." Wei Yuan once again drew the bow, closed his eyes tightly, and suddenly opened them, one eye shining with a golden light. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out. Zibi, with the same golden light emanating from his eye, could see that a cicada resting on a leaf 100 meters away was pierced through its transparent wings. Impossible. This is seeing the subtle through the obvious. Only my clan's ZB line can perform this secret technique. Seeing the subtle through the obvious is a metaphor for being able to see the essence through minute phenomena. It is the highest realm of archery. Wei Yuan's brother had once complained that now, with a simple 3 times magnifier, he could match ZB's 15 years of hard training in seeing the subtle through the obvious. Due to the disguised powder on his face, ZB couldn't see that Wei Yuan's face was embarrassingly red. He was imitating seeing the subtle through the obvious using the uniqueness of his own technique. He could only shoot 1 arrow to pretend, and the second arrow would reveal the truth. Wei Yuan put an arm around ZB's shoulder. Not only that, your shadowless arrow is made from special mushroom juice absorbed in the depths of the jungle, combined with a unique shooting technique, allowing it to be shadowless and soundless. Right? Yes. But this is also a secret not passed down in my clan. Why do you think we're brothers? From now on, you will follow me, and I will help you find your sister. Give me your clan's map, and I will send someone to contact your clansmen, and also bring you some seasoning, salt, and food. Of course, if your clansmen are willing to come with us. After being into Wei for a while, ZB had tasted many dishes, and at that moment he realized why the Xiongnu were so determined to attack Wei. The food and supplies were hundreds or thousands of times better than back home. Thank you, but I don't have money to pay you. Money is a small matter. Who told us we are brothers of the same clan? From now on, you will follow me, having stir-fried dishes for every meal. You must have never eaten tofu, and surely never had seafood. ZB was swayed and nodded repeatedly. That's right, we are the same clan. You can't deceive me. But of course, people of the same clan don't deceive each other. Not far away. Wei Buiyue's old face twitched as he watched. This Zhao Zilong is really good at fooling honest people. I can hear his little calculations from the tree. But I have to say, his seeing the subtle through the obvious is truly impressive. There are too many mosquitoes up in the tree. You should come down. Wei Yuan called out helplessly. Wei Buiyue, seeing that he was discovered, didn't feel embarrassed and jumped down with his large carrot-like face, neither red nor pale. Little brother Zilong, your archery skills are truly extraordinary. Today I've gained new insights. Seeing Wei Buiyue like this, Wei Yuan felt a mischievous spirit rising. Who told the old man to scold him every day? Seeing the subtle through the obvious is merely the pinnacle of archery. But there is a divine realm above that. What divine realm? Unshooting the shot. ZB quickly said, I've heard of it. There is a legend in our clan that the first generation of the deer god reached the realm of unshooting the shot, but for hundreds of years. Even our clan members who practice archery every day cannot reach this realm, so it remains a legend. Wei Yuan leaped up and pulled out a sleeping baby bird from a bird's nest, discreetly applying some fake death medicine on its beak and letting it fly away. He picked up the great bow, not even knocking an arrow, and aimed at the flying bird to shoot an empty arrow. However, the bird didn't fall. Damn it, the fake death medicine takes time to work on birds and beasts. I forgot to calculate the timing. At this moment, ZB and Wei Buiyue stared wide-eyed at each other. Is this unshooting the shot? Wei Yuan flicked his sleeve, pretending to be profound. Let the bird fly a little longer. As he spoke, the little bird in midair suddenly fell as if shot. Wah! Wei Buiyue exclaimed, grabbing Wei Yuan. Little brother Zilong, forgive me for my lack of culture. I can only use one exclamation to express how impressive you are. Wei Yuan put one hand behind his back, pretending to be cool. I, Zilong, am naturally intelligent and endowed with extraordinary talents. If I hadn't been immersed in archery, breaking through to martial sage would be no problem. Wei Buiyue's eyes turned, and he suddenly grabbed Wei Yuan's hand. Little brother Zilong, since we meet like old friends, why not emulate Lu, Guan, and Zhang's brotherhood in the peach garden? Let's also become sworn brothers in this forest. Huh? Sworn brothers? Wei Yuan almost knelt down before Wei Buiyue, thinking what a joke it was for his grandfather to drag him into a brotherhood. After all, once this matter comes to light, Wei Buiyue would probably beat him to a pulp. What's wrong? Do you look down on me, Wei Buiyue? No, I wouldn't dare. Who doesn't respect the name of Wei Gong? It's I Wei, Zhao Zilong, who is unworthy. You are worthy. If I say you are worthy, then you are worthy. Without giving him a chance to argue, Wei Buiyue kicked the back of Wei Yuan's knees, and Wei Yuan knelt down with a thud. Wei Buiyue also knelt beside him. Heaven above, earth below, I, Wei Buiyue, and Zhao Zilong, hereby swear brotherhood today. We vow to share fortune and misfortune, to treat each other with sincerity, to trust each other completely. We do not seek to be born in the same year and month, but we do wish to. Wei Yuan quickly covered Wei Buiyue's mouth. Stop it. You're already old, and I'm still young. True. Let's just die together then. Wei Buiyue laughed heartily and patted Wei Yuan's shoulder twice. From now on, you and I are brothers. The Duke's mansion is your home. Come whenever you want, and I promise to treat you with good food and drink. Wei Yuan nodded absently. I just want to cry right now. You're touched, aren't you? Wei Buiyue laughed a couple of times, then suddenly grabbed Wei Yuan's wrist. Wei Yuan, how'd you recognize me? Wei Yuan was so scared that his legs went weak, and he was about to kneel down to admit his mistake. But unexpectedly, Wei Buiyue continued. You know that turtle son Wei Yuan, right? From now on, he will also be your grandson, so take good care of him. Phew. Wei Yuan took a deep breath, thinking he was exposed, but luckily this old man was just talking and gasping. Chapter 62. The Wine and Sword Immortal comes to find trouble? Huh? Wei Yuan exclaimed. What the hell? Wei Yuan is my grandson? Am I my own grandfather, my own grandson? What the hell is this? It's just you and me at home. My turtle grandson is naturally also your turtle grandson. Heaven and earth have already bowed. Do you want to default on your debts? No, no. Wei Yuan quickly waved his hands. I promise it's fine. I swear, if Wei Yuan dies, I die. If Wei Yuan lives, I live. Such a heavy oath? Wei Buiyue hugged Wei Yuan. Good brother, you really know how to play it cool. Come on, bring your brother Zibi back to the mansion. Let us drink until we drop and talk about his family joining the Wei family army. Another day. I have something to do today. Just as Wei Yuan wanted to run, he was grabbed by Wei Buiyue. Brother Zilong, leave a contact method. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We will meet again in the rivers and lakes without a contact method. At that moment, a peregrine falcon flew and landed on Wei Yuan's shoulder. Wei Buiyue snatched it away, pulling out a note from the tube on the falcon's leg. Looking at the delicate handwriting, left the capital. The items will be delivered at the latest in 3 days. Wei Buiyue handed the note to Wei Yuan. While holding the falcon, this little thing has been trained very well. It can find you even in the suburbs. From now on, I will use it to contact you. Brother. After saying that, without caring whether Wei Yuan agreed or not, Wei Buiyue turned and disappeared into the darkness with a few leaps. What the hell is this? Wei Yuan sat down on the grass with tears in his eyes, secretly cursing himself for showing off, insisting on performing a ridiculous act. And now he has become sworn brothers with his own grandfather. What is up, Brother Zilong? Zibi took off his mask, revealing a simple but somewhat dark face in his late 30s. Don't call me Zilong. My name is Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took off the disguise powder, repositioned the dislocated bones on his face, revealing his true appearance. What the hell? You are Wei Yuan, Zibi exclaimed, pointing at Wei Yuan. So you just swore brotherhood with your own grandfather? And vowed to protect Wei Yuan, which is yourself. Wei Yuan protects Wei Yuan. If Wei Yuan dies, Wei Yuan dies. If Wei Yuan lives, Wei Yuan lives. Enough with the tongue twisters. Change your clothes and come back to the mansion with me. I bet Jiang Yuer is probably eating like a pig. Let her share some with you. After changing rooms, Wei Yuan got up early the next day. Under the service of Annie, he changed into official attire and headed to the heavenly realm. He had already informed all the officials from the Sword Bureau and the artisans to come for a feast. 200 guards were also arranged to have a banquet in the backyard of the heavenly realm. When Wei Yuan arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. Lord Wei, young master. Wei Yuan waved his hand to signal, cleared his throat, and said loudly, I, Wei Yuan, don't have much ability, just a bit of money. From now on, every week I will host a team-building dinner, and I will cover all expenses. Young master is generous. It is our great fortune to work for Lord Wei. A series of flattery and praise rang out, most of which were heartfelt. After all, the Southern Zhao Emperor valued the Sword Bureau greatly, and the military officers were very strict with their own and their subordinates' weapons, so they didn't dare to cut corners. Moreover, they only manufactured weapons and rarely had people asking them to do other things. This led to the Sword Bureau being the department with the least profit. After Wei Yuan went table to toast, he suddenly heard an extremely arrogant voice. "Where's that young man of the Wei family? Let him come out and kneel before me, your savior." Looking towards the door, he saw a tall figure dressed in flowing white garments as white as snow, cradling a pitch-black longsword, followed by a girl with eyes full of admiration, Song Naiyun. Buzzing the silent resonance in the air was the lament of the sword, a cry only sensed by swordsmanship experts. Looking at the face of the newcomer, he had a long face, thick lips like a frog's mouth, a flat nose, and wide-set eyes, giving off a bit of a Down syndrome vibe. Wang Teng. Wei Yuan didn't expect this guy, dressed like Shimin Chui Shui, to be Wang Teng. Wang Teng is now the precious child of the Wang family, strictly guarded and protected. However, for the young masters who often get locked up, sneaking out has long become a common occurrence. Just like when Wei Yuan was locked up by Wei Buyu. He had Shishun crawl through the dog hole to dig a tunnel straight to the dry well in the backyard of the Wei mansion. Wang Teng, holding the black sword, walked in coolly and casually. "You've decorated this place quite nicely." Wang Teng looked around, nodding in satisfaction. "From today on, this place will be renamed Qinghe Elegant Courtyard." Wei Yuan looked at Wang Teng as if he were an idiot. "Are you giving yourself face? Hey, you dare to scold me? Do you know who I am?" Wang Teng struggled to pull out his sword, striking a handsome pose. "Holding the sun and moon to pluck the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Treading yin and yang to stabilize the universe. In the world of swordsmanship, I am supreme." Wang Teng waved the sword in front of Wei Yuan. "Step back, my sword is sharp. Be careful not to let its edge pierce your throat." Song Naiyun said disdainfully. "Wei Yuan, I advise you to clear the area immediately, otherwise. If young Master Wang gets angry, don't say you, even your grandfather Wei Buyue, can't afford to offend. Have you heard of the name Wine and Sword Immortal?" Wang Teng, two idiots. Wei Yuan didn't want to bother with this pair of fools and took 2 steps back, fearing he might catch the idiot syndrome. But when Wang Teng struggled to sheath his sword, Wei Yuan noticed the name on the sword, General Sword. General Sword? Wei Yuan was stunned. In the chaotic world established during the 5 barbarians' turmoil, the Wei family's ancestor Wei Qing, with a spear and a sword, led troops to recover the land, overturning neighboring small countries and making them vassals. The spear was the Red Moon 9-dragon plate. The sword was nameless, but the founding emperor of the previous dynasty, Emperor Han, honored Wei Qing when he ascended to the stage as a general and conferred him the title of the greatest general of all time, thus giving the sword a name, General Sword. "Indeed, it's your family that's digging up my ancestral grave." Wei Yuan cursed in his heart, walked to Wang Teng's side, and said with a cold face, "Where did the sword come from? It's quite nice for show, stolen from your family's treasure vault. What do you care about the sword? Just asking if you're afraid of my name, Wine and Sword Immortal Wang Teng. I'll give you a chance, rock, paper, scissors. If you lose, Qinghe Elegant Courtyard returns to me. This sword god will stand up from where I fell. What if you lose? You dare to win against me? Aren't you afraid that I, the Wine and Sword Immortal, will chop you in half?" Wang Teng proudly said, raising the sword in his hand. "All right, I'll give you a step down. The sword is the life of a swordsman. If I lose, the sword is yours." After saying that, Wang Teng extended his hand to make a rock gesture. "I'll throw rock. Let us see if you dare to beat me." Wei Yuan threw out paper. "I win." After that, he snatched the general sword and turned to leave. "Hey, Wei Yuan, you son of a bitch without a father or mother. You dare to beat me? Are you forcing me, the Wine and Sword Immortal, to go wild and split you in 2 with a drunken slash?" Wei Yuan waved his hand and slapped Wang Teng, knocking out 2 of his big front teeth. "If you dare to curse me again, it'll be your head that gets knocked off." After saying that, Wei Yuan drew out the general sword. A famous sword has a spirit. The master is unworthy of the sword, and the precious pearl is covered in dust. Hence the lament. From now on, you will return to the Wei family. Wang Teng looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. "You hit me? You dare to hit me? You really aren't afraid of me, the Wine and Sword Immortal, Wang Teng?" "Not afraid." Wang Teng excitedly waved his fist, but was kicked by Wei Yuan, expelling his overnight meal. "Wine and Sword Immortal? Is that all?" Wei Yuan waved to the guards at the door, in the future. Don't let this kind of donkey horse rubbish in. Kick them out. The guards had long been replaced by the Wei family army, so without further ado, they went up to throw Wang Ting out. Wait. Wang Tung wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth and reached out to Tsang Naiyun. The latter quickly took out a small porcelain bottle. Wei Yuan, I officially inform you, you're finished. You're completely finished. Do you know what this is? Your mother's ashes after being cremated? Screw your grandpa. Wang Tung opened the lid. This is a powerful sleeping drug, as long as I take it. I will no longer be myself. I will transform. You turn into a little turtle? Wrong. Another me, the wine sword immortal Wang Tung, will awaken. After saying this, Wang Tung poured the sleeping drug into his mouth. His steps became unsteady. With wine, I am carefree. Without wine, I'm also crazy. 1,000 cups cannot get me drunk. Only I am the wine sword immortal. Immediately, this guy lay on the ground, snoring loudly, and fell into a deep sleep. I used to be spun around by this idiot. How sad, truly sad. Chapter 63, Yin Chuan Stone Liquid Wei Yuan sighed and looked at Tsang Naiyun. Do you want to drink the remaining sleeping medicine yourself? Or should I force it down your throat? Tsang Naiyun was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. Tower, you can't do this to me. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Wei Yuan pinched Tsang Naiyun's mouth and poured the remaining sleeping medicine into her mouth. Soon, a pair of foolish dog men and women were snoring heavily in the hall. Shi Shun, strip this little bastard of her clothes, then take her to the second floor. If these two fools wake up before I return, you go up and knock them out with a stick. Wei Yuan said seriously to Shi Shun. This matter is very important to me. You can't be careless. Shi Shun patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, young master. I'll carry a stick in my left hand and a commode in my right. Even if I have to shit or piss, I'll keep an eye on them. At that moment, Gong Sun Jin, with two big dark circles under his eyes, walked in. You've really worked hard supervising overnight during this time. Gong Sun Jin waved his hand. No problem. It should be completed within 7 days. Wei Yuan frowned. In his last life, with various modern machinery, this kind of project would take at least a month. But now relying solely on manpower, 7 days is really too short. Gene, it's right to hurry up. But with such a large project, 7 days shouldn't be shoddy work. Gong Sun Jin scratched his neck and smiled slightly at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan suddenly realized that the feudal society was different from his last life. Here, the 9 clans were strictly selected. If these craftsmen dared to mess around, it wouldn't just be a beating or a deduction of wages. It could mean the execution of their entire family. In feudal society, human life was as cheap as grass. Especially the lives of commoners were worth less than the dogs raised by nobles. Moreover, if they made a mistake, having their entire family executed was in line with the rules. Young master, I went to the Wei residence's servants and said you went out, and indeed you are here. Is everything settled? Shen Wansan nodded repeatedly, pulling out a stack of contracts with over 300 sheets. Young master, those grain shop and rice shop managers, upon hearing they could sell without having to pay interest on loans and could make money immediately with cash payment, all rushed to sell grain. Wei Yuan glanced at the contracts. All were in accordance with the rules, with a 10-fold penalty for breach of contract. When can we collect the grain? The surrounding cities at the latest by tomorrow, and the local rice shops can do it any time. Wei Yuan asked Sanyang, who was going downstairs, when is the Wang family going to provide disaster relief? I heard from customers coming to drink flour wine that it seems to be tomorrow. Those Wang family bastards really sell grain quickly. Shen Wansan rubbed his hands and asked, Young master, when do we go to the rice shop to collect the grain? No need to collect it. We'll have to return it soon anyway. Wei Yuan said something that Shen Wansan couldn't understand. Then asked, Did you not mention me when collecting the grain? Absolutely not. I arranged for 100 people from different regions to collect the grain, ensuring there are no flaws. Very good, go back. After Shen Wansan left, Wei Yuan looked at his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. Shen Wansan was indeed very useful. It's a pity he was full of rebellious spirit and couldn't stay for long. Beside him, Du Sanyang gently poked Wei Yuan's waist. Young master, I have some dirt on Manager Chun of Yin Chuan Stone Liquid. Do you need it? Yin Chuan Stone Liquid? Yin Chuan Stone Liquid is ink originating from Yin Zhou, made from petroleum soot. This type of ink has a better writing effect on Xian paper than ordinary oil ink and pine soot. so it has been promoted in various places in the Great Way. Wei Yuan looked at Du Sanyang in confusion. What do I need ink for? He has stone paint for making ink. Don't you need this for starting a fire? Stone paint is essentially petroleum. The Great Way was able to conquer the previous dynasty because they discovered the uses of petroleum. After simple distillation, it becomes incendiary oil. Oil and water do not mix. So when it burns, water cannot extinguish it. Relying on incendiary oil, 1,000 soldiers from the Great Way could defend the city against an enemy force of 100,000. However, incendiary oil is also considered a military secret by the Great Way, strictly controlling the extraction of stone paint and the distillation method of incendiary oil. In fact, Wei Yuan had the idea of creating some incendiary oil at the Tianjin division during today's meal. Wei Yuan looked at Du Sanyang with interest. How did you know I wanted to use this? Du Sanyang smiled. Young master, you're collecting disaster relief grain, and the Wang family is selling disaster relief grain. So you will definitely go to the Wang family's place tonight to burn the fake grain and then sell it to the Wang family at a higher price. Grain that feeds millions of people is not a small amount. It can't be burned without incendiary oil. It seems that Sanyang hasn't wasted her time studying business principles these days. She has learned the trade well. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Are you sure Manager Chun is reliable? For sure, because once he got drunk, he told our girl that he sold incendiary oil at a high price to a hostile nation. While the quantity was small, it was a great sin that could annihilate 9 clans and dig up ancestral graves. 3 barrels of incendiary oil will be enough. Remember to let HEIR follow you. Don't let them silence you. Watching Du Sanyang leave, Wei Yuan couldn't help but smile. A heartless prostitute and a heartless actor. Du Sanyang has more rebellious spirit than Shun Wansan, but she has a fatal weakness, Gong Sun Jin. As long as Gong Sun Jin is in his hands, she will never betray. The disaster relief to the south is a significant matter. Emperor Nanzhao attaches great importance to it, dispatching the Imperial Guard and the guard from the Jin home mansion of the Wang family for strict supervision. Additionally, there are patrols from the 6 doors catchers outside. Wei Yuan came here specifically to ask the catchers for the defense map. Bang, bang, bang. The sky is dry. Be careful of fire. With 3 gongs from the night watchman, it was already midnight. Wang Tung, dressed in a white robe and holding a general's sword, walked in. The Wang family guards quickly bowed. Young master. Wang Tung nodded and pointed to a few large wooden tubs used for bathing in the back. Shohei asked me to bring you supper. Shohei? Wang Shohei? Calling his father by name is a great act of rebellion. But the Wang family knows that Wang Tung has been getting too arrogant lately. Not to mention Wang Shohei, even his grandfather's generation is addressed by their names. The Wang family guards pushed a cart filled with white porridge and followed Wang Tung into the granary. Eltsun Xiao, Lao Shi, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, all wearing flying fish suits, huddled together, whispering and discussing something. Wang Tung went up and kicked Eltsun Xiao's butt. You guys come over and push the cart. My Wang family people are precious and can't do hard labor. Wang Tung, Eltsun Xiao said coldly. We are not under your control. Swish. The general's sword was drawn. If you don't come over to push the cart, I'll kill you. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Lao Shi quickly stepped forward to mediate. Young Master Wang, please calm down. We'll push it. A soldier is fierce, and a general must be fierce. If you're mixing with that waste Wei Yuan, you deserve to do the hard work. The Wang family guards handed the cart to the catchers, folding their arms and watching with glee, saying sarcastic remarks. Lao Shi whispered in Eltsun Xiao's ear, we were just discussing how to infiltrate. This is just the opportunity, right? Just watch my signal later. Eltsun Xiao, straightforwardly, said, you with your small squinty eyes, even during the day, I can't see you open your eyes. How can I see your signals in the middle of the night? Metaphor, don't you understand? The second guard checkpoint is the Imperial Guard, with more than a dozen Imperial Guards blocking the way. Anyone not on the guard list is prohibited from entering, and all items must be checked. Wang Tung drew his sword. Do you believe I'll cut you down? Wang Tung, the wine and sword immortal, with one move, drunkenly slashing the heavenly gate. Do you dare to be afraid? The person in charge of the Wang family, this time, is Wang Shou, his younger brother, who is also Wang Tung's second uncle. walked over. Tang Ye, what are you doing here? Wang Tong performed some beautiful sword flourishes, sheathed his sword, and said coldly, I, Wang Tong, do not need to explain my actions to you. Are you another Wang Tong? Seeing that Wang Tong's demeanor was clearly off, Uncle Wang recalled the story told by Chief Imperial Physician Elder Xia. He quickly said to the Imperial Guard, this is the future hope of my Wang family. No one else should be allowed in, but he must be allowed. Well, all right, but Lord Wang, according to the rules, we must conduct a body search, so please cooperate. This is acceptable. Uncle Wang looked at Wang Tong with pleading eyes. Please show some generosity. After all, they are just doing their duty. Wang Tong grinned, raised his chin, and opened his arms with a cold, proud expression. The Imperial Guard began to search him carefully, even inspecting his hair. After retrieving the fire starters and flint from Li Zhan and the others, they said, this is a granary, and open flames are strictly prohibited. We will temporarily keep these fire starters and return them after you come out. As they passed a patrol of Wang family guards, suddenly 5 people broke away from the team and drew soft sword from their waists, stabbing at Wang Tong. Dog thief, we will use your dog life to sacrifice to the spirit of the Holy Mother in heaven. Li Zhan and the others quickly retreated. Their task was to protect the grain, not Wang Tong, so whether this guy lived or died was none of their business. Just as Uncle Wang was about to shout for help, he saw Wang Tong suddenly draw his sword and then retract it. The 5 assassins were cut in half by the fierce sword energy, their bodies split apart, and blood and entrails scattered everywhere. You few rodents. Do you even deserve to use swords in front of me, Wang? Tang Ye, excellent swordsmanship. Uncle Wang excitedly gave a thumbs up. He had only heard about Wang Tong's unmatched swordsmanship before, but today he truly witnessed it. Li Zhan and the others exchanged glances. It's the same sword intent as when he killed the no-life old mother that day. This Wang Tong is truly deep and concealed. Old Sure and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, terrifying. If he were from the martial world, he would definitely rank in the top 5 on the swordsmanship list. Moreover, the top 4 are all old masters buried halfway in the ground. Wang Tong looked at Uncle Wang with disdain. How did the assassin from the no-life sect infiltrate my Wang family? Gather everyone in the northeast direction. This sword god has something to say. Yes, yes. Uncle Wang quickly instructed the guards to gather the other members of the Wang family. Wei Yuan glanced at Uncle Wang. You should also stand by and wait for the lecture. Me? I'm your uncle. Seeing Wang Tong about to draw his sword, Uncle Wang was so scared that he turned and ran. After all, Wang Tong was not Wang Tong at the moment, but his second personality. Given how he had just killed as easily as drinking water, he must be ruthless and decisive. Uncle Wang couldn't be sure if this Wang Tong would dare to kill him. After everyone left, Wang Tong looked at Li Zhan and spoke in Wei Yuan's voice. As expected of a divine catcher, you have already realized that what is inside here is sand, not grain. Chapter 64. All officials gather. The emperor arrives. Old Sure pointed at Wang Tong, exclaiming in disbelief, You are the adoptive father? Lives are at stake. The Wang family cannot act recklessly. After Wang Tong finished speaking, he waved his hand and hooked his finger. Suddenly, a silent and shadowless arrow flew in. Wang Tong caught the arrow, which was tied with a firecracker. After throwing the firecracker to Li Zhan, Wang Tong opened the compartment of the porridge bucket, and the pungent smell stunned several people. It was actually incendiary oil inside. This, damn it. Hurry up and set the fire. I'll lead the Wang family members away. After Wang Tong left, Old Sure looked at Li Zhan in shock. What's going on? Is he Wang Tong or the adoptive father? If he is the adoptive father, does such superb disguise art exist in the world? Forget it. For the lives of millions of common people, let us do it. Li Zhan picked up the large porridge bucket and hurled it towards the grain pile, along with the white porridge and the incendiary oil below. I was also unfortunate to meet you, getting involved in such a life-threatening matter. Old Sure cursed, but his hands are not idle. Also picking up a porridge bucket to throw at the grain pile. After all the porridge buckets were thrown in, the strong, pungent smell of incendiary oil spread. And Li Zhan opened the lid of the firecracker, blew on it twice to create a flame, and tossed it into the grain pile. Whoosh! The incendiary oil ignited upon contact with the flame, immediately engulfing everything in a raging fire. Old Shi picked up the soft sword from the ground, gritted his teeth, and made a cut on his shoulder, then stabbed it half an inch into Sun Xiao's abdomen. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu also followed suit, then shouted, "Fire! Someone come quickly to put out the fire." The entire camp was instantly illuminated, with countless guards and Imperial Forest Army personnel rushing over with buckets and pumps to extinguish the flames. However, the incendiary oil cannot be extinguished with water. Even though they tried to put out the fire at the first moment, the flames spread rapidly and could not be controlled at all. Uncle Wang lost one shoe and ran over barefoot, looking at the raging fire collapsing to the ground. How could it suddenly catch fire? Lord Wang, it seems there is incendiary oil inside. Water won't work. We're doing our best to rescue and establishing a firebreak. Uncle Wang's gaze was vacant, feeling his mind go blank. Now the granary was ablaze, visible from the entire capital city. If nothing unexpected happened, the Emperor of South Zhao would be coming soon. On the other side, in the darkness, a white figure flew over the eaves and jumped into the second-floor window of the Tianren Inn, holding a sleep-inducing drug. Xishuan was startled as he stared at Wang Teng, who was sound asleep in bed. Who? Xishuan looked at Wang Teng, who had broken in through the window, then glanced at the sleeping Wang Teng and couldn't help but rub his eyes, suddenly realizing something. "You're the heir? Who else could it be but me?" Wei Yuan removed his disguise and took off his white robe, tossing it to Xishuan. "Change into this." Xishuan suddenly looked out the window. "Heir, look quickly, there's a fire over there. It's just a small fire set by me." Wei Yuan put on the Qilin robe, grabbed the sleeping Wang Teng, and jumped out the window again. The fire in the granary was like a lighthouse in the darkness. After a passionate encounter with the imperial concubine, the Emperor of South Zhao's palace was suddenly burst open. An old eunuch rushed in, panic-stricken. "Your Majesty, something big has happened. The granary is on fire." "What?" The Emperor of South Zhao sat up in shock. "Get ready to leave the palace, quickly." Wang Shouhe sat by the chessboard, playing against himself, suddenly looking out the window at the distant flames. That's the direction of the granary. Not good. Quickly prepare a sedan to the granary. At this moment, all the officials and noble families were gathering towards the granary. Wei Yuan casually tossed the soundly sleeping Wang Teng into a small grove near the granary, then strode towards it. "Duke Liang has arrived. Duke Wei has arrived. Duke Rong has arrived." The 4 dukes and 8 marquises, along with civil and military officials, arrived one after another. The commander of the 6 doors, Hua Manlu, and the 4 commanders, including Wei Yuan, were all present. "His Majesty has arrived." As the Emperor of South Zhao appeared, everyone except Wei Bui knelt to greet him. The Emperor of South Zhao, with a dark expression, stepped down from the dragon carriage. "Wang Shouhe, the deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army, come here and see me." Wang Shouhe and the deputy commander responsible for guarding the granary hurried over and knelt on the ground. The Emperor of South Zhao looked at the deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army. "What were you and your Imperial Forest Army doing? Why didn't you put out the fire when it first started?" Replying to your Majesty, the fire was ignited with incendiary oil. At first, the Imperial Forest Army didn't know whether to use water, but when they discovered it was incendiary oil, they switched to covering it with sand. But the flames could no longer be controlled. Tianjin Division, why was the incendiary oil leaked out? All officials of the Tianjin Division, except Wei Yuan, hurried over to kneel. "Your Majesty, I don't know either. The use of every ounce of incendiary oil is recorded, and we dare to guarantee with our lives that this incendiary oil was definitely not leaked by our Tianjin Division." The Emperor of South Zhao, with a face as cold as water, said to the old eunuch, "You personally take people to the Tianjin Division and ignite all the incendiary oil. If there's even a little less, all officials of the Tianjin Division will lose their heads." The Emperor of South Zhao went up and kicked the deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army fiercely. "Useless, worthless thing. Such a big fire. At least 1,000 pounds of incendiary oil is needed. Tell me how 1,000 pounds of incendiary oil was brought in under such strict guard?" "Your Majesty, I don't know either, but tonight the young master of the Wang family, Wang Teng, came with 10 big buckets of white porridge." "Impossible. My son Wang Tong has always been at the Wang family and has never left the house. I wouldn't dare to say such things randomly. Many members of the Imperial Forest Army and Six Doors Guards saw Wang Tong with their own eyes. Wang Shouhe quickly looked at his brother, Uncle Wang. The latter nodded repeatedly. He indeed came. What is going on? Why is there such a big fire? Wang Tong, drowsy, walked over, glanced around, and saw all the big shots in the capital, even the Emperor of South Zhao, and was momentarily stunned. At Wang Shouhe's reminder, Wang Tong hurried over to kneel on the ground. Wang Tong pays his respects to your majesty. The Emperor of South Zhao coldly said, Wang Tong, did you come here tonight? It seems not. Wei Yuan suddenly stepped forward. Your majesty, my subordinate reports that Wang Tong, the unmatched swordsman, has just slain 5 assassins from the Wuxing sect. The deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army nodded repeatedly. Yes, my subordinates also saw it. Sun Xiao and others, seriously injured and covered in blood, walked over and knelt down. Your majesty, the young master is indeed very powerful, with just one sword. He severed all 5 masters in half. Wang Tong proudly patted his chest. That is right, I came. I am the wine sword immortal, Wang Tong. This idiot. Everyone present couldn't help but scold inwardly. Wang Shouhe's facial muscles twitched, and he slapped his forehead, secretly thinking, let this idiot Wang Tong go back and bring out another Wang Tong. Chapter 65. Filial Piety, Loyalty, Benevolence, and Righteousness. Wei Yuan at this moment. The sky had begun to lighten, and the fire was gradually extinguishing. The Imperial Forest Army rushed in to assess the damage. Emperor Nanzhao looked at the vice commander of the Imperial Forest Army and asked, apart from Wang Tong, has anyone else brought anything inside? Replying to your majesty. This humble official guarantees that no one has. Emperor Nanzhao turned a murderous gaze towards Wang Shouhe. Give me an explanation. Your majesty. It was absolutely not my son Wang Tong's doing. He only delivered rice porridge. This incident of burning the disaster relief grain was too serious. If they didn't dismiss and investigate a few people and execute a couple more, they would definitely not be able to explain it. In the past, Wang Shouhe would have ruthlessly sacrificed Wang Tong, but now it was different. With Wang Mao becoming a eunuch, Wang Tong was the last hope of the Wang family, and he was unparalleled in swordsmanship, representing the future of the Wang family. Wang Shouhe shifted his gaze to his cousin, clearly preparing to sacrifice Wang's second uncle and all the Wang family members sent from the granary. The latter was frightened and quickly said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Speak. Wang's second uncle hung his head, not daring to look at Wang Shouhe, and said to Emperor Nanzhao, Your Majesty, yesterday, Xiongnu assassins appeared at the Duke Wei's residence. I knew that the enemy's intent to destroy our great Wei was not dead, fearing it would disrupt the disaster relief plan. So I preemptively moved the grain. What burned inside was all sand. Wang Shouhe clenched his fists in anger. Taking back the grain that had already been sold would require compensating the rice merchants tenfold. 20 million stones of grain, compensating tenfold. That would be 400 million taels of silver, enough to bankrupt the Wang family. Of course, with the Wang family's influence, they could play the rogue and forcibly seize it, but the consequence would be that no one would dare to do business with the Wang family in the future, and their credibility would drop to negative. Wang's second uncle was clearly trying to sacrifice the years of credibility built by the Wang family to save his own life. Emperor Nanzhao looked at Wang's second uncle and asked, where was the grain moved to? This. Wang's second uncle stammered and couldn't answer. Wei Yuan immediately cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I know. Wang's second uncle is indeed prescient and incredibly smart, knowing that eggs cannot be placed in one basket. So he moved the grain in advance to all the rice merchants and granaries in the capital and several surrounding cities, and fearing they would embezzle. He even collected a deposit of 40 million taels, moving the grain to various rice merchants and collecting deposits. Everyone present looked at Wei Yuan with incredulity, thinking that he should have just stated that the Wang family privately sold the disaster relief grain instead of beating around the bush. Emperor Nanzhao trembled with rage. He could tolerate the Wang family taking a portion, even half, but the Wang family had gone too far, greedily taking all the disaster relief grain. Millions of disaster victims without food would definitely lead to rebellion. He was doing everything possible to stabilize Great Wei. Yet his own trusted ally, the Wang family, dared to betray him. Wang Shouhe, is what Wei Yuan said true? Why, Your Majesty, it's false, false. Wei Yuan turned to the six doors constables. Sand cannot be burned. You can go in and weigh all the sand to verify the truth. Emperor Nan Zhao's eyes burned with murderous rage as he glared at Wang Shouhe. Wang Shouhe, do I need to weigh it myself? And no, it's not necessary. I guarantee that before tonight, I will gather all the disaster relief grain. Huff, huff. Emperor Nan Zhao took several deep breaths to suppress his anger and calm himself. Before the hour of the rooster, I want to see all the disaster relief grain from. As Emperor Nan Zhao spoke, he glanced around. Although there were many ministers present, they were all astute and adept at navigating human affairs. Among the civil and military officials, there was not a single person he could use. Emperor Nan Zhao sighed in despair, looking forward even more to the reconstruction of the Wensheng First Building, where he would personally select capable talents to serve him, no matter the opposition from the noble families. Suddenly, his gaze swept over Wei Yuan. This young fool didn't understand the intricacies of human relationships, making him a perfect candidate to wade into this murky water. Emperor Nan Zhao looked at Wei Yuan. You will check the weight of the disaster relief grain. Are you willing? I, Wei Yuan, guarantee I will not disgrace the mission. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he also bowed to Wang Shouhe, saying, Uncle Wang, although Wang Tong saved my life, this young master is not ungrateful, but historically, loyalty and righteousness cannot coexist. I, Wei Yuan, will definitely do my utmost to serve His Majesty. So, Uncle Wang, not a single grain of rice can go missing. As the saying goes, in his position, he must manage the affairs. Eating the Lord's salary requires loyalty to the Lord and bearing the Lord's worries. Every time Emperor Nan Zhao heard these words, he felt refreshed. They were pleasant to hear, and he loved to hear them. Wang Shouhe, infuriated, gritted his teeth and forced a smile. What young Master Wei said is extremely true. I will certainly do my utmost to ensure that not a single grain of food will be missing. Emperor Nan Zhao's greatest taboo was anyone threatening his throne. What the Wang family did made him want to execute the entire Wang family, so he decided to strike again. The Wang family has enmity with the evil sects in the rivers and lakes. I order you, Wang family, to eliminate that Wuxing sect. Additionally, for the southern disaster relief, let someone else take charge. After Emperor Nan Zhao finished speaking, he scanned the civil and military officials present. My esteemed ministers, who wishes to recommend themselves. However, everyone bowed their heads. This was a big fat job, but would completely offend the Wang family. After all, they were not like Wei Yuan, a foolish young man who would do something extreme and kick up a fuss. Among all the families, only the Wang family had dug graves and had connections with various sects in the rivers and lakes. They could guess with their heels that whoever dared to take on this task would definitely be ambushed by the Wang family on the way. At that time, with the sky high and the emperor far away, dying would be in vain. No one could be used. No one could be used. Emperor Nan Zhao sighed again, his gaze falling back on Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, how about you? The Wei family handled the disaster relief in the south. Wei Yuan was just a foolish wastrel. What could he do? So Emperor Nan Zhao was referring to the Wei family, not Wei Yuan, hoping that Wei Buiyue, who listened to orders but not proclamations, would come out of retirement. After speaking, Emperor Nan Zhao looked at Wei Buiyue with a pleading gaze, the meaning in his eyes clear. Please come out of retirement, Father Ye. Wei Buiyue did not hesitate and nodded. Thousands of lives are at stake. I cannot bear to watch them starve to death. Father Ye is righteous. Lord Wei is righteous. No, the old man can't go. Wei Yuan stepped forward, whispering in Emperor Nan Zhao's ear, my grandfather has a chronic illness and has not fully recovered. If he goes this time, he may not return. Emperor Nan Zhao found himself in a dilemma. What Wei Yuan said was correct. At Wei Buiyue's age, every time he was sent out could mean one less chance. He still needed Wei Buiyue to stabilize the nation, but if he didn't go, the disaster victims would rebel. If he went and died on the way, Great Wei would be thrown into chaos. Your Majesty, I, Wei Yuan, may be a wastrel and fear death, but for my grandfather, I am willing to take risks and replace him in battle. I ask your majesty to allow me to fulfill my filial duty. You? Everyone looked at Wei Yuan, all shocked and dumbfounded. This wastrel was likely to be assassinated as soon as he left the outskirts of the capital. But it must be said that although this guy was a wastrel, lecherous, indulging in food, drink, and gambling, in any case, he was good for nothing, but he was genuinely filial to Wei Buiyue, and this filial piety made many people regard him more favorably. Emperor Nanzhao looked at Wei Buiyue with a questioning gaze. Father Ye, what do you think? Our Wei family has a long history of loyalty and righteousness. Losing Wei Yuan is not a loss. Rather than let him indulge in debauchery in the capital, it is better for him to die bravely. After Wei Buiyue finished speaking, he seemed to age 10 years, turning around and bending his waist as he walked step by step toward the Wei family's sedan chair. I may truly owe Father Ye, and I apologize to the Wei family. Emperor Nanzhao felt a pang of guilt and looked at Wei Yuan. Your Honor, who do you want to take with you? Your Majesty, some brothers from the Six Doors, and 3,000 Wei family troops. Granted. Emperor Nanzhao nodded. I will give you another 1,000 Imperial Forest Army troops to command to protect you completely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Where are you planning to depart? Every day of delay means countless common people will starve to death, so after counting the disaster relief grain tomorrow, I will set off south. Indeed, even the playboy Wei Yuan would step up in the face of great righteousness, as evidenced by the Wei family's heroic tomb. Emperor Nanzhao lightly patted Wei Yuan's shoulder and, for the first time, spoke a heartfelt truth. If you come back alive, you can ask for anything, and I will reward you. In the sedan chair returning to the Wei residence, Mu Qinshu gently patted Wei Buiyue's hand. Brother, we don't have many years left at our age. Yuan's future is still long. There are some things he must experience. Moreover, for so many years, foreign nations have hated you to the bone, and you have many enemies in the martial world. They may take advantage of your illness to end your life. This journey will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, and you also have a chronic illness that makes it hard for you to endure a long journey. Wei Buiyue nodded. I know that Little Turtle is good to me and wants to protect me. I also understand that a young eagle must eventually spread its wings and soar. But I just can't put my mind at ease. Don't worry, brother. I'll return and give orders to the Ghost Valley Medical Sect to issue a decree. Anyone who harms Wei Yuan will not be treated by our sect, while those who protect Wei Yuan will receive priority treatment. Only then did Wei Buiyue feel slightly relieved, knowing that the various sects in the martial world would give the Ghost Valley Medical Sect face. As the saying goes, in the martial world, who can avoid the knife? Who can guarantee that in the future, every major or minor illness of themselves and their family can be treated by the Ghost Valley Medical Sect? In Weiyang Palace, after Schwerer relayed the information she had gathered from the young eunuch to Nanji, Nanji frowned slightly and said, what a bold move. Wei Yuan is both brave and wise. As the saying goes, Chong air rises outside. He has already offended the Wang family deeply in the capital. The best way is to go out and avoid the storm. Moreover, this time he has the name of national righteousness on his side. Who would dare target him? That would be opposing the common people of the world. Therefore, Wei Yuan is safer going out. More importantly, he is too eager and has developed too quickly. The prominent families and clans lack clever people. Perhaps some have already noticed the signs. Xuya askit in confusion, princess. Do you mean that Wei Yuan is going out to save his life? Not entirely. Wei Yuan is distributing porridge in the suburbs of the capital, and with today's events, he embodies loyalty, filial piety, righteousness, benevolence, and courage all at once, which aids him in recruiting soldiers. Recruiting soldiers? But the people he brings are limited. But he can recruit soldiers and not bring them back. He only needs to leave a few reliable Wei family troops to train, waiting for the moment when he raises his arm and shouts. By then, he will be close to having a military force of his own. As Nanji said this, she walked to the dressing table and sat down. Schwerer, help me groom and tidy up my appearance. I'm going to see father. I understand, princess. You want to report Wei Yuan. I am requesting father to go with him to provide disaster relief. A glint of wisdom flashed in Nanji's eyes. Wei Yuan has truly piqued my interest. This time, I want to travel with him, and I hope that he truly deserves me. Chapter 66 Secrets. The Death of Fathers and Brothers. In the Imperial Study, the newly returned Emperor of South Xiao slammed the table, and shouted angrily, "No, the southward disaster relief mission is too dangerous. Wei Yuan barely survived, let alone you. A woman. Father, it is well known that the disaster relief grain has been sold. The major families and clans are abusing their power in their fiefs, deceiving the common people. All of this will fall on your shoulders. Now, the Great Wei faces internal and external troubles, and the people's trust in the royal family is shaken. If we do not soothe the people's hearts, it won't be long before, under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, there will be peasant uprisings. Father, although I, Nanji, am a woman, I am also your daughter. For the sake of the Great Wei's stability, and for the sake of your position, what does it matter if I sacrifice myself?" After speaking firmly, Nanji picked up the pen and paper from the dragon writing desk and wrote an oath. "Father, I guarantee that you will only receive my corpse. Never news of me being humiliated and used as a hostage against you. I will never tarnish the royal family's name. What good daughter I have. Too bad you are not a son. Otherwise, I would definitely pass the throne to you." Emperor Nan Zhao reached out to gently stroke Nanji's hair. "Very well. I permit you to accompany Wei Yuan on the Southern Disaster Relief Mission, and I will double the 1,000 Imperial Forest Army troops promised to Wei Yuan to 2,000, which you will personally select. Meanwhile, at the recently concluded Tiansheng Renjian, guests on the second floor were leaving one by one, and the girls who had worked all night were also finishing their shifts to go rest. Du Sanyang brought good tea and placed it in front of Wei Yuan. "Young master, my Jin did not return last night after the fire. Is he in any danger?" "Don't worry. He knew there would be a big fire, so it's not surprising." As they spoke, Gong Sun Jin, with dark circles under his eyes, walked back. He saluted Wei Yuan. "My lord, was last night successful?" "Very successful. Everything went according to the plan we set earlier. Nan Zhao has agreed to my disaster relief mission." Gong Sun Jin sat beside Wei Yuan, while Du Sanyang poured tea for him. They both fixed their eyes on the door as if waiting for someone. Shen Wan-san? The Wang family cannot afford to pay 10 times the compensation in the group of grain shops. Although they're a chain business with branches across various regions of Great Wei, about 70% of the shopkeepers can't afford that much. Shouldn't we first strategize on how to maximize profits and get a few times the compensation? Wei Yuan waved his hand. "Sanyang, you are already an excellent merchant, and you speak rightly in business, but a merchant's vision can never match that of a politician. What I want is not money. What is it then?" Gong Sun Jin raised his head and smiled slightly, using lip movements to say, "Controlling these grain shops means monopolizing about 20 to 30% of Great Wei's grain, which has extraordinary significance for your future plans." Wei Yuan pulled Sanyang and Gong Sun Jin's hands together. "Jin can never be a profit-driven merchant, and Sanyang can never be a politician, but together, you two are my left and right arms." The two exchanged shy glances and lowered their heads. Being a leader means not only winning hearts, but also playing matchmaker. Wei Yuan thought to himself when Shen Wan-san, with a round face, hurried in. "Young master, the Wang family is bullying us, unilaterally tearing up the contract, taking the grain, and not fulfilling the compensation amount in the contract. Now 80% of the shopkeepers can't provide grain or afford the money, begging us on their knees to reduce the tenfold compensation, or they will even consider taking us to court. Not even a single grain or a copper coin can be spared. They either deliver the grain or pay the money." At this point, Wei Yuan changed his tone. "Of course, there is another way, to have them hand over the grain shops while they still manage them, and we split the profit 70-30. You can rest assured to go south for disaster relief. I guarantee to handle things beautifully." Before Shen Wan-san could finish, Wei Yuan interrupted him. "You don't need to be involved in this matter anymore. Sanyang will be in charge." "What? Du Sanyang? She's just a brothel, madam." Smack! Gong Sun Jin slammed the table, grabbing a teacup and smashing it on Shen Wan-san's face. Wei Yuan pressed down on Gong Sun Jin's hand and, with a cold expression, said to Shen Wan-san, "Sanyang is my brother's wife. I don't want to see anyone insult her. Otherwise, you will be my enemy." Shen Wan-san smiled broadly. "I absolutely did not mean to insult her. It was just a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. It won't happen again." After Shen Wan-san left, Wei Yuan turned to Sanyang. "If this matter is handed to him, at least this guy will greedily take 1,000,000 taels of silver from me. and the owners of the grain shops are all his people, firmly grasping my weakness. So, Sanyang, you know what to do? I know. Put these grain shops under the name of someone trustworthy. I, Sanyang, guarantee with my head, it will be foolproof. Gong Sun Jin cupped his fists and congratulated Wei Yuan. Congratulations, my lord, for leveraging 40 million taels of silver to pry open grain shops valued at over 200 million. While I am away, you and Sanyang take care of the boxing gym, horse farm, and grain shop. If there are any official troubles, you can seek my grandfather for help. Rest assured, young master, I guarantee to give you a big surprise when you return. With you two working together, I naturally feel at ease. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he got up and left Tianshang Ruinjian, taking a sedan chair back to the Wei residence. After a night of turmoil, Wei Yuan collapsed in a bed upon returning home, only to be awakened when someone pushed the door open after dark. Seeing that the visitor was Zhu Sibao, he was taken aback. My good elder brother, what brings you here? Wei Yuan Gidge, it's me. Zhu Sibao's voice was crisp and clear, as he took off the burden from his back, revealing 2 brocade boxes. I did not fail my mission. I got the things. Wei Yuan opened one of them, revealing a bloody, shaven head. It was Yang Lianxinjia's head. He opened the second brocade box, which contained only a bulging envelope and a gold key the length of a finger. He opened the envelope to find a small human skin map and a long letter written in Tibetan script. Wei Yuan imitated the characters, then cut them out, scrambled the order, and arranged for Shishuan to find Wang Xuanzi, who was proficient in foreign scripts, to translate it. After cold autumn, Frost removed her disguise powder. Her flushed face was revealed. Wei Yuan tenderly touched her. You have suffered with 2 days of suffocating disguise powder. Serving Wei Yuan Gidge is not a hardship. Go take a bath and change your clothes. Tomorrow we will go south for disaster relief together. Shortly after cold autumn Frost returned from bathing and changing, Shishuan rushed back with the translated text. Wei Yuan painstakingly reassembled it word by word. The 2 words on the map were Huang. The long letter, however, detailed the secrets surrounding the death of Wei Yingxiong. In summary, Wei Yingxiong led his 3 sons, including adopted son Zhu Sibao, to fight against the Xiongnu. Zhu Sibao's small team acted on their own, slaughtering an entire tribe of the Xiongnu, killing 10,000 people. They pocketed the plundered goods and, during the process, took a Xiongnu girl by force, who was then beaten to death by his own guards. Later, it was discovered that the girl was a princess of the Xiongnu who had sneaked out to play, and among the dead was also the Xiongnu's crown prince. With their children killed, especially the daughter in such a tragic manner, the Xiongnu king was furious, and all of this was blamed on Wei Yingxiong. They spared no effort in seeking cooperation with the Tianlang Empire, joining forces with Tubo and the Western Xia. Several allied forces donned Xiongnu uniforms, with the prince of the Tianlang Empire arranging the troops to launch an attack on Wei Yingxiong. Emperor Nanzhao received the news immediately, but at that time, the Wei family was at its peak, with achievements overshadowing others, holding an army of 500,000 and 5 commanders in one family, all of whom were exceptional figures. Thus, Emperor Nanzhao chose to conceal the matter, which would allow the Wei family to suffer greatly, making it easier for him to reclaim military power in the future. The Wang family used their influence to connect with other noble families, threatening Zhu Sib to act as an insider for the Xiongnu. Even though Wei Yingxiong was clever and devised various military strategies, they were all anticipated by the Xiongnu in advance. He suspected there was a traitor in the army, but he could never have imagined that the traitor was Zhu Sib, the son he had watched grow up and who called him father every day. With no supplies from the rear and no reinforcements arriving, Wei Yingxiong and the Wei family army suffered consecutive defeats and retreated to the border. However, the general in charge of the city, Hua Mange, the second son of the left prime minister Hua family, closed the city gates tightly, not allowing them to enter. With no food, no water, and no support, Wei Yingxiong faced the fierce offensive of the allied forces, while being ambushed from behind by Hua Mange. Wei Yingxiong and his 2 sons died with arrows piercing their hearts. All correspondence and evidence were in Yang Lianjing's possession, along with the treasure in one place. Smash Wei Yuan smashed the solid wood table with a slap. He had fought in battles and could imagine his father fighting alone against a strong enemy, with no supplies and no support, only to be backstabbed by reinforcements when they finally arrived. His father must have felt desperate and helpless at that moment. Wei Yuan recalled the time when Wei Yingxiong lifted him above his head while his two elder brothers fished in the river, stepping in to defend him when he was bullied. I will not spare anyone involved in this. Puff Wei Yuan's cultivation was just recently boosted by external forces, and his realm was still unstable, causing his meridians to reverse and go into chaos. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lung Qiushuang quickly held him, consuming her own cultivation permanently to help him stabilize his chaotic energy and restore his spirit. I'm Fine. After a cup of tea, Wei Yuan finally recovered, reaching out to gently stroke Lung Qiushuang's cheek. You silly girl. Brother Wei Yuan, all of this is based on Yang Lianjing's words alone. We can't fully believe it without finding evidence, and there are many loopholes. Oh, what loopholes? The emperor's intention to weaken the Wei family can be understood due to the power struggle. But why do other noble families also want to deal with the Wei family? What is their goal? Guess what the final goal is when noble families reach a certain height? The throne? Wei Yuan nodded. My grandfather is loyal to the king and patriotic. He is a stubborn old man. If they have aspirations to usurp the throne in the future, the Wei family will be their biggest obstacle. After my grandfather's 100 years, if the world is in chaos, will my father be as loyal as grandfather? If he rebels, those noble families won't be able to defeat the Wei family because we are too strong, which makes them wary and a target. Just as you said, Yang Lianjing's words are unproven, so we must obtain evidence and the treasure he mentioned in his letter. As he said this, Wei Yuan picked up the map and the key. Hahuang? Could it be the Hahuang region? But this place is too large where to find it. Just as Wei Yuan was puzzled, Lung Qiushuang suddenly exclaimed, I know where this is. Jiangnan. I absolutely can't be mistaken because my hometown is here. Then why does it say Hahuang above? Not Jiangnan. Is it possible that Hahuang is the name of the treasure on the map, rather than a geographical name? Then if it is Hahuang, Wei Yuan's eyes widened suddenly as he thought of something and dragged Lung Qiushuang into the Wei family ancestral hall. In the center of the hall, there was a family tree as tall as a person. Lung Qiushuang was shocked. Whose family tree is this big? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. From ancient times to the present, there have been 64 famous generals in the martial temple, and my Wei family has 14, with 8 belonging to the Wei family army. The ancestral temple of 2 dynasties worships 6 ancestors of my Wei family. So the family tree is too small to contain the achievements of each generation. Wei Yuan flipped to the chapter about his great-grandfather, the flying general, Wei Zi. Wei Zi, the commander of the 3 armies from the previous dynasty, an unrelated king, titled Pride of the Sun, spent his life in military campaigns. His most outstanding battle was to pacify the turmoil of Murong and Shi. Murong Lu and the previous dynasty's governor Shi Wangong united in rebellion. During this time, Tubo took the opportunity to launch the disaster of Hahuang, slaughtering and pillaging for 10 days. After Wei Zi quelled the Murong and Shi turmoil, he marched south to resist Tubo. In this battle, Wei Zi achieved victory with a smaller force, establishing the position of the martial temple. There was a line of small text under the family tree. During the 10 days of 3 slaughters in Hahuang, it was initially estimated that about 100 billion taels of silver were left untransported and are still missing. Yang Lianjing's Tubo national master, the initiator of the Hahuang disaster, is likely to know the location of the treasure. Everything matches. Wei Yuan held his chest. 100 billion taels of silver. If I can get the treasure and command 1,000,000 troops. Self-respect? I could just sit on that 9-dragon chair. Brother Wei Yuan, calm down. This treasure is definitely a trap. Wei Yuan lifted Lung Qiushuang's chin, looking at her delicate face. My dear, remember, 100 billion taels of silver can make me trample all laws of the human world, commit any crime, and take risks. A wine jug flew over and hit Wei Yuan on the forehead. Damn it, who dares to sneak attack? It's your grandfather, you little rascal. Laughing in the middle of the night and coming to the ancestral hall. What are you doing? Wei Buyue walked over in his practice clothes. Wei Yuan pointed at the towering family tree. I brought Qiushuang to see how amazing our ancestors are. When a person needs to boast about their ancestors, it means they are not worth much themselves. Wei Buiyue said, tossing 3 silk pouches to Wei Yuan. What is this? You little rascal, leaving home for the first time? I'm worried, so I specially prepared 3 clever plans for you. Open them in critical moments to save your life. Wei Yuan's face twitched in disbelief. This old man was known as a fierce general in Wei, but when did he learn strategy? Then Wei Buiyue took out a tiger charm. Today, I'm giving you 3 treasures. This is the second one, the command of the heavenly demon 18 riders. And Grandpa will send Wang Xuanzi to follow you to ensure your safety. Thank you, Grandpa. What about the 3rd treasure? Wei Buiyue put his hands behind his back, proudly saying, actually, there are people in the martial world who know who it is. Do you know? I don't know. The number 1 arrow god, Zhao Zilong. The one who does not shoot but is known for his shooting. Have you heard of him? Leng Qiushuang frowned slightly. Who is Zhao Zilong? Cough, cough. Wei Yuan awkwardly cleared his throat. I've heard of his name. That's good. To be honest, he is Grandpa's sworn brother. If I ask him, he will definitely come personally to protect you. After speaking, Wei Buiyue took out a peregrine falcon. Leng Qiushuang rubbed her eyes. Isn't this falcon the letter eagle that my little sister gave you? Woo-woo. Wei Yuan quickly covered her mouth. Wei Buiyue suddenly let go. As the saying goes, a single arrow pierces the clouds. Brother Zilong comes to meet you. Go. He released the falcon, which circled twice before landing on Wei Yuan's shoulder. Oh no, what's going on? Wei Buiyue released it again, but it still flew back to Wei Yuan's shoulder. Just keep these 2 treasures. Damn it. I'll stew you for mushroom soup later, making me lose face. You useless thing. Wei Buiyue cursed as he grabbed the falcon by the neck and left. Leng Qiushuang looked curiously at the embarrassed Wei Yuan. Brother Wei Yuan, what's going on? The falcon in Grandpa's hand is clearly the letter eagle for my little sister. And who is Zhao Zilong? What is the one who does not shoot but is known for his shooting? I beg you, don't ask, have some face. Leng Qiushuang still wanted to ask more, but was picked up by Wei Yuan and rushed back to the room, pinning her down on the bed. Let us see how I will deal with you for not being obedient, making you beg for mercy and call me daddy. Chapter 67. 2 beauties compete for 1 yuan after a night of passion. As dawn broke the next day, Wei Yuan stood up, holding his waist. The color word is like a steel knife. It delays things. I almost forgot about the important matter. After writing half a poem of Ode to the Goddess of Luo, he hid it under the bed. Leng Qiushuang, puzzled, asked, Wei Yuan, what are you doing? Let a scheming little man be utterly ruined. Wei Yuan smiled, and, along with Jiang Yue, Zhi, Leng Qiushuang, Nu Cha Jingang, the 18 riders of Tianma, and 1,000 soldiers of the Wei family led by Wang Xuanzi, left in a grand procession. In the study, Wei Buiyue's old face was filled with reluctance, tears streaming down his eyes. When Mu Qianqiu returned and saw Wei Buiyue like this, he was astonished and said, Brother, why didn't you go to see Yuan off? Turns out you were hiding here, crying. Crying my foot. It's just that my eyes got sand in them. Outside the imperial city gate, El Guangxiu had a serious expression, stating, We've lost 1 pound, 3 taels, and 6 coins of grain. Wang Shouhe, with a dark face, retorted, Are you really counting every half a pound? Lord Wei has ordered that not a single grain can be missing. El Guangxiu won't tolerate even a speck of sand. Guangxiu, a little discrepancy is fine, just record it. When we distribute porridge to the people, we can say that our Lord Wang shorted the grain. Dressed in a Qilin robe, Wei Yuan stepped down from the sedan and looked at Wang Shouhe, speaking in a way that was infuriating yet without consequence. Uncle Wang, my esteemed nephew is also serving His Majesty, so not a little bit can be missing. Wang Shouhe gritted his teeth in anger as the Wang family's cook ran over, carrying half a bag of rice. Is this enough? At least 50 pounds. That's enough. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Watching Wei Yuan's proud departing figure, Wang Shouhe punched the red wall of the imperial city in anger. I will definitely make you die on the road, Wei Yuan. I will have you executed by 1,000 cuts and then ground to ashes. Not only would he not get the money back from selling the grain, but the Wang family's reputation was also in ruins, their credibility reduced to 0. The most infuriating part was that he wanted to vent his anger, but his brother, Wang's second uncle, had abandoned his wife and children and run away. The procession passed through the capital, amidst the praises of the people, and exited the city gates, arriving at the outskirts. At this time, the Imperial Forest Army had gathered outside the city, with 2,000 soldiers standing in disarray. Is this really the Imperial Forest Army? The Imperial Forest Army was a unit formed by conscripting elite soldiers under the command of the Emperor. Yet, these men were all over 30 years old at the youngest, and the oldest had graying beards, with one even leaning on a crutch. Wang Xuanzi awkwardly said, "They are indeed the Imperial Forest Army, but they are all wounded soldiers managing logistics." The Imperial Forest Army was composed of elite soldiers who had all been to battle and fought with real weapons. Some had been injured. When they were young and strong, they could endure, but as they aged past 30, chronic ailments became apparent, rendering them incapable of combat. Such individuals generally worked in logistics, receiving half the pay of other soldiers. Li Zhan angrily said, "His Majesty is really bullying people too much. Young master, you should go back to the capital and find Lord Wei to get you a different unit." Wei Yuan waved his hand, unbuttoned his coat, revealing a somewhat thin but robust physique, with skin that was whiter and more delicate than a woman's, clearly showing signs of a pampered life. "Take off your clothes," Wei Yuan shouted at the disheveled Imperial Forest Army. Soldiers obeyed orders as their duty, and although they knew Wei Yuan was humiliating them, they gritted their teeth and removed their armor. Without exception, every one of them bore scars. "Everyone, turn around." Wei Yuan picked out over 100 men, who had few scars but injuries on their backs. "I, Wei Yuan, do not need people like you. Roll back to where you came from." Everyone was puzzled. Wang Xuanzi took off his armor, revealing scars that were several times more than those of these Imperial Forest soldiers. But his back was smooth. Soldiers only exposed their backs to comrades, never to enemies, unless they were fleeing. So it was very likely that these 100 or so were deserters. Wei Yuan patted his chest. "You scars are what I envy the most. They represent the proud metals of a soldier. Old soldiers do not die. They merely wither away." The lament of an old soldier was like a lone goose falling behind or an aging lone wolf on the grasslands. But do not forget, they were once heroes who stood tall and stained the battlefield with blood. Though my grandfather is over 70 with chronic ailments, he can still lead the charge against the Xiongnu for 3,000 miles. All the wounded soldiers had tears in their eyes. They thought they would spend their lives working in logistics, but unexpectedly, one day they could still be sent out on a mission. If these words were spoken by Wei Buyue, they would have only thought it was empathetic. But coming from the mouth of the most notorious playboy in the Wei family, it excited them, as they did not expect a playboy young master to understand them, especially the Imperial Forest Army, selected from the Wei family. Each one clenched their fists in excitement. Covered in scars, pride remained in their hearts. The once disheveled and crooked formation became spirited, each standing tall and straight. The aura of iron and blood soared to the heavens, like a rusty sword that still revealed its sharp edge. "Your Majesty has sent me 2,000 treasures. Ha!" Wei Yuan laughed heartily. "Bring the wine." Bare-chested, he lifted a wine jar and passionately declared, "After we drink together today, you will be my personal guards. You young ones dare to bully me for being old. But this young master believes in you. The treasured sword is still sharp and as brave as ever." "Cheers!" Not far from the Imperial Forest Army, in a sedan, Schwerer disdainfully remarked, "Just a playboy, pretending to be a bold general." Perhaps this was the real him. Wei Yuan had passed the first round of my examination. Nanji slowly lifted the sedan curtain. Puff, puff, puff. The drinking crowd sprayed their wine out of their mouths. "What the hell? Is this a fairy?" A beautiful young woman appeared, her figure tall and slender, even in a loose light yellow gauze dress. Her chest was prominent, and her waist was so slim it could be grasped with one hand. Her skin was as white as jade, her eyebrows as fine as silk, and the hint of red on her lips sparkled like gems. Under the sunlight, she looked like a dream. With every gesture, she exuded nobility and elegance, unparalleled beauty, especially her pair of eyes, which radiated wisdom and brilliance, making it clear that her beauty was not merely ornamental. Schwerer angrily shouted, "You all see the princess. Why aren't you quickly bowing?" A group of soldiers knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Wei Yuan's eyes were fixed on Nanji's bosom. This bosom cannot be compared to a year ago. Although he had made a grave mistake in Wei Yang Palace a year ago, he had been drugged then, unable to control his emotions, and his memories were hazy. However, he could not forget certain details. Back then, he could hold her with one hand, but now would take both hands. Has she grown this much in just a year? What did she eat? Growing so fast. If it weren't for the lack of technology in this era, Wei Yuan would definitely think she was wearing thick padding or even had surgery. A breeze blew by, and Lung Qiushuang, wearing a veil, appeared beside Wei Yuan, linking her arm with his and removing the veil. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in surprise. This woman was also stunningly beautiful. Not at all inferior to the #1 beauty of the Wei family, Nanji. The two had completely different auras. One was regal and wise, elegant like a blooming peony, noble and untouchable. The other had a cold and noble beauty, like a Tian Shan snow lotus that had accumulated snow for thousands of years. Distant and unapproachable. At this moment, the two women were staring at each other. Her skin is a bit tighter than mine. No wonder she's the martial arts saint of the Jianghu. Her bosom is 2 sizes larger than mine. No wonder she's a princess. Does she eat papayas every day? Wei Yuan could sense the intense tension spreading rapidly between the two women. Cold Qiushuang, a true woman of the Jianghu, was the first to launch an attack. Lightly smiling at Nanji, having heard of the legendary beauty of the great Wei's first beauty, the city-captivating princess, he was not disappointed upon seeing her in person today. The holy maiden Cold Qiushuang, who captured the hearts of countless Jianghu heroes and was adored by thousands of young elites, indeed possessed the beauty that could shatter the moon and make flowers blush. Although they were both praising each other, Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Almost forgot, the city-captivating princess also had another title, the greatest talent of the Great Wei. I wonder what she thinks of this poem, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix? Cold Qiushuang unleashed her trump card. There is a beauty, unforgettable upon sight. One day apart, I think of her like crazy. Phoenix, oh Phoenix, return to your hometown. Wander the seas in search of your phoenix. As Cold Qiushuang recited the poem Wei Yuan had written for her, the atmosphere became even more charged. Wei Yuan instinctively wanted to step back a few paces. But Cold Qiushuang tightly held his arm, looking at Jiang Yuer for help. Wei Yuan almost drew his sword to kill himself. This guy, holding a roasted suckling pig, was also looking at the two women with a hint of excitement, clearly eager to join in. I have bathed the young master and given him a full-body massage. Is she teasing me? Does she also want to come over and join the fun? Wei Yuan looked to Shishuan for help, but the latter simply squatted down and pretended not to see. Wang Xuan's spat. Deserved it. 2 words, deserved. 3 words, damn deserved. Seemed like 5 words. Wei Yuan awkwardly said to Nanji, I hope the princess will relay to His Majesty that Wei Yuan is grateful for the generous gift of an additional 1,000 elite soldiers. Wei Yuan, you worshipped the wrong deity. These people were all selected by my princess. Nanji smiled slightly. This smile made all the men again clutch their necks, feeling breathless. Even the 108 thoughtless, angry Vajra showed dazed expressions, shocked that such an exquisite beauty existed in this world. Her smile was like a fleeting flower, breathtakingly beautiful. Nanji said meaningfully, I selected 150 deserters from the prisoner camp, but they have all been filtered out. Then, thank you, Your Highness, goodbye. Wei Yuan turned to escape, but Nanji's clear voice rang out. Please wait a moment, young master. Wait for what? Just as Wei Yuan was full of question marks, an old eunuch riding a horse rushed over from beside Emperor Nanzhao. Imperial decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I have dispatched the city-captivating princess Nanji, deputy commander, and army commander Wei Yuan to head south for disaster relief, to save the people in times of crisis. No mistakes are to be made, thus decreed. What is this? The princess is going south with us for disaster relief? Wei Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This step completely disrupted his plans. Can I refuse? No. Nanji leaned close to Wei Yuan's ear and whispered, Don't you like the gift I sent you? Don't forget, these injured soldiers don't need to be returned to the Imperial Guard when we come back, and they're more suitable for training locally, aren't they? Wei Yuan's pupils contracted. almost instinctively wanting to draw his sword. This woman had clearly seen through his plan. Don't worry, my father knows nothing. Nanji winked at Wei Yuan and gracefully stepped onto the carriage. This woman's eyes were too terrifying. I feel like she can see right through me. And there's no secret in front of her. Cold Qiushuang whispered. Do you want me to help you get rid of her? Why does it smell like a personal vendetta? Wei Yuan quickly shook his head. Better not. Are you attracted to her because she is pretty? That's true. You already have a marriage contract. What am I? No. No. She is a princess. If she gets killed, I won't survive either. In my eyes, Nanji is just a beautiful skeleton. Humph. Not matching words with actions. Just now, when I looked at her chest, your eyes almost fell out. Cold Qiushuang pinched Wei Yuan's soft flesh at the waist. The convoy set off, and by now, it was bright out. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Nanji waved to Cold Qiushuang on horseback. Sister Qiushuang, it's hot. Come inside the carriage to escape the heat. So pretentious. Who cares to ride in your broken carriage? Cold Qiushuang thought secretly, and then saw Nanji take out a small jade pot emitting cold air. Sister Qiushuang, I have chilled sour plum juice. Would you like to drink it together? I. Cold Qiushuang hesitated, while the cold Qiushui behind her kept swallowing saliva. Sister, how can there be ice in summer? She's royal. They have ice cellars. Sister, I really want to have a sip. I want it too. Cold Qiushuang shook her head, murmuring to herself. No, I can't be defeated by a mere sour plum juice. Before Cold Qiushuang could make up her mind, she saw Nanji raise a small silver tray. The pastries my queen gave me, and a kind of cream cake made by tribute chefs from foreign lands. Let us eat together. Cold Qiushuang lightly bit her lip. What are you doing? Which saintess can resist the temptation of desserts? Sister Qiushuang, I also have milk tea from foreign tribute with sweet, chewy pearls made from cassava inside. Ming de. Sound delicious. I. Cold Qiushuang couldn't help but lean closer to the carriage. Nanji then took out a small brocade box, opening it to reveal a large piece of ice with several bright red lychees on top. My father's most beloved concubine Xiang loves to eat lychees, so they often rush to transport chilled lychees from Fujian and Guangdong. Come inside and eat with Sister Qiushui. Sister, I want to go. Uncontrollable. Then I'll accompany you. Chapter 68. Group Bathing. The heir's great talent, Lung Qiushuang, and Lung Qiushui climbed into the carriage. Before long, laughter from the ladies filled the air. Wei Yuan furrowed his brows. This woman has some serious skills. If she were in my harem, there definitely wouldn't be any incidents like a fire in the back garden. El Guangxiu drove his horse to catch up with Wei Yuan, riding side by side. He looked down at Xishuan, who was leading the horses and carrying a black longsword. Boss, was it you last night? Wei Yuan neither nodded nor shook his head, instead smiling and asking back, what do you think? Yes. El Guangxiu replied. Why ask when you already know? We're not far from the capital. If you want to back out, now's the time. El Guangxiu hesitated for a moment, but finally seemed to have made up his mind, seriously saying to Wei Yuan, I trust you, boss. I trust you too. By the way, Guangxiu, you take Xishuan ahead to the next city. There are too many precious items to buy, and I worry he might not be strong enough to fend them off. Xishuan, holding the sword, was taken aback. Young master, are you going to waste money again? Can't you save a little? What are you buying? That recipe for strengthening the body and cultivating righteousness from last time. Get 2,000 portions. What do you want that for? This recipe contains several precious herbs, each worth dozens of taels of silver. 2,000 portions is. That's a lot of money. Anyway, it's a huge sum. Xishuan continued. Young master, you're falling back into your wasteful habits again. Those 2,000 injured soldiers were unwanted by others. Yet you're spending so much to improve their health. Isn't that a waste? You're a young master, and I'm a young master too. You are. You think you're so great? If it weren't for me, the Xishuan family would have gone bankrupt. Sighing, Xishuan lamented, I, Xishuan, am well-rounded in both literature and martial arts, but I only regret not meeting a wise ruler. I can only rely on my frail body to protect young master 8 for his entire life. Xishuan mumbled as he climbed onto El Guangxiu's horse, heading ahead to the next city. Upon reaching the nearest city to the capital, they booked the best inn in town. Wei Yuan and his companions took the rooms while 3,000 soldiers rested on makeshift beds. Wei Yuan ordered people to dig a large pit in the inn's backyard, lining the bottom and sides with stones, then filling it with well water until the ground was nearly saturated and stopped seeping. The old soldiers were puzzled as Shishuan ordered someone to cut open a package wrapped in mulberry paper filled with herbs. Many old soldiers, accustomed to taking medicine due to poor health, could recognize some of the precious herbs. My God, so many precious herbs? I usually hesitate for a long time, even to spend a few coins. How much would all this cost? Probably over 1,000 taels of silver. What does the young master want this for? Over 1,000? Shishuan clutched his chest, pained. These cost a total of 100,000 taels of silver, meant for you to strengthen your bodies and take medicinal baths. 100,000 taels. That's enough to support 1,000 households for a year. Sigh. This wasteful young master. As a loyal minister, I have no choice but to deal with such a prodigal lord. With a long sigh, Shishuan directed others to pour boiling water into the pit. They would soak in batches, with each person soaking for at least an hour, enduring the heat because this was all precious silver. As Shishuan finished speaking, a group of old soldiers trembled, unwilling to undress. 100,000 taels? The young master spent that much for us injured old soldiers? Do we deserve it? Of course you don't deserve it. Otherwise, how could I say my family's young master is wasteful? Before Shishuan could finish, Wei Yuan, dressed in casual clothes, walked in, first giving Shishuan a playful knock on the head, then stripping down and jumping into the medicinal bath in front of everyone. Comfortable. What are you all standing around for? Jump in. After soaking, we'll go out for dinner. There will be plenty of meat dishes. The chef is one I brought from the palace. Meat dishes? Impérial chef? Young master, we injured old soldiers truly don't deserve this. Young master, before, old Huang, who had once fought valiantly, was slapped in the street by a woman riding a fine horse, and no one cared. We are old and disabled, unable to fight for the country anymore. Who cares about us? Young master, you treat us too well. We feel unworthy. Wei Yuan's expression turned cold. What? Are you all ashamed of my reputation as a prodigal and look down on bathing with me? We're all men here. Is it that you're too shy to jump in because you're less endowed than me? I command you all to get in the medicinal bath. We fought for our country. Though we're old, our blood still runs hot. You are the true heroes, the backbone of the great way. If you don't deserve it, who does? With a clatter, the sound of armor echoed as all the old soldiers knelt in unison. Young master, those in power nowadays look down on us. But your status is so high, yet you are willing to bathe with us. We are deeply honored. A group of old soldiers shed tears. Damn it, why am I crying? Back then, I followed General Yang, got hit by 3 arrows without flinching, but why am I crying now? A soldier dies for his confidant. Several old soldiers were the first to strip off their armor and undergarments, their faces reddening. We're old now, so we're wrinkled. Otherwise, we wouldn't be half as big as the young master. Old Sue, are you talking nonsense? You weren't that big when you were young either. Ha! Wei Yuan stood up. Ha! Whoever is bigger than me tonight will be rewarded with no dinner. Damn it. The curious Schwer asked Princess, what are they laughing about in the backyard? Nanji showed a puzzled expression for the first time. I don't know either. Huh? Is there anything under heaven that the princess doesn't know? Lung Xiaoshui poked Lung Xiaoshuang's slender waist. Sister, why are you blushing? What did they say? Children shouldn't ask indiscreet questions. Lung Xiaoshuang's expression made Schwer and Nanji realize. Schwer scoffed lightly. This Wei Yuan is so improper. Bathing with a bunch of big men. Does he have a preference for men? The greatest prodigal of the great way. A man who loves men. Who would believe that? Nanji chuckled and playfully flicked Schwer's forehead. Whether Wei Yuan is a prodigal or not, you should understand as well as Sister Xiaoshuang. Princess, why did you bring this up again? Schwer's face turned so red it looked like it could drip water as she buried her head in her chest. Too shy to look up, Nanji picked up a jade cup, taking a sip of the milk tea inside. Wei Gong's biography of the great general once mentioned, knowing the strengths and weaknesses wins. Those with shared desires win. Using kindness to approach the unkind wins. A capable general whose lord does not control him wins. Among these, Share desires mean that the general must share hardships with the soldiers to gain their affection. This Wei Yuan is indeed from the Wei family, descended from generals. Even if he has never led troops, he seems to be born with the ability to unite the military's hearts. It's engraved in his bones. Zibi rushed into the backyard and said to Wei Yuan seriously, "Young master, a troop is approaching, and there are quite a few of them. Just left the capital and still in a city with guards. They shouldn't dare to attack us." Wei Yuan jumped out of the medicinal bath and put on a dark robe and casual clothes. "Everyone, stop bathing for now. We don't know if the newcomers are friend or foe. Just in case, be ready for battle." As Wei Yuan stepped into the inner hall, Long Qiushui hurried in. Panicked. "Brother-in-law, the Nightingale told me their SA group less than 100 meters away from us, around 500 people." Wei Yuan looked at the Nightingale on her shoulder, nodding gravely. Soon, there was a loud banging on the door. Everyone raised their weapons, fully alert. "Open the door." "Brother Yuan," a voice with a quacking tone called out. Wei Yuan waved his hand casually. "Not an enemy. Carry on with your business." Shishun opened the door to see Liang Xiao wearing specially made oversized golden armor, swaggering in while holding a golden snake spear. "Do you even know how to use that spear?" "I can't believe it, but my grandfather fought with it all over the south and north. This is my first time leaving the capital, so I wanted to make it a little more impressive." Wei Yuan grabbed Liang Xiao's head. "Why did you bring so many people?" "To go with you to provide disaster relief." Wei Yuan patted Liang Xiao's shoulder hard twice. "Knowing this time I was risking my life, you specifically came to accompany me to death, truly a brother." Hearing this, a bitter expression appeared on Liang Xiao's fat face. "Do you think I wanted this? It's all because of my dog of a father, who insisted on notifying my sister about this through a carrier pigeon. Then my sister wrote back to my father, asking him to request His Majesty to let me take 500 Liang family soldiers with you. My sister said in her letter, 2 choices. First, let me follow you. Second, she would go home and break both my legs, leaving me crippled, and she would support me for the rest of my life. This Liang Hongshan, what a woman who almost slept with me, actually sacrificing her own brother to care for this young master." Liang Xiao pushed Wei Yuan. "I warn you, don't insult my sister in front of me, or I'll turn against you." "Turn against me? Didn't I once have a marriage contract with your sister?" "Yes." "Didn't I almost become your brother-in-law?" "Yes." "Then why didn't we get married? Is it because I'm incapable, or your sister is a stone woman?" "You're definitely capable, but as for my sister, I don't know if she is." "Not far away." Long Xiushuang quietly asked Nanji at the dining table. "Sister Nanji, does Wei Yuan have a relationship with the Valkyrie?" Nanji nodded. "They are childhood sweethearts who were betrothed by their parents, grew up together with a great relationship. 5 years ago, due to certain events, they fell out. If it weren't for Wei Gong arriving in time, her sword would have almost pierced Wei Yuan's heart." Lung Xiushuang, full of gossip, asked what happened. Shui angrily said, "Wei Yuan, that scoundrel, used drugs." "Used drugs?" "That's right. He drugged Liang Hongshan's junior sister, and it became widely known throughout the capital. After that, Wei Yuan completely fell into debauchery, and Liang Hongshan left home for the border and hasn't returned since. That junior sister also went missing." Lung Xiushuang found it hard to believe. Brother Wei Yuan is definitely not that kind of person. Shui clenched her delicate fist, angrily said, He definitely is." Chapter 69. The Wang family's killing move. Clap. 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 In the water prison of the Jin Eho mansion, Wang Shouhe held a whip, each lash striking firmly on the middle-aged man before him. "Bring some bamboo strips and pry off his 10 fingernails. The heart is connected to the fingers. Let's see if he still keeps his mouth shut." No. Lord Wang, I beg you, spare me. I really don't know anything." Wang Shouhe lifted the middle-aged man's chin with the whip. "Don't know? Then tell me, where did the fire oil used for burning the disaster relief grain come from? The Tianjin division hasn't lost a penny, and the only person in the entire capital who can produce this much fire oil is you, Chen Zhonggui of Yinchuan Stone Liquid." Chen Zhonggui shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. I really don't know." "Still keeping your mouth shut, huh? Do you know that my Wang family comes from a Jianghu and has ties to the 9 doors? Our family has connections with the officials of the 3 upper doors, and we are ruthless with those who steal jobs and hide dark artifacts. There are 81 types of torture, and for hundreds of years, no one has survived the 18 types. Even if you can endure it, what about them? As Wang Shouhe finished speaking, dozens of naked women, with blood on their thighs, were thrown into the water prison. Your wife, daughters, cousins, all the women in your 9 generations are here. Wang Shouhe showed a sinister smile to Chen Zhonggui and said to the Wang family members, "Have you all had a taste of these women?" Head of the family. "We have," and a few were still virgins. Chen Zhonggui's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he cursed Wang Shouhe. "I curse you to die a terrible death. Your Wang family will surely be annihilated." I don't know if the Wang family will be annihilated, but your entire family, Chen Zhonggui, is definitely doomed. Wang Shouhe smiled coldly and clapped his hands. "Take these girls and let them experience my Wang family's punishment. Let me briefly introduce, this is the wooden donkey. Let us send it to your daughter. This is the red embroidered shoe, a red-hot iron shoe to be worn on the feet. Now that is painful. Let us send it to your mother. This is the tiger and leopard play, where a person is stripped naked and placed in a sack, then thrown in with rats. Cats and snakes. They'll thrash around, scratching and biting. What a scene that is. Let us give that to your wife." As Wang Shouhe introduced each punishment, the water prison echoed with heart-wrenching screams. "Son, please speak. It's worse than death for your mother." "Father, save me." "Husband." Chen Zhonggui gritted his teeth, finally helplessly saying, "Lord Wang, please give my family a quick end. I'll talk. It's Du Sanyang, head of the family. We'll go capture Du Sanyang right now." Wang Shouhe raised his hand. "No need. She is just an old madam. She couldn't possibly be involved in such a big incident as burning the disaster relief grain. Moreover, Wei Buye takes good care of her in that mute, so we shouldn't act rashly." So the head of the family means, Wei Yuan. I suspect that all of this is his scheme. That can't be. He is just a playboy. Don't be deceived by appearances. Third, go find old dog and tell him that I, Wang Shouhe, want to slaughter dogs and will intercept him at Weihu Mountain. At noon, under the blazing sun, the disaster relief convoy stopped to rest in the shade of trees. Liang Xiao had long since tossed his golden, gem-embedded armor and the Liang family's heirloom golden snake spear onto the grain-laden cart. But even so, Liang Xiao looked like he had just been pulled out of water, his clothes soaked with sweat. Liang Xiao looked around. Even the old soldiers in their 50s didn't look as bad